So we might as well start streaming now so we can share that with our listeners. So everybody, let us know if you can hear Peter Moon. Peter Moon was asking if there was something for him to share. Again, one of these days in which there was no time to put up any thumbnail, so I just used one of my illustrations of the Dietrich art elect because that is always relevant, at least indirectly, to whatever we're discussing. It's certainly relevant to my life at all times, and certainly to world politics at all times, which is something that people will gradually be made aware of. So let's take a look at what we can get in the studio. Live streaming, let's see if that's opening up, and it says we have an excellent connection. So everybody start participating and let us know. Now you might hear some noise because I'm going to be going around and I'm going to try and establish a screensaver for one thing, so that
that's a great graphic, by the way.
Oh, bless you, thank you. That was their interrogation of the Dietrich art elect and the kind of torments that she would undergo.
Would she have been younger, though, in reality?
She would have been much younger at times. And when they brought generals in, this is our high officers to observe, then they would demand that she age herself. At that point, I might as well use the feminine descriptive because that was what they were using at all times at that point. So definitely, just so you know, Peter Moon used the term generals in the past when he was talking about the degenerates who were constantly playing or tormenting the Dietrich art elect. The reality actually was it was much lower level peoples that were doing that. The generals were maintaining some air, or high commissioned officers were maintaining some air of formality, simply because they were involved with a project involving billions of dollars. So they were trying to maintain some level of respectability, or in appearance at least, to each other. So what I'm doing right now is just kind of trying to adapt myself to the new format of the studio that's been provided by YouTube. And so, again, you might hear some noise. I'm just going to click onto the video here, and we already have 5 upvotes, so I want to thank you all for that. But we also want participation. We want
also let me know if I can be heard, if they can hear me as well.
Yeah. So please, yeah. Make certain that we've got 10 upvotes now. Again, thank you. We have to fight the enemy with the upvotes because otherwise we don't appear on searches. And by all means, please let us know if you can hear Peter Moon. Do participate.
Yes. I'm talking now. If you want to say something or let me know that you can hear me.
Right.
It would be good for what we're doing here.
Yes. Douglas Marks says, you're loud and clear, both of you. God bless you, Douglas Marks. Thank you so much for your input. Deeply appreciated. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is grab something for Peter Moon to share in a few minutes. Matter of fact, give me about 5 to 7 to 10 minutes to do that. And in the meantime, Peter's going to kind of take the stage. I will remind people of a few things before he does. We've now established that he can be heard. And we have also got Douglas Marks saying, hey, everyone on Team Dietrich. Thank you so much, Douglas Marks. We do have 11 upvotes already, and we ask you all for more. Understand that as soon as we start transmission, we are automatically hit by Autobots that are purchased by Steve Outram in particular. Fortunately, he's very cheap, and he employs the cheapest Autobots to hit us with downvotes. And YouTube does ultimately filter them out, but it takes hours, and by that time they've served their purpose, which is to keep us off searches. So YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, and the only way we can continue to function or be exposed to the public is with a continuous in-stream of upvotes. So we need you to fight as dirty as the enemy. Nice guys finish last. The enemy fights as dirty as you can possibly imagine. There are no limits to how low they will go. So understand that you've got to use every IP address you've got, your tablet, your PC, your cell phone, whatever's got a different IP address, and you slam an upvote in there to balance their downvotes. And Douglas Mark says, God bless you as well. Thank you, sir. With that, I will turn towards providing our man Peter Moon a little something to share with his audience base in just a matter of moments. In the interim, dear sir, proceed to start talking. I mean, there's a lot been going on with you, I presume, just as there has been with myself.
Yeah, I'd prefer to start when I start,
Okay.
rather than
Okay.
just preamble.
Yeah.
And I haven't worked much on the Cho chapter since we last spoke. I've just been busy with other things.
That's understandable.
Been very productive,
Yeah.
and working a lot on the physical health. That it's like getting more exercise and stuff. It's really, I can't I guess overemphasize how important just good old fashioned exercise is, especially when you have a sedentary job like I do. So I'm trying to, just do regular exercise in addition to my qigong, not selling that short or anything. I'll talk a little bit about qigong as I get into the events of the weekend, which was a very productive weekend.
Excellent. And so what I'll do is I'll just provide this link. Give me a second here, and this will be the link to share with your listeners, and that should bring them directly to the program. So I'm going to press the share button here and then establish that and provide that to you in private messages. So this is going to go in your messenger box right now. And this, let's see if it actually provides a thumbnail. Excellent, so it works.
Looks like it did.
Yeah.
And you're back in action.
Wonderful.
Okay, let me see here.
Yeah. And while Peter attends to that, I do want to remind everyone how in San Francisco we had the Union Street Fair throughout the weekend. Basically kind of like a spring into summer festival kickoff that's always appreciated. It certainly was not the reason for all of the fireworks and subsequent gunfire that people engage in under cover of fireworks. But basically what happened is that June is Pride Month. It's LGBTQIA plus Pride and Awareness Month, and therefore a lot of people got started early. There was no particular scheduled celebrations for this weekend, but we'll probably hear a lot of fireworks in the background tonight. I mean, if you listen carefully enough and if the mic picks it up. So it's just that people have been pent up a long time by COVID in the past, and they're venting loose now. And so a lot of people can do what they didn't do for a long time, and they're engaging in it now, and with a vengeance. So they're really starting to celebrate this month, and I can't say I blame them. But yeah, they kicked in early. We'll be having Juneteenth, of course, soon enough on June 19th. Which will be mostly an Oakland celebration, but certainly bleeds into San Francisco quite heavily. And other than that, I was engaged in, of course, an appointment with my ear, nose, and throat doctor, who did share with me the fact that she is Russian. Last time she pointedly asked me my nationality because of my surname Dietrich, and I guess she was wondering why I looked so Asian. So I shared with her that my mother was half Japanese and half Chinese, and she felt that explained it. So that was bemusing. This time I asked her nationality, and she returned the favor. She did bring up the results of a number of blood tests, and what's interesting is that the old tests for allergies used to be quite medieval. And I want to thank Aristides Ionas, who shared my link on my own timeline, because I can't do that while banned. So he's a wonderful human being, and by doing that, he helps me, certainly with moral support, and it's definitely appreciated. So thank you, Aristides Ionas. And of course, other people were supporting financially. We had a contribution of some $20 to $30. I'll read it out loud later, from the Netherlands, So my appreciation to all these profoundly wonderful people who decided to help. Sammy Romero, of course, sent 25 United States dollars, a quarter of $100, and that's appreciated. He recently had his baby shower, which went successfully for his new baby, sister to the Scorpio baby, as going by the sun sign of his son. His male child, I mean by that, and but he's got a female child as well now. So they're expanding the family, the Romero clan, and all of that is to be celebrated. So apparently there's much to celebrate this month. One thing I know they weren't celebrating was the Battle of Midway, which we have the 81st commemorative day of today. And, the only thing I could think of historically that was going on yesterday was Jefferson Davis's birthday, and I know they weren't celebrating that. So just a number of things going wild in the city as people take on June Pride Month. It will be the end of the month. Towards the 25th, I believe, that we have the anniversary of my son's wedding to his husband, Sugar Daddy, and that is because that was the day, 5 to 7 years ago by now, 2015, I believe, that same-sex marriage was legalized, and they, along with many other couples, got married that day. So I think I've caught everybody up. Oh, yeah, a few more things. So when it came to the blood test, whatever showed up on my blood tests that were ordered by my general internal medicine practitioner, the new one that I've chosen because the old one I felt wasn't really attending to some of my social requirements, and not that this one does either, worth a damn. So I'm pretty much on my own with trying to get things done that way. But when it comes to the blood test that he requested, something showed up apparently where he wanted me to make a second appointment with him, which I did. That'll be on the 19th. But fortunately, the ear, nose, and throat doctor also ordered blood work, and I asked her about all the blood work because I forced myself to commit to going on kp.org, which they force all of us on. And so after many years, I finally succumbed and kicking and screaming went into kp.org, this website that's supposed to make my entire life easier as a patient for Kaiser. And it's not worth a shit. I can't make heads or tails of it. It's worthless. And so what they give you the results of your blood test. I'm not a trained phlebotomist, believe it or not. I may feed off blood. It's like you may eat food. Doesn't mean you're a nutritionist. Doesn't mean that you can analyze the caloric intake of every mouthful that you consume. We just don't think in these terms. So when it comes to what I saw there, it made no sense to me. And so when I asked the ear, nose, and throat doctor about my blood work, first off with the allergies, interestingly enough, the allergy test that was taken years and years ago, I mean, like when I was young, I mean, like before the nanoplasma transferal, I actually had this test that was medieval in nature, where they would crosshatch your back, like draw a crosshatch like a giant checkerboard all across your back, and then puncture you with multiple holes in your skin in each one of those squares they created by that crosshatching, and then place something on top of your injury in each square, like your little puncture wound. They'd place dust, mold, feathers, and see what caused your skin to erupt. And this was how they ascertained what you were allergic to, which is so primitive, it's unbelievable that went on until apparently the 1990s, when Brendan Zogit had it done to him at the age of 6 or 7. Unbelievable, because when I was describing this, he actually knew what I was talking about through personal experience. So they've come a long way since then. Whereas before it was ascertained I was allergic to dust, mold, and feathers, again, before my nanoplasma transfusion, the ear, nose, and throat doctor told me essentially I wasn't allergic to anything. Basically, of course, because I live in a crypt, she could smell the mildew on my clothes and said if I was allergic to mold, I would have been dead a long time ago. So she did ascertain that I may have a very modest sensitivity to some things, but whatever they are, it's really doesn't even count and is not worth even attempting to address. So apparently the nanoplasma took care of a lot of what were allergies. And so it explains why I'm able to exist in such a filthy, fetid, cryptic environment as I do, this truly uninhabitable hellhole. And someday I hope to move, and hopefully someone will help me do that at some point in the near future, as opposed to later future. But one of the things she did ascertain was I might be moderately reactive to dust mites, which is a point to be made because the dust mites in this crypt grow big enough where I can see them, quite literally. I'm not exaggerating. So you can imagine all the ones I don't see. But all that being said, other than that, I did ask her, what about this other blood work? The doctor asked me to make another appointment, his offices. So what did they find? She couldn't ascertain anything. Other than the fact that opium was appearing in my blood, opiates, but that was prescribed painkillers from the doctor himself. So who knows what's going on? Maybe he read my book and wants to talk to me about it. One can only hope. After all, I did give him a copy. All that being said, I think that covers me for a little bit until I remember.
It's good.
Yeah, stage is yours.
Yeah, and what I would start off by just saying is, it's like when you talk about certain things, in terms of, I guess, if I'm mining data that is of interest for, a book, because it's, in other words, a lot of people will read a lot of different things. And I'm just going to talk here as a publisher for a second. In other words, there's some real diamonds that you will come up with from aspects of your life. This is sort of a preamble to what I'm going to be talking about. It'll flow into that tonight, which is I'm going to be addressing the subject of compassion. But like a book has to catch somebody's attention. It's got to be interesting. And it's got to have some traction. Like, where is it going to go? And I think the biggest criticism of the Montauk Project was obviously intrigued people was it doesn't tell us everything.
Wow.
And it doesn't. Of course, it was a tool to find out more. That's, it was an investigatory activity. So basically, everything was stated that Preston knew, remembered, or was willing to reveal. And so from there, it just, broadened into, because I created far more out of it than it would have just sat there as a weird story with, people talking about aliens and stuff.
Yeah.
If it was left at that level. But you have so many things in your life and so many experiences that are just, real, and you don't even realize it sometimes because it's combined with, trauma.
Yes.
And Preston, he was similar in that he had no idea of some of the impactful and relevancies of that he could offer. In fact, he could have offered far more. And one could argue that he was unwilling to do it, that he was programmed not to do it, didn't care, or basically just didn't recognize it. Just didn't recognize it because the ego and the trauma would get in the way. So he kind of checked out. I mean, he was still willing to talk about very weird stuff that would go nowhere. And it might even be true, but it didn't have traction. And there were certainly his close personal friends. Well, we want to hear more of this stuff. We want to, and he'd tell me, they want to hear more of this stuff. It would have made me a joke as a publisher to publish that stuff, because people don't see that the universe is not just what you think personally. And this is what people have problems with. Christians in particular, they think, well, there's my personal experiences with Christ, and they're all good, and it's great, but they're not accounting for all the other people in the world that don't see it that way. Well, it doesn't matter because they're going to go to hell. I mean, you take an idea like that and you've actually judged them. So this is what people are myopic. It's not a universe that's just about you and God. It's about you, create the creator, creativity, and everything else that's in it. You have to deal with it, or you don't have to deal with it. You can deal with it by tuning it out, and maybe you should. Maybe that's your path. But so anyway, in terms of publishing something, it has to be of interest and it has to have traction. And what I'm working on with yourself, Douglas, is this is the most tractable thing that that I know to work with.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to bridge into compassion and how I'll retouch on some things I've talked about, and hopefully when I'm done we can get into more about Alexander Dugin, because I did listen to so much of what you said in the last broadcast after I checked out. But I ran into an old friend of mine at the bank, and at the bank parking lot, actually. And I had run into her at a metaphysical event I took Paula to a few months ago. And she had helped Paula a lot when Paula was doing her resume and stuff. And I spoke to her and we had a nice talk, and then she was telling me, oh yeah, she'd been hacked. Her computer had been hacked. She was at the bank freaking out.
Wow.
Because she'd been hacked. And she was getting it all sorted out. And then she said, and I think she asked what I was doing, and I told her about our book, about Roswell, and I started saying, how so much, it's very deep. She knows I do deep stuff. She's read my books, and she appreciates me. And I said, this is very deep. And it's like, it hits the gray matter. People believe in this alien stuff. And I said, Roswell wasn't aliens at all. And she says, well, aliens are real. I said, I've seen shape-shifting. I've seen shapeshifters. And I said, well,
wow.
I said, shape-shifting occurs, but it's not necessarily aliens in the context. I said, World War II was actually these huge dirigibles from Japan. And I just said a little bit, and she says, well, and we just had Memorial Day. We just celebrated my father, and he was in the war. And it was almost like she was using the father was in the war as a defense.
Right.
As a defense mechanism.
Right.
And, we just gave away his library. And I said, well, my father was at the war. He was in Hawaii when Pearl Harbor was attacked. Right. And he didn't like Japanese. I found out. I didn't know that when he never said that to me.
Interesting. Yeah.
He said it to my sister. Well, my sister told me. She says, oh, yeah, I had these. I think they were mucklucks from Alaska, or if they were made in Canada, or if they were Japanese made or something. And she had them, and he says, get those damn things out of the house. That was not like the father I knew.
Wow.
They were Japanese. And he, and when I came home and did my SALT maps of Japan, studying Japan in the 4th grade, he was always very helpful to me.
Interesting.
He was like, helping me learn my homework and stuff, and very helpful. And he got interested in it. He had nothing bad to say, but of course, when Japanese airplanes are bombing you and you're supposed to shoot up at them, I guess you can develop certainly an antagonist. I just didn't. And we'd see, he'd explain the Japanese ships to me. We'd see in the harbor and the flag. I never heard anything negative about Japan, obviously, other than, but apparently. So anyway, but the point of it is I don't have any, this big thing. My father helped defend us from The Japanese. In fact, I was disappointed when my father told me, because when I, would play war when I was a kid and, think I wanted to be a soldier or something.
Yeah.
And, he was a captain in the Army, which, so he went to officers training school or something, so it's not a big deal. But it was smart on his part, I suppose. And then I found out he never killed anybody in the war, and I was just disappointed.
That's how children are, yes.
Well, I mean, it's like, you're being pumped with all of these war shows on TV, and, you have toy soldiers and a helmet with a net on it to put camouflage on it, and you play with plastic guns. They used to sell a lot of plastic guns.
Yes.
It was like you were you're indoctrinated into war as a kid.
Yes.
We play cowboys and Indians with pretend pistols, and nobody wanted to be an Indian, and so you'd have imaginary Indians, and then you'd have imaginary Japanese soldiers that you would shoot at and kill. And So and then when I found out he didn't kill anybody, I said, oh God, I said, why not? He says, well, because you have to be in the infantry to do that. And I said, well, how do you get in the infantry? He says, you volunteer for it. And I said, and then later in life, when I did my Scientology, I realized he was pretty smart because, he didn't like to kill animals. He didn't ever want to go hunting because he didn't like to kill animals. He'd fish. But he never wanted to go deer hunting with his friend next door because he didn't, he was sensitive in that regard. So I realized he was pretty smart not to volunteer for the infantry.
Yes.
It wasn't a matter of cowardice. It was a matter of, staying alive. And it was just his predisposition. So, in any case, this woman had a defense about
as if somehow the facts you were presenting somehow dishonored her father for his service.
Yeah, and I even mentioned, I said, veterans are usually the most accepting of this data because they've lived through it. But this is yes, and it's just it's point counterpoint. She's playing chess with me instead of listening to what I'm saying and accepting what I'm saying. She's playing point counterpoint with me.
Right.
And I ended it very friendly, and we're friends. It wasn't like any animosity, but I'm talking from career. And she's really good with numerology, and she invited me to come to the next meeting that they'll have, and so on and so forth. But what I learned, so I'm very sensitive to this sort of stuff because it's like I already know there's resistance to the information that's in the book, and people will read it and say, oh wow, this is the best book I've ever read, quick read, good, and it is, but it goes against the gray matter of what people are sitting in, as does this book that I'm working on now. And all of this stuff with the Jewish apocalypse is really paradigm shifting. It upsets occultists because it upsets their paradigm. They're so happily, twiddling their thumbs on whatever their wisdom is, and they whatever their relative wisdom is. They're studying the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. They're working whatever they're working with. It's all, valid, especially in their own minds. But, this is something that they haven't looked at or contemplated. And then again, all of that stuff, when you study esoteric stuff, it should have traction. And in my own life, my tractability is this stuff is my career. So it's like, it's like a living, breathing activity I'm indulging in. But so in relation, well, it's I didn't look at, I just noticed this experience with this woman Friday. Then I was watching a YouTube video on Jupiter return, which I talked about the other day, I think last week, and talking about astrology, and people were very interested in what I was saying about it. And I learned a little bit more about the Jupiter return, because Jupiter returns, it's when it returns to the exact point when you were born. And in my case, it was in Taurus. My Jupiter, my natal Jupiter is in Taurus, and it's placed in the 8th house of occultism, sex, death, and taxes, and it's expansive. The astrologer said my death would be expansive because of my Jupiter in the 8th house. Now, Taurus also has to do with resources under the ground, natural resources, your regular earning income. But the fact that it's in the 8th house is other people's money, so it would influence other people's money in my life or whatever, taxes, and sex and death as well. But Jupiter will hit my birthing 3 times in the next year. It'll hit it July, I think again the end of October, and then I think at the beginning of the year. And so it's like 3 times. Now, the reason it hits it 3 times is because it goes retrograde. And an astrologer told me, I really enjoyed his talks, Monty Taylor, he passed away. I asked him about my Saturn return, my Saturn 3 times. He says, well, when the first time brings up the issue, the second time is sort of the climax or crisis point, and the third time it hits is the resolution of the matter. So I'm looking at my Jupiter return. You can go onto certain sites and it'll say, return chart. So you can do your Venus return, your Jupiter return, your Saturn return, your Mercury return even, which occurs much more frequently. But any planet you want, Uranus return. And it's just a lens into, your life drama from different perspectives. Now, where it applies to what I just experienced with this lady and with our book, is first off, the video was saying, well, you have to compare it to your natal chart, and you have to see how it's affecting, if there's any squares or any angles, that you have to look at those planets in what's going on in your own birth chart. And she's talking about how to correlate the 2 charts. It was very stimulating. And I'd even like to watch the video again because I could get a lot more out of it, and because I'm having my Jupiter return, and she's talking a lot about her own life, and she's kind of really self-indulging and figuring out her own chart and sharing it with us. And she's got a different placement than mine because her Jupiter return was a few months ago. So anyway, I said, I looked at, and my Jupiter, my Jupiter that happens in July, it's not aspected. It's like there's nothing going on, particularly, that I saw. But when I come to the second one in the end of October, it's I think it's opposite, I think, the Moon and Mars, or maybe Neptune and Mars. Neptune and whatever it is, though, this is the point, is that it said people are going to be upset with me because they don't like being made wrong. It's about the book. Now, it could be about the book we've done. It could be about the book we're doing. Might be done by then. I don't know, or just about done. But people will be having outrage at the fact that things that I've written, and it's not stuff about Romania. It's not stuff about Montauk. It's I mean, I'm kind of like accepted into that reference frame. Oh, that's all wonderful now,
Right.
relatively speaking.
Right.
It upset a lot of people at the time because it made people aware of how much they were under the influence of mind control.
Right.
And this book, both books, they kind of strip people down to say, oh, I'm thinking a bunch of thoughts that are stupid or don't make any sense. Stupid isn't a good word. It might be an accurate word. Stupid is just like not being aware, being ignorant. You know, you can be ignorant. You know, you can be ignorant that there's termites in your house because you don't see any evidence of it. But in effect, you're stupid because you don't see them. I mean, it doesn't mean you're at fault. You could be at fault. You could not be at fault. It depends. But stupidity is being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes.
We're all vulnerable to being stupid. It's just not a good word. It's pejorative, but nevertheless it's accurate. So it's when this is going to flare up where people are getting irate because or just like say with the time travel. Well, this isn't in the textbook. I didn't learn it. I have a PhD. I know everything there is to know.
Or at least they told me I did in school.
Well,
yeah.
They assumed that. I mean, any professor of any type would say, you have to ask questions, and we don't know everything. But then when you begin to seriously show the gaping holes in their process, then that can get adversarial.
Yes.
But so it's like, so this is what I realized. And I even thought about this with my friend. I said, how do you get across to these people? You've got to be very patient and educational, almost like a kindergarten teacher.
Yes.
Without being sarcastic or
shall we say patronizing without being
condescending. But it's like you have to be patient and inform them, sort of like Mr. Rogers without the affectation of Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
It's what's that? In Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, he would sing a beautiful. I'm trying to think of it's a beautiful day where it's a beautiful day at Area 51. A beautiful day at the Presidio. Won't you please be my victim? So I know what will happen. 5 or 10 years down the road, people will be taking this information and lecturing on it, and acting as if they discovered it.
Yes.
In their own context. There was a lot of stuff done at the Presidio. Yeah, it was a big mind control project. It was the Montauk Project, but the Presidio was even more sinister or whatever. It's just like, and the real problem for them now is they haven't figured out how to co-opt your story without having you, and have you not in it.
That's pretty much their problem. Yes.
Yeah. The story's great. They'll be happy with the story because but they don't want you to be in it because they want it to be theirs. Yes. I was a super soldier at the Presidio. And this is just the depths of insanity, not of the people who would want to do this, but of the nature of what happened at the Presidio.
Yes.
And it's hard to confront and to face and in all of this stuff. Now, the good news is on the third Jupiter return for me is Saturn trining. God, what is it trining? Is it trining it's either trining my Jupiter or trining Mercury. But what it means is Saturn is going to have the upper hand because Saturn is the karma, is the truth. It's going to, in other words, the truth will be accepted because this isn't about who writes it. It's about what is the truth. Like, and this is a problem right now. I just saw on the news that they're supposed to be delivering all the goods on Biden.
Right.
And all the bribery, and it's been known about. I mean, the guy's clearly a crook. As I think he should quote Richard Nixon, who said, "Your president is not a crook. Not a crook. Your president is not a crook. If the president says it, it's the law." But in any case, the FBI is, covering for him. And this is like, this gets to absurd. It's getting to an absurd point. And this is what happens when Pluto goes into Capricorn. It's going to go clean out the stuff. So, this is, and it's not about, it's like they're saying, well, it's not a crime because Biden did it, and Biden's the president. They asked the Secretary of State about the stuff with Biden accepting bribes, and he laughed like it's ridiculous. It's not true. Like he's laughing them off, like as if they were talking to him about UFOs. And somebody even implied that he could be, he could be sued for millions of dollars for, I don't know if that's true. I mean, probably could. Anybody could be sued. But in other words, there's just kind of like, it's the most ridiculous thing you ever heard that Biden's crooked. No, he's not corrupt. Well, it's hard to believe that politicians in general are not corrupt. But it's not about, and they're saying all the whistleblowers are on the run and they're in jail or they're missing, the whistleblowers on Biden. People that were working in the FBI or the IRS or whatever. So it's like, it's not about who tells the truth or who exposes the truth. It's what is the truth. And this is the problem that people have. And what it's saying is the truth will get across because there's so much that did take place and it has to be accepted. And the problem at the Presidio is the same problem we have with the Epstein case.
Yes.
It's just, okay, let's cover it up. And let's talk about UAPs.
Yes.
Which is such a stupid word.
It is.
It's offensive.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Where UFO is UFO. It's like we can't accept. It's like such a denial thing. Well, UFOs are crazy, so we can't call it a UFO. We'll call it a more dignified UAP. There's something in the tarot they call dignity.
Yes.
It's dignified. It means it's turned upright. The card is upright. It's in dignity. And indignity is, the opposite of, but it's like people can't say the word UFO without rolling their eyes or something.
What happened is they militarized the term. In other words, the term UFO was a civilian term. It was something that was coined by civilians. It was a popular culture term. And what you're finding offensive, really, is the fact that the military has now co-opted the subject. It's the very military that's been lying about the subject all this time now has monopolized it. They've grabbed it and they've jacked the narrative even more so than before by rendering it a military acronym. So when they give you, this is the acronym the military is using, and then people say, oh, we got to use that because the military is using it, then at this point, the public has now become embedded. It's like embedded journalists going to the front during Gulf War I and II, or Operation Desert Storm and the invasion of Iraq, that unless you're propagandizing for the military, you're not going to be brought to the front. The same with the public. Now the public is brought into it lock, stock, and barrel that they are going to accept this military acronym and they're going to use it, and because this somehow they feel upgrades them, dignifies them. And it's the insanity of it is these are the people who are, you yourself as the public investigating UFOs were saying that the military was lying about it all this time, but then the military comes along, provides you the term to use, and you take their term because somehow you feel they're going to provide disclosure in return. This is the abusive father who's beaten you as a child, and I guess you're hoping to still inherit the will, just stay in the will so you'll follow his other insane convolutions as he gets older and senile and demented and slips into Alzheimer's. You'll play along with it just so that you stay in the will. This is what's going on with all of these people. And back to Peter with that.
Well, yes, and I think it was Fox News, but I'm not sure. But they said, okay, we're going to have, something about, the government's going to come forth with the disclosure on UFOs. They called it UFOs. And we've got a special guest coming up and going to talk about that. And so, I felt obligated, job-wise, to listen to what it was. Didn't really want to listen to it, but of course I knew it was going to be BS. But okay, well, what kind of BS? And the guest was Nick Pope. Now Nick Pope, had a position in the Defense Ministry of the UK, and he's author, and he's his name is Nick Pope. He's like the Pope. He's like pontificator. And,
yes.
And Nick is the name for the devil, of course. Nick, yes. Old Nick.
Yes.
So old Nick the Pope, and
it's like Pope Satan, yeah.
Yeah, he's not that. He's not a Peter Levenda by any stretch of the imagination. But he's basically, talking about how there's been restrictions in the past and how refreshing it is that that they're willing and open-minded. This is so stupid. It's like it's so ridiculous. They're willing and they're open-minded, and they're now acknowledging that there's stuff out there in the skies that they don't know what it is, and of course, it's just there's no dignity in it. There's no, but people will sit there and of course, UFOs, interesting subject. It's Hillary Clinton was making fun of UFOs, and when she was the first lady, and then during the last election, she was saying, "Oh yeah, I want to look into this. This is good," because she's pandering to people, that to vote. Yes. It's like there's no, it's just silly. It's just stupid, and people just listen to crap.
Thank you.
And this is part of the problem. So anyway, to get back to what I was saying about educating people, it's very, challenging to say something and have it not be listened to when it should be listened to. Politics are so corrupt. Like if you're trying to, it's like it becomes like a broken record. And I'm not going to go into talking about politics, but like the Trump stuff, it's just this continuous broken record of Trump did this, Trump did this, Trump did this. And I look through all this stuff. I say, okay, well, show me something that's convictable. Just show me something that's convictable. They convicted him in civil court about supposedly having sex with this woman. Okay, $5 million. It's a nuisance to him. It went away. It's not going to stick to his base. The more convictable one is the one they're dredging up in the Southern District of New York for, it's a very obscure case. The lawyers say it's very hard to convict him on it, but to make him a felon so he can't run. It's like, and what's happening with that case anyway? You don't hear about it. And when you do hear about it, it's just like a broken record. Let's convict him or shut up. It's a harassment, in my opinion. And then you have the stuff with Biden, which is like a broken record too. Do something about it. Well, they got the goods on him. Well, why can't you convict him? Because the Democrats are in power. It's sort of like, They hold cards, just like they didn't want to get rid of Clinton after he lied to Congress in his testimony about Monica Lewinsky. This is like the highest office. It's okay for him to lie under oath. It's acceptable behavior because he's our guy. Who was the vice president then?
Jesus, I'm trying to remember. Pence? What?
Pence.
No.
Clinton's vice president, Gore. Yeah. So he would have been president if they impeached him. Would have been good for Gore. Probably would have been. Who the hell knows what it would have been good. And it probably would have kept Bush out of office, which wouldn't have been bad. Not that Gore is good, but it's hard to imagine anything worse than the only thing worse I can imagine than George Bush is Dick Cheney.
Yes.
Who was in fact in charge anyway.
Yes.
But so this, in other words, you can say things. So this is like all these people, trying to convict, important people or celebrity people and political people, and it's. I suppose both sides get frustrated because there's no traction with either one. It's just our side is better. Trump's been convicted in civil court. Ha ha ha. It doesn't take him out. Biden, the great tragedy, and there is a great tragedy for Republicans of impeaching and convicting Joe Biden. The great tragedy would be who would replace him. That would be like a joke.
Yes.
It would be a bad joke. You could just see, she would love him to be, impeached and convicted so she could at least, be president for, 6 months. Nice pension too. She would want that.
Yes.
But so be it. So, but to get more to the point with our book,
yes.
And this gets to the heart of the matter. It has to do, because the point of it is not to make people feel stupid or offended or I don't know, resentful. In fact, it's actually a sign of intelligence to admit that you don't know things.
Thank you.
And that you're not informed.
Thank you.
It's a sign of intelligence to ask questions. It's okay to ask questions. People don't want to ask questions because they think they might sound stupid. And it's like, if you don't know things, it's okay to ask. That's how you learn. I didn't know any of the things I talk about at one point. You learn them. And it's a continual learning process for me with Douglas and what he's experienced. So the role, what assuages this, I'm trying to think the planet that was so upset was Uranus. Uranus was one of the planets at odds with. Uranus is like jolting and upsetting. It's like sudden surprises. I have Uranus in the 10th house of career, which means my career will, jolt and upset people, surprise them, like the stuff that I write about.
Yes.
It throws them off. And the fact that it's in Cancer, affects their emotions. So as I've said before, my Qigong teacher said, that the cure for all madness is compassion.
Yes.
And anger. And compassion is a big point of it. And to have compassion for people and to educate them in a way that is compassionate. There's nothing more soothing than if you have an ailment of any kind and somebody comes up and says, well, you need this. And it is the right solution. You need that.
Yes.
This is the medical cure for you. This is the holistic cure. Whatever the cure, whether it's medical, holistic, whatever it is, it's interesting that we have to separate the two, medical and holistic, as if they're two different things. One that's, good for you, and one that's not as good for you, but will alleviate the immediate symptoms and give you relief. But there's nothing more soothing for that. You've got some angst or problem, and you say, oh God, there's a solution. That's compassion. Now, of course, I wrestled with this long ago and looked up the etymology of compassion, and it goes directly to the passion of the Christ. And you can look it up in any language. I don't know the Chinese word for compassion, or I haven't looked at it from traditional Chinese medicine, but what the etymology, but I will say something about the Chinese. In a second, because the word for compassion, it all goes back to the passion of the Christ in the New Testament. And the passion of the Christ is basically the solvent for the sins of humanity. All of the angst you could have for all of the things you have done is to believe in this source of universal compassion. And you can define it as Christ, or Kuan Yin would be the Chinese version of compassion.
Yes. Tong Jing would be the word, but she's the personification. She would be the... Oh, Tong Jing. Yeah, Tong Jing. But Guan Yin is the personification, the embodiment of compassion. She's the goddess of mercy. Yes.
Yeah, mercy might be a good word. Mer is tied to the phonetics of more.
Yeah.
And well, that takes me in another direction. It all fits, but the passion, the word passion in all Western languages is it goes back to that incident, and this has to do with feeling for another human being, and the ultimate feeling for another human being, at least in the Christian religion, is Christ, and it's like, okay, you go to church when you're sad, when somebody dies, you take your grief, and this is where it's a solution that has been, written about, talked about, and whatnot. Now, in my book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, it goes deeper into the etymology of Jesus and Christ and all that, and the magic word that is the magic, or the hidden word of Freemasonry, which is the Hebrew letter Shin, which is also the word in Chinese for heart. Heart. And this I learned at the Holy House, the Taoist Holy House in Queens that I have attended. And Shin. So there is your Chinese counterpart. And of course, Shin is the fifth element, the quintessence. And when you get into the word Quan and Queen and quintessence, it's 5. Quan, phonetically, Quan is like queen. And queen we get quintessence, which is the 5th element, which is the 5 points of the pentagram. And there's a lot of in-depth writing about this in the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, if people want to get into it. But see, this is like, it's an occult formula, but it's really, and of course it shot people a certain way, because it works like an exorcism, because you get people who are trying to mess with you, and this includes Christians who are operating on demonic frequencies.
Yes.
Because they're, pushing you with belief and fear.
Yes.
Instead of with understanding and true compassion.
Right.
So they're not operating with compassion. So all of the stuff, it's like there's just, well, obviously there's short supply of compassion in this world, and and then of course I realized the tragedy Douglas had been through with his son. Of course, a love relationship which was, had to end because of his, which was then, she was then female,
Yes.
and she was not able to be the female part of the relationship anymore.
Yes.
Which is, life gives us all sandwiches that we can't eat. and that's part of the challenge of living. But I want to say something about, I learned something very interesting. In Scientology, when I first started Scientology, it was very clear to me that most, and I would say this now to this day, not all of it, but probably the most magic in Scientology were their levels 0 to 4. They call them the lower levels, but these dealt with the fundamental rudiments of life, which had to do with upsets, sins, problems, and sudden changes, and also dealt with people having to be right all the time. That's a simple way to put it, but there were so many ways to process the mind with these levels, and it just felt like gold. And I could tell because of the results I saw. I didn't really get to avail myself of them till years later, and even to this day, well, even when I was in, they were not used to their full functionality, because you could just go into somebody's life and bring them, if they did, and just deal with the aspects and problems of their life and just bring them unmitigated joy, because they'd start processing the difficulties of life, and then they'd start becoming less difficult. And what you're doing is you're getting people into communication with the stuff of life. You're getting them to communicate with the stuff that's in their own mind, and that goes out to the stuff that's in the environment. So all of a sudden you're communicating instead of, stacking yourself up into a ridge where you're not communicating and you just become hard. It's not unlike Qigong and fascia, where you got to get the liquid flowing through the matter of your body that hardens. The fascia will harden and become arthritis and rheumatism because the fluid is no longer flowing. And it's not flowing because you're not moving like you did when you were younger. And there's also an attrition with age, and you have to keep the fluids moving. This is why the technique of cupping, the body, sucks the skin out and lets the fluids flow. It's going to help you get rid of your pain, help your arthritis. You can watch videos on it. They talk about bone on bone. I got to replace my hip because it's bone on bone. It's not bone on bone. The fascia around the bone has become so hard that it's like bone.
Ooh.
So you have to get the fascia resuscitated, and it can. There's a lot of money in bone replacements, hip replacements as well. So, one of my fellow students got a hip replacement, and I was very disappointed to hear this, because if she'd done what I'm doing, what my teacher taught us when she was in the room with me, she wouldn't have needed it.
Right.
He'd have been so pissed at her. Got pissed at her anyway. Right. So this is to get the fluid flowing. I'm talking about compassion. To get the fluid of communication flowing in your life, it solves problems. And sometimes it can get very frustrating, when you're talking to somebody on the other end of a phone, on a credit card issue, on a utility issue, like Douglas was having with is internet or whatever.
Yes.
It's like it can be very frustrating, but the more you communicate long enough and you'll solve the problem. Finally, hopefully. But it all goes into communicating. Now, the reason I bring the Scientology up is I knew this. And I remember I didn't pay a lot of attention to a lot of things that went on because I felt it was beneath my dignity. And there was always this. I remember L. Ron Hubbard's personal public relations officer, which was somebody that I liaised with in my job. They were doing a survey to, find out what people want. What is it? Their go buttons for Scientology to make them more interested. And they would survey the public, and they came up with this big discovery, which to me was really sad. Because, keep in mind, I'm ruled by Saturn, and I see through the bottom lines and things usually, very quickly. Well, what is this all meant to? They said, well, people, and these are people who are primarily receiving Scientology auditing and might have had a lot of money and were getting audited and they were getting great joy from Scientology. And they said, well, they have compassion. They want to, what's the word? Share this compassion for other people. They have great compassion for other people because they have been treated with great compassion in their Scientology experience, and they want to share their compassion. It's not just for their family, but they want to, be compassionate to other people, and they want to experience this compassion. And I thought, this is so misguided to me. And it's not that you shouldn't be compassionate, because when you were trained as a Scientology auditor, you would be, if you were doing it right, you would have great compassion for people, and you would do something for them, and they would feel great compassion to you. It's not like if it was done correctly. So you would develop great rapport with people because you were in communication with them. You had a great natural rapport. And people might look at you, how do you know this person so well? How do you get, people share intimate stuff about themselves. And I'm not talking about sexual intimacy. That could come up. But it's like you become like on an intimate basis with people. You know them, you feel them. That's compassion. And all these people that were saying that, Scientologists, and the Scientologists who were doing the surveys on them were missing the goddamn point. Was if they were studying the auditing and the training of auditing and actually doing it, they wouldn't have all this fucking thoughts of, we need more compassion. They would be living the compassion. So I'm sitting there, okay, I'm surrounded by staff members and by public who don't get Scientology. They don't get it. They're like saying, oh, we want to have all this compassion. Well, just go learn the procedures and do it. Don't talk about it. Don't sit there on the corner looking for people to donate to. Just go do what you're supposed to do. And then, it's like, it was all misdirection. And I said, these people should have been being directed towards doing their training in Scientology. Instead, they didn't do this, but, they might make a course on how to do compassion, which would be, actually pandering to something that shouldn't be pandered to. It's just like, just go do what you're supposed to do. It's just like, if somebody comes to Qigong class all messed up and, you just look at them and say, well, why aren't you doing the Qigong? I haven't been practicing. I stopped doing it. But I think about you guys while I'm gone. We had this one guy. He was a crack up. He used to eat the ice cream. He'd just go down and down a whole ice cream. He'd be like, come up down from the Bronx and and he comes into the class one day, and he comes in and I didn't remember his name. I just pointed at him. I go, Turkey Hill, which is the name of the ice cream he ate.
Oh my God.
And I pointed at him, and Roosevelt looked at me. He goes, "Oh, you remember? You remember?" Yeah. I said, "God, I remember." And he'd talk about going home and eating a whole pint of Turkey Hill, and
Disgusting.
he's just addicted to it. Not a pint, a fucking quart.
Ooh.
And he said, "I think of you guys while I'm gone. I'm not here." He was a nice guy. He was really nice, but his ruin was ice cream.
Oh.
And the tragedy of it is, you can either buy or make ice cream that doesn't have all the negative stuff in it. But it's a lot easier to go buy something and eat it. But and the most important compassion is the compassion you have for yourself. This is the most important thing, because if you're compassionate towards yourself, you'll gate in compassion for other people. But so many people will neglect themselves. And mothers sometimes have a hard time because they have to take care of the baby. And they are, by circumstance, forced to neglect themselves. But that's a tricky business. And that's very challenging. So they have to be treated with a lot of compassion, because it can really be hard for them. And then the husband can think that the woman isn't paying attention to him, so they can feel neglected as well. That's such is the price of life. Yes. The struggle of life. Everybody caring for the new life, and they fall into second place, and they take it personally. So then, but that's getting off into an important subject, but another subject. But compassion, and as I say, what we're trying to do with this book is educate people about what's taken place in this world that is not recognized, not seen, and explains so much of the active problems of the world, ranging from the evil that's done in the name of the military, yes, the evil that's done in the name of the government, that's under the influence of satanic powers and worse, and to become aware of all of this. This is, and as I say, it has to be taught and directed at a compassionate level. And I really appreciate those in the audience who've donated to Douglas, because this is about compassion for him, because this story is coming out of him. And we have to have compassion for him, because what he went through was not compassionate. It was very tough. Now, I heard somebody saying, I don't know if it was an astrologer or a pop psychologist, whatever it was, I wanted to tell you this a couple weeks ago. They were saying that life, somebody who just lives a regular life and has a good job, raises the kids, has retirement, doesn't bother anybody, doesn't bother too much by anybody. This person was criticizing that type of life, in saying that the real, I don't know how he said it. I don't know if he said heroes, but the lives of value, he said, are the lives of people who go through trauma and experience, and they do something, they accomplish something. Yes. And I thought of you are a perfect example of that, Douglas. It's like he would have held your life, if he understood and knew who you truly were. He would have held it in high esteem, and treated you or identified you as more of a lucky person than that person who
understood,
aced life in a comfortable way.
Right.
And this was just his viewpoint. I'd say anybody who lives on this plane of life and joy, good for them, because if they're not hurting other people, because it's really something to experience joy. I mean, we should all have those moments, or lives, or whatever.
Yes.
I don't know how many people are living such lives. I can't.
Not many, apparently.
I really don't know. And Jupiter is a good planet for, you know, bringing these things out. There are periods of joy in life. There are periods which are very good. There are periods which aren't so good. You know, in everybody's life. So, this book I'm doing with Douglas is a great learning opportunity, and we're learning about his life, and we're learning about what's taken place at the highest levels of the Defense Department. They're so high that most of the Defense Department doesn't even know about it, and those
True.
that might, you know, it's, you know, they're just kind of cut off. They're ignorant.
Yes.
Because they take their orders.
Yeah.
You know, they're just we're just following orders. Yeah. And that's what they do. That's how you're judged. Will you follow orders? So, wow. So, I'm going to try, and that's why the Jupiter, the second Jupiter return, is I have to be very careful with what I say, because it's not my job. Well, it isn't. It's not my job to piss people off. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to educate them, and in the same, you know, they're going to be pissed off at themselves.
Yeah.
And transfer that to me. So what I want to word things is, you know, tell people in some long Sanskrit paraphrase of, you know, how beautiful and wonderful they are, and then say, well, you know, learn about this. It's like what I guess shock is, and yeah, it's as they say, the older and arguably wiser I get, I see the futility of trying to teach people certain things of which they should know, because they will fight you.
Yes.
And this comes into addiction. Yeah, I'm dealing with somebody who's a co-alcoholic now, and it's like they called me up to tell me, well, I talked to my friend, and it's really not, you know, you don't understand. This person did this. I said, no, and I kept telling me, you still don't get it. It's not about them. It's about you. Yes. The more you keep talking about them, the more you're addicted to them. You have to cut it, you know, or not talk about it.
Yes.
Because I was blaming them, and I wasn't the only one, for making the addict situation worse. So it's like, you know, people want to defend their ego. It's all about their ego.
Yes.
So people are addicted to, you know, not just alcohol, but they're addicted to Netflix. They're addicted to their cell phone. They're addicted to wrong data. They're addicted to TV news. And it's some of the worst is they're addicted to either the left-wing media or the right-wing media, which just keep you in an addictive pattern.
Yes.
And not seeing what's really going down in the world. Now, so that's my lecture on compassion.
Beautiful.
And, yeah, I mean, and that's what I have to try for the next, you know, 6 months there, and try and stay on that train, because I was also this, and this is interesting. I'm going to relay a story. I can't do it precise justice, but I'm going to do my best. On Saturday, I met with Stephanie South in New York City. She is of course, the disciple and curator of the work of Jose Arguelles, who helped start Earth Day, the first Whole Earth Festival.
Right.
And I learned a little bit more. Now, I had been with her. I took her to Montauk. I picked her up in Sag Harbor. I think it was on April 30th or April 29th, something like that. And I took her to Montauk. We saw my friends at Montauk, and then I delivered her to a B&B nearby. Picked her up 2 days later and took her to the airport. And so, I was familiar with her luggage, putting it in my trunk and whatnot. And of course, she was, after that, I took her to the airport and she was flying to Egypt, Greece, and Italy, doing her work. So I thought, oh, yeah, it's the same luggage I, picked up in Sag Harbor and delivered at the airport. I was used to putting her 2 suitcases in my trunk.
Right.
So we met in the city, and she told me what happened in Egypt. Now, she was going there to put some crystals in the river. That she was doing this for Jose. Now, Jose passed away I think 2011.
Wow.
12 years ago. Is a Jupiter cycle there. 12 years is Jupiter cycle. So anyway, she was putting these rivers in a crystal for him. I don't understand what the circumstances were. I don't remember. But that's why she went to Egypt. And while she was there, and I don't know which pyramid it was, whether it was the Great Pyramid or some pyramid, but she was going to do this tour and meditate in the pyramid. And this official saw her and took her aside and said, there's something special about you. He says, I'm going to give you a personal guide. She said he was dressed immaculately, suit and a tie, very good looking. He was like an official. And he dealt with her personally, took her around, and then he started saying stuff to her like, I'm going to nap kid you, meaning he was transposing kidnap. Like his English was not perfect. He said, I'm going to nap kid you. I'm going to take everything you have. And he's like,
wow.
I'm going to kill you. And he's kind of like bullshitting and being funny.
Jesus.
But it's not funny. I said,
yeah.
That's not funny.
No.
And she didn't know. She was a little on edge about it. She's traveled all over the world, and basically he did the meditation. It was just kind of his bullshit that he was doing, like, and he did that. So she wasn't, but it was like an initiation, and it was very occurred to me at that point, he's just like some old guardian of the pyramid from 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Now he's just in a modern suit. The same damn energy, the same damn being. And this was an initiate. This is, and I had to stop her, and I said, this is why I have always said you shouldn't go to, and I'm talking to her, he said, you shouldn't go to Egypt unless you have a reason to go there.
Yeah.
It's not something, these energies are serious.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend Chelsea had discovered the chamber beneath the Sphinx, and she said she paid the price for it. She attributed her difficulties with breast cancer, and the cinematographer, Boris Said, went with him, his death afterwards.
Wow.
And the person who sponsored them had 13 heart attacks. She said this is all related to the pyramid. And that was an act of humility for her to admit that.
Yes.
She also said that time in the King's Chamber was like the highlight of her life when she was there.
Wow.
So she knew that pyramid very well. So I understand the energy of the pyramid. I'm not like necessarily know the dimensions of it, but I understand the energy of the pyramid, and I very strong. I said, if I'm not going to Egypt unless I have business there,
Yes.
and that's sort of how I am with travel. I don't, I seldom go to areas that I don't have business there, and I greatly resent sightseeing. I mean, some of it's okay, but it can become excessive. And even when I go to California, like Southern California, it's to see my family, or it's business.
Yes.
I mean, it's not business sometimes, but it's the business to see my family or whatnot. So I'm very much directed that way, and I really believe that way, but especially with esoteric sites. And all my trips to Romania have been business. Even the trip when I initially went to spend time with Paula, I was there for business. Seeing her was, sort of the cookie on top, or
Yes.
on top. But that's not why I went. That was incidental, and it turned into, far more. But the so what happened after she left Egypt? She went to Athens, and she stayed at a place that was very highly rated on Booking.com. I guess it was like a family hotel or B&B or whatever it was. And she went out for an hour to tend to something, just an hour, I think, on her first day there.
Mm-hmm.
And she came back, and the door was broken in, and the entire place was ransacked.
Jesus.
All her credit cards were taken. She said he was a kind thief because he took the passport and he left it on the bed for her. He didn't steal her passport.
Wow.
Just uncommon.
Yeah.
That will usually steal the passport.
Yes.
And he stole her laptop, and there was a lot of work that had gone that was going to be put on the website that was lost.
Oh.
Plus a presentation she was going to be doing in Italy after that, which she did do. So she said that this was like an initiation in the pyramid, and this guy was like doing an initiation. She said it was like she was reading about Inanna and how Inanna had been stripped of everything.
Yes.
And then resurrecting. And she said, this is the story of Horus, the story of Christ. It's all about being stripped down to nothing and then resurrecting. So she said, when she did her presentation, she talked about, well, what if we don't have computers? Because I just lost mine.
Yeah.
So the presentation was very much directed and dictated by that. So she's had to change herself. Now I'm seeing her after all of this happened, and she was very settled. But she accepted. I mean, it's traumatic. So she had to spend time fixing her credit cards, getting all that sorted out. She had kept a debit card with her, so she wasn't without money. And the owners of the facility were so apologetic and so, said, nothing like this has ever happened before. And they said, there are elections going on in Greece right now. There's a lot of tumult, sociological tumult. But she said she must have been being watched. They offered her to come back and stay at, I think, in an island they have or something. If she ever wants to come back, stay back there for free, because they felt so bad about what happened.
Wow.
And I think, I don't know how much, I don't know if money was lost, but it was certainly the credit cards, which is just irritating. And then having your laptop taken and all your work, and then they put a new door on, and much more secure door, and that was torn down and ransacked too.
Wow.
While she was there, they didn't steal anything because she had nothing left to steal.
Yeah.
So this is part of the pulls of traveling. She was traveling during Mercury retrograde. And, Mercury is the god of thieves.
Yes.
And she appreciated the kindness of the thief for leaving her passport. That would have been, so she went to the police, and they just said, you're lucky the passport wasn't taken. They steal computers all the time. This is what they do. So that was quite an initiation. the trip in Italy went well. She said a lot of people there were really interested in my work, which she talked about, and I got to see her on the on the return, and we were talking there in the lobby of this hotel, and I was talking about I was showing her the towel squeeze for some problem she had in her wrist or hand, and I made a comment. I said, I could probably, beat some of these big, strong guys in arm wrestling. I don't know that I could. I said probably could because of the Qigong techniques that I know.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, you couldn't beat me. Mm-hmm. She just said it very matter-of-factly.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what do you mean? She says, well, I've got a good arm wrestling story. She said, when I was 24, I saw this ad by this guy, I forget his name, but he was, doing something on dreams. Do you want a dream or, something? He wrote this ad, and she called him up and said, yeah, I want to, do this. I'm only 24 years old, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, they got together and they ended up arm wrestling. And she beat him.
Wow.
Now, Stephanie's not doesn't look masculine at all. She's very feminine, very beautiful, very feminine. And she says, I said, well, how do you do it? She said, well, I pull on a higher energy. I pull on a higher energy. I said, well, that just sounds just like Qigong, so I can understand that. And she beat this guy, and he says, you need to, after she beats him, she says, you need to meet the 13, I don't know what he called them, moon group or something. and basically, I think she drove down with him to Davis, California, where they were having the anniversary of the first Whole Earth Festival, and that's where she met Jose.
Okay. Because
of the arm wrestling. I don't know what the hell arm wrestling. Why when she beat him, he says, "Oh, you need to go meet these people." And this is the whole psychology of time, which is to take us off the Gregorian calendar, which is the programming we're under, to put us on indigenous time, which is 13 lunar time.
Yes.
This is what all of the Dream Workshop should be towards, is getting us into the proper consciousness of time. And so, even though I met with her for a short time and took her to the airport, it was very meaningful, and with the arm wrestling. So then we arm wrestled, and it was not easy to beat her. I did beat her, but there was one point where I said, God, I'm ready to give up. This is just too much. And from that point, I was able to take her arm down, but it was tough. So I said, I don't know how I do against some big strong guy, because the idea is they're using muscle and you're using bone and tendon, but I said, if I tell you some of my secrets, you probably could beat me. But what I was going to say about that is I also realized this table is too low. I wasn't in the comfort zone, because the table wasn't like a high table, like if you were on a bench, typical bench that you see at a barbecue. It wasn't like that. I said, it's very awkward. She says, yeah, me too. So it's like, you're not in your comfort zone. It's a big mistake to do something if you're out of your comfort zone. And I was out of my comfort zone in the way I was positioned. So it's very important that you're not in there. But it was a very strange thing that just happened between us, because it's not somebody I would have ever thought I was arm wrestling. Mm-hmm. But so be it. So we had a great meeting, and she felt she'd be back in New York soon enough, whenever that is. So it's unfortunate that she won't be at the Dream Workshop. Maybe she'll show up, but two of her best friends, who are very familiar with her work and Jose's work, will be there to help get us on the consciousness of going back to the indigenous time, rather than this, this whole world that we're living in is a lie. But of course, you don't want to deconstruct it all at once, or then you'll be insane.
Yes.
Which might be perfectly fine to some of these occultists.
Yes.
They might prefer that. So with that said, I want to now redirect towards Alexander Dugin. And for those of you who are not familiar with Alexander Dugin, he is known as Putin's Rasputin. Putin, Rasputin. And I want to go into the exact circumstances of how Douglas met him, why he was sent over there, sort of the real world, if it was like a movie and you get your orders to go see him, and what transpired on the interaction in the physical plane, how much dialogue between the two of you. But first I will preface this with something that our friend sent us, who had been asking many questions, and we answered the questions to the best of our ability. And he sent a picture with a statement that saying Putin was part of a witches group or coven, and that all these witches were meeting to support Putin, and that the male and witches were likely priests that were not there in their priestly garb. And when I say priest, I mean from the Russian Orthodox Church. So anyway, with that, Douglas, I'd like to hear if you have any comment on that, the occultness of Putin, and then if you could go into the meeting with Alexander Dugin.
Sure. The first thing I'd like to say about the witches supporting Putin is that that's no surprise. I mean, it might be just completely fallacious. Somebody could have just taken a picture of a bunch of practicing Wiccans or the equivalent thereof, whether it was in Russia or not, and then just said these people are supporting Putin, and could simply be trying to propagandize. But the reality is that the only reason I would even suspect that such might be the case is simply because when it comes to Putin, he's such a misogynist that has done so much against women's rights, which of course is what witches are for, is essentially a witch is by her very nature a feminist. And so it doesn't strike me that witches would be supporting him, but certainly occultists would be supporting him, particularly male occultists who are also misogynists and very hostile to the feminine power. I mean, certainly one of the things that people would notice if they hear the two Bulgarians that were interviewing myself, they had initially privately told me that they were open to my speaking about Sofia, which is the name of the capital of Bulgaria itself, and therefore the feminine empowerment in a hopefully a better age to come. And yet when I tried to speak, and this is on record in what I published, not the way that they're going to re-edit it if they ever publish what they're going to publish at all, but certainly in what I published, which is the complete interview, uncensored, which they obviously did not want to ever happen, and actually tried to take my channel down off of YouTube because I did publish it. You can hear that they don't want me talking about the spirit of Sophia at all. They tried to shut me down, and I said, no, I'm going to speak of this. And so it really shows where they're coming from is anti-female, quite the opposite of what they were implying to me privately before the interview. So that would be the thing that I think is probably the most important thing to point out about that, shall we say, that little screenshot that was sent to us. I don't think that it's necessarily real. But it's something to simply take into account, and then at that point see if it holds any weight later as life goes on, so to speak. Just keep an eye open for it as time progresses. And when it comes to, let me just check something here, and incoming message. Mr. Brendan Zogit points out that Raz means head in Arabic. So it works. Raz of Putin, head of Putin, Rasputin, and so the or Putin's head. And that would be essentially what would be the mad philosophy of Russia today. Russia at this point is a satanic empire that is all the more so because they claim that they're Christian and that what they're doing is in the name of Christianity. And the horror is that their church supports them. But for those of you who don't know, the real head of the Eastern Orthodox Church, the closest they have to a pope, and they do not have a pope. That is a pointed difference, of course, between the Church of the West, or the Roman Catholic Church, and the ancient Eastern Orthodox Church, is that they don't have a pope that would have that same level of power, that would claim infallibility, that would claim to be a direct circuit to the Godhead, so to speak. But at the same time, they do have an exarchate, and they do have someone who tries to act as the coordinator, the, if you will, the communicator, the go-between, or someone who helps make peace among the various national churches that do get recognized, such as Romanian Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox churches, etc. And there are other emerging nationalities in the Balkans or the East that are vying for recognition, such as the Macedonian Orthodox Church, which is not yet recognized. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church is kind of in that gray area. And yet the exarchate in Constantinople, or the remnants thereof within the Turkish-conquered Istanbul, they have excommunicated the Russian Orthodox Church. So understand that the Russian Orthodox Church is excommunicated. It is not, at this point, recognized by Orthodoxy. And this is because, at this point, they are now truly simply a arm of the Russian government under Putin. In other words, Russia has become essentially a giant personality cult, something similar to North Korea with its cult that is centered on the personality of one man, the man who originally founded North Korea, and that would be Kim the Senior. All the Kims that come after him are essentially, I would say, echoes of him. This is how they present themselves. This is not my analysis. This is what they themselves say, is that they are representative only of the first, the founder. So when it comes to what needs to be emphasized here, and this is what I was confronting with the challenge of somebody who I actually like, or certainly liked at one point. I don't know if that would be reciprocated anymore, because I, in a sense, embarrassed him on my own program. But there was this individual named John Miranda. And John Miranda was this individual who's relevant to bring up because his life is such a unmitigated tragedy. Something that, it didn't need to go in the direction that it went in, and he took it there because of this noxious belief system in Russism, or this Russian ideology. And this individual was a sportsman for the Navy, represented the United States via the naval services in the Olympics, and participated as an Olympic swimmer. And he wound up, and this will lead to how I met Dugan, because I had to explain to him what had happened with that entire meeting being arranged by Michael Aquino, because I was trying to talk some sense into him, because his entire life has gone towards just sacrificing everything he had in the belief that Russia is the salvation of the world. Indeed, when I explained his position in life to she even went so far as to basically say he's a traitor. And I could see why she would say that. In a very real sense, he is. So you're talking about somebody who's no longer living in the United States, essentially is living according to himself in the wilderness of Scandinavia. And this fool married a beautiful young woman from Georgia, this relatively small nation state in the Caucasus Mountains. And she gifted him by birthing a pair of sons. And then this madman, John Miranda, tells her that I'm going to, do everything I can to help the Russians liberate Europe, invade Europe, liberate Europe. And bear in mind, this woman's entire family was massacred by the Russians who invaded her country of Georgia. So you're talking about somebody marries this woman who's a refugee, seeking to marry an American so she can come to the United States. She winds up realizing this man does not want to go back to the United States. Instead wants, the Russians to overtake Europe. And of course, she basically separates from him, makes certain that he does not have access to the children, lives in a different country from him, lives in Norway, while he's stuck in Sweden. And basically whatever they arranged later where he could visit his children or whatnot, it is certainly on a purely visitation basis. He doesn't seem to even have them for like periods of time, and I forget what they call that when you get a couple that separates or divorces and you have the children go between one parent and another.
Custody.
Joint custody. Thank you. He has no joint custody. And I'm like, and just the horror of this is think about the fact that this man is not being paid. It's not like the Russians have hired this man. It's not like he's getting money from them. He's just basically been brainwashed by hours and hours of cruising on the internet. That this is what's happened to so many people in the West, is that they've basically gotten into this internet milieu where the only other nation, basically there's only one nation on earth that, how do I say this? If you want to know why the Russian military isn't worth a shit, it's all their efforts go into the internet. It's as if they are a glass cannon, in the sense that a glass cannon shoots and can do enormous damage, but it's still glass. And the moment that somebody gets close enough to shatter it, it's not like it has a defense mechanism. It's not like it's got any way to defend itself. In other words, what they could do is subvert. And this is what they were counting on to conquer planet Earth. And in a very real sense, they succeeded. They've gotten into the minds of men, and they've copped their souls to where these people have done things that are against their own self-interest, hurt the lives of those around them, make absolutely not one single iota of rational sense. So these are all people who are madmen that have been driven mad by Russism. There's the idea that the Russians are going to save the world. Now, I went into a little bit of the pedophiliac roots of Alexander Dugin's ideology, but we'll go into that again more during monologue, perhaps. Right now, probably the most important thing is to present what I presented to John Miranda in attempting to show him the error of his ways. I pointed out the fact that, now bear in mind that at the same time that he was on with myself, Ian West was on with him. And both Ian West and John Miranda read the same crap. They trawl the same waters. And by trawling, I mean like if somebody's net fishing and they throw down the trawling net and they just rake the ocean floor and pick up everything on the ocean floor and they drag that net back up, and then you get not just whatever you might be looking for, you get everything else. You get plastics and trash and dolphins and whatever, sharks and things you shouldn't be getting in the net that risk the extinction of endangered species. And then you get fish as well. And with these people, they're not selecting what it is that that is of any value. They are simply picking up everything. Now, Holly Kaditis Kiefer writes me in the message box, have you discussed this Wagner group? And I thank her for that. And yes, we have. And it's kind of a separate subject. So it's not all that pertinent to what we're speaking of, but there is a demonic or diabolic influence there. I provided a photo to Peter Moon in the past of the kind of masks that the Wagner group was wearing in the battlefield. And these are diabolic masks. So let's try and put into perspective right now the horror of the situation in Russia that I confronted firsthand when I was sent there by Michael Aquino. And bear in mind that this was something that for years I never brought up because everybody was warning me, who knew me, that you're not going to get away with anything in life if you ever bring up the fact that you were in Russia. You'll be like a new patsy. You'll be like someone like the Lee Harvey Oswald. They exploited the fact that he had gone to Russia to turn him into a traitor. And that therefore, if you ever bring up that you were in the Soviet Union while it stood, it will be used against you. And for years, of course, I took that to heart and said that is something that makes sense. But at this point, it's so far beyond the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the situation has gotten so dire.
Nobody cares anymore.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore. It's not the younger generations have no idea of Lee Harvey Oswald as a patsy or exactly the dynamics behind that, and they don't really care. So when it comes to what had happened, as I explained to John Miranda, the important thing to remember is that when I'm going to do my best to contextualize the madness that I ran into while in Russia to a degree. Now, bear in mind, my stay there wasn't necessarily all that long, but it was certainly long enough to get the job done and to be exposed to, certainly in preparation, to the short amount of time I spent with Alexander Dugin and the kind of people he was surrounded with, and the kind of people that we were making connections with in the United States. By that I mean we, the Department of Defense, specifically in the form of Michael Aquino in particular. But Michael Aquino was operating on behalf of a united front of like-minded madmen in the United States, contacting like-minded madmen in Russia. So bear in mind that these were the same people who united with each other in World War II. That these are the Edomites. These are the Edomites who wish to bring about the end of the world. And there's no exaggerating that. This is their stated objective. So when it came to what the Americans realized after years of dealing with the Cold War bullshit, to put this into perspective for people, understand that the Russians and the Americans were never really enemies. They just basically were united in World War II against the Third Reich. They were still in a united front against the Third Reich after the Third Reich emigrated into Unterland. So when the Third Reich emigrated into Unterland, the enemy was still extant. still is today. And therefore, the Russians and the Americans have never considered themselves to be enemies. They might be competitors ideologically. It's not that their competition was friendly or sportsmanlike. And if one could have overwhelmed the other economically and overtaken the world in terms of their paradigm, they would have, because they had no loyalty to each other. There's no honor among thieves. The British imperialists, the Americans, and the Russians, these were all the allies, equally corrupted by Adam. And they were completely infiltrated and riddled with the horror of the Herodian insurgency. So when it came to all of those people in the Department of Defense trying to overthrow the Soviet Union, simply so they could have a more honestly diabolic Russia, an honestly satanic Russia, the way we have basically a brutally honestly satanic America. Whatever you could say about the Greater Soviet Union in terms of its crimes and its sheer, pure, raw evil, they put up a front of ideological motivation. And the Americans wanted a Russia that did away with that. That was just bare-faced evil, like the Americans themselves, where there's no excuse, no ideological rationalization to do what you do. Now, because the Greater Soviet Union was an atheistic state, there was no reason that the atheistic state could acknowledge the fact that there were Satanists at all, because they denied the existence of Christ and Christianity in the church. And since they were denying the reality or spiritual potentiality of the church, then if they were to acknowledge that they were Satanists, they would be giving credit to Christ and Christianity and the church itself. So therefore, the only thing that the Greater Soviets could do was ignore the existence of Satanists completely. And therefore, the Satanists were the only interest group in the Soviet Union that was left untouched, kind of given a 007 license to kill, just like in the United States. Now, we know the reasons why in the United States. I've explained them at great length before, but to give them to you in summation, basically when Sandy Gallant became a local hero and then an international hero because of her taking down the individual who was working with Michael Aquino, the individual who was my high school teacher, Gary Willard Hambright. And she was recognized already as an expert in occult crime, and then became kind of like the leading expert in occult crime to the point where she could have just retired and engaged as a consultant in occult crime as a career, or at least that's how it appeared she could have done that at the time. That was when Aquino's empire struck back, and they basically rendered it impossible for her to do that, because they rendered occult crime a crime in and of itself. In other words, it would be criminal to pursue occult crimes and seek justice legally through law enforcement in investigating them, pursuing them, closing cases about them. This threatened the Satanic Empire of America so much that they made certain to present their best and their brightest, quote unquote, in the face of Lieutenant Colonel James Channon at the time, who was portrayed in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats by the sex bomb actor, who then made him look like a sex object, a man to be admired. And these were the men who basically campaigned all over the United States that if you were to pursue anyone committing crimes because of their religion, then you would have to pursue the Roman Catholic Church and other religious bodies as well for any of their members who committed any crimes. Therefore, when somebody committed crimes of a satanic nature, you couldn't pursue it because you'd be conducting religious persecution. You would be persecuting an entire faith for the acts of a single person or group of people involved in a particular crime. Therefore, if somebody robbed a bank and dropped a Roman Catholic saint's medallion on the scene of the crime, and of course you wouldn't imply that that would implicate the Catholic Church. Therefore, if somebody killed somebody inside of the middle of a satanic pentagram drawn in human blood, you couldn't implicate the Church of Satan. Because of the fact that the American law enforcement branches of service, from federal to local, all accepted this because it meant less and less work for them, then the satanic cultists were given a 007 license to kill at that point forward. And from that point forward, they've abducted and killed thousands of people with no investigations ever being consulted or launched or pursued to any closure, because the law essentially will cover up their crimes, will enable them by using a water hose, a fire hose. They'll call in the fire department to hose away the pentagram drawn in human blood. They will literally do this. So at that point, the state becomes literally satanic. And this is what the man who was pursuing the serial killer, the man known as, help me out here, Peter, the one killing people in New York, the son of Sam, the man pursuing...
Well, they accused David Berkowitz of being the son of Sam killer.
Yeah, and David Berkowitz, an author who wrote the book The Ultimate Evil.
Maury Terry. Yeah,
Maury Terry ultimately drank himself to death because of his depression involving, well, what he found out. The fact that the state itself is satanic and covers the crimes of this network, which he called the ultimate evil. And so the network of Satanists is certainly hyper-national. It is beyond North American borders, both in Canada and the United States and Mexico. You have something that is a insurgency, an entire insurgency, a subversion, an infestation of subversives who basically are protected by your government, and therefore your government is part of the insurgency. Your government is therefore indeed satanic. So when I presented this to Ian West and John Miranda, they both agreed heartily, without any qualms. But then I explained the fact that it's the same in Russia. Now, as I explained, the British Empire was run for years, centuries, by the Hellfire Club, which contained the overwhelming majority of the nobility, and that they conducted mass sacrifice in Asian India, crucified it on a crown of thorns, the Great Hedge of India, which people can look up on their own. There's plenty of information available on it now. When I first brought this news out, the man who stood against me, Stephen Outram, was claiming in his 1,000 pages column about myself that the Great Hedge of India never existed, that there was no information on it. That information is everywhere now. You can look up the Great Hedge of India and you could go on for hundreds of pages of searching and find out everything you need. And that resulted in the death of literally 100 million Asian Indians over the time that the Great Hedge of India stood over the Asian Indian subcontinent, dividing that subcontinent into 4 quarters, where the British could control who got what food, what medical supplies, who got salt, one of the most important things in the world. Without it, you can't preserve food and rehydrate, etc. Many, many things. In Russia, what they had was the Izborsky Club. Now, most Americans have never heard of the Izborsky Club, and it's an extremely influential organization. It's a key part of the core group that's driving the world toward war. So its elite membership brings together Alexander Dugin and his core of Eurasianist intellectuals with key Moscow power players in the political, military, and economic arenas. And the founder and president of the Izborsky Club is Alexander Prokhanov. His first name is spelled exactly like Alexander Dugin's. Not the way you would in English. It's Slavic. It would be romanized as Aleksandr. Alexander. In this case, the man's surname is spelled Prokhanov. Prokhanov. Now, at the time that I met with him, he was a high-level Soviet propagandist. In 1991, Prokhanov wrote the Word to the People manifesto for the coup d'etat that attempted to restore the Stalinist hardliners to power in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And following the failure of the coup d'etat, Prokhanov joined the radical ultra-nationalist opposition, which he has boosted through his publication. And there is this time when the Soviet Union still stood, when he and Alexander Dugin were basically Satanists who were, of all things, organizing people through rock bands, which was like a protest performance in the former Soviet Union. In the greater Soviet Union, rock music was considered decadent. Yet, of course, all kinds of people would play it because this was their way of saying fuck you to the man, and just their way of trying to do something to relieve themselves from the endless tedium of Soviet national music and the cultureless culture that was offered in Soviet society, which was to say no culture at all. And so the way to get young people to convert to Satanism was to basically get this kind of death-worshipping heavy metal music that was personified by certain types of rock, and then basically subvert the rock music all the kids were listening to with this, and then basically take that and draw them into the ideology that the club was, the Izborsky Club, was offering. So this was the network of young protest artists that were essentially using a lot of what they felt was just anarchic symbolism, and then being converted into true Satanism through various rituals, induction ceremonies. All of this was thriving in the Soviet Union, which did nothing to pursue it for the same reasons that the Satanists were not pursued in the United States. You couldn't touch them because that would admit to something. It would admit to the impotence of the state. And because the state could never admit impotence, it rendered itself impotent. And this was the underground that would ultimately overthrow the Soviet Union. So people never ask how the Soviet Union fell. How did it fall? They had such a tight control, everybody thought. They had, if you ever take a look at these reactionary science fiction authors, the people who are like Larry Niven, and of course Reginald Brentner, Jerry Pernell, these assholes who just ran science fiction to the ground over a period of generations and started these ultra-reactionary publishing houses like Baen, B-A-E-N, that came to dominate science fiction. And this is the American Izborsky Club. These are the people who were LaRoucheites. And what did Lyndon LaRouche do? He defected to Russia. So you're talking about somebody who was once the advisor to Ronald Reagan, the man responsible for SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative. Not Ronald Reagan, Lyndon LaRouche. Lyndon LaRouche was responsible for the whole Star Wars program. He was the man who published the newsletters that united all the physicists in lobbying for it. that ultimately bankrupted Russia because they couldn't keep up with that kind of defense spending. So when it came to these people, they were contacting science fiction authors behind the Iron Curtain. And of course, when Michael Aquino sent me to rendezvous with the Izborsky Club, and Alexander Prokhanov and Alexander Dugin, it was simply to let them know that they were going to get all the support they needed from the Department of Defense, the United States Department of Defense. But they had to overthrow the Soviet Union and install someone, a puppet, who would help to bring about the end of the world. So when it came to my meeting with them at this period of time, when I flew into Russia, ostensibly as just kind of like somebody who was perfecting his Russian language skills, somebody working with the U.S. government, they even pretty much said I was working with the Department of Defense. There was no real need to hide it. A lot of people just don't realize how degenerate the American system was. When, for instance, there was a U.S. general who was basically visiting Russia, and it was completely official. It was something that basically there's like a mutual exchange program the militaries have where they kind of do a mutual inspection of each other's nuclear arsenals. It was this kind of bullshit where they're just making certain everything is on parity. Parity was the term they were using, strategic parity. Following the SALT program, strategic arms limitation talks requirements, etc. A lot of these generals get pig-faced drunk, sleep with Russian hookers. There was case after case where these guys wouldn't wake up for days. And when they did wake up, they had no memory of what had happened. It was obvious the Russians had taken them someplace, got them all doped up, juiced them for hours under heavy drugs, including hallucinogens. And these guys would probably reveal everything they knew. This is why Aquino said it was so important to compartmentalize people's memories. But with these Russians taking advantage of American high-level commissioned officers who weren't subject to such brainwashing, the Russians knew everything there was to know about the Americans, including the fact that their launch codes were 0000000. There was nothing the Russians didn't know about the Americans already, but it was really pretty mutual. Both sides knew that the other side was entirely incompetent and a house of cards teetering on the brink of collapse. So when I rendezvoused with these people, it was all in that knowledge, all in that light. And the short time that I had with them, all I can say was they were the same kind of people that Aquino was. There's nothing particularly different about them than Aquino. Basically, I would say the other powerful members of the Izborsky Club would be Zavtra's editor-in-chief, Alexander, again, the same fucking name, Nagorny. He became a person of importance in Putinist Russia. There was Putin's Eurasian Union policy architect, or the man who became such, Sergei Glaziev. There was an economic policy maker, Alexander Agiev. Another one like him, Sergei Bachikov, Andrei Kobyakov. These were just economists. Then there were the military hardliners like Leonid Evashov. There were mercenaries, people who later on probably became involved with the Wagner Group. The Panslav, a soldier of fortune. He was the military editor for Zavtra magazine. Vladislav Shurigin. Some very wealthy oligarchs. Oleg Rozanov, Yuri Lastokhin, Alexander Notin. Now, some of these people were police officers. One of them became the police major general. At the time, he was the head of Russian Interpol. Vladimir Ovchinsky. All of these people, just very patriarchal. This is why the witch thing doesn't really wash with me, that this individual sent us in a screenshot. These were all patriarchs, and they were basically working with deep Satanism. And so when I think about some of the rock concerts that they were basically organizing for the youth, so that they could get them and then ultimately cop their minds, it really goes to show you that music has a tremendous influence in how people are emotionally captivated. So when you take a look at these kinds of people, and I was presenting this to John Miranda and Ian West was able to accept what I was saying. So he proved himself redeemable in the sense that he could understand that Russia is as satanic as America. But John Miranda couldn't. He is seeing things through the filter of this facade of the Russian Orthodox Church being this kind of great, in the middle of some kind of spiritual renaissance. And that's simply not the case. The Russian people were left godless by communism. They're not attending church. The church is supporting the state only as this kind of empty cheerleader for the military, which is why Putin had to build a fucking military church, specifically a military church, because the civilians simply aren't attending. So the military doesn't have a choice. They're ordered to attend. So the only people who are attending churches are under orders. But when it comes to the people of Russia, they're godless and very prone towards this kind of ideology of mystical cultism, of a kind of patriarchy that is nebulous, geared towards the end of the world theology, death worship. So when it comes down to where we're talking about the meeting that I held and how it was arranged through an interest in music, quote unquote. So they said, basically, how would I say this? At that time, I was not yet deaf in my right ear. That came later when I contracted that chicken pox so severely, trying to join the San Francisco Police Department. This was before then, so it wasn't so ridiculous to say I had an interest in music. Though, of course, if anyone had ever asked me to display any skills or talent, I would have been at a loss. But nobody cared. After all, who the hell cares about music? So when it comes to this interest in music, and I was basically attending some rock concerts in Russia, that's basically was the cover. Is that Douglas Dietrich went to Russia, attended some rock concerts, and in the meantime, somehow managed to rendezvous, totally off the record, with the people who would come to ultimately overthrow the Soviet Union and install Putin as a puppet dictator. The people who truly run Russia, the Izborsky Club. So this is a satanic cult that at this point is taken on the world. I think that that helps to explain at least context and hopefully gives everybody an idea of why there's no option in Russia, that they're not the great alternative to America that people like John Miranda think. And people are sacrificing their lives for this. This is what happens when they dive into the internet and never emerge. They're lost in this satanic sea of sewage. So at the time that it was the very late 80s, it was the very late 80s, when and it was around how was it that if I try to remember some of the contacts, I know that when Dugin was expelled, he was expulsed from the Moscow Aviation Institute for his satanic involvements, his ritual sacrifices of animals in the early 1980s. So it wasn't long after his expulsion that I met him. It was around this time that he had contacts with the anti-democratic European Nouvelle Droite. That's spelled Nouveelle, then a space, Droite, Nouvelle Droite. That was basically European, and it was a satanic undercult that he was dealing with in the late 80s. It was at that time that he was in contact with them that I was introduced to him. And bear in mind, some of these contacts that I had that introduced me to the Izborsky Club had no names, so to speak. These are just teenagers. They weren't people of any consequence, other than that they were there to help me through the Russian social structure and make certain that I got in contact with the people who were sponsoring their concerts. And this was all they knew about it, was that, oh, these are culture vultures, that these are like patronage of the arts. They thought of these people as a benign patriarchal patronage of the arts organization. So bear in mind as well that the National Bolshevik Party was not yet established until the 1990s. That was when Putin really emerged into the mainstream. And this was through his participation in a lot of rock concerts. So when it comes to the time that I was dealing with Alexander Dugin, he was an unknown in the rest of the world. The only person in the West who knew of him were people like Michael Aquino. Probably few people outside Michael Aquino knew about Alexander Dugin at all, because they were co-religionists. They were both members of the cult of the kings of Edom. So I do want people to understand that. And I want them to appreciate the gravity of the situation. Whereas Aquino may be physically dead, Alexander Dugin is very much alive. To the point, of course, where he basically killed his own daughter, who was estranged, did not like him, and was threatening, essentially, to become a Christian. And at that point, he had her killed, and basically took it upon himself to make her into a national martyr with the help of Vladimir Putin. We're talking about somebody who's totally heartless, willing to do this, and certainly someone who had never paid any repercussions for his crimes. And with that, of course, if you have any other questions about details, by all means, Peter, go ahead and ask. I'll see what I can dredge up from my memories.
Well, this is very good. It's very fascinating, and you've given a whole context to Russia that I didn't understand with regards to this. What's the name of the group? The
Izborsky Club. I can spell that for you.
Yeah. You can spell it. Yeah, Izborsky Club. If somebody looked up Izborsky Club, would they even find it on the internet? Would it even be mentioned?
I would hope so, because these days they're a bit more open, since they effectively are running Russia with impunity. It would be spelled Izborsky, Izborsky Club. And that would be the romanization for it. And when it comes to these people, they are, at this point, It would like be the equivalent of the Hellfire Club over the British Empire. The Izborsky Club runs the Russian Empire, and understand that Russia is an empire. There are many parts of Russia that are not Russian at all. They're ethnically very different. We're not talking about the constituent republics of the Soviet Union that broke away, but Russia is referred to as a federation for a reason. It's a federative republic of many ethnic enclaves that are Mongol or native Turkic, like the people of Saka are more Turkic in their ethnicity. They're not Slavic. And so these are effectively like occupied nations. Saka is a large part of the furthest edge of Siberia. And they're known as the Congo of Russia, where they extract their diamonds from. This is the General Alexander Lebed, the man who was the contestant for power against Putin in the early days. General Alexander Lebed was put in charge of Saka. And then Putin had him assassinated in a so-called helicopter crash. His helicopter blew up. And so General Alexander Lebed, the Zhukov of postmodern Russia, was eliminated as a contestant against Putin's power. But Putin's power really sources from the Izborsky Club. And for people to understand the Satanism of it, the ideology that connects them to Michael Aquino, the important thing to understand is that they were both members of the cult of the kings of Edom. They were both Edomites. By Aquino's own explanation to me, which had to be correct because he was sending me in to get a job done. There was no room for error. I had a very specific message to relay, and of course, this was a situation of cosmic importance. We're not just talking international relations here. We're talking about people who are engaged in what they believe to be a cosmic struggle for the ushering in of new aeons, strange aeons, in which death will no longer exist. That's why H.P. Lovecraft's couplet said that with the strange aeons, even death may die. Men like Dugin and Aquino believe that when the anti-gods come to rule, then human mortality will no longer be an issue. Either people will die or their lives will be extended by the anti-gods if they are in favor. And therefore they believe that for them death will die, that they will, in a sense, become immortal in a remade reality. So when they seek the end of this world, the physical destruction of this world, they believe the anti-gods will reconstitute into their own image, a world remade in their image that men like Dugin and Aquino will thrive in. This was their belief then, and certainly their belief now. And again, I cannot overemphasize this. They truly seek the end of the world. This has always been their objective in World War II, and it's their objective today. So understand that this has nothing to do with any church revisionism or revitalization in terms of orthodoxy. As I said, the only people attending Russian churches are military men under orders, which is why the churches have become military churches in Russia. And people, don't take my word for this. You can look this up. The churches being built under Vladimir Putin are specifically military churches. They're not churches for civilians. So think of the oddity of that, and it speaks for itself. Now, when it comes to the end of the world, this is something that they obviously can't bring about anymore through nuclear warfare, because that was always simply a bluff anyway. Certainly for the Russians, more so than even the Americans. They didn't have the technology or the wherewithal to maintain a highly complicated nuclear arsenal. It was always bullshit. The real threat would probably come from maybe dirty bombs or biological weapons. But really, it also comes from simply chaos. Just making certain that brother turns against brother, that people give up everything for this ideology that somehow the Russians have something to offer, and that people look on them as some kind of savior of civilization. This is kind of where we were with John Miranda. You're talking about a man who gave up a wife and kids, any semblance of a normal life, and ultimately his ability to live in America for the sake of this idea that drew him in to the point where he was willing to sacrifice everything. And ask yourselves, when you hear something extreme, when you hear something that takes you to a level of reactionary status where reason is no longer the motivator, where you're now moving according to a reaction based on quote unquote values, that is something that they take advantage of. They really do. So that's something that needs to be emphasized. So that being said, again, this was the late 80s. We want people to understand that there was some things that I'm going to have to talk to my psychiatrist about, because I do know for a fact she set up certain blocks to certain memory assets when it comes to this particular subject, because she said it had to do with maintaining my overall sanity and peace of mind. So it's fortunate I remember everything that I do. Other than that, I'd have to ask her about the safety of maybe unlocking a few memories in regard to my trip to Russia. But the one thing I do know, I certainly wasn't partying to any extent that I remember. The attendance of rock concerts was nothing that was particularly enjoyable to me over there in Russia. Nothing where I was really cutting loose and having a blast. I didn't come home with a Russian wife like that poor patsy Lee Harvey Oswald. He strictly met with a bunch of old men and relayed a message that the Department of Defense would give them everything they needed to accomplish their task, which they ultimately did within a fairly short period of time, no less. And if they could do that in Russia against a police state like the Soviet Union, you might ask, well, why don't they do it here, having the amount of cooperation with the authorities? Well, the answer to that should speak for itself. It should be self-evident. They don't need to here, because they already run America. They've been running America since World War II. So it's with Russia, they were in the frying pan and fell into the fire, depending on how you look at it. But with America, that started with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You're talking about a man who dispatched his vice president to prove himself by bringing him the blood of the Christ child, the golden child from outer Mongolia. If my mother hadn't interdicted that abduction, and Henry Wallace had brought back the Christ child to prove himself to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, or the Naga, if he had brought back the Christ child, Roosevelt theoretically wouldn't have died, because he believed that the blood of the Christ child would make him immortal, would have cured him of his polio. If the golden child's blood had been transfused into himself, then Roosevelt would continue in his presidency. Barring that, with my mother having prevented the golden child from surviving the abduction, she did, by ordering the sniper to pump him full of enough lead where you could have thrown him into the sea and he would have sank. The Americans still tried to grab that Nyaga. And had that been brought home and Roosevelt gone on to die, Henry Wallace would have gone on to have been president. But since he failed in every way, Roosevelt allowed him to be replaced by Harry Truman. So in that sense, my mother truly changed the course of history. That's how one of the reasons why Wallace was rejected by Roosevelt, his total failure. And he allowed them to bring in a total unknown this Harry Truman guy, who ultimately took his place. And with that, we turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you. It's really enlightening, more and more context. Thank you so much. It's like I think one of the problems is in trying to assimilate this information is, the kings of Edom are a very literal group, but in other words, it's hard to get traction on them because nobody's heard of them. They've heard of Bilderbergers, they've heard of the Illuminati, they've heard of this, that, and the other thing, but they've never. The Edomites are in the Bible. But I'm going to read just what I found on the Izborsky Club. It's from Wiley Online Library, the Russian Review. Launched at the end of 2012, the Izborsky Club stands as a symbol of the ideological hardening of Vladimir Putin's third presidential mandate. Now, they're saying it launched at the end of 2012. That's much later. They're identifying it as much later.
The best way I could explain that would be, remember that when I rendezvoused with them, it's important to remember at that point they were totally underground. This was essentially a resistance movement. So what they probably mean by launch, or how they perceive as a launch, is they went open. They came out into the public.
I understand that. And it says, founded by publicist Alexander Prokhanov in September 2012, and includes several well-known nationalist and traditionalist intellectuals in Russia. That says it all right there. This is from Wiki. Was created by a group of Russian intellectuals, which is, kind of oxymoronic.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm serious. It's like they had intellectuals around the time of the founding of the Communist Party, but I mean, an intellectual was, fair game, for decades.
Yes.
Amidst celebration of the 1,150th anniversary of the city of Izborsk, with support from Pskov Regional Governor Andrei Turchak, the writer Alexander Prokhanov was elected chairman of the club, and Vitaly Evrianov and Alexander Nagorny were elected executive secretaries. According to German political scientist Umlan Andreas, the club included an ultra-conservative flank of supporters of Russian President Vladimir Putin. So they're coming public. It took its name from the Pskov village of Izborsk near the border with Estonia, where its first meeting took place on the eve of its 1,150th anniversary celebration. The club's meetings, according to official information on its website, were held in all these different cities. Field meetings of the club, were held in other countries as well. They publish a magazine. The organization received a 10 million ruble presidential grant for nonprofit organizations. The project's description stated that the organization would attempt to explain what is the Russian world. Their tasks include creating and presenting analytical reports to Russian authorities and society aimed at forming an updated, patriotically oriented state policy in all spheres of national life, conducting trips to Russian regions, maintaining constant interaction with the country's intellectual elite without being locked in capital experts, creating club divisions in all federal districts of the Russian Federation, formation of a new agenda in the Russian media, the conquest of information niches that objectively arise in connection with the ideological and moral decline of the liberal community, which until recently sought to control the main electronic as well as a large share of paper and online media at the federal level, contributing to form a powerful political and ideological coalition of patriotic statesmen, an imperial front that opposes manipulation in Russian politics carried out by foreign centers of influence, and the fifth column from within the country. I can't imagine anything having a fifth column within Russia, except for the very group you mentioned.
Thank you.
It's impossible to have a fifth column in Russia. God. Yeah. They're trying to prevent fifth columns. They are the fifth column.
Yes.
But wow, this is the organization has significant financial resources. Wow.
No shit, right?
And connections in the Kremlin. Its meetings were attended by the Minister of Culture of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Medinsky, governors of many regions, and presidents of national republics. It is believed that the Izborsky Club reflects the views of the conservative members of the Russian elite. The club has an official publisher of literature. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. So this is yeah, it's thank you for now I also did something curious. I don't think I've ever done this before. I looked up on Google search Edomites. I didn't look up cults of kings of Edom because it's not, I don't expect to find that. Right. But what it says here is interesting. I'm taken to a website that says Jewish Virtual Library, Ancient Jewish History, the Edomites. Traditional enemies of the Israelites, the Edomites were the descendants of Esau, who often battled the Jewish nation. Edom was in southeast Palestine, stretched from the Red Sea at Elath to the Dead Sea, and encompassed some of Israel's most fertile land. The Edomites attacked Israel under Saul's rulership. King David would later defeat the rogue nation, annexing their land. At the fall of the first temple, the Edomites attacked Judah and looted the temple, accelerating its destruction. The Edomites were later forcibly converted into Judaism by John Hyrcanus, and then became an active part of the Jewish people. Famous Edomites include Herod, who built the second temple. Now, John Hyrcanus, it doesn't even sound Jewish.
That's right. Yes.
Hyrcanus. Now, never heard of this character. It's like John Hyrcanus was a Hasmonean or Maccabean leader and Jewish high priest of the 2nd century before Christ, BCE, reigned from 134 BCE until his death in 104 BCE. In rabbinic literature, he is often referred to as Yohanan Kohen Gadol, John the High Priest. Josephus explains in the Jewish War that John was also known as Hyrcanus, but does not explain the reason behind this name. It almost sounds like higher Arcanus or Hyrcanus. The only other primary source, the books of the Maccabees, never used this name with respect to John. The single occurrence in the name Hyrcanus in 2 Maccabees 3:11 refers to a man to whom some of the money in the temple belonged during the 178 BCE visit of Heliodorus. The reason for the name is disputed among biblical scholars, with a variety of reasons proposed. Familial origin in the region of Hyrcania on the Caspian Sea, a Greek regional name, R-E-G.
Regional.
Regional. Well, it's used by regions, like a region, name of a region. It's a region's name in Greek, which would have represented closer ties with the Hellenistic culture against which the Maccabees had revolted under the Seleucid rule. However, the region of Hyrcania had been conquered by Mithridates of Parthia in 141-139 BCE. He was the son of Simon Thasi and hence the nephew of Judas Maccabeus, Jonathan Aphus, and their siblings, whose story is told in the Deuterocanonical books of the Maccabees, in the Talmud, and in Josephus. He was not present at a banquet at which his father and his 2 brothers were murdered by John's brother-in-law, Ptolemy, son of Abubus. He attained to his father's former offices, that of high priest and ethnarch, but not king. Josephus said that John Hyrcanus had 5 sons, but named only 4. It is his fifth brother who was said to have unsuccessfully sought the throne at the death of one of the brothers. Some sources name his fifth son Hezekiah and make him father of Judas of Galilee. It says here, the prolonged siege at Jerusalem caused Hyrcanus to remove any Judean from the city who could not assist with the defense effort. With a humanitarian crisis on his hands, he readmitted his estranged Jerusalemites when the festival of Sukkot arrived. Afterwards, due to food shortages, Hyrcanus negotiated a truce. It's basically, it says here that this guy was, he converted the Edomites into Judaism, but it sounds like he had a lot of compromised issues himself in terms of being tied to the Greeks, tied to Ptolemy.
Yes.
It's all kind of like where the Jewish people were co-opted and inserted.
Yes, and gradually they were subverted. Many of them becoming essentially Edomites. It wasn't that the Jews had so much conquered Edom and converted them to Judaism. They simply absorbed a people who ultimately converted many Jews to the Edomite religion, the Edomite cult. By the way, I remember now that when I was dealing with the people who became the club, as they're known today. I'm so tempted to say the Club of the Third Rome because, of course, the Muscovites believe Moscow to be the Third Rome. But what's known as the Izborsky Club, coming out public as they did, when I was also dealing with them, I think the name that I may have rendezvoused with them under, because at that point, the Izborsky Club was something that they did use, but they used it very secretly. In other words, obviously this was not something that came out until they were ready to come out under the limelight. But when it came to their occult circle, that was even more extensive. Bear in mind, the Izborsky Club was essentially the elite. These were the people with the profits. These were the people with the money to fund. Act as patrons of the arts for these various rock concerts. But at the time that I was meeting with the real underworld, if you took into account the extensive network of the kids involved in the rock concerts, which were all illegal, etc., it was called the Iuzinsky Circle. So I'll spell that IUZHINSKII. If we Romanize it or Latinize it, Iuzinsky Circle. Again, that's IUZHINSKII, the Iuzinsky Circle. And so that was the name of the underground as a network. And of course, the Alexander Dugin, he did hold, there was one thing I do remember now, when it came to the so-called concerts, is that they were preceded or followed, always involved heavily, a lot of Dugin's lecturing. And Dugin, this was kind of like what the Russian kids who were involved with the rock concerts kind of took as just a burden, in the sense that because they were getting patronage of the arts from these patriarchs, it was kind of like in return, they tolerated these lectures being delivered and just kind of let them be delivered before or after the concert. I think usually before, because after the concert, most people would just be too fucked up to even listen. But it was almost like, okay, there's this lecture here, and it's kind of like you attend this, and then we are holding the concert. It kind of like something along those lines where people were willing to tolerate that in order to just get on with the music and socializing thereafter. So when Dugan was lecturing at one of these concerts, and again, this is primarily the reason I didn't find these concerts enjoyable. The few that I was involved with, it wasn't like I got a chance to mingle with the girls after or do anything of the sort. I was basically doing my business with these corrupt old men and these mad philosophers. But Dugan was talking all about angelic entities. And I just found it to be this. Bear in mind, I might speak Russian, but I would be the first to tell you, obviously, it's going to be considered a third language or fourth language for me in terms of my fluency. So for me, much of what he was saying became impermeable. The nuances were simply too nuanced. So, for my experience, it was this absolutely unbearable exercise in transcendental sophistry. It was dealing mainly with the image of Lucifer, of all things, ironically, which I personally should know quite a bit about for some strange reason. The fallen angel, essentially. And he was featuring extensive quotations from Aleister Crowley. The one thing that I don't think many people realize is how Crowleyite Alexander Dugin is, but then so was Michael Aquino, and of course, as Edomites and their connections with England through the Hellfire Club, Crowley becomes the real connection between the Hellfire Club, America's Satanism, and of course that of Russia. It makes perfect sense. So there's this. I remember in the auditorium there were maybe about 20 people of indeterminate age and gender. Really, I mean, and by the way, I say that pointedly: indeterminate age and gender. I want you to understand how odd that might seem in Russia at the time. So, I mean, I'm fairly non-binary, so it's unusual for me to see that as almost the norm. And what makes that stand out is the severe homophobia and identity politics of the Russian reactionaries being so emphatic about men are men and woman are woman. That really wasn't the case here. I thought at the time that they too were perhaps fallen angelic entities who had come to listen to a lecture about themselves. So I think that it was just it's something that I think nobody outside of that world understands. That Dugin conducts black Gnostic masses for the destruction of the world. And these rock concerts were part of that. They were essentially part of the Black Mass that he would conduct. So then when the satanic stuff came out, which people just thought of as fun, the people who were sponsoring it, to them it's deadly serious. And believe you me, there'd always be some kids who disappeared after those concerts. And so this was something where they found people and they found sacrifices. It was a way of getting kids and young people into their coils, dragging them out of some place where they would be physically safe, but bored out of their minds, into a more dangerous area, which was risky and therefore a bit more exciting for it. And therefore, none of the kids were really complaining or questioning all that aggressively if a few of them would disappear. Am I being coherent?
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, because sometimes I wonder, because I'm trying to dredge this stuff out of my memory, and I don't.
No, you're doing good. It's. I mean, this is stuff that, the world hasn't heard, and are completely clueless about, and it's understandable. It's not a question of them being stupid. Where else are they going to hear it? It's certainly something, that even the worst newscasters, the most corrupt, they wouldn't even know about this.
Yes.
It's like you could just imagine Dan Rather or Ted Koppel or characters like that of yesteryear asking about, well, what about this Satanism?
Well, what truly offends me is what What many outside observers, and you'll hear this again and again from people who are trying sincerely and earnestly to investigate this phenomenon of Russism, this severe Russian nationalism, this basically Russian Satanism, and ultimately Edomite cultism, the Russian Edomite cultism. Then and again, I do want people to disambiguate Satanism from the Edomite cultism, because the Edomite cultism is far and away beneath and beyond Satanism in terms of its noxiousness and toxicity. Demons are essentially dependent on humanity, and demons may do everything to corrupt and destroy you, but were humanity to cease to exist, so would they. It's not like they're seeking the total destruction of all humanity. It's something that would be antithetical to their own interests. But when it comes to the anti-gods, quite the opposite is true. So understand that many sincere investigators into the Russian reactionary ideology, in their attempts to understand it, you run again and again and again into these tired, hackneyed, cliched parallels with Nazism and fascism. And they will consistently say something that makes no sense and is completely stupid. They'll interpret these Russian reactionaries as somehow Nazi sympathetic, or that it's one thing to draw parallels with saying that, oh, this is similar to occult powers behind Hitler during the time of Weimar. That's almost valid as a parallel. All analogies and parallels, of course, have their limits and are imperfect. But you can understand someone saying that, even though I find it repulsive myself personally, because the ideologies are so different. But when it comes to people who are trying to perceive Dugin and his end of the world, what you would call terminal cosmic politics, his terminal cosmology of eschatological end times based on Edomite sensibilities as opposed to Christian sensibilities. When people say somehow this is Nazi sympathetic or something like that, at this point they're not seeing anything at all. They're blinded.
Well, the problem is people are not equipped with the proper information to go about investigating it. It's like there are a lot of prerequisites, and your work is a prerequisite to understanding geopolitics in this world. It just is. It just is.
Thank you.
And it's complicated enough. Even if you have all that, you're still dealing with all sorts of other weird things. But yeah, so people, and you know, one of the things I was thinking of a friend telling me, well, this inflation is from all the money that was pumped in from COVID. And to tell you the truth, that's not why we have inflation, because all that money. The real reason we have inflation is because of the oil. Mm-hmm. The oil prices, you know, and Biden stopped the flow of the oil. He stopped the fracking, which wasn't good either, you know, but the fracking's not good. But anyway, he stopped all the oil flow, which caused the price to go up. That's what caused inflation, not all of this money that came from putting out paper currency. And the thing is, and this is the funny thing, it's like the UFOs I was talking about, because I had told my friend Nicole a long time ago, because she's a professor of economics, mm-hmm. and I said, you can't do honest study of economics, whether you're a PhD or whatever, if you don't embrace conspiracy theory, because people will always cheat. And this is the game theory. People will always cheat. So there is no game, except you got to study the cheaters. Now, you have described the economy. Now, they were talking about on the news today of all the $1 billion of merchandise that's been stolen, because they're doing $1,000. Okay, they're thinking people are going into stores with shopping carts and they'll take under $1,000 and they'll just go out with a shopping cart. So they're starting to put merchandise and casings. They're talking about people going into, you know, they call them bodegas, which is basically a deli, running in and stealing ice cream, stealing a pint of ice cream and running out.
Jesus Christ.
So they have the ice cream locked up. So, and they're also saying that in New York, there are like immigrants that are sitting outside these bodegas that are like muscle to stop thieves. They're paid by the owner. And this is like New York used to be. Yeah, we used to have the guardian angels in New York City, which, looked out after the neighborhoods because the police were not reliable. And Giuliani changed all that by making it law and order, getting rid of the squeegee people, because they come up with your squeegee and want you to pay them. They'd, mess up your windshield. It would look dirtier than it did before. They'd want you to pay them. He got rid of the squeegee people. He prosecuted the petty crime, got them off the streets, and New York City was the nicest it's ever been. The consequence of that, it also became a lot more expensive. The price of everything went up. I mean, just to walk down the street practically cost more money. So that was what Giuliani did, law and order. We have it's reverting back to the way it was in the 70s and 80s. It was dangerous to go in there, and it still is. Relatively dangerous. I mean, people, but in New York, people just I mean, they just walk. I mean, life goes on. So it's dangerous, but they still walk up the streets because they got to get to work and so on and so forth. So, this is the...
I think that's important. I thank you for sharing that, and that helps people put things in context here too. There's enough confusion going on in America now. It's not as bad as it was in Russia at various times, but it does bring some more things from my memory. I remember now when I was dealing with all of this in the 1980s, that the way that both Dugin and Aquino connected was they called their connection as almost, this is like satanic inversion magic, so that people understand this. They called their connection their basically their communications with each other via couriers, via a kind of a network of intelligence officers on both sides that were communicating. And when I say intelligence officers, we mean formal official intelligence officers on the side of the United States, but we're talking about members of this underground network on the side of the Russians, obviously having nothing to do with the KGB or the Soviet government, and yet involved with people who were members of that government, such as the president of the Izborsky Club, who essentially was at that time a legitimate Soviet propagandist. And by legitimate, I don't mean positive. I'm not effusing. I mean, he was simply officially recognized. But to put this into some perspective for people, as a historian, I'm obligated to do this. I do want people to understand that Russia, of course, has these manifestations of occult mania. But basically in old Russia, almost everyone resorted to elementary magical help. I mean, magic was used on a daily basis. So this provides us with Russian folk culture, which has basically deep roots in pagan gods. But during the Soviets era, we're talking about 3 years before my mother was born, in 1920, which was itself 3 years after the Bolsheviks had seized power. The forerunners of the KGB, the Czech State Security Organization, was tipped off about a gathering of occultists on the outskirts of Petrograd, that's St. Petersburg. And there was a scientist there who was consulted by the occultists, a biophysicist, just so people understand, biophysics is a very real science, and it involves the occult. Anyone dealing with biophysics is dealing with basically, what would you call it, Peter? The individual who, for instance, morphogenic fields. You're dealing with morphogenic fields.
Yep, no question of it.
Yeah, and the man in question, his name was Alexander, again, another Alexander, Chizhevsky. And Chizhevsky witnessed a checkout raid where officers burst into the building and arrested occultists in the middle of an attempt to place curses on Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, and Leon Trotsky by concentrating their thoughts on photos of these Soviet leaders. And these would-be psychic assassins were shot out of hand. I know about this only through my mother, who basically had later met with the biophysicist Alexander Chizhevsky when he tried to defect to Japan, and reported to her personally what he had seen. Of course, by that time, he was an old man, because by the time my mother met him was maybe about 16, 17 years later. But, of course, when it comes to the Soviet state, they tried to scientifically reconstruct magic into a kind of quantum physics. In that sense, they were on the right track. But it's out of this milieu that when things really began to fall apart was the late 1980s. That's when I went to the Soviet Union. So I want people to understand that that's when the occult and the paranormal reemerged into the mainstream. So if anyone says, how in the Soviet Union could you have rock concerts, black masses, this kind of occult network, understand this was the late 1980s, and the Soviet society was entering a chaotic period of ideological and economic disintegration. People on the outside couldn't see it. Everybody thought that, like I said, the science fiction writers, the reason I despise them, Jerry Purnell, Larry Niven, Reginald Bretner, these Department of Defense contracted science fiction writers, all were the propagandists for the Soviet Union. If you don't understand what I mean by that, these were the fuckers who kept saying the Soviet Union was going to be around forever because the Department of Defense depended on an external threat to justify its extraordinary astronomical budget. So these guys would propagandize in their science fiction stories that the Soviet Union would be a spacefaring empire. And it was also a way to try and promote the necessity of Reaganite Star Wars program, saying that if we don't engage in our own space program, the Soviets will conquer space. I mean, quite seriously, they did have the most active cosmodromes or spaceports, launching the most rockets in the world at the time. You would have thought they were the wave of the future. But the reality was that people were confused, frightened, and desperate for ideas within that empire to replace the certainties of Marxism-Leninism, and Russians turned in their millions to the paranormal and the occult. And all over Russia, urban witches and wizards set up shop to offer magical services. I want people to know that when you see those pictures of witches in Russia, they may very well be Russian witches, because in Russia, there's more faith healers than there are professional doctors. It's a symptom of decades of chaos and authoritarian rule. So basically what happened was that when it comes to the time that I visited, just think of the fact that state television in Russia replaced tractor production reports with psychic healing sessions. I mean, in the twinkling of a red star, Russia went mad for magic. With no belief in anything, mysticism flourishes. And the most famous of the Soviet Union state-sanctioned psychic healers was a guy named Anatoly Kashpirovsky. And he was this former weightlifter and actually a qualified psychiatrist. But he would dress all in black, and Kashpirovsky would treat millions every week during his televised show. And at the height of his popularity, the streets of towns and cities across Russia would empty as people hurried home to catch his program. I mean, he would intone, "For those of you with high blood pressure, your blood pressure will lower. Whoever has hip injuries, they will heal." I mean, I was watching this shit on TV while I was there. So he regularly topped polls as the most popular public figure easily beating the still sober Boris Yeltsin into second place. I mean, I think I actually might have saw him personally once. Never spoke with him. I mean, from a distance. But anyhow, this gives you the kind of context into which I met these people. So understand that it was out of this, by the time that they got all their funding and had overthrown the Soviet Union, it was then around, I think it was around 2014, that Alexander Dugin really became known as Putin's brain. And this was when Russia had invaded the Crimea, and he had just been expelled from being a professor at the prestigious Moscow State University. He actually was a staple on state-run television by that point already. And the reason that they fired him from Moscow University was because he just offended his students. His students found him intolerable because he just kept saying, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" calling for the mass slaughter of Ukrainians and the destruction of the United States. And so, but by the time that I met him and Aquino were talking to each other through what was supposed to be like a correspondence group that they called the Black Order of the SS. And this was supposedly intellectuals fascinated with mysticism and Nazism. And understand that this was in a suppression sense, just like Aquino going over to Wewelsburg Castle and holding a ceremony on my birthday eve night into my birthday. This was that kind of level of suppression of a resurgent Nazism that these people were engaged in, that they hoped that by taking that title, they were suppressing that which they feared. But they were all engaged in experiments with drugs and sex magic. So it was in the early 1990s, after the Soviet Union collapsed, that Dugin became the editor of the Eurasian magazine called Elementi. And the front cover of the magazine's second issue featured a portrait of Baphomet, the goat god, who's also the symbol of the US-based Church of Satan. And so it was in 1995 that this was during Dugin's unsuccessful attempt to get elected to parliament, that Dugin basically was the master of ceremonies in a pre-election concert that was described as a black mass by all the participants, that was held in memory of the British occultist Aleister Crowley. And it was all about sex magic. And during the performance, Dugin's supporters all read aloud from Crowley's Book of the Law. "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." And I know for a fact Dugin was meeting with figures from the Ordo Templi Orientis. So this is a worldwide organization, a worldwide occult organization that once boasted Crowley among its ranks. And I know this because those were the people who went with me to Russia. It wasn't like I went to Russia alone. There were so-called businessmen who were meeting with quote-unquote red executives, people who were trying to run the Soviet equivalent of businesses. Then these men were supposed to help them conduct an outreach program for business outside of the Soviet Union, perhaps even ultimately oil contracts with the United States, so that Russia would import some of its vast reserves to the U.S. to help lower oil prices because of the conflicts in the Middle East. So at that time, the people who went with me were OTO. Now, whatever names they had, I don't remember. I suspect they were hidden either by my psychiatrist, who has helped to wipe a lot from my memory through hypnosis for protection of myself. And I believe she's sincere when she says this. But their names were almost certainly fake anyway. It wouldn't matter if I remembered them. They would almost certainly be aliases. But they were certainly members of OTO who knew Michael Aquino. And so they were there for more occult reasons. Mine was more the point of Aquino's career. But they were there to actually help Dugin perform some rituals in synchronization with rituals Aquino was performing in North America. Does that make sense? I hope I made that coherent.
Of course, it makes sense. I would suspect that they were there to set up businesses in the sex trade in some form or another. That would be
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I do remember that they mentioned on the way home that they knew where all the disappeared girls and boys went to that were disappearing at the concerts. So I do remember that now. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes. So Dugan, just so people understand, he's a chaos magician, and I mean that in the true sense. There is this thing known as chaos magic. This is this postmodern, technology-friendly magical tradition that inspired writers such as William S. Burroughs and musicians such as Genesis Porridge, P-Orridge, and the British band Psychic TV. Dugan was involved with that while these guys were in their heyday. Again, we're talking about the late 80s. And so it was the chaos magic rituals that they were involved in, and the abduction of these kids at these concerts had something to do with that. So with that, we've kept you past your bedtime. It's midnight. You're welcome to stay if you wish, but if you retreat into the gentle night, we love you.
Did very good, and I hope you can carry on, or redo in the morning, because you've hit some very deep territory here. I hope people can truly appreciate it, and I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. You're not going to hear this stuff anywhere else. God, no, you're not going to hear it anywhere else. You're not going to hear it from the OTO. You're not going to hear it anywhere, and it makes sense. All of this stuff makes sense. One point of interest for me was Dugan getting kicked out of the Moscow Aviation Institute. I know David Anderson bought all of the assets of that at one point when it was going under.
Wow.
He bought the assets of.
That's incredible.
I don't know what that entailed, but and he speaks fluent Russian. He would probably have a lot to say if he was open to saying it, or could maybe say if he remembered it, because his memories might be blocked for all I know on this stuff. Because he had intimate connections in Russia, which is which is just, I don't know what that's all about. I just don't know what that's all about. I actually had a dream of him this afternoon after football. I was dreaming, and he, was I kind of addressed him, and I said, "Well, we're together." I said, it's my job to notify people about certain things." He goes, "Yeah." He says, "Well, maybe we'll meet." We'll get together. I think he said, after dinner or dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He was, we'll get together and talk, which doesn't mean he's going to say anything.
Right.
But it was just like, okay, all right, well, big deal. I just said, well, hopefully he'll say something. Right. I was just kind of letting him know I was there.
Fascinating.
Not pushing him.
Right.
Because it doesn't get anywhere.
Yeah.
I think the less I care, the more amenable he might be to revealing something. But what you've revealed tonight is just utterly incredible and fantastic. I'm really, and I'm glad I asked the question, because it all makes sense. It all makes sense, but it's hard to put all the pieces together because of this, occult world that we live in. And occult means things are occulted, they're hidden, they're secret, and we don't know what they're about. So I really thank you, for all your work. Your psychiatrist, one could conclude or assume all sorts of things about her, but in her own way, she seems to be genuinely helping you.
Yes.
It's a mix. She knows her own weird stuff. She's in a very weird position herself.
Yes.
But and I know she appreciates you, and you've told us why. So it's good. So I will wish you good transmission the rest of the evening, and encourage people once again to donate to Douglas. Thank you to those who have, and I want to say good night to everybody. Have a good night, and maybe I'll get up in the morning and
Yes.
revisit.
That would be wonderful. If you can do that, that's great. And before you go, how was the football game?
We play long. We play long. We start a little later. We probably get started around 10:15, and then we play till like 1:30. And it's like we play a lot of games. We're playing flag instead of touch, and these guys are it's a much higher caliber game than I've been playing. So I'm getting myself in more shape, more cardio. Do cardio at the gym on the bike. It really helps my breathing to stay in the game. So, I'm still trying to improve my game, but the competition is so much better, and I prefer that better than having guys that aren't as competitive. So anyway, things are generally well, and we'll look forward to hearing you, if not getting on in the morning with you.
Sounds good. You have a blessed night.
Yeah, thank you, and good night to everybody.
Thank you. Skybooks.usa.com, and all the books of Peter Moon are available there. He's closed the call for now. We're going to try and restart it with a few of our friends. Let's see if we can reach out to Brendan Sogate in particular, who was apparently awake at the time, and see if our man responds. There we are. Good man. And how did your day off go today? Share with us where you're at right now. Are you outdoors or at home?
Well, I'm currently eating some paratha. Made some homemade paratha bread.
Cool.
Yeah. I must have been listening on a delay because you were still talking to Peter.
Understood. Yeah, and it's always confusing to hear that, but it explains a lot. A lot of people, for some reason, get us on a delay. Probably.
Right.
Well, we can speculate all we want. Personally, I think it's a way for the authorities to censor.
You were thinking of Rupert Sheldrake with the morphogenetic fields.
Thank you. Yeah. By the way, just so people understand, I do that a lot myself, and Peter does this as well. It's very easy to say morphogenetic because it comes out, but it's morphogenic.
Morphogenic.
Yeah.
Yes,
And just to disambiguate so people understand.
But in a way, it is morphogenetic. I can explain that in a second.
Yeah, because it affects us at the cellular level, at the genetic level. Yeah. And
I'm not saying that I'm right, but it works from what you were saying about the biophysics. Like I have a friend, she's a biophysicist.
Yes.
She's trained in Germany.
Yeah.
And she worked for Stanford and got blacklisted from there.
Oh my God.
Because and she was married to a Japanese man.
Oh my God. Why?
And
go on. So
that was it. But basically what you were saying is that at some point she was, obviously had the Western education, so it wasn't a cult.
Right.
But she came to this precipice where she, in her studies, that there's no way that the genetics, like I can try and remember the details later, but the way the genetics encode in the ribonucleic acid, by like once it splits, the second it splits, the molecule has to know the entire sequence. And she was explaining to me that that's proof of spirit, that's proof of God, because there's no way it's mechanical. Like it can't be mechanical.
Thank you.
Yeah. So she herself came across that.
Thank you. No, that's
and she's a Christian.
Yes, I understand. And I was thinking that perhaps she had picked up some knowledge from her Japanese husband that she was also trying to perhaps promote or integrate into the Western knowledge inventory, and that they rejected her for that. That would not surprise me either.
Basically, I found out later that, she's a very outspoken person against the things that have been going on the last 3 years, and she's pulled out all the science and all the stops to prove her points. So that's one reason. But it turns out her husband, who died in 2013, I think, or something like that, he was the #1 expert in virology X-ray chromatography.
Holy shit!
He's one of the few people in the world that could have isolated a photograph of the COVID or whatever you call it. Basically, he was one of the few people in the world that can photograph viruses with X-ray crystallography.
Holy shit!
And so, yeah, there's a whole backstory to it. I don't really have her permission to speak on it, but that's
incredible.
Way too much info, but
yeah, I mean, I'm so impressed. Yeah.
So.
And that being said, thank you for sharing what you have. Shout out to both RJD and Noticer, trademarked Noticer Relovution, who I know I have her permission to say Noticer Revolution, but thank God she's listening. Finally was able to review a video she recommended, and just blown away. I'll share a bit about that later, perhaps. But trying to seduce her to ultimately come at on the program maybe sometime. But hopefully looking forward to speaking to her sometime in the near future. Been so busy lately with everything that went down. And honestly, Peter even sent me a notice in the messages. Are we ready? Shortly before the program tonight, because it was down to the wire as usual. Honestly, at moments like that, it's stressful enough where you wonder if it's worth it, but of course it is. And in the end, it's people like our listeners. Shout out at Nothing, who I may bring on very shortly. He's our man Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia. Nolani Bouchard, Dotai, RJD, Noticer Relovution, and so many of the others who have joined us. David Fitzsimons, Ariana, 180 Now, and Troubadour 2. All of you wonderful people. Hugs to the lads, kisses to the ladies, and with that, dear Brendan Zogit, you've been through a lot yourself lately, and many adventures. And tell us a bit about
recovering,
what...
Still recovering from my back. Getting attacked. I don't know what's going on with it.
Well, it's occult siege. It's just ongoing.
Yeah. It's an ongoing occult siege. So I had an appointment at the acupuncturist, and it's put me out for the last couple days. Wow. But it is helping. It's just, it's like any surgery or anything. It takes some days to recuperate.
Yes.
It's just as powerful as like so-called Western surgery.
Yeah.
So, but she excised the aggressive chi. She said she located the aggressive chi and removed it and opened up my meridians.
Wow.
As I requested. So, So far so good.
Excellent. And what's the initial flush of feeling? Shout out to Clarice Claudette, by the way, if she's listening, as she's been sharing some wonderful emails with me, and they're all very important. And I do want people to know a relation of hers produced a wonderful Cajun or Acadian dictionary, which I want to find time to review, look through it, and it's very impressive. Cultural treasuries like that we need to preserve. And speaking of cultural treasuries, so when you were younger, I was sharing earlier, of course, how you and I had the same primitive allergy tests taken on our backs and whatnot. Now, was it around that time you began to develop an interest in alternative health, or tell us about that?
Yeah, actually, something like that. It was like the very beginnings of it. I didn't have any, when you're younger, you don't have that much consciousness. But yeah, that's when, I realized really quickly that it was just so barbaric. I was like, I didn't want anything to do with it. And they would do back then they would give you allergy shots.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They get your profile from that. And then I immediately rejected that. I was like, I don't want this.
Oh my God.
I never wanted to go. But so that never came to fruition.
Yeah. And instead you've been dealing with it in your own way. Now, you don't sound like you suffer from any allergies, so it's like, how did you...
The allergies I'm not really responsive to them as much. Some people can get. I get seasonal stuff, of course, like everyone, the pollen, different things happen, but it was nothing even the food allergies, I don't have anything severe.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's kind of I just do my own thing. There's a lot of natural stuff that's coming out or that's been around, but it's like the research is finally solidified, is that like vitamin C is a major antihistamine. So that can be used for, anyone can use that. There's an antioxidant called known as quercetin. Quercetin is a very important flavonoid that's in like herbs and different things.
Yes.
That is a massive antihistamine. So, and there's another thing where it turns out that grounding your feet to the ground,
yes,
increases your body's response, or modulates the response of the body against these histaminic attacks. It releases a chemical in your body that modulates the histaminic attacks, aka allergy attacks. So that's something that's like super practical that anyone can do. Just go touch your feet on the ground and actually go, people, they run away from nature when they have allergies, right? They're like, oh, I can't be outside. I don't want to touch a tree. It's got pollen all over it. As my friend calls it, he says it's the tree's coming on you.
Yeah, a lot of people perceive tree pollen as tree sperm.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. But nothing, it's not similar at all. But yeah, it's like, so yeah, it's like that situation. If you just went outside, it would reduce by at least a third, in my opinion. Like, the response to the allergy.
That's incredible. I appreciate you saying that. By the way, Nemo Albano has joined us, so a shout out to our friend from Queensland, Australia. How are you tonight?
I'm doing better than homeless people, I guess. I just woke up not long ago.
Cool. Yes.
How's it going, Brendan?
Going well.
Wonderful.
How's the weather up in Australia? Are you guys
24 degrees Celsius, pretty calm. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
that's
not
pretty
too
warm.
hot,
That's
not
not
too cold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. And but I'm sorry. Go on, Brendan. What were you going to say before I went on?
I was going to say we're heating up here. We're at 30. Today we had like 34, 35. So I got cooked a bit, but doing well. Wow.
Yeah. I have a little bit of sun sickness in the sense that I did go out for a little bit in the sun for the Union Street Fair through both times during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I definitely want to... Nemo, before I forget. The people, the way that Facebook works is that when you block someone, they don't list it alphabetically. So I'm wondering if it's possible. If it's not possible, then I'll try and put the time aside, and I'll look up whatever the name of your account was. You'd have to give me the name again to your account. Enter it into the text box here or whatnot, and then I'll look it up. But is it possible that you could you just open another account? Could you just open another account and friend me through that? I mean, just tell me the name of the new account, and I would accept the friendship. That'd make it easier for me, probably.
I thought you might have just want me to change my Facebook name or something, but I can make a new account.
Yeah, if you can make a new account, because for you it'd be easier. I can't do that because I'm banned. I'm banned from Facebook, and they monitor the IP. So in your case though, you're not banned. You could do that easily. If you could do that and then give me the name of the new account, then that way we could take care of it much easier for me. It would be easier to do that than for me to try and find your old account amidst all those blocked people because they're not listed. Is that your dogs?
Yeah, it's the whole neighborhood has dogs. We're in a situation. Yeah, sorry.
No worries. I was just curious. Oh yeah. No. So the neighborhood.
Yeah, we have big dogs. I mean, every house out here has like protection. So.
Yeah, because they need security because it's like it's fucking post-apocalyptic. Mad
Basically
Max.
A war zone out here.
Yeah. Holy shit. I mean, oh my God.
There's a house down the street with it's like a fence with a bunch of ivy, and they're like armed to the teeth. They've got like a 4x4 with a bunch of guns on it. Pretty much. Might as well. And they have like the Second Amendment flag waving. It's kind of funny.
That's just a warning. That's their warning to everybody that they're armed.
Right. We have my friends and I have a joke. It's like, oh, well, now we know which house to raid first.
Yes, thank you. To get the guns.
They're armed to the teeth.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean,
that's why most people out here don't advertise, because you'll just get stolen.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's true. It's true. It's a conundrum. It's a strategic conundrum. Do you advertise the
Right.
fact that you have weapons to keep people away, or do you realize that it also attracts raiders because people now know where
Yes.
there's a gun to steal, where there's guns to steal. So yeah, it is what it is. We all have this balance of of strategy we have to take into account. But I'm so glad at least Nemo Albano responded, because this way, within a few minutes after I make certain that we're all kind of settled in here, I can take a short break, refresh
So
myself.
what happened? Something got banned a long time ago or something? Or
I was banned from Facebook a long time ago. I mean, that's what I was bringing up with Nemo Albano, is that because I was...
I just mean
yeah.
the like somehow he got banned on your account, or I mean blocked.
Oh,
Thought I was a troll.
Yeah, I blocked him when he was...
You were being a troll. Oh, okay.
No, he thought I was by the name.
It was... Yeah, that's right.
That happens a lot though. Like people will just like even in my account, like they'll just roll up with these outrageous names, and I'm like, I would never friend these people, unless they explain it.
I made
I
it
don't know the
Albano
situation.
Nemo this time on the new one, so you know straight away.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
yeah.
I'm making it right now.
Wait,
Okay,
what was the name? Just curious.
Oh, it was some German thing. So go on. What was it?
Parasite Exterminator, sorry.
Yeah, Parasite Exterminator. But wasn't it in German? Wasn't it in German?
Yes.
Yeah, he wrote that in German, and I just said, "Oh, that's got to be a troll." And
Yeah, okay.
I
Sorry, I just had to. I'm not laughing at you. It was just interesting. I was curious.
yeah, and honestly, I thought it was something that Richard K. Cole Jr. would dream up, because he would do shit like that, come up with, and everybody remembers this. He'd come up with half German, half Japanese names, this kind of stupid shit, and
that Gunner 65 piece of shit.
Yes, that's him.
He's a scumbag.
Yes, and just so people know, I've mentioned the cults that these people are a part of when it comes to the Adamite cults. For instance, the fact that Doofus, Jambo the Reese Monkey, was proudly part of the cult of Istolyik, or the cult of the Pyomites, the cult of plague. Basically, when it comes to Richard K. Cole Jr., I realize I never told anyone which cult he was specifically a part of, but it was the cult of Silesius, which is the cult of envy. Cult of envy. They call themselves the Circle of Torment. They try to torment that which they envy. That's their cardinal sin that they engage in. In other words, they feel that they're like God because God himself was named jealous. God's very name is jealous. Part of the perversity of the Edomites and the Herodian insurgency. Just got a new message coming in. Going to review that, see if I've got somebody saying something in particular. Sammy Romero says we're sounding loud and clear. So he's currently grilling some beef tri-tip sirloin medium rare. Hopefully grills right. His pregnant wife insisted medium rare. He just had a baby shower. Things are going well with him, we can hope, and it sounds like he's having a good time. Wouldn't want to interrupt that. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer, as well as Brooke Gibson, of course, with the occult siege that she is under. And for those who are curious, I did attempt to call her, as well as Ian West, and so they didn't respond. The only respondent was our man Nemo Albano. So thank goodness we have that, so there's someone to bounce off of. Yeah.
I was going to sleep in and probably not bother till later, but I had a fucking dream about you.
Yeah.
You were doing your live stream at one of my relatives' place, and I was curious because I'm like, oh, Douglas is at a relative's place. I got to go fucking meet him. But I'm like, oh, I don't want to interrupt you because you're in the middle of doing a monologue maybe. But then a friend of mine's just called you out of the room because you're staying at his place. And this very tall person with long hair came out, but that wasn't you. I was like, oh, Doug. And he just kept walking past. And then you eventually came out.
Yeah.
You just said hello, then you had to go back to the computer and finish your monologue.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I like that. I think that's a very positive dream, and it definitely shows that your relatives are smarter than I gave them credit for.
It was very strange, but it was interesting. This tall person looked like you, but a lot taller, and had breasts. Not
Interesting.
joking.
Interesting. I find that incredible. It's something that reminds me, of course, of the Dietrich Artilect, the subject of the thumbnail illustration for tonight's live stream. Because, like I said, the past few days,
that's a good thumbnail.
Oh,
is that Ghost in a Shell? Is that themed off Ghost in a Shell?
Oh, goodness, please. I don't find that offensive at all. It's simply that I could
Ghost
see... I
in the
could
Shell is based off of what, Douglas?
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Ghost in the Shell is based... Well, to put this into perspective for our listeners...
Did you give that stuff to the Nihongo company you were working with?
I did. What
was that company called? Sorry.
It was what you're talking about is the front company that was called Teleport USA.
Teleporto, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Teleporto and or Terraporto. Terraporto.
Teru, yeah.
Yeah,
Terraporto.
So Teleport USA, just so people understand, Teleport USA was a front company for all kinds of Japanese business interests. Just basically a facade from which they ran corporate espionage out of in Los Angeles. And I was dealing with them for a number of years in the 90s. So understand that we're talking about 90s, early 90s, very late 80s, like the last year, like 1989 through the early 90s. And it was after that you saw a revolution in Japanese manga and anime. If anybody takes a look at the pre-1990 Japanese animation and the after 1990 Japanese manga and animation, the Dietrichonic revolution becomes self-evident. It's everything you know about me suddenly becomes very pronounced in Japanese anime and manga because just so people know, it always they try to start projects by launching them first as manga, meaning comic books, as Americans would understand them. But in Japan, this has a much more gravitas, much more cultural seriousness, and it would be considered more like graphic literature, illustrated literature, or novellas. And so when the Japanese produce that, that's usually a trial run. On its success will be based whether or not an anime is produced. If it's successful, then an animated feature or series is launched. And so the manga almost always come first. So it's around that time that you really start seeing developing anime or manga originally and then the anime, like Hellsing, like Vampire Hunter D, like these various, at the very name, Vampire Hunter D, like which of course is Damfire, but also Dietrich. All of this was at the time that I was trying to communicate with the Japanese about the Roswell atrocity, the time that the Japanese were trying to open the Hakui City Memorial Museum for the Roswell atrocity, which later got turned into a very bizarre space museum that had nothing to do with Roswell. This was something that was due to American diplomatic insistence that it not showcase that subject. At that time, I was providing them parts from the Roswell atrocity. The one part I kept is somewhere in my home, presumably. I'll find it someday, perhaps. I brought it with me and filmed it on my Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation. And then somewhere along the line, exactly as I knew it would, it got lost somewhere in the crypt. So it's somewhere here in the crypt. And when it came to the entire affair, the Japanese were very polite. They were very, shall we say, interested. And ultimately, they had advertised for the Hakui City Memorial Museum. It was going to open on the 50th anniversary of Roswell as an atrocity, but it did not because the FBI said that what they had was stolen federal government property, and this was going to launch an international incident, etc. And so the Japanese diplomatically evaded opening the museum the way that they had advertised they would. So this is something that I went into in depth in the Roswell Deception, the book itself. So do read the book if you want to know the full story behind that.
Okay.
Yeah, but one of the things that did happen was that as a collateral result of it was that the Japanese I was dealing with, many of them were heavily involved in media or had media connections, and everything I was telling them essentially got absorbed into various plot lines. They took my story and just ran with it in many different directions. You might say I should be bitter about this or angry that I wasn't credited or given some kind
They
of...
should be giving you money.
Seriously, of course what can you do? What can you do? I mean, think of everything that the Americans rip off from the Japanese.
Oh, yeah.
And they never pursue it. It's like, The Lion King is Simba, but it's ripped off from the Kimba, the white lion in Japan. Which is, for those of you who don't know, look up Kimba the White Lion in Japan, and you will find the premise for The Lion King, which is entirely a ripoff of that Japanese creation. And the Americans, our man...
it's not just the premise, it's like literally play by play. If you read the manga of it.
And on top of that, they fill the Simba Lion King movie filled with pedophile subliminal images and messages.
Yeah, the Americans would add all that good shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that was those early Disney renditions of all those films had subliminals.
Yes.
Like we used to have first
Filled
editions at me and my cousin used to go through the VHS.
Yeah.
And like the Little Mermaid, the original one, the priest has like a boner, and then in Lion King it says sex in the sky.
It's all true.
Like those are all real.
Yeah, it's all true. The priest,
like we went through all of them.
Yeah. The priest is running up with a boner in The Little Mermaid. That's right. Who is he running towards when he's got the boner? I forget.
It's when they're getting married at the end.
Yeah, it pops out as he's about to make them married, whatever he's got to do.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very obvious.
Which is I mean, it's bizarre. It's almost satirical, but it's like sinister at the same time.
Yeah. And so just so people...
It definitely doesn't do them any favors.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Even though I still side with Disney over DeSantis, simply because DeSantis is such a piece of shit, and it's at any rate, when it comes to the Ghost in the Shell, all of that kind of revolution in Japanese concepts came after it's all Dietrichonic. It's their Dietrichonic revolution. After I was sharing the Roswell incident phenomenon with them and trying to create a kind of cross-cultural rapprochement, which wasn't just was not meant to be, apparently. Just wasn't meant to happen. It was shortly after that Clinton fucked everything up by imposing very harsh trade limits on Japan so he could look like a quote-unquote patriot standing with America, and then the Japanese said fuck you and pretty much divest it from America and reinvest it in mainland China, which caused the China boom.
I'm still pissed about this, by the way.
Of course, I don't blame you.
The whole made in China thing. It's
thank you.
Now look at where it got us.
Yeah, look at where it got us. I mean, but and this never would have...
like so much plastic in the ocean, you can't even fucking swim.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It's unspeakable. It's unspeakable. And I mean, it's beyond tragic. It's a human travesty. As one person said, Douglas Dietrich is the real ghost in the shell. Somebody has said that in the past, and I appreciate that. I mean, they really do understand many of these people. And so, so Nemo's account is open, and you sent me a friend request, right?
Oh, I can't find you when I put in Sora.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll send you the... I'll send you the thing.
Direct link.
Here's the direct link, and so that you know... and
people make like tribute accounts and like duplicates to scam people or something.
It's true. And there was this one stupid German guy that Brendan and I were laughing at, some old German old man who thought I was the Sora Aoi and was bitching about that I hey, don't give her any money, she just wants your money. And it's like, even if I were a Japanese porn actress looking for money, what does that have to do with him? Why would he be discouraging that? As if is he in competition? Is he trying to sell himself online? It was so bizarre. And Anyhow, this should work. Okay, this one.
He got scammed too many times. He's like,
that must have been it.
Feeling jaded.
That must be it. He probably went to some fake Sora Aoi line and thought he was talking to her. Like that idiot. Right. That idiot. Sure. Pavel Edward thought I was the real Sora Aoi, and he just like kept writing me mash notes and shit. And at any rate, so Nemo, do you see that? It says.
Yeah, I clicked on it and it's blocked. I just showed you.
Okay, so what do we do?
It's blocked.
Well, how can it be blocked if you're on a new account?
Yeah. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm on the wrong way. I got 2 different browsers. I got to do it on my other browser. Sorry, got to do it.
Yeah. So use your new account, and then it shouldn't be blocked, and then you can send a friend request, and that'll take it from there. At any rate,
now it shows. Yes, adding friend right now.
Okay, great, thank you. And so let me see if that.
How do people make money in Australia, Nemo? Is it like, do they go to coastal cities and like do tech work, or like? Because I've seen a lot of rich Australians. It's very strange.
Probably a lot of government, military work, or just freelance stuff. You know, so you're your own boss and you're making a lot of money. And also masturbating online.
That's it, yes!
I gotta start doing that.
Yeah.
Yes!
Voiceover. I always assume it was just they're just voiceover scamming the United States because...
Oh, there's a lot of scammers here too. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I don't doubt that. It's very close to India. So. Yeah. That's where they learn it from.
India's like the king of scamming.
For some reason out here that they rank the Australian accent like higher than the Brits, and it's like people sexier. Are obsessed with it.
Yeah, as sexier. Yeah.
Or they just believe them, or like think that they're credible. Like Crocodile Hunter and all these things.
Yeah, I like what Nemo said. Yes, he finds it repugnant. Yeah.
I don't like that stereotype though. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
The Crocodile Dundee shit. Yeah. That's probably why, because in the 80s there was a lot of those things like Crocodile Hunter, Dundee, and all these guys. Yeah.
Yes.
That one band from down there, people were obsessed with.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah. What is it called?
No, the other one. I can't remember.
Come from a land down under.
Oh yeah, that was sued for.
Men at Work.
Yeah, that was sued for that song because they plagiarized off another band.
Oh my god!
I don't doubt that.
That makes so much sense. Why does that make so much sense to me? Yes, that is. It sounds about right. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is take a short refreshment break. I will refresh myself.
I was going to say something about the anime stuff.
Okay. So let me stay here through that. I do want people to know that Nemo Albano and myself are friends on Facebook now. That's The World Can Rest Easy. Yes. So go on. Tell us about the anime stuff that you...
I was just going to... Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. No, tell us about the anime stuff that you thought of, that you observed.
Well, I was just going to say that what you were saying about like not getting credit for it as much as you should. At least you get that street cred of that you inspired all these animes that like no one in the world has that street cred.
Thank you. It's true. Yes.
Because that's pretty high level. I mean, in my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
That's up there, you know.
Yeah. And our man Brendan knows the occult knowledge in these anime. I mean, they are seething with occult references. And you could share some of that. And Brendan's been witness to some of the things that have been scrubbed online. Brendan knew for a fact that when I first started talking about the phenomenon of Alexandria's Genesis, there was a link that I was sharing wherein they spoke of it as a legitimate phenomenon. And then that got scrubbed, and like it was totally like rearranged so that it then
like they rewrote the article.
Yes.
Yeah, and we still can't find it. Remember, it was even taken off a Wayback Machine.
Yes.
So they like salted it and shit.
Yes. And this has to do with so much that I reference gets salted, scrubbed, and salted from the internet. It is incredible. But then again, we have the screenshot that says it all. which we captured, of where Wikipedia was saying, oh, we've got to scrub and salt anything about Michael Aquino per his demands, because he's basically runs Wikipedia. You know, is one of our primary contributors, as they were saying.
One of the primary contributors or something.
Yeah.
Which makes so much sense.
Yes, which is why you can't find shit on Wikipedia.
And then there's the other guy that wrote 1/3 of all Wikipedia articles. He's like this fat white guy that trained in Russia, or he's like somehow connected to Russia.
Of course.
I've showed you that guy before, haven't I?
Yes, I think so, but you're welcome to show me again. All this stuff bears revisiting repeatedly. It's a nightmare. Please, everybody, whatever you find, try not to source Wikipedia. I know Peter does so because it's the first thing that comes up, so he just will run with it. But honestly, they don't allow.
It's only good for just searching.
This guy is named Stephen Pruitt.
Stephen Pruitt, what a piece of shit.
He's an American Wikipedia editor. To the English Wikipedia. The number of edits he made is at 5 million, which is 1/3 of the English Wikipedia articles. He began in 2004, created 33,000 articles, etc.
That means that almost all your knowledge to everybody else on planet Earth who's assessing this crap, which is all too many people, you're under the mind spell of this fat neckbeard.
Right.
This white trash piece of shit.
He's the only child of a Russian Jewish immigrant, Donald Pruitt, of Richmond, Virginia.
Oh, God.
His mother emigrated from the Soviet Union under the loosening of the Jewish migration policy.
Oh, no shit. Of course.
And they both... Oh, this is where it gets wild. They both met, meaning his parents.
Yeah.
They met when they were both teachers in the Defense Language Institute Russian department at the Lackland Air Force Base close to San Antonio.
Of course.
Imagine that.
Yes.
So he's a fucking cultist.
Yes, he's a cultist.
Or he's born into the cult.
He's born into the cult, yes, of Aquino and the Edomites, which is the military-industrial occult complex. I am appalled. It's disgusting. You just want to weep. These people have total control of.
And he has some kind of like super occult like name.
Yeah,
he writes under some pseudonym.
Of course.
Let me see if I can find it. What is it? It's Sir Amanito de Niccolo, which is from a character in Giacomo Puccini's 1917 opera, Gianni Sciicci.
Yeah, it's there you go. I mean, all of this has heavy occult meaning, and it's just part of these people. They're trolling you. They're trolling you, or rather trolling anybody in the know like myself. The rest of you just roll with this shit like it's normal. It's not normal. It's these people are pure Edomite, and they run your world and they run your reality This is why you people are all fucked up. This is why they don't allow Wikipedia to be referenced in school papers, okay?
They used to not, but I don't know. Nowadays, they don't give a fuck.
Fuck,
Nowadays, the AI just fucking references Wikipedia for you.
Yes. Holy shit. So what were you going to say, Nemo? I'm sorry. Nemo.
It was I only found Wikipedia good when I was just looking up like the history background on just certain celebrities to find out if they're of a certain ethnicity.
Okay.
That's all.
I don't even know if it's trustworthy for that. Wikipedia is just, as Gary State said, the bathroom wall of information intercourse. Anyone can get on there and just change it.
Write anything.
Yeah. And the fact that you got some idiot...
Not just anyone, it's like these people, this guy.
Yeah, well, those people will be constantly scrubbing it. They're sweepers. They go in and they sweep it. And anybody can edit it and rewrite it, but then these guys go in there and just keep minding it. But you have to ask yourself, so this guy, his health must be horrendous. I mean, he must be kept alive just by whatever possesses his body, because...
Do you want a photo of him?
Oh, God, no, I don't want nightmares. But I can imagine. I imagine a fat, overweight, pasty face, just Eurotrash, Judeo-Slavonic piece of shit. It's just... who's
pretty accurate.
Yeah, who's dumping a turd in everybody's open mind who accesses his shit. If you're reading anything on Wikipedia, it's likely it's written by this fucker, and he's a piece of shit, and you're an idiot for reading his shit. It's like he's polluting your brain. It's like he's licking your ear every time you open up. He's kissing your eyeballs every time you open up a Wikipedia spread. So just stay away from it. Do yourself a favor and keep your mind hygienic. Unless you want this, fat Russian Jewish guy shitting in your brain between your ears. Oh my God! So
he was named as the 25th most important influencer on the internet by Time magazine.
That alone,
and he only has a BA, which is, I don't think education's worth that much.
Oh my God! I see him now. Suspect. Oh my God! I see him now. Just human garbage. Human garbage. It's like somebody just took a. You take.
Hey, we don't know if he's chill or not, man.
Yeah. You just take a turd and you carve facial features into it, and you get this. I mean, this is like, and he's wearing an American flag button. An American flag button.
Right.
Like, what is that supposed to prove? What is that supposed to prove? Is that like, I gotta wear this, or people think I'm a commie spy? What the fuck? It's like. There is no reason for this idiot to be wearing an American flag button on his cheesy ass shirt, and
reminds me of that Matthew Schwab, American fat Jewish guy who used to troll you and Daniel Arola back when you were still friends with him.
Yeah, that's right. You mean back when Daniel Arola was still just parasitizing off of myself, so he could come here and talk about stories about Steven Seagal so he could feel better about himself.
Yeah. He was uploading your content, that fat guy would just come on and troll trying to discredit you. I troll him.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, that guy, Stephen Outrim. Yes, this guy does look like Stephen Outrim. Kind of, yes. Stephen Outrim has more of a bizarre look to him because Stephen Outrim, they both look smug. They both look smug, but yes, imagine this.
They both look smug.
Yeah, this guy spends all day on the internet. And he's got. Okay, I'm not going to dedicate any more time to him, or energy, simply because it's
You've said enough about him in a lot of your videos.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Stephen Pruitt guy as opposed to the Stephen Outrim guy, but they're both named Stephen, which really tells us something right there, right? And as our man Brendan Zoget said, this guy has nothing but a baccalaureate. He's got a BA, which means that he's, for all intents and purposes, not even educated. He's it's just disgusting. And he's writing the articles that people look up on quantum physics. When you look up a Wikipedia quantum physics sheet, this guy with a baccalaureate from Texas has written it. There you go. I won't look at him anymore because it's like it's a self-abuse. It's disrespecting myself to even look upon his image. But
I didn't want to bring it up, but it just goes with the whole, like, it just proves your point.
Thank you. Well, it's necessity. It's necessary evil that we bring these people up and educate people about them. Otherwise people wouldn't know. It's one of the things people have to be made aware of. And
the dogs are going crazy. I must be under some sort of occult siege.
No, it's an interesting point.
Because this isn't normal usually.
Yeah, your point's well taken. And I think, well, look at what we're talking about. So, the Peter Levinda and Don Webb of the Temple of Set are both going to be sitting down and concentrating on your image right now. They're looking at a photo of you and trying to make you melt.
Right. They brought out the voodoo doll again.
Yes. And the dog sense that shit automatically. How about yourself, Nemo? Do you ever feel as if
they're like attacking shit on the fence, man?
Yeah. No, only in my dreams sometimes, but I eventually just endure through it or overcome it.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get anything like I feel like I'm being stabbed in the neck or back.
Mm-hmm. All right. And
in your dream? Oh my God.
Just in my dreams is where I will be attacked, but it's not that bad because they're weak as fuck.
Yeah.
Shocking. But yeah, you're stronger than that, obviously. But
well, it could also be your location. You're there in fucking Australia, Queensland, Australia. Of course, Stephen Outram lives in Australia, but he is weak as fuck. And yeah, it's true. He ain't. It's like I said before. He was stalking this poor young lady for years, who lives in Australia, and. Honestly, I don't mind saying her name at this point, but let me scroll down my friends list here of acquaintances. And when it comes to this young lady, her name is Rhiannon Farrell. And Rhiannon Farrell was driven to institutionalization by Stephen Outram. She actually wound up being institutionalized in an insane asylum for a period of time because of terrorism by Stephen Outram. Stephen Outram had basically, her boyfriend was desperate, and her boyfriend essentially sold her to Stephen Outram. Basically, her boyfriend was like some artist, quote unquote, just some failure. And then basically was approached by Stephen Outram and basically gave her to Stephen Outram. Just as an example, one time apparently he had described to her his new friend Stephen Outram, and they were going shopping, and meaning Stephen Outram and her boyfriend were going shopping, which is like something men don't normally do together. So I think you already get a hint that there's something strange going on here. And they passed by a store, and there was some little tchotchke item, like a glass giraffe or something like that in the store window, for sale to the tourists. And whatever it was, Stephen Outram told her boyfriend, I want you to steal that. I want you to shoplift that. And if you do that, I'll give you some of the money you need. I'll give you $2,000. But you have to steal that, shoplift that. And the boyfriend wisely deferred. And she couldn't understand why anyone would do that. And I explained to her, you see, that is how Stephen Outram is wealthy. So basically, if he gives this guy this challenge, the man's going to become enslaved to him forever, because what's going to happen is the guy's going to go in there and shoplift. He gets $2,000 if he succeeds, in which case he's indebted to Stephen Outram, and Stephen Outram will continue challenging him after that with bigger and bigger challenges. You know, I want you to retrieve some child for me for $2 million. It's going to get to that point. And but if he loses, where the guy gets caught, which is highly likely, then Stephen Outram bails him out. And then the man is effectively his slave at that point, because, you know, he bails him out of jail, and then the man owes him. And he's got that to blackmail him with, etc. So this is why Stephen Outram does something like that. But you see, this is how the cult operates. And then what happened was that when he tried to fob his girlfriend off on Stephen Outram took them both to this auto dealer, where Stephen Outram tried to impress the girl by purchasing this very hot sports car. But all hot sports cars are incredibly low slung, and they're essentially made for men like race car drivers who are actually in excellent health. People always consider that if you try to buy some incredible cock car if you win the lottery. Because what happened was, when he bought this Lamborghini to impress Rhiannon Farrell, he couldn't fit in it. So it's like, you know, his eyes are bigger than his head. So when he purchased it, then her boyfriend wound up driving her home in the Lamborghini, because fat ass Stephen Outram had to order a cab to bring him home, and then have the boyfriend drive the Lamborghini to his estate, because he bought this thing he can't even fit in, literally physically cannot fit in. So he's stuck with this Lamborghini that he purchased, without forethought. This is the kind how stupid these people are. So there you go with that. That's the kind of person that
He just uses butter to rub on himself just to get out of the car for lubrication.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's pathetic, and to him, all of these material goods are. When she was at his home, she did wind up at his estate, and she said it was almost just acres of emptiness. She said there was like almost no furniture. She said it was like he had this entire setup where the screen, there was all of these screens that were on the walls, and all of the screens are computer screens or monitors. They're monitors. They were all right next to each other on the walls in seamlessly. So it was like all of the walls were one long continuous monitor. And this way he could play his video game nonstop without stopping the video game when he went to take a shit or a piss or to raid the fridge. So he could nonstop play the video game, because if you withdraw from some of these video games, you go back to square one. So this way he never had to go back to square one and could just play the game when he went to grab food or relieve himself. That's so the whole house was one giant video game monitor, seamlessly from wall to wall to every room. That is, I mean, there's no more to say other than that.
Just a fat, spoiled motherfucker.
Yeah. And so, and with these people, it's like the strength that they have, the strength they're counting on, is that you know nothing about them. And so they figure they can attack and dox everyone affiliated with myself, aside from also attacking and doxing. For those of you who don't know, that means exposing quote unquote information on you, but it's all shit that they just publish themselves. It's like they fabricate and forge all these documents themselves, not only about myself, but about anyone else around me who they quote unquote dox. And when they do this, they figure that no one has any way to strike back at them. And this is the kind of strength that Daniel Arola felt he had, was that he could just, with impunity, attack people. And most people were completely intimidated by him because they knew nothing about him. But the reality is Daniel Arola is just he's just a prison bitch, punk butt soft, worthless piece of shit who the only martial arts he knows is how to barbecue and how to drop acid, and and he presented himself as this martial arts master and shit, and it was all in his psychedelic head where he had these psychedelic fantasies that he was Bruce Lee. And but he's just this he's a bitch to a bitch, this wealthy woman, a wealthy white woman, who used him as a sex slave and just turned him out for the night like a dog in the backyard, where he'd play with crystals all night and just stack them like Fred Flintstone in the quarry, photograph them the next morning, and they're all made in the shape of, help me out here, Brendan, you can tell everybody what I say is true. He'd make them in the shape of pussies and cocks and shit. This is what he'd put the stones into shapes of, pussies and cocks, and, and he thinks that he's like the cat's ass.
He's making like crystal grids to like what he felt like was protecting and charging shit up. Or
fuck, he must have been totally impotent then, because he's making all these, pussies and cocks, out of pebbles and shit. And I guess he thought that maybe empowered him to last another night with this bitch or whatnot, who just used him as an ambulatory dildo. He was so pathetic when he was like trying to take pictures of himself waving a samurai sword, trying to look badass. He, of course, having not like my son any training in photography, would catch all these little dachshund chew toys in the fucking photo. And I said one time, man, that's a badass samurai sword. Did you slaughter all those dachshund chew toys by yourself with that? It's like, and this guy, there's no describing these people, when he quote unquote defected to the other side. Like I told George Knight says, hey, Daniel Arola, he left for the other side. I'm sorry, Douglas. And I'm like, sorry about what? That's like 200 guys joining our side. At any rate, when any of these guys, Slam and Shake, Jambo the Reese Monkey, Daniel Arola, That's like 2,000 guys joining our side with all them going on the Edomite side. But they always were there. What was that, Brendan? Before I bring George on?
The incompetence just makes for some good entertainment.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean it's
like JMO, like his fucking muscles are melting, and the other guy, his kidneys were melting.
Derek Talley, yes, with his dialysis.
Right,
yes,
it's wild.
Yeah, it's like I said, they had a love song together. I'm on dialysis. And Jambo would respond, I rhabdomyolysis. Together we're in love. Yeah. So, okay, now that we've sunk to the absolute bottom of the gutter, not that George Knight is already there, but we might as well drag him down with us. George Knight, tell us about...
Hello, George.
Yes. Tell us about England.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
How are
Thank
we?
you for having me on, Douglas.
Of course.
Brendan.
The pleasure is ours. Thank you for joining us. And so what you can do, I'll, of course, help you, shall we say, settle in for a few moments before I go. But before I go refresh myself, you can help all these gentlemen, Nemo and Brendan, maintain a conversation while I'm gone, a little bit of a round table while I refresh myself. But tell us a little bit about how things are going with you, how things are going with work, with England. How are things in general? A general status report, George.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, everything's going very well, thank you. Obviously, the weekend's just passed, so I had a lovely weekend, thank you.
Wonderful.
And now it's back to work duties today, so I've got a good hour on the show, so I can,
Excellent.
everything I can.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. And I was just wanted to briefly just shout out to Nemo. Did you manage to? Because now Brendan's on the show with us. Did you reach out to him about the question that you had, or Douglas, Nemo?
I'm gonna ask. I plan to ask Douglas, and I was planning to ask you, Doug, for some certain books you could recommend regarding the Japanese people of the Davidic bloodline, and a book about the Shinto, and just other historical stuff about Japan. If you could send any links of high recommendations, I'd appreciate.
Excellent, of course, and I'll be happy to bring that up on air. Also, Brendan, did you have a chance to respond to those ladies who said those nice things in the thread of the last episode before tonight's?
I have not.
Oh, okay.
I'll respond to them.
Don't forget to look that up on screen. You can respond to them on air. That would be great. Perhaps.
Yes.
Just a thought. And with that, yeah, go on, George.
Yeah, Douglas, it's because I got reached out to one of those ladies asked me the question how to contact Brendan. So that's why I thought I'd just ask whilst I'm on the show. Asked to just referral. Yeah, no, it's because I got asked. So I do apologise. The only way I can reach out to Brendan is through probably Skype. I said, but I thought I'd just ask since we're both here on the show live. I'm getting asked questions to refer you to answering these ladies' questions.
Wonderful.
So, yeah,
Understood.
Oh my God! Yeah, Brendan's becoming quite the object, so there you go. Aside from that, George, what about now? George is also in demand. I have no doubt Nemo Albano will be in due time. Quite soon, more than likely. But with George, many people have wanted to interview him. And, of course, let all the ladies know. I'm sure many of them are listening now, just how your time schedule is such and that you hope to get, eventually in a space where you can do the subject justice with them on various situations.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, just to clarify, just the with the duties and responsibilities that I have and work scheduling, it's very hard to find the time to actually spare to give the due diligence that it deserves for a conductive interview. That it requires a lot of contextualization and a lot of time and privacy. I could conduct a formal interview, but it wouldn't do its justice. It will be interruptions, and especially for publishing reasons, to publish on air, on public forums. So it wouldn't do its justice. So it's when the time is right, and when I can appoint a schedule that does require me my entirety of my time in private. So once I can basically find that time, get that time, I will definitely be reaching out, but I'm available at this time for it. So it's all due process. It's all it's something that's it will happen, and eventually it's inevitable. It's, I hope people can understand, it's just very hard to try and find that time to, especially like with everything that's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I want to do its justice. I want to do what it deserves. Yeah, for an interview with myself, especially with the amount of information that needs to be basically published out there, needs to get out there. So it does require an extensive amount of time with just me on my own private. But it's due course. Due course. I don't know how to explain it properly. Yeah.
One of the things I'd like you to explain, and I'll leave on that note for a little bit of a break, is when it comes to what Michael Aquino said about Stargate, the movie, what do you remember about that in the Mind War book, the relevance that he felt that it had, and if you'd care to go into that while I go on a short break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, that would be a great way for George to start, and then the other gentleman can respond, and that'll keep the roundtable going while I'm gone, and that way I think that's a good enough start. Anything you want to say just before I go on that break, George?
No, not at all, Douglas. Okay. You know what? That's amazing, because I actually I picked up that book after the last transmission to try and find the references to it. And there was references to Project Stargate. There was references I found on there when you look at the basically not in the summary section, but you look at like the index at the end to find like just words. They're just in alphabetical order where you can just quickly cite any references that you want to just briefly look up in the book. And Stargate, it just basically it referred to me to Project Stargate.
Yes.
But where I'm trying to remember exactly, because it was a few years ago that I lost him talking about the movie itself. I'm trying to remember. And do you know what? It might not have even been in Mind War. It might have been somewhere else.
This is what I would think. I would think that it would be in. What happened was, Coast to Coast AM used to have this asshole come on, whose name I'd have to look up. I could probably look that up while I'm refreshing myself in the restroom. But in terms of that, this guy ran the website called Above Top Secret, ATS. And Above Top Secret brought on Michael Aquino as basically their honored regular guest columnist. And that's probably where he referenced the film Stargate, in reference to the U.S. government with their Project Stargate, and tried to disambiguate or clarify to people, or even confuse the issue, more than likely, for people.
That's right.
Yeah, about the film and the project the government was working on. The one thing that Aquino was advertising himself as, when he was working with Above Top Secret, the column, was that he was advertising himself as, quote unquote, a space agent, that he had been part of the secret space program. So he was, and he said his co-religionist, Paul Vallely, also the co-author of the Mind War, was also a space agent. So he presented himself and his co-religionist as such. And by the way, he used to have pictures of himself and his co-religionist Paul Vallely on his website, where they were dressed up as essentially Indiana Jones type characters. His website was that tacky. If you went to his website, you'd see Michael Aquino dressed as Indiana Jones, or rather his face superimposed over the Indiana Jones body, and the floppy hat and all, and holding a bullwhip, welding a bullwhip rather, whipping the air, so to speak. And he was this was how he was selling himself. And people ate that shit up. All that stuff got scrubbed later as my expositions made it look completely ridiculous. but that's kind of how would I say it? The kind of bravado that he had. He was the most flamboyant of all. Just this side of Freddie Mercury and Andrew Bartzi's. But so with that, Nemo's presenting some files, and so what I'll do is we can have you gentlemen continue along this line, and you can present the ladies' names to Brendan, whoever's trying to reach out to him in the text box perhaps or wherever, and Brendan can of course all three of you by all means just take it from here. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. I'll go mute, and I think all of you have got this. And what we were talking about before you showed up, George, was the impact that I had on Japanese anime and manga and anime because of my work with Teleport USA and how a lot of that leaked into Japanese culture, and Japanese popular culture took it and ran with it. So I don't know if you have any observations on that, but I'm sure you probably had your own observations, and share them with Brendan and Nemo, and you can all take it from there. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your return, Douglas. Yeah,
thank you.
We'll carry on.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll carry on with this. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, no, by all means, gentlemen, I'm happy to go in any direction anyone wants to.
Go for it.
The other two, yeah. So thank you. No, Brendan, I just had. I can't pronounce her name, but the name in the private name is I believe it sites in the UK. It's Fatka Karedia. And she's just asked me, she goes, hi, George, hope you're well. Hope you are not too busy. Missed you on Douglas's show last transmission. George, I was wondering if there is a way of getting in touch with Brendan Zoga, either my email or Facebook or any other means. He has some interesting information about the millet superfood on Douglas's last transmission. I would love to know more about it. Thank you. And then I just said, unfortunately, I don't have any way. And so I said, no, I didn't respond to after. I just said I don't have any means of contacting you, but I thought I'd do it whilst I was on the show with you. But that was basically that. And so it's interesting, and it's great that people are taking in what you're saying. It's it's vital and it's informative, and they're taking it very seriously, which is great. And stuff, I remember, the last transmission before I jumped on the call, I was listening, and you mentioned about the Ezekiel bread. And that's one bread type I've never tried before. But I was aware of it from my bodybuilding days, because a lot of bodybuilders would use Ezekiel bread as opposed to normal bread for the in the morning for the morning supplement. So that's something I've always wanted to try, but I don't think anywhere in the UK sells it. I think is it American produce food?
It's American company. Yes, they're starting to get well known, and they're kind of like the gold standard of like these breads. They're
made
sprouted
from grains that have, from what I saw, it just says made from grains that have not sprouted. Is that what it is?
Yeah. They are sprouted grains.
Oh, this is telling me something wrong.
Yeah, well, the premise is they take these grains and they sprout them, which means they release the root, like right before the plant sprouts out of the ground. So when they do that for consumption, the enzymes break down all the proteins and it removes the phytic acid, the anti-nutrients. So this is like an ancient technique that the ancients used. Like it's in ancient Ayurveda. It's also in the Bible. That's where they get the name from. Ezekiel bread is like
I see a video on it. Yeah,
that's what I thought. Thank you, Brendan. That was what my impression was. Yeah, that's what I thought it was a reference. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I could find the part in the Bible.
No, thank you very much.
Because it's a recipe. It's from Ezekiel 4:9, right?
Yes.
So it says you would. Basically, it gives you all these biblical weights and stuff, but you take wheat, barley, beans, and lentils, millet, and spelt, put them in a storage jar, and you make it for the 300 days you lie on your side, which means during winter, presumably, or something. And then it says, eat the foods as you would a loaf of bread, bake it in sight of the people. And the Lord said, in this way the people of Israel will defile the food among the nations, will eat defiled food, for I will drive them.
Interesting. I assume is it a lot more expensive to purchase than I've just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
So you're better off just trying to make it yourself.
You can make it. Yes, exactly. That's a good way to. That's the best
Posted
way.
a link about it.
Because the only qualm I have with the commercial one is they'll add stuff like soya bean, and they'll add like flaxseed, which, in my opinion, like flaxseed is one of those big ones that people say is healthy, but they always add it in such huge amounts, and it wasn't actually used as a food source in ancient times. So I tend to veer away from flaxseed and stuff. And soya bean is good if it's organic, like this Ezekiel company, they'll use like non-glyphosate soya bean, so that's fine. But it becomes problematic when people are using like this modified soya, and they can just, there's so much glyphosate, and when they modify it, it increases these phytoestrogens, which is why everyone, they call people soy boys and stuff, is because the modified soya is like really affecting people negatively. And then also what people don't realize is all the American meat, so all the cows, all the pigs, they're all fed on this GMO soy. So it's like they think they've created this dichotomy where the carnivores here think that, oh, we're not soy boys because we're eating this meat, but the meat's actually more contaminated with these hormonic like flavonoids.
Yes.
So it's very problematic.
I only eat grass-fed beef.
Exactly. So that's the thing. Is there's none of that.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, well, like
it's
not
in the grass.
Oh. Yeah, not factory farmed. No, it's in the soybean.
Oh.
So these modified soybeans have phytoestrogens, which is why like the bodybuilders are like totally against soya. Like people say
avoid any beef that's being fed grains and beans.
Yeah, avoid all meat, essentially, is my view. But yeah, like if you still want to maintain meat, then definitely get grass-fed or whatever they call
grass-fed. That's all I
natural. At a minimum, you should know like how it's grown. Like if not, you should really kill it yourself. If you're coming from my view, is like if you want to eat meat, you should do it all yourself. But
yeah, absolutely.
That's just my view on it. Like you should develop a relationship with the animal, like, and understand that you're taking its life and all that before you even use it for food. But no one does that.
No, right, that's right. No, absolutely, Brendan. No,
and people can contact me.
Go ahead. Absolutely, because I think you have some great knowledge on it, Brendan, and it's something that it was something that once upon a time I had a bit more of a background with nutrition, and but I was doing it from a bodybuilding perspective, as opposed to a health. It wasn't necessarily healthy what I was ascertaining or pursuing.
Yes.
It was just for the development of the body, for the muscle growth. So it wasn't, and it wasn't because it was overindulging with food. It was obviously it was every 2 to 3 hours I was consuming food. And so that was, it's totally different. Yeah. Totally different paradigms, isn't it? Completely different perspectives. But yeah, but Brendan, I just wanted to quickly ask you, like, how did you?
Yes.
I always ask. Sorry, Brendan. Sorry, I got the names conflated. Nemo. Sorry, break your pardon. Nemo. How did you? How long have you been acquainted with Douglas's presence or his existence? How long have you been viewing?
I've been listening to his stuff since 2013.
Yeah. Wow, earlier than me, earlier than myself, longer than myself. Yeah. So I'm assuming you're aware of everything that's going on and everything, because I understand, like, it's good that you have an interest with such instances with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. So have you been aware of their existence for some time yourself?
Just from what Doug told me. Like, I just started research. Other people have inspired me to research them, outsider research, but they have a good idea on what really happened in history regarding the Third Reich and how history was fabricated by the US military, British military.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you very much. That's all there. That was all. I was intrigued to find out. Because it always is. It's fascinating to listen to people's stories. How they became acquainted with everything. Yeah, especially when they start listening to Douglas. It intrigues me because, like, it was just so innocuous how I came across it. Yeah, it was just I was doing
it's
some
a
research.
psychological beating
Yeah.
first time listening to him, because he's all the information he's bringing out is deconstructing your programming, and you got to be reprogrammed pretty much. It was hard to listen to at first because of all this information I was fed saying, oh, how Hitler and the Nazis were bad, and how he's saying, oh, most of the stuff they did was justifiable. But I kept going through it. I took the beating, even though I didn't like it at first, because of the artificial ego that's woven into your psyche when you're a little kid.
Yeah,
Because they program you since you're a child with all this misinformation. But once you take the beating, you start accepting and understanding. You pull your head out of your ass, put your ego in check.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is also, the Douglas has always emphasized this, that you cannot fight history. You use it. Use it, and that's the historians. They're obliged to use history, but they don't do that. They revise it. A lot of historians, they will do the opposite to what is the historical fact. Whereas Douglas has always emphasized that you do not fight history, you use it. And he's always articulated and contextualized factual history. And that's what was everything you get from Douglas is just information. It's just facts after facts after facts. And that was that is the thing that certainly that was the thing that attracted me. That's the word I was thinking of. Attracted me to and I've been here ever since. You just learn constantly. Whereas if you go to any other sources, if you go to any other source material, you won't get any information at all about anything. Yeah. All the answers that you seek are not out there. You can't find it, and most people don't know what they're looking for, and that's the problem. But yeah, no. But
the only place you can get close to what Doug is saying is if you dig deep in archive.org and find some documents and books regarding the Third Reich. I've been downloading a lot of them.
Yeah,
PDF
and that's
format.
a lot of. Yeah, thank you. And that's a lot of reader material, and it won't put in. It's hard to make that make sense to a normal average person. It's very, very difficult for an average person to basically inseminate information by reading it. It will just make things even more confusing for the average person. So it's great that you've got someone out there. There is someone that Douglas, and that is what I like to do as well. I like to explain things, and for the other people, for the populace, so it makes sense, so they can understand it. Because otherwise, it won't make any sense. And that's why you've got all these people out there making all these radical, irrational explanations about history. I was listening to one the other day. It just completely didn't make any sense whatsoever. It was this YouTuber, and I just came across this video. I was just intrigued. It was like the title of the video, just, it's like one of those, a title, it's clickbait, isn't it? You just click on it. And he was just talking about Operation Barbarossa. And he just went into why Hitler conducted Operation Barbarossa. I just immediately clicked off the video when he just made the just quick assumption that it was something to do with, it was just so prolific. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. It was so convoluted.
What did he say?
It was just trying to promote this radical ideology that he was just promoting this completely inflationist ideology that Hitler had, and which wasn't true at all. And so that's why I just quickly clicked off the video. And that's, unfortunately, that's the way the world is. They just all right. That's the way that most people perceive things, and they don't understand history. And that's why it takes, you have to listen to. Yeah, absolutely.
They have no idea when Hitler invaded some of these nations, the National Socialists were welcome because these other nations were being fucked from Bolshevism, communism, the Soviet Union. So they're like, oh, we want Hitler to come here and fuck these evil scumbags up and save us.
I mean, it goes back to like World War One. The whole purpose of the Versailles Diktat was not to cripple. It was to, the German economy. It was just to turn them into communists. That was how they were promoting communism. And I had to explain it to my colleague the other day about democratization, which is outlined in the book by my colleague Kino. The true definition of democratization is to invade, force majeure. It's conflict. It's illegal war of aggression, which, you know, the Iraqi conflict, and this is the what I mean is Bush War II, which is Bush Jr.'s war, not Bush Sr., the father.
Yep.
But with the Iraq invasion, the illegal Iraq invasion was deemed illegal by the General Secretary of the United Nations, Kofi Annan. He deemed it illegal for the reasons that the United States is still legally in a state of war. And that was how democratization is promoted, the same way communism promotes collectivization. And that's what happened with the Versailles Diktat after World War I. When that was signed in Versailles, France, and Woodrow Wilson, the man who incepted the American Army and Navy flu, he contracted that biocidal influenza weapon that was artificial, completely engineered by the United States Army at Camp Funston, which is known as Fort Leavenworth today. And this biocidal virus that wiped out millions of people worldwide, caused a fatality rate of millions and millions of people, equated to over 100 million people worldwide. They were able to Europe into a desert and then redrew the map of Europe, which is why he got his Nobel Peace Prize for being the man who conducted a massive killing frenzy of death throughout Europe. And when he was in Versailles, France, he contracted that virus. But the whole point of the Versailles Diktat to watch, basically, what it did was it basically forced the Kaiser. The Kaiser abdicated his throne, so he didn't then result to the same fate as the Tsar did in Russia. And what happened was with the Versailles Diktat, the purpose of that was to try and turn Germany into communist. That was the whole point of it. So they were in debts of equates to $33 trillion to this day, $33 trillion at the time, which equates, it was $33 billion, which today equates to trillions of dollars. If you do the math, if you do the equation, the conversion of the time periods. Yeah, and so that was the whole point of it. Democratization. So when the United States and Great Britain under Tony Blair's under his leadership, under his his new Labour Right Party, they conducted a legal war of aggression, and that was to promote democracy. So when people hear the term democracy, they think of it as a good thing. They think, wow, we're doing this in the name of democracy, which under Western civilization's definition means one man, one woman, one vote each. And so that's what people hear, but it's promoted in the same way communism promotes collectivization, which is through force majeure, through force of arms, through what does that equate to? It equals to bomb strikes, drone strikes, strategic bomb strikes on civilian population, civilian populace.
Just like Vietnam, America. Yeah. Oh, we're trying to give them democracy, and they were just killing them off, killing innocent people.
It's funny because I call it demonocracy. Democracy.
Yeah. Thank you. And people hear that term and they think of it as a positive, as a good thing. But in reality, what was it for? It was to go in and conduct regime change. It was to overthrow the government of Iraq and then to conduct a regime change. And then you had a mess on your hands. And then, as everybody knows, then you had these religious sects that would divided the nation. And that's why we had the inception of ISIS, which is an acronym for Integrated Systems Improvement Services, sources. Yeah, which it's an acronym for, as I outlined, it's not, ISIS doesn't stand for Islamic State, radicalized, it's not a radicalized fundamental group, terrorist group, it's an insurgency by the United States. And
what a bad idea, because I've seen some of the ISIS soldiers wearing the Star of David around their neck.
No, so it's the same thing that's going on in Ukraine.
Like Israel, I was just saying Israel has a part in ISIS, controlling ISIS as well, don't they?
Absolutely.
As well as America, yeah.
And we mentioned the co-author of the book Mind War earlier, Paul E. Vallely. He was the man that was in Iraq, in Syria, meeting up with the head of ISIS, which is Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And this man has supposedly been assassinated, reincarnated, and re-assassinated again. Because the Americans will claim they killed him, and so does the Russian Federation. They both claim that they had killed him. and yet this man has been assassinated and reincarnated several times. And and Paul Vallely was there with the insurgent group, just conducted because there is stock trade in the stock exchange on ISIS, and people can just look that. When Douglas comes back, because it's out of my memory at the moment, it's not in my brain, but I'm trying to remember the location of the actual location of where it was. The headquarters was stationed in the United States, and people can look this up, but I've written a post on it several years ago. That's why I can't ascertain the information at this moment in my brain, because I'm just going off memory. But yeah, it's that's basically outlining the true definition of democracy, what it means. It's the same reason. But no,
it was somewhere in like Central America, but they also had some place in Arizona or something like this.
I think it was Arizona. Thank you, because I think similar to John McCain, when before his passing, he had basically stocks in that. I think he was Senator John McCain certainly had a hand in ISIS, and it stands for Integrated Systems Improvement Services. It doesn't stand for Islamic State, and that's where you got all these other conflated acronyms such as ISIL, Islamic State in Libya, and in Syria. It was an insurgency that was basically which was the repercussions of the illegal war of aggression after the invasion of Iraq, and I'm talking about the 2000 invasion. And so but we can obviously we can always go into that some other time. It's certainly
Thank
relevant.
you for sharing that.
No, that's all right. That's okay. It's good to reminisce. I'm just reciting memory. I'm digging stuff out of my brain that has been basically regurgitated for a long time. But no, does anyone have anything else they want to say before Douglas returns?
Just more to back up on regarding how ISIS is being funded by American forces and Israel. I've seen a fair bit of their snuff films, and I don't get enjoyment. I was just watching to see what they're up to. And if you look at the quality of the production, it's like Hollywood was filming these snuff films. It's just a lot of money put into them. Like, it looks like a Hollywood film. They're ISIS snuff films, because they're being paid all this money to develop them.
Well, if you just take a look at those propaganda videos that they produced and released online, and I'm trying to remember, there's an actual website it's an Israeli-owned company that produced this. It's like equivalent to like a news broadcasting studio. They received these videos and released it to the public before ISIS officially did themselves on their own official website. And when you see these propaganda videos, you look at the artillery that they are basically displaying and what they're in the possession of. These are all American-owned company vehicles and helicopters that they are flying. These Apache-owned helicopters that they are flying in these propaganda videos across the plains of the desert. And you just look at that and you just think, well, wow, you can see where it's being funded from. And so these are complete high market production video companies that are producing these videos, and it's on behalf it's behalf of both the insurgency and for an agenda. Well, it's just it baffles your mind, and it makes you ask questions when you see one of the highest ranking generals, and he is what Douglas has explained to me. These men that appear on television, these generals, these are basically public politicians that will stand in front of the camera and tell the world what you should be hearing. They tell you what they want you to hear. Yeah. And so you got this man, General Paul Vallely, who's the co-author of the book Mind War, of Michael Aquino. And he's there in Syria, and he is meeting up with the insurgency group. Yes. And he's there telling you that we're there fighting ISIS, but he's there supplying the arms. He's there supplying all the logistics. And that is it makes you question what this doesn't make any sense. And he appears on, the United States national television. He appears on the news air, and he's telling you that we're there fighting ISIS. And yet he's there supplying the insurgents. He's meeting up with the insurgencies. And you think, what the hell is going on? It makes you question that.
By the way, I got back just as George was talking about this, and Vallely actually admitted to he admitted to funding ISIS. At the same time, he basically said, we created ISIS. He actually, there are articles in which Vallely is quoted as saying, we created ISIS, meaning he himself helped participate in the creation of ISIS. So you're talking about somebody who really wasn't shy about it at all. By the way, BRN 2579 brings up Fort Huachuca, Arizona. So that was certainly one of the headquarters for the ISIS corporation, the mercenary corporation. So I thank you for bringing that up. He has an excellent memory. And he also brings up the fact, this is BRN 2579, brings up that Aquino wrote Indiana Jones, quote-unquote, fan fiction. So it's quite true. And Tad Ricketts, shout out to Tad Ricketts, a wonderful individual, very supportive, says, love your art. Thank you so much, Tad Ricketts. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah, go on.
Lucas, George Lucas.
Yeah. Maybe Brendan. Yeah. So go on about that, Brendan. What is it?
Oh, I was just saying, like, that's how, you were saying at one point. I mean, it's obviously it connects to them.
Yeah. Point that out. Yes.
Like right. Lucas, people don't realize he got famous because he was allowed to. His production company filmed the Woodstock experience, like that film that everyone talks about.
Yes.
Where everyone watches Woodstock, that film. He was allowed to film it. This was before he was famous.
Yes.
So he was obviously in connection with like some higher ups at some point.
Yes. Well, not only that, don't forget he was given access to the fucking BART subway system before it was open to film THX 1139 as a student filmographer. No less. Go on.
Right, exactly. So at that point, he'd already been insinuated in all these groups and
groomed.
What?
Groomed. Go on. Yeah.
Groomed, exactly.
Yeah.
So by the time he gets in and he starts making these so-called he's, according to him, he never thought Star Wars would be successful and all this, and then later on they get to the Indiana Jones level. And then that connection with how the plot of Star Wars and the sequence of characters is as the first Star Wars trilogy, and all of Harry Potter is the exact same. So implying it's the same Ghost Rider, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
All of that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's just what came to mind.
Yeah, thank you. Very important. George Knight tells us his kettle was boiling. I think he's attended to that by now. He's welcome to rejoin us if he's back.
Very English.
Their tanks are the only tanks in the world to have.
Back.
Yes, British tanks are the only tanks in the world to have tea kettle boilers inside the tank. Yes, so that's appreciated.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Yes. So that being said, with all that being said, so what brought up the ISIS subject, George?
Oh, it was because of the definition of democratization, the true definition of democracy, what it means, and I was just outlining, summarizing that democracy is promoted in the same way communism promotes the collectivization. And I just mentioned about the Versailles Diktat. The purpose of that was to turn Germany communist after World War One. And I just briefly outlined some of the historical facts about the conclusion of World War One ending. And and it's something I can speak about in great depth, and I'm very passionate about. But I was just going to briefly mention about the movie Hysteric Goats.
Yeah.
Because I was going to refer to Mind War when Michael Aquino references. This is obviously referred to. Well, it's basically portrayed in the movie The Men Who Stare at Ghosts, which General Jim Channon is played by the actor George Clooney.
Thank you. I couldn't even remember the guy's name. Yeah, the sex bomb of his day. Go on. Yeah.
Yes. And he's basically, if people review that, and if they take a look at the trailer, because I've never seen the actual movie, I've just reviewed the trailer just for educational purposes for myself, just so I get an insight to what the movie is all about. But it actually outlines it very perfectly in just a normal trailer. And then it says that, oh no, look at the doggies. We can't kill the dogs because dogs man's best friend. And that's what it says in the trailer. And yet they're referring to the goats. And these are the so-called Jedi Knights. These Jedi Knights that are being trained. And I believe that was the battalion that was stationed.
First Earth Battalion.
First Earth Battalion. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, the First Earth Battalion that was trained. Which military base was that?
It was in New Mexico. It was in. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was in New Mexico, and I was there too. And this is what drugs does. Don't do drugs, kids. So it's anyhow, it's in New Mexico. Yeah, I'll remember it eventually.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And and just like what these all these animal activists outside the Presidio military base, they were active. They were basically
protesting all the dogs they were killing. Yeah,
protesting. Thank you. That were all the dogs that were being brought in on site, so they can conduct all these sacrificial rituals on them.
Well, a lot of it, in all fairness, not that this makes it any better, but a lot of it was just medical experimentation and also weapons experimentation. So they were just they were testing weapons on dogs. They were like doing all kinds of experiments with dogs. The ritual sacrifices would almost be collateral because they actually preferred people. The dogs were just if it was an easy site, and easily accessible, they'd take the dog just because it was available. But yeah, of course, people were always preferable, and it's not like the people were hard to come by. So I remember probably one of the most tragic, haunting of so many things I've seen in my life that have been haunting and just brand themselves into my brain. One of the more tragic things that happened was, if you can imagine this, the horror of the human being known as Lori and Ann Fenton. And to tell you the truth, I've been in the car at night with so many people going through San Francisco. I'm not certain 100% if this happened with Lori and Ann Fenton, but I'm pretty sure it did. Because that was the night from hell. Any time with Lori and Ann Fenton is just hell on earth, of course. And for people who don't know, just briefly, Lori and Ann Fenton is half 1,000 pounds and like just this horrible ambulatory bipedal hippo. She's a bipedal hippo, and just this horrible individual in every way you can imagine. Basically,
like giving her too much credit.
Yes, thank you. And the horror, just to give people an idea. When the woman who was responsible, who was half Jewish, half Italian, and her ethnicity matters, just so people understand that there are people that I feel bonded to who are Jewish on a very personal level, who like saved my ass any number of times in my life, different types of people in different scenarios, many of them Jewish. I want people to know I have no personal reason to be Judeophobic, but Esther Fishman was this one woman who became my recipient payee, meaning that for the year that I first got on SSDI, she was my adult supervision who got the money and then handed it to myself. And I tried to give her $100 with each check, but after a while I couldn't even afford to do that. And besides that, she became institutionalized, almost like she was zapped. She had never had a history of mental illness. But the one time that she had been in the car with Lori and Ann Fenton, she was so traumatized. And this was in broad daylight. And that matters. I'll say why later. But she was so traumatized by the experience of being in the car with Lori and Ann Fenton that when she got out of the car, she slammed the door and just said, "I am never getting in a car with you driving again." It was just so traumatic for her because Lori and Ann Fenton would just speed right through lights, would speed right through. She had, with total impunity, it was like she literally had a shield of invulnerability around her. And she had to have had something bordering on the supernatural. I know that for a fact that she did. But the reason I can attest to that is because she had full-blown cataracts. For those of you who do not know, Lori and Ann Fenton is legally blind. She could walk around legally with a cane if she wanted to, but does not. And but she's got full-blown cataracts, and so she literally cannot see especially at night. And she spends a lot of time driving at night. And she will say that the street lights to her look like sparklers. They look like she cannot ascertain what color the light is. So she literally does not know what color the light is. This is not color blindness, it's the cataracts. And so at night, all she sees are sparkling lights. Everything looks like birthday sparklers. She does not ascertain the color of the lights. She doesn't know what they mean, so she simply ignores them. So you're talking about a woman, if you're sitting in the car next to her in the shotgun seat, which is the suicide seat, the seat where all the accidents happen and 90% of the people die during an accident, you're stuck with a woman who literally cannot see where she's going or what she's doing, and yet drives with total impunity and has never seemed to experience an accident. This is beyond supernatural. And literally, I was sitting in the car with her, and what made it hell on earth is, of course, she doesn't know where she's going. She doesn't know what the direction is. I do not normally drive, so I can only provide her directions to an extent where I'm looking at landmarks and I'm trying to guide her, but it doesn't matter if I identify the landmarks. By that time, it's too late for her to turn around. So literally, I was stuck in a car with her going in circles around San Francisco for around what had to be over an hour. Maybe and San Francisco is a small city. So you're talking about, we're going for over an hour, maybe bordering on 2 hours before she got me home, because she's just going in circles and going back on highways and freeways and then having to circle off of them. And so it's not just a question of, a small town where you're making some turns. Even though it's small and congested, getting around San Francisco takes hours because you've got to drive to a place where you can legally turn. But she wasn't making legal turns, and it's late at night, and still... It's not so much that I got home. The fact that I got home alive is the miracle. But while she's doing that, we drove through the Presidio military base several times, which again is part of this supernatural aspect to it. The fact she would just wind up going through there several times. And we drove past it several times. And I think one of the most haunting things I saw was, bear in mind, Presidio, you've got all this foliage, and homeless people go in there to camp. And they never emerge. They disappear. And this is because the cults get them or something else does. Presidio is haunted beyond all reckoning. And anybody who lives there is out of their fucking mind. Yep. But the people live there now. And Sammy Romero can describe it to you because he drove me through there while I took him on a guided tour. And we couldn't believe the white trash that have taken over Presidio as this kind of upscale neighborhood where they think they're living in something that is, they're paying extraordinary prices for this. And so there's none of the white trash in the ghetto areas that the enlisted personnel used to live in. They're empty. So you've got these empty barracks. I mean, if your child ever ran out of your home and got lost in Presidio, your chances of finding them are slim. It's like they could disappear in any one of those barracks. Or wind up somehow, maybe even in the tunnels if they found some open access. But this nightmare area, which is there's no policing because the San Francisco Police Department doesn't go in there. So it's but what I saw was this homeless woman, white woman, who had her backpack, and she was barefoot, which in San Francisco, you're freezing to death. You have no idea how cold it is in San Francisco. And it's like walking on ice. You may as well be walking on ice. And she was barefoot and she was running out of Presidio. So something had scared her so much that she fled without her shoes, without putting her shoes on, in whatever encampment she was in. So this is what I saw on that nightmare ride with Lori and Ann Fenton. It was apropos, of course. It was fitting for the scenario. And this was late at night after one of those sickening sessions that she had driven me to with all these stupid conferences that were constantly part of her life. And as V observed, Lori and Ann Fenton came to run that world because she was doing the work nobody else wanted to do, which was all the paperwork and just monitoring accounts and all this stuff, and basically wound up somehow hijacking the entire conference scene of this, which is no great accomplishment. By that I mean, it's like, what do you get? You get a bunch of people on palliative care and in hospice who are listening to Coast AM all night. And these are the people who go to these conferences. They're all just old fucks who are dying. And it's like a senior gathering. So she was involved with that and took it over, basically hijacked the whole thing eventually after years of being this kind of outcast. She wound up taking over that community. But when it comes to what our man George was discussing about first the movies that are made about aliens and the alien agenda, and how the U.S. military provides all the props you need, helicopters and fighter jets and everybody to be the background for any alien invasion movie you want because they promote the alien agenda, then you have what he was describing as the insurgency. But probably the best way to describe it so that people understand it would be deep state. You'd say deep state. This is how people understand it. If you explain it as the deep state is basically promoting this agenda, the military junta, another way to explain it, even though there is an insurgency involved, that insurgency has effectively now become the government in America. So with that in mind, I turn it back to George and Nemo and Brendan, wherever you were at. I don't know, did this resonate with anything you were talking about? It was just kind of my personal experience. I had to vomit.
When you were saying how the Presidio base was haunted, I don't know if I said this before, but I brought up the memory of when Metallica were trying to develop their Saint Anger album, and they first decided to bring their portable studio into the barracks of Presidio military base, and it only lasted a few months because they couldn't write shit, and they were probably experiencing the spirits in the area haunting them, and they had to leave and develop a new studio to produce and release that album.
Thank you. I mean, it's an important point. It's well taken.
They couldn't get shit done in the military base. It was like a big mistake for them.
Yeah, and did they ever describe anything? Was there anything they could describe?
No, they didn't say any. They said after the months they didn't say anything. Just said, they had to go. That's all. Like, they didn't say anything about it being haunted, but that's most likely why, because it was haunted. But they couldn't obviously say that it was in some kind of monster documentary film of the making of Saint Anger. If you watch that, you'll find all like if you know everything about Presidio military base and you watch that, then it'll make sense why they had to leave.
Thank you. And
I wonder why they'd even go there in the first place.
Thank you.
Probably they thought they were going to get inspiration from the negative spirits for their music writing.
Sounds like Dave Mustaine told them to go there or something.
Yeah.
There's a term for it. It's called tempting fate. They were tempting fate by doing that. It's kind of like whistling past the graveyard. And don't forget, there's an enormous graveyard. The only graveyard in San Francisco is in Presidio. There's no graveyards in San Francisco except in the.
That's the one
that makes sense.
Would, is like over in that Dirty Harry film, or is that like a different spot? So I've been trying to find that one. Is it just something in the film, or
what's in the Dirty Harry film that you saw?
I think it's that film or another film, but Clint Eastwood's in it, and he's in SF. It must be Dirty Harry, but he's like overlooking the city, and it's like a cemetery.
Yeah, that's got to be it. He's in the Presidio Cemetery.
Black Sabbath also were making an album with Ian Gillan. Their early 80s album has Disturbing the Priest in it, and they were doing it right next to a massive grave making this album. And they named one of the songs after literally disturbing a priest that was in the church just right near them, near the graveyard. Yeah, a lot of musicians do like to go to haunted old mansions or go to near graveyard sites for writing music.
And there you go.
Jimmy Page still owns Aleister Crowley's house.
Yes, that too. Yeah, he had Jimmy Page, guitarist from Led Zeppelin. And he also invited underage female models to come over and stay at his house, quote-unquote platonic sleepover, which is a load of horseshit. He was fucking these sex slave models.
Oh, God. I mean, but that's almost a prerequisite, right? I mean, first off...
They have catalogs. Yeah. So I'm just saying these musicians, they get access to these exclusive black market shit where they get catalogs of models and they just pick who they want to fuck and they get it.
Yeah. Yeah, and but isn't it like a thing where there's a succession of heavy metal rock musicians and whatnot who have purchased the Crowley Castle, right? Or in a row. It's like they all like
multiple.
Yeah.
I think Richie Blackmore might have had something to do with that, maybe too.
Yeah, and then it's like a thing. If you get wealthy enough, then you purchase the Crowley Castle, and then and then you invite girls to sleep over. Of course. By the way, a horrible echo coming through.
Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan. Oh, sometimes it's headphones. So George, yeah. So with that, when you were talking about the mind war and you were talking about Vallely and ISIS, this emerged out of that agenda, right? And then for some reason, I began to vent about Lorient Fenton and seeing what I did come out of the Presidio, the poor homeless lady running away barefoot because whatever it was that scared her so badly she didn't even take the time to put her shoes on, which is a life and death. Especially in San Francisco, just so people know, there's broken glass and needles everywhere in San Francisco. You're walking around barefoot. You've got the combination of human shit and dog shit. They call it Shat Francisco because the shit is everywhere. So you're going to get cut and you're going to get infected. It's the shoes are the difference between life and death in San Francisco. So for someone to run off without their shoes, something horrible happened. And we can only imagine what, or we can't imagine what, is another better way of saying it. But yeah, for people who don't know about James Channon, there was this one woman who contacted me when I first came out as a public informant. She was one of the original people that Michael Aquino had terrorized with a satanic motorcycle gang when she was one of these early people investigating him on the internet. And the internet was nothing in those days. But it was like a few carriers. Electricity was one that was accompanied by that name, whose name was spelled with an I at the end instead of a Y. It was the word electricity with an I at the end instead of a Y. Michael Aquino sued them for exposing him. And she was one of the women who was looking up information about him via the electricity on the internet, as primitive as it was in those early days. That's when he started terrorizing her with a motorcycle gang. By the time that she contacted me, she had married some sugar daddy or some respectable upper middle class guy, and she was high on pot all the time. But she told me about her encounter with Lieutenant Colonel James Channon, or Colonel James Channon at that point. And she said that he had rolled over on top of her in an attempt to rape her, and that he basically was the most hideous man in the world. She said he was obviously dying. She said he was such an alcoholic. She said that two things stood out. He had liver-colored bags under his eyes. He had enormous bags under his eyes that were the color of raw liver, is how she described it. And she said, through his breath, you could smell his decaying liver as well. His own liver was decaying to the point where you could smell his disintegrating liver on his breath. This was how she described him when he rolled over on top of her and was pinning her down and breathing on her. This is the man portrayed by George Clooney as this sex symbol, attractive, sexy, cool, with it guy who's conducting Jedi mind experiments for the military on goats because, he's too kind-hearted to kill dogs. This is the utter line of propagandistic bullshit that the Jewish reporter named Ron Johnson, or John Ronson, I can never remember, I think it's Ron Johnson, wrote in his book, who I actually met, and like I said, actually traveled to Bohemian Grove with, along with Alex Jones. And and Ron Johnson just became a propagandist for these people. Alex Jones, of course, was always just a mind-controlled asset, just a sap for these interests. And of course was involved with Dave Mustaine as physically intimately, as romantically, and this of course got Jeff Young all jealous, and I went into that in a few episodes back, speaking about Jeff Young and the trip he was on. This whole crowd of incredibly damaged, deranged people. This is all part of this deep state as well as this insurgency, which does so much. With that, I turn it back to.
Didn't she speak with Jeff Young or go on his podcast or something?
Who,
Yeah.
me? You mean me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I was explaining that in the last few episodes about Jeff Young. What happened was that Jeff Young was desperate because Jeff Young was he invited me on his podcast. I didn't know nothing about him, and he had nothing against him. And he seemed innocuous enough, and he was very desperate because he had this girlfriend who was not only physically beating him, but cooking him, cucking him, basically fucking guys in front of him. And basically, the guys would come in and say, "You want me to get rid of this guy?" And she'd say, "No, I want him to see this." And she'd, fuck these guys in front of him, his own girlfriend, who would then take him by the hair. He had long hair. And she would just grab him by the hair and she would just ram his head through like glass display cases and shit. And literally almost kill him. I'm certain he was literally brain damaged by these relentless assaults. And
Was
so,
she a witch?
I don't know what she was, but she was obviously abusive. And he was scared to death of her. And he was always, begging for help. And so one time he got together with Laura Lee Solomon and Brandon Young and myself on a Skype call. And for hours, we tried to console this individual and provide him advice, including legal advice. He claimed that his father had invented the security bar, the strip-on debit cards. Debit cards and credit cards and security cards that you slide through the machine, and it registers and reads the bar, and then you get the debit transferred or you get into the building or whatnot. Apparently, he said his father invented that or had something to do with that technology, and he was supposed to be a multimillionaire, but his family basically machinated it, finagled it so that he was out of the will, and so he got nothing. And so he was trying to find advice for that, and we told him try to approach the FBI about his family and stuff. And so I was providing him advice, and as was everyone else. And then he took that Skype call. He had recorded it all, and he published it. And I didn't give a shit because I think, I always assume I'm being recorded anyway. So I never say anything I wouldn't say openly, and everybody knows that. Then what happened was that Brandon, however, and Laura Lee Solomon were devastated. And they felt that this individual had breached their trust. I never trust anyone anyway, so I figure everyone's going to do that anyway, and so I never get surprised. But then he met someone through my show. This happens a lot. And in this case, it was this older lady named Fiona, I think her name was, but I might be wrong. Fiore, I think. And this woman actually, by the way, apparently, quote unquote, knew how to astral travel. And Judith was trying to learn how to astral travel from her, for those of you who remember Judith Ager. But she wouldn't teach Judith. And then I thought it was all silliness. But then one time when I was being tended to by V, she just out of the blue said, "Who is this Yvonne Fiore or whatever this lady's name was?" She said it precisely, like, or at least her first name. Who's Yvonne? And I said, "How the hell do you know about this person?" She just had this image, this vision. She said, "Oh, she's hanging around you in the astral." I said, "Holy shit!" Must be something to it. But this individual wound up hooking up with Jeff Young, and he started beating the shit out of her and stealing from her. And bear in mind, she lives in a housing project. So she was living in this low-income housing project in Texas. And so he would sneak into the place because you're not supposed to have guests. And it got to the point where he was beating her up, stealing her money. He's already committing a federal offense by breaking into federal property to do this. And yet she told me, like I said, this is this thing that really stands out. You can imagine what space this guy's head is in. While he's beating her up and stealing her money, already guilty of multiple felonious offenses by not only physical assault and theft and all that, but breaking into federal property, a housing project. He kept telling her, "Don't listen to Douglas Dietrich. He's a government shill." I mean, with everything else on your mind, like stealing money, beating up an old lady, why would you feel compelled to insist on telling this old biddy not to listen to Douglas Dietrich. Like, this is how programmed these people are. Like, this is the foremost thing on their mind is to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich. As Brendan can attest, Lena Shea, I mean, fuck, George Knight can attest. Lena Shea would call up and tell people this shit, till the cows came home. Total strangers. She'd spend all day just get on the phone, on the internet, contacting people, telling them this shit. Now, of course, she was run out of town by her own husband for having sex with her own kids. Now George took off. Thank you so much for having me, Douglas. I'll look forward to joking you and everyone else on Wednesday. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, George.
Good night, George. He could have been a little less sudden with that. He should have come on to say that. I hate it when people just drop off like that. But at any rate, there you go. I mean, I hope that puts Jeff Young into some perspective for you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's very similar with a lot of these people in that music industry. It's a small world. They're all a part of. Everybody knows each other. They're all abused, and they're all part of these certain cults. A lot of them have fathers that were in the military and part of Freemasonic lodges.
Yeah, that's common. They all have. A lot of them have dads in the military. Yes,
yep,
go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the famous band Tool, for example. I think some of the members, their fathers were involved in the military. Don't know if it was a guitarist or singer. He said that his father had a Freemasonic sword, and he used to go outside in the backyard at night and swing his sword around, practicing his sword skills and bullshit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're just full-on hardcore cultists and scumbags.
Even a lot of these 60s bands that got really famous, like Grace Liz, her father they were from San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yes.
And her father was
Jefferson
like a colonel or
Airplane.
something. Yeah,
Well, the Doors. Remember that guy who
The
was...
Doors,
yes.
his father
What's his
was
name? Morrison?
Yeah.
Jim Morrison.
Yes, his father, yeah.
Was
There's
SLA
tons
Marshall.
of them.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Brendan?
Oh, that was it. That's just tons of them. The Grateful Dead, like Bob Weir is a big fucking cultist. That's why he always has the rose. He's part of like these secret societies. The Bohemian Grove. Bob Weir is one of the biggest members, the longest lasting members. He's one of the people in the Grateful Dead. That's why they have the rose and the skull and all that shit on there.
Yes, yeah, it's all sick.
And it's like it's there for a reason. It's like cultic.
Thank you. Yes, it's all cultic.
And a lot of the bands like Megadeth and these metal bands in the 80s, they'd wear these shirts with the swastika and that sign that cancels it out, or it's like a negative.
Yeah, the no swastika
yeah,
logo.
No
swastika
logo. They'd all wear that, and all their stupid fans would be like, "Yeah, we got to be like that, anti-Nazi."
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know what that is?
Programming.
They're saying no elder sign. That's what they're really saying.
Yeah,
is no elder sign.
Because they're Satanists. They're hardcore Satanists.
Well, this is worse than Satanists. This is anti-God. This is Adamite. So while I was gone, I take it George went on a roll about basically what was he on a roll about while I was gone?
He was talking about a few things, and sometimes I drop off because I fall asleep or something. But George, he probably had to go to work, maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He calls us before he goes to work, and it's in terms of that, of course, he's busy and all that.
We were bringing up different things like. He was talking about ISIS and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Which I was going to go on a spiel about that.
Some of the ISIS members, there's been photos leaked out showing that they're Israel IDF soldiers in disguise as extreme Muslims, as well as wearing a Star of David and all that shit.
They're all mercenaries. I mean, that's why.
Yeah. It's all been exposed.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell because some of these photographs you see the tattoos and you'll see the tattoos of various tattoos linking them to various branches of American service or something like that. Now, the American service shit is easy enough to believe, of course, because of the involvement of Paul Vallely and the American cultists. The Israeli IDF and the rest of that is believable. I'd have to see what evidence they're presenting, and then you've got to decide whether or not it's a deep fake or some kind of.
Yeah.
I mean,
it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, it's just so much going on these days in terms of fake information, and the horror is, when you've got quote unquote balanced resources like Wikipedia. I mean, there's no places that you can turn to. I mean, you're left with nothing. It's like there's literally almost nothing you can trust out there. And it's a nightmare world for information. How would I say it? Back in the old days, for instance, Polaroids used to be the gold standard for photographing UFOs or paranormal phenomena because Polaroids can never be faked. It was developed on site because, literally by the camera. The camera developed the photo, so you couldn't deep fake a Polaroid. The only way you could do that would be to scan the Polaroid and then fake the scan. But the Polaroid itself cannot be faked. So they need to redevelop Polaroid cameras and sell them again, just as a good example. Some of the other technology.
Explains why they're not around anymore, pretty much.
Thank you! Yeah. Thank you! Yes. Yeah. And they need
I wouldn't mind owning one.
Thank you.
A modernized one.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, what would a modernized Polaroid even look like? But I'm sure it could be done. And so, they need to redevelop that technology. That being said, in terms of what were you going to say, Brendan, about you said you were going to go on about ISIS. And of course, no doubt this would involve, tell us what you were thinking about ISIS.
Oh, I was just going to say that they did it to invert the feminine because Isis was
the goddess
a female
of
goddess.
Yes, love among other things. Yes, what was Isis the goddess of?
She was like the benevolent witch, the one that used magic for, resurrection, but in like a benefic way.
Yes.
And so and Isis is like a Vedic concept too. So ISIS, like I is like Shakti principle, the small I. Which is like comes from the Sanskrit word Shakti, E. That E,
yes,
is meaning the feminine, the divine feminine. So Isis is Debel. So S at the end of English is like it's a plural, right? Things, multiple things with an S. So it's the feminine multiplied twice. So it's the generative principle of femininity. So that's why it's spelt in English ISIS. Because it's the generative principle of the divine goddess. Yes. And so they wanted to pervert that, and that's why they created this out of all the shit they could have named these fuckers.
Yes.
Name it that, and then that, now everyone, when you say ISIS, they just think of that instantly. So
yes.
It totally perverts the actual goddess and her, that one should be actually appreciating and bowing to this force that created all of us and upholds the earth, and like it's that divine essence. But instead, it's defiled, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's been demonized in many ways. Even those religious fanatics who try to do historical research, trying to tie Satanism into everything, they try to portray her as a evil satanic witch, and she practiced incest sex with her dead son and all this.
Right.
Like they try to say it in the most horrific, vile way and demonizing when they're just incorrect and ignorant.
Yes,
spreading mass confusion to all their viewers.
They reframe it. They reframe it in the most negative possible, the most toxic context imaginable, because that's where their brains are at. The brains are in the gutter, by all means, both of you continue for a while here. I think we're on a roll, and it'll give me some time.
I also posted an image when I typed in new Polaroid camera. The Fujifilm Instax Square Instant camera. I think
the Japanese make a few different types. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the closest thing to a Polaroid, a modern Polaroid camera you can get.
Yeah. Okay, by the way, BRN2579 said, yeah, Aquino also wrote a Star Wars parody, quote unquote, Fire Force. Yes, and so tell us a bit about that, Brendan. Just the Fire Force and the other quote unquote parodies. He parodied everything because Aquino basically was a consultant. Yeah, for all these fuckers. He was a consultant for all these fuckers. So tell him, Brendan. He wrote, you know, the Lord of the Rings, the Star Wars, the Indiana Jones, just anything you can imagine in modern popular culture. Aquino was writing quote unquote fan fiction, and this was because he was a consultant for all of these films.
Yeah, he must have been, because then later on, how did Lucas get not just the money, but the actual, how was the military allowed to sell him public land as if it was private land?
Yeah.
So he later buys that, and then now Disney owns it because they transferred all of Industrial Light and Magic's like assets to them.
Yes.
To Disney. So-called Disney, or whoever those beings are.
Thank you. Remember, this is fucking federal land, formerly a military base. When it was closed, it became national park land, which you cannot sell.
Which is even harder to sell.
Exactly. Yes. And so by the way, the reason Brendan says that is because technically, by treaty, military property in particular that is rendered unfit or unuseful to the military anymore is supposed to go to Native Americans. So, whereas, national park land, this is why the Native Americans occupied Alcatraz. When Alcatraz closed...
I was about to mention that. Yeah.
Thank you. When Alcatraz closed, it was supposed to go to the Native Americans. And when, the Presidio military base should have gone by rights back to the Native Americans. But instead, he goes to Industrial Light and Magic, and then to Disney, because they purchased...
Shit, we need to get some people together and get Pearl Harbor back then. They ain't using it.
Yeah.
They're just poisoning the fucking locals' water supply.
Yeah, thank you. Tell people what you saw at Pearl Harbor. Tell people what you saw there.
I mean, what I saw was there's nothing there. It's just,
thank you.
It's just, they just park a couple old battleships that they don't use, and then they fly in the like undesirables from everywhere and just like throw them on the other side of Honolulu called Ava Beach.
Yeah.
And they just like let them live there.
Yeah, it's like what are they trying to do by that? It's like they're trying to like fuck over the property value so that nobody wants to develop it. Yeah.
Pretty much, because when I went to that side of the island, I was driving up you go past Ava Beach and all these places, and then you eventually reach this like impassable part on the corner.
Yeah.
And there's a fucking Space Force radar installation on the top of the fucking ridge. Like, it looks like some shit out of Star Wars. It's just up there on the ridge, and it says Space Force, and they don't let you go past that. You have to like hike the rest of the way if you want to go through it. And then on the way back, it's a bunch of burnt out buildings, and like it's some of the best real estate in the world, but it's all destroyed because the military's nearby, and it's all just a bunch of crackheads and weird like homeless people and shit.
Yeah, that they import in to keep the property values down so that no one will develop it. Go on.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And then guess who owns the property closest to that area? It's fucking the Disney Ala Moana Resort.
Yeah. There you are.
Or it has a different name. Moana. It's some Disney resorts there. It's huge. It's massive. So the only two people that own it are fucking Walt Disney and the military.
Yeah. Which are kind of hand in hand. They're kind of one and the same, really.
Right. Which is, yeah. They're both satanically charged.
Yes. Yeah, just in different...
Can't the whole Hawaiian people have the power to tell the Americans to fuck their ships off?
No, not at all. And I think that's what Douglas was referring to, is when I was there, I was watching on the news, the local Hawaiian news. They were saying that during the pandemic, I think there's this city outside of Pearl Harbor called Pearl City, where a lot of locals go because it's cheaper to live. It's like a little more industrial. And their water got polluted because the military, the Navy specifically, was just releasing fucking old ship fuel into their fucking water supply. And then, so they finally got some lawyers and some people from the Congress, like the Hawaiian Congress, representatives or whatever.
Yeah.
They sued the military and got money because these people had to fucking stay in hotels during most of the pandemic because they, it helped the hotels out, but it also helped like these people that had no running water in their house because their fucking water supply was polluted with these like forever chemicals from jet fuel and shit. And then after these people get all these payments and they have to file their taxes, the IRS basically declares that all the payments they receive from the federal government to cover their hotel stays and all their, they were buying bottled water and shit to survive. They said it was income. They verified it as income, so they had to give them like 30% tax. So the poor fucking Hawaiians had to go to the congressman and have them. This congressman had to fly to fucking Texas to appeal to the IRS because the IRS wasn't answering anyone's letters or anything about this situation. So the congressman had to personally go there and get the IRS to stop collecting tax off these fucking people that were basically their lives were just destroyed 3 or 4 times by the government, literally in a row. Like your water goes out, then you have to live in a hotel, then you get paid, and then the payment's getting taxed as if it was income. So it's just pure evil.
Thank you. I mean, people. Oh my God, it's like this is. It's unspeakable. This is the ongoing genocide of the indigenous population. That's the.
And I'm sure they all. Yeah. The part they don't talk about is the ongoing. They probably would never pay for this part. The ongoing health repercussions from like drinking jet fuel for a couple of years. It's like who knows how long that was in there.
Thank you. Oh my God. I mean, just appalled. It's unspeakable.
Disgusting.
Very evil and careless.
Yeah, careless
and
my
ass. Like, how can the IRS? How can they tax something that was a federal government payment like that? That was deliberate. That was fucking deliberate. Like,
thank you.
There's no way that wasn't deliberate.
Thank you. And as for carelessness, this is conspiracy. This isn't carelessness.
Oh, yeah.
This is conspiracy.
Deliberately doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Japan needs to come back, maybe help the Hawaiians out, if you know what I mean.
No, seriously.
They are. The Japanese are the biggest money-making demographic in Honolulu. It's all catered to the Japanese.
I meant something else, to get rid of the
ships. I know what you mean. But that's like, I mean, at this point, it's pretty much impossible. And the Japanese would never do such thing. They're too pacifist.
I mean, it's one of those things where, let's put it this way, things go in cycles, and it's unbelievable how things change in time and how things reverse themselves. The changes will happen, but go on.
Yeah, just through like pure attrition, it's already happening. Like most of the signs are in Japanese when you go to Honolulu. Yeah. All of the expensive places have Japanese. At a minimum, Japanese translations. Some of the places are entirely in Japanese, like the Ala Moana Mall, which used to be like the bastion of like the Americans, where it was like Elvis would go there and play and shit. Now it's like all Japanese stores and Japanese money keeping it afloat. And you go there and there's the bidets, the super advanced like $1,000 bidets, like in a public restroom in the food court. So I used to just go there just to use that because it was just like way better than where I was staying. So the Japanese, for all intents and purposes, own like they run that area.
Yeah, certainly Oahu in the
definitely Oahu.
Yeah, and but when it comes to tell you what did happen was during the the American Indian occupation of Alcatraz Island, Richard Nixon was forced to conduct an invasion to reclaim it using only local police forces, San Francisco County sheriffs, federal agencies like the FBI and SWAT teams, FBI SWAT teams and San Francisco SWAT teams. They were sent in because he couldn't send in the military because what happened was there were indeed Japanese and Communist Chinese and Soviet warships that were outside of America's maritime boundaries. They stayed outside of America's maritime boundaries, but they stayed on patrol in area because they said they would intervene if the Americans militarily invaded Alcatraz Island, because they were all seeking to really recognize the Native Americans as a kind of government in exile on Alcatraz, representing all Native Americans in North America, kind of like Taiwan represented nationalist China. They were seeking to do that with Alcatraz if it came to it, because it would have been a political boon for all three of them, and it would have been something to hold against the American empire. And so that's why Nixon couldn't militarily invade, even though Presidio military base was right there, and he could have launched an invasion using the 82nd Airborne to take the Native Americans out. No, but he had to resort to police forces, because that way he could claim this was a police action, that he was dealing with criminals. He claimed that they were criminals and terrorists as opposed to a Native American population representation, anything that represented Native American nations. So there's much more to that story I could go into, but that's just a good basic thing to relate. But
that whole harbor, that whole area is haunted as can be. I told you when I was younger, I stayed on the Balclutha.
Yes, tell us about this, because I almost died. I almost died swimming. I swam out to the Balclutha and touched the bow of the Balclutha and then swam back to...
Why would you do that?
Because it was stupid, and I was stupid and young and crazy, but I actually did that. And I almost died because of the ship Balclutha. But tell us about what your night on the Balclutha. This is important.
Yeah, when we were children, my school went on a field trip and we stayed a night on the Balclutha. It's like this old ship.
Why did they even allow that?
It was just a field trip, like a historical field trip.
I mean, but what's that supposed to teach you? How to lose a night's sleep?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was like, I remember I worked the galley, so I had to like wake up early and start cooking for everyone. And the captain, like, I don't know who was running this shit or whoever was from like the state park or whatever, but they were insane. Like, they like wanted it to be as quote unquote authentic as possible, but it was just like pure sadism.
Yeah.
Like everyone with glasses, they wouldn't let us wear glasses. They were like, you have to be period correct, which they had glasses in the 1800s. So they were like, something was wrong with these people. Like they were sadistic or something.
Yeah, no, they're just pure satanic. They're satanic or Edomite. Go on.
Yeah, literally. And they would have us like scrub the decks just randomly. Just pick random people that they hated, and they would just be like, you're washing the deck, and they would just make you scrub the deck.
That's child labor. That's child labor.
Yeah, but it was under the guise of historical studies or something. Some bullshit like that.
Yeah,
and they would make us stand watch, so I remember literally standing up at like 4 a.m. They would wake some of us up to go stand watch.
How long did this go on?
This was like 24 hours, like a whole day and night.
Oh my God, that's insane. Anyhow, go on.
Yeah, and so they would wake some of us up, and we would have to stand guard, quote unquote, and just like I was like looking at Alcatraz, and like you could just feel like how sketch it was out there at night, like the whole harbor, and like clearly even the Balclutha was haunted, like everything was haunted as fuck.
Yeah.
And then when I visited Alcatraz later, like when you just go as a tourist, like that shit's haunted. It's scary as fuck. Yeah. Like there's a reason why there's no hotel on it, or like everyone always leaves.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's super haunted. Like you can just feel it, and then like you said, whatever happened later with those Native Americans, like that little girl died. They actually mentioned that. They don't give any backstory.
Now that you mentioned it, I'll tell you the backstory. So the man who was basically a hero to me, probably the first hero I had in my life, in the sense that I was consciously aware and I had heroes before, and maybe like Dudley Do-Right in the cartoons or something, but this was like the first real life hero that I had in life, was Richard Oakes the Mohawk. And Richard Oakes the Mohawk was a person who majored in political science at San Francisco State University. He was the reason I was inspired to major in political science at San Francisco State University. The individual became a big representative of the Native American nations. And they were basically several rival groups for the Native American nations, and they were riddled, some much more than others, with government informants. So that meant that the government informants would just place their spies among them, and then basically have them betray each other. And so the entire situation with Alcatraz Island, well, it started when I first came to San Francisco as a very young person. We're talking about, we came from, of all places, upstate New York. It wasn't like we got to San Francisco straight from the Pacific. We came to San Francisco because we were escaping upstate New York. So I was a little older than I was when I came from Taiwan to upstate New York, which was already fairly young. I was about 3 or 4 years old when I came to upstate New York. As everyone remembers, my teeth were coming in. So that's a big important factor there, because for those who are familiar with the story, and ultimately my grandfather, my father's father, attempted to orally rape me, and I bit his dick off. So that was something that ultimately led to his death. So he was my first kill. So that was important as an experience, and obviously traumatic. And so to escape the wrath of the town, as we were advised by the police, we better leave town. My parents went as far away as possible, which was to San Francisco. And so when we landed in San Francisco, basically we landed in a city that was under siege. Basically what happened was the police were closing down the airport, and we were forced to go through hours of waiting because of the fact that they said there was a terrorist attack, a terrorist attack on the city. And we found out that the Native Americans had occupied Alcatraz. So this was November 20th, 1969. Early in the morning, 79 Native American Indians of the IAT, the Indians of all tribes, they broke and ran a United States Coast Guard. And remember, the United States Coast Guard is not just a police force, it's a branch of the United States military. So they defied the U.S. military to break into Alcatraz Island, and they successfully invaded and occupied the Rock under hostile military fire, no less. And so for those of you who don't know, Alcatraz Island was originally a place of ostracization for tribal members who had violated a law or a taboo. So American Indians who violated taboo or law were sentenced to Alcatraz. I don't know if any of you knew that. So it was originally a prison for the Native Americans. Did any of you know that? So there you go.
Yes.
And and then what happened was the Americans turned it into their prison. And once Alcatraz Island became a military prison, Native Americans were all considered enemy aliens. So both military and civilian Native Americans were incarcerated there. So that's how it became an international Native American melting pot, meaning Indians of all tribes were put on Alcatraz. The largest single group of Indian prisoners sentenced to confinement on Alcatraz in one influx occurred in January of 1895, when the U.S. government captured 19 Moki Hopi as prisoners of war and shipped them to the Rock. Now, Native Americans continued to be confined as prisoners of the United States in the disciplinary barracks on the Rock until World War I. And so the IAT amphibious landing served as a vanguard for thousands of Native American Indians of many First Peoples nations who followed to occupy the abandoned remains of Alcatraz on the basis of the Treaty of Fort Laramie. So the Treaty of Fort Laramie was signed in 1868 between the United States and the Sioux Indians 100 years before, that returned all retired, abandoned, or out-of-use federal lands to the native peoples from whom they were stolen. And since Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary had been closed on March 21st, 1963, I believe that was my sister's birthday, believe it or not. I think that was the day she was born, matter of fact. And the Rock had been declared surplus federal property in 1964, So it qualified for reclamation. But the United States, of course, went back on their word. That's a reflexive historical pattern, that trail of broken treaties. And so the ensuing U.S. siege of Native American Indian occupied Alcatraz, well, that's what brought the attention of Richard Oakes the Mohawk to me. That was the man who basically appealed to the Empire of Japan, Communist China, and the Soviet Union. And that's why they sent warships and parked them outside of American maritime boundaries and said, we recognize the Native Americans in their legal right. And if they succeed in turning it into a habitable island for themselves, we'll recognize them as a government in exile for all the Native Americans of North America. That would have been a tremendous political boon for both the Japanese and the communists of China and Russia. That's why Richard Nixon invaded with police to strike them down. But first he broke the heart of their leader. So Richard Oakes was a former iron worker, and he had a daughter who was on the island. Now, he was maligned by the American media as the so-called mayor of Alcatraz. He had control of island America from the moment he hit the beach, and he put an organizational council into effect, and he was always speaking of red power, meaning Native American power, but Americans took that as communist. And what happened was that there was another activist organization called AIM, AIM, the American Indian Movement. Now, AIM was an American front organization. This was totally riddled with American informants. So these were all treasonous Indians, what they called apples, red on the outside but white on the inside. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that the American military has a history of Indian Scouts. If you've heard that term, Indian Scouts, these are Indians who gave up all hope on their own culture and race and felt that the white man victory was inevitable. And so they became scouts for the U.S. military. So people have seen these people in Western movies. And the U.S. government officially maintained a policy of termination of all tribes. That was still in effect. It was in effect until after the Americans invaded Alcatraz. So the person who started that was Truman. Truman was so frustrated at losing the war to Japan in particular, and the Axis in general, that Harry Truman started a termination of all tribes policy, legally putting into effect, we must exterminate the Indians. I bet nobody knows that, but you can look it up and find out everything I say is true.
Right.
And
which is ridiculous because they were using them for the war effort, like the Navajo code talkers and all these people.
Thank you.
Absolutely scum.
And now they make these stupid movies about the Navajo wind talkers, the code talkers and shit, with Satanists like Nicolas Cage, the Jewish Satanist pretending that he's a U.S. Marine, which is the stupidest thing in the world. But, this is the shit that Americans eat up. And you're talking about a guy who tries to play like he's a Marine and Ghost Rider and Superman and Dracula. And this guy looks like a Jewish nerd because that's all he is. He wants to play super macho all the fucking time. It shows the overcompensation that these people have. So many of them, these Jewish nerds, Jewish male nerds who are completely emasculated and trying to be toxic males. But when it comes to the Indians themselves, Harry Truman despised them. And so he started this program of the termination of all tribes, which was still in effect when Nixon was president. And so what had happened was that the one of the Indian Scouts, meaning a member of the military, who was then used to infiltrate the American Indian movement, was Lionel Allen Curtis, a U.S. Army Ranger sniper who was my mentor in mercenary work. Now, this guy was a known pedophile. And what happened was that Richard Oakes the Mohawk himself was then assassinated by another pedophile later. But first they killed his daughter. So when AIM, American Indian Movement, sent a delegation to Alcatraz Island to make peace with the TIA, the tribes of all, the Indians of all tribes, the IAT, which was run by Richard Oakes the Mohawk and occupied Alcatraz. They were sending in insurgents. Now, the delegation left, but they left one man behind, and that was Lionel Allen Curtis on Indian Alcatraz. And he raped and killed Richard Oakes' daughter. Raped and killed her. I know this for a fact because he told me he did. He killed her while he was fucking her. And then broke her neck and threw her off the tallest building in Alcatraz, which is only 3 stories high. And threw her down the stairwell. So it looked like she broke her neck while falling down the stairs. And that broke Richard Oakes' heart. And he gave up on Alcatraz. He went back to mainland America. And he survived an assassination attempt, languishing in a coma for over 30 days. And only the appearance of his mentor, the spiritual leader, Wallace Mad Bear Anderson of the Iroquois Confederacy, was credited by all friends and witnesses as even bringing him back to life. Now, before I was 6 years of age, on September 20th, 1972, when he was only 30 years old himself, Oakes the Mohawk, who lost his daughter on Alcatraz, was shot and killed by a man named Michael Morgan. Michael Morgan was a YMCA, the Young Men's Christian Association camp manager, with a history of child rape directed against Native American children. Now, in this day and age, supposedly such a recidivist would be placed on a national and publicly accessible watch list, as well as being theoretically barred from employment in child-responsible vocations. But when Michael Morgan killed Richard Oakes, the Americans declared him a national hero. They gave him a citizen's medal and put him back to work in charge of Indian children, where he spent the rest of his life raping and killing them. So when people wonder why, when I first got on Revolution Radio and said, I'm here in America just to watch you Americans die, how can any of you shit-eating Americans ever wonder why? You people make me sick. You all deserve to die. You're shit. You're human garbage.
Completely agree. Most of them need to be wiped out. Same with Russians.
Thank you.
Men.
Thank you. And honestly, when the Americans raided Alcatraz Island with FBI agents, San Francisco Special Forces Police, the SWAT teams, and sheriff's organizations, they swarmed the island. They forcibly removed Native American Indian men, women, and children, all of whom proved to be unarmed. There wasn't a single firearm on the island. Some 100 of the Alcatraz occupiers escaped captivity, all men, the braves, the warriors. They made for the East Bay, where they commenced the, Native American Indian national occupation of a secret Nike missile installation. This Nike missile installation was hidden in the hills behind the community of Kensington. And the occupation was ended after 3 days, this time by a military counter-strike force. Combined Services Force of Richmond Police and regular U.S. Army troops deployed from the Presidio military base. I know about this because my father took me to see them mobilize. And he felt this was the last opportunity to see Americans deploy for genocide against the Native Americans. He wasn't trying to encourage it or was happy about it. He was trying to show me so that I'd be witness to a tragedy, a historic event. And I remember that scumsucker, Stephen Outram, who's, by the way, not even Australian. He's a Kiwi. He's a fucking New Zealander who moved to Australia. Yeah. He was claiming in his 2,000-page colon column that there was no such missile installation around San Francisco. This is absolutely how insane these people's claims are. Yeah. San Francisco was seething with missile installations and counter-missile installations. And the control bases were right inside of the Presidio itself. for these missiles.
I actually visited one. I showed you the photos when I went up to the Marin Headlands.
Thank you.
They have them all there. They left all the facilities, yeah, and the tunnels.
Thank you. Thank you, and they should stand as monument, mute testament to the Native Americans who occupied them till they were taken out by the U.S. Army. So this was just what happened at that time, and so that's the story behind that. I hope that puts that into some perspective for our listeners, and they have a better appreciation of the horrors I've dealt with all my life, and just how horrific it is to be a person. I was often mistaken for a Native American. Certainly, if I was truly my father's son, meaning the biological son of George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, then I do have some Native American blood in myself, as I said, of the Mandan Nation. But they're so incestuous, the tribe would never speak to me, or they're simply inaccessible. They may as well be on Mars. And the Native Americans in general are so, how do I say it, just corrupted by a life, basically intergenerational trauma. It's impossible to really communicate with them without something generally going wrong. They live these lives that are very, they're just too scarred to really function, too many of them.
It's quite bad. I worked for a casino, an Indian casino here locally, and it was like very elitist, and like the leaders of the tribe would only hire people to run the casino that they knew, and then they were tied to like the Hells Angels and various groups, you know.
Yes, they're corrupted essentially
they're all corrupt, yeah.
Thank you. They're corrupted by this sense of intergenerational trauma. They're so scarred. They're so scarred they can't function.
And I knew some girl that I worked with, or she was like one of our managers, and she had grown up with the tribe. She was a card carrying tribe member, but they would never promote her because she was basically adopted and she was part Mexican.
Yeah.
So they would they basically, because she was like, you know, she wasn't like what's the word, like blood.
Well, they're ethnically exclusive. They're ethnically exclusive.
Yeah, ethnically exclusive. But for all intents and purposes, she grew up in the tribe. And
in other words, she's effectively acculturated. She is acculturated, but she's not, by their definition, she's not ethnically acceptable. Yeah.
But she had Native American blood, but it just wasn't as specific as they wanted.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. The Native blood alone isn't enough for them. By the way,
she looked more Native than
many of them. She looked more Native than many of them, right? Go on.
The owner of the casino, I met him, or like the son, right? Yeah. I used to help him out during the morning shift. Like he would come in and get coffee or whatever it was. And this dude was like, you know, he had blue eyes. So he was like, he looked Native, but he had blue eyes. So they were pretty mixed. Yeah. But they're like totally elitist.
Yeah. Be impossible to be otherwise than mixed because of their it's kind of like when it became in to be an Indian after fucking Cher sang her half-breed song, and then you had this what was that song, the Cherokee Trail of Tears, that was basically a big hit, and when it became in to be an Indian in pop culture and every American started claiming they had Native American blood. Then,
and that stunt with Marlon Brando and the Oscar and all that.
Oh yeah, thank you. Which is not to be condemned, but it was Marlon Brando at least was sincere. As opposed to these other fuckers, and they wouldn't let the young lady he sent talk. For more than a few seconds. It was disgusting. But when it came to all that bullshit. Then Americans started saying, I'm an Indian, and these are like Nordic, Aryan-looking Americans whose lantern jaws, that look like you could draw. If you were to draw a picture of them, you'd use a T-square, and these people are saying, I'm an Indian. I always felt like saying, of course you are. There were enough blue-coated rapists running around to give you all a little Native American blood, you assholes. Just so people understand, I could legally, if I were my legal father's biological son, I could legally claim to be a Native American because I'd be 1/8 Native American. And they have to lower it to that degree, because if they didn't lower it to that degree, there would be no Native Americans.
Yes, exactly.
Because they're
classified as extinct.
Yes, because they're so bred out. Which meant legally I could get some financial help in that regard. So don't think I didn't try. Granted, I didn't make a career out of it, but
and a lot of these DNA tests, like, they don't even include the haplogroup that is Native American, because my aunt, she took one, and we have like direct lineage. Basically, my mom's mother's, my great grandmother on my mom's side is like pure blood, like forgot what tribe I'm trying to remember right now, but she's like legitimate. Like she just lost her birth certificate in a fire, and like this was in the times when you couldn't just get a copy. It was like,
Jesus, that's awful.
It was like way back then. But my aunt took a test, and it said she was like it didn't say anything about Native American. So she thinks, she's like, oh, I'm not Native American. And I was like, no, they don't even include the fucking haplogroup, which is the genetic group of Native American in these 99, whatever, what are they called? 23andMe and all these companies.
Yeah.
They deliberately exclude it because they don't want people running to those fucking tribes and waving that in front of them.
Yeah, and getting the benefits. Yeah.
And trying to get benefits. So they actually so people don't realize that those tests are just totally Eurocentric and fake.
Yes, thank you. They're bullshit. They're just bullshit.
Bullshit. They give people like, even the African Americans, they'll give like, you're 80% Ghanaian and 10% fucking West African. It's bizarre. These kind of, the way they like do it.
The way they classify it, yes.
The way they classify these haplogroups are so false. Like,
yeah. Thank you.
To be expected, though.
Yeah. People just don't waste any money. Don't waste a penny on those goddamn DNA tests. I mean, real DNA tests are thousands and thousands of dollars, and they're just not made for this sort of thing. You can tell people about how the DNA test was performed at the hospital on you because of the your attempted abduction. Tell people a bit about that.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, so when I was born, I was mixed up with another child, and my hospital bracelet had been, or just the numbers on my bracelet had been etched out, like cut out by a razor blade, and my mom immediately noticed it and said, "Wait, like, what's going on here? Like, what happened?" Right? Because she had this candy striper bring me back from.
Tell people there was no such thing as candy stripers by that time in history.
My mom had to have an emergency C-section because I was born feet first, double footling breech, which was because the doctor was a total quack and he didn't do the ultrasound in time, and all this different stuff happened. So she had to have an emergency C-section. So she was completely like drugged out and out of it. So they sent in someone to help her, which was this candy striper, which no one knows how they got in the hospital, basically. And
explain to people. Let me break in here, just so people understand. Candy striper is an old system where they used to have interns, which are like Girl Scouts or some kind of young girl who's simply volunteering her time and essentially has aspirations or is considering becoming a nurse. So in the old days, they used to like make them assistant nurses, and they could legally help with medical procedures because the nurses were so busy and overwhelmed. They would never allow that now. It would be legally impossible because you have someone who's completely untrained who's handling medical work. And so this tradition of candy stripers, young girl volunteers, was rendered illegal over time. And it became just a nostalgia trip because you had underage girls in hospitals that doctors would fuck. And so they made a porno film called Candy Stripers that people can look up. So there's an infamous porno film called Candy Stripers that portrays this in a pornographic or satirical sense. But the reality is that it was simply a term that was no longer in use by the time that Brendan Zoget was born. But somehow the so-called Candy Striper gets into the hospital. No one knows how she got in, and basically has something to do with his attempted abduction, which he'll go into. There's all evidence that this was an attempted abduction.
So the hospital was under construction too, or renovation at the time. So that's an important note that my mom mentioned. And but my mom was completely out of it, so she's having this person bring me back and forth from wherever I was, in an incubator or something, whatever they do when you're first, like, you're brand new. And or what is it called, the nursery, from the nursery back and forth, right? So right before they were about to check out, my mom was like close to leaving, and she's still on all these drugs from the surgery, because they did like an old school cesarean. So she had like it was a whole situation that was like the worst of all things could have happened. Worst case scenario. She was like all drugged out, and they had to cut her open. She couldn't breastfeed, so she was having a horrible time. Whatever. But during that time, she had that lady bring me back before they were about to check out, and my hospital bracelet had the numbers cut out where it shows like the date of birth and who I am and what, like the barcode or whatever it was back then.
I like it, the barcode, yeah.
And it had been like cut out by what my mom described as a 7-blade, which is a scalpel. So she immediately noticed that, because she'd had some background in that field.
She's a nurse. So she's a fucking nurse. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. She's been in the medical field. So she noticed that, and she said, "Hey, what's going on with this? This is bizarre. This is not normal." So the nurses kind of poo-pooed her off, right? And said, "Oh, everything's fine."
Oh, yeah.
They said, "Oh, everything's fine. Go home." So she took me home. And then she said it just didn't sit right with her. So she called like the head of the hospital, the administration. And so she brought in the bracelet and showed the administrator, and he started freaking out basically immediately and said, "Yeah, this is clearly tampered with." And so he looked up the records, and there was two baby boys born at the same time in the same hospital at the same area. And so they weren't sure if I got switched or if something else had happened. So he had to order a DNA test, and my mom and my dad had to go there, and they basically had to confirm my identity.
And by the way, what year was this? Because DNA tests were this is just
early 90s.
Yeah, just coming into play. DNA tests were just then. So we're talking what had to be tens of thousands of dollars was spent on this test.
Yes, right. So, and then on top of that, they had to send a nurse to our house every day to make sure my mom was to make sure my mom was bonding all right, because in the event that I wasn't her child, they would have to go through, psychological evaluation and shit, because that's like traumatic. You're like bonding with the wrong child and shit.
Yes. Yes.
So they had to pay for a nurse to come to the house every day on top of that.
Yes. Holy shit.
So clearly it wasn't like just a fluke or so this, and then she brought up the candy striper to the head of the hospital, and he basically said, like, "We have no record of these people," or, at the time that even the nurses had no idea what had happened. Like, they just, my mom said she only remembers this one specific candy striper bringing me back and forth. No other nurse was helping her.
There.
So there's some kind of strange connection there with that person, with that being. And, yeah.
Yeah, but we know that both yourself and your sister were targeted, and explain why. Tell people about how your sister, what happened to her with attempting to get a new passport, or what was it she was looking for?
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was maybe like 10 years ago now, but and my sister was born before I was. Mm-hmm. But the point is still the same, is something got tampered with, but she went to get her renewal on something, like it was like a passport or a driver's license or something like that. She wanted to get it renewed, and they said, "Oh, well, you need a valid birth certificate," because they changed the laws in California or whatever it was. And so she goes to, my mom can't find her birth certificate, so she says, "Oh, let's just go get a new copy." So she sends her to get a new copy, and it turns out that she wasn't on record in any of not only the county but the state records. The Vital Records office didn't have any of her records. So my mom had to go and provide her records, and her dad, who was like totally estranged, like she's my half sister, so he was just gone, missing, whatever, doing who knows what. He was a musician, so he's like way out of it.
Yeah, basically drugging and
Yeah.
doping and having sex.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just a
Yeah,
total
with
idiot,
both
but he was
genders.
gone.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so he was gone. So my sister had to spend it was like months to prove that she existed, and they had to issue her a brand new birth certificate.
No, but basically, there was no
There's no
documents
record,
on her. There were no documents on her. That all documents were wiped from the system, and we're talking about an age when we used to have hard copy. This wasn't digital.
Right.
Nothing was entered into digital. Her birth certificate didn't exist. No, nothing existed. Right? So how?
Right, which is totally bizarre, and no one knew what was going on. Like even in the vital records office, they said that's not normal, obviously.
One would hope.
Yeah.
So both of you were targets for some kind of satanic ritual sacrifice before you were born.
Yeah. Well, my mom is very Germanic. She has blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah.
She's the only one in our family that's like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but that's common for such people to be targeted, and their children,
exactly.
Of course.
Yeah.
And
so that's where I get my German lineage from.
Yes.
And all that. Yeah.
Look at Heather O'Rourke. What happened there? And she looks like a pure Germanic individual.
Mm-hmm.
You know the child actor dog, Heather O'Rourke.
Yes. I'm not too familiar with them. So tell me the story. Tell me the backstory.
She was in that ghost movie, fucking Poltergeist,
Yeah.
Or
Okay, and she was murdered, right?
Yeah. Henry Winkler and these other fucktards are saying, she killed herself or some shit. But allegedly, Steven Spielberg, Henry Winkler, and some other Hollywood moguls gang raped her to death, and her intestines and anus was destroyed. She died within a week after the rape from health problems after being assaulted.
Okay, that makes sense.
And she was blonde hair, she looked like one of these pure Germanic Aryan children.
Of course, yeah. That's always now. There's a book that is required reading. That it's going to be hard reading for most people simply because they couldn't relate. I couldn't relate. It was recommended to me by a Oshi friend of mine, and a white woman actually who took that name, and this lady loved this book, the Fifth Sacred Thing. It's titled The Fifth Sacred Thing, written by a raging lesbian feminist, and it shows. I mean, just the only characters in the book worth a shit are raging lesbian females or totally emasculated men who are basically subservient or completely deferring to the matriarchy. Not that I'm opposed to matriarchy in principle, but seeing it in action is not always it's not the fantasy people would think it is. Not that that's portrayed very well in the book, mind you. Most of the book I just couldn't relate to, but there was one aspect to it that really counted. The one aspect to it that really counted was first, one thing that stands out that was described very well, and it's impossible to describe how well it describes this. When the male character, the emasculated male character, who's basically gay. Yeah, as a matter of fact, now that I remember, I think all the characters are fucking gay in the book. But they are. They're all gay. Any females are with lesbians, and any men are gay. So anyhow, the gay male character, he basically is. He rescues a young blonde girl in Los Angeles who's underage, and he wakes up with her scrabbling underneath his pants and basically drawing his penis out and beginning to give him oral sex, because this is what she's been trained to do. So the authoress portrays that just right, just perfectly, because when you encounter kids who are just raised to do nothing but that, this is what they do. If you encounter them and pick them off the streets and try to just take them someplace, if they can't communicate, if they're barely operating at the communicative level and you're trying to do something to try and locate who might be their parents or something like that. Basically, the situation was exacerbated in the book by the fact that it's a post-apocalyptic scenario anyway. So it's there are organized societies, but there's enough of a gap between them and anarchy where the gray area is such now that it's like Brendan Zogit's sister. It's like there's no records on half the people you're working with. So he basically rescues some young girl, is trying to find out if he can basically drop her off with somebody to adopt her, some responsible authority figure or family or something. And but wakes up to her basically trying to blow him off. And of course, as a gay man, he rejects this, or presumably a man of principle would also reject it. Though, of course, a man with principle would, in a situation like that, it's just case by case. But at any rate, so he's trying to deal with that. But what it turns out is that she's a product of a breeding system where they're breeding blonde-haired, blue-eyed children, specifically blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryan children, that they call angels. And they are specifically for sacrifice in torture snuff films for no other reason than sadistic gratification. It has nothing to do with Satanism or any ideology. There's no imbuing it with any rationalization. It's just that wealthy people who are degenerates in Los Angeles. And so the woman, of course, doesn't refer to any protected peoples, no particular groups in Los Angeles, but just simply the cabal, the power cabal of Los Angeles is breeding Nordic blonde-haired, blue-eyed children for sex gratification, in which they ultimately are literally raped to death. And on film for repeated gratification at a later time. So this entire underground industry is producing literally thousands of these children. So then what happens is a number of them escape. And so over the years, they formed their own community, which they call the Avenging Angels. And the Avenging Angels are seeking out members of the cabal to torture to death themselves. And so there's this vicious cycle of abuse. And naturally, the Avenging Angels are classified as, quote unquote, Nazi terrorists.
Is that where they get the archetype of like the Charlie's Angels kind of beings, or like the Kill Bill shit, or like that kind of stuff?
It's kind of, yeah. The definitely with Quentin Tarantino, you're talking about a total degenerate who.
Well, I've never seen that film, so don't quote.
But by the way, Quentin Tarantino is part of this Hollywood cabal that this woman is speaking of. She doesn't name him.
Of course he is.
Yeah, but she may as well. The horror of this book, or what I consider the total waste of this book, The Fifth Sacred Thing, it's the only reason I consider it required reading is for that element. But that element is literally fucking 3 to 4 pages. 3 to 4 pages or 5 pages out of the book. We're talking about separated by hundreds of pages of just the rest of the book doesn't even count to me. So it's like the book is good only for the mention of that phenomenon. And otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, personally, I didn't find any value or worth in it. So in terms of this is what almost happened to Brendan Zogit and his sister, half-sister. And no doubt because of the mother being targeted as a broodmare for this. It's her children that they wanted. And in the case of the death of my mother, when she died, it was in a semi-Russian run because there was no other option. And the ethnic enclaving in the health profession is such that the Russians have managed to take over a great deal of the healthcare industry in America, for those of you who don't know. And so it was a semi-Russian run, like kind of hospice facility. And when my mother died, there were so many elements I could go into for hours and hours. It was the stormiest night in San Francisco history. It was the most violent storm in San Francisco history, period. The most violent storm ever recorded in San Francisco experience that night. And there was, of course, this, as everybody knows, as Brendan Zogit, whose mother is a nurse, can testify. So help me out here, Brendan. Nobody dresses like a nurse in the classical sense anymore. Nobody wears the nurse's, they have a specific name for the nurse's hat, the nurse's cape, the nurse's shoes. Nurses used to be dressed in white with the cape, the shoes, very specific dress that nowadays exists only as lingerie. People get dressed up like that as a sex fantasy. But no nurse dresses like that. Unless you're in some incredibly exclusive hospital for the ultra-rich, or some anachronistic Roman Catholic hospital or something like that where nuns are nurses or something, you will never see that in your life. All nurses dress in these fucking pajamas that are disposable called scrubs. And so there was this nurse who was dressed like a classical nurse, like she was in costume. Like you would see a woman dress as for Halloween saying, I'm a nurse. This is how this woman was dressed. Young, beautiful Taiwanese woman. I knew she was Taiwanese because I was told she was Taiwanese. And I said, who is that woman? And they said, oh, she's on loan from Taiwan. We need all the help we can get. And every time I tried to approach her, she would run away. So I never was able to speak to her. Not once. I'm certain she killed my mother, which is fine because obviously my mother being alive was killing me at that point. So she did me this incredible favor. I couldn't kill my mother. But she was the one who left the window completely wide open on the fiercest storm in San Francisco history next to my mother's bed, which saturated her in rainwater and flooded the room with rainwater. And my mother died of pneumonia that night. Bear in mind, of course, she was in a precarious situation because of what I explained when I came home from the conference, delivering the Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation, which is on my channel. When you see me deliver that presentation, Roswell and the Rising Sun, on my channel, I came home to find my mother on the floor, and she was in bed, and we would use safety straps because of her brain injury at that point in her care provision. My gang brother Beaver had checked in on her once, but at some point somebody had gotten into the house and ransacked the place, and she was on the floor. And the doctors said that her aorta was severed in 2 places with a laser scalpel. But whoever did this, there was no penetration on her chest, no bruising, no cuts, yet somehow her aorta was sliced perfectly in 2 places. And this was done in such a manner that it was still in place, but any severe movement would cause the aorta to rupture, and the blood would gush out, and her chest cavity would flood with blood, and she would die. So the doctors could do nothing about it. And so she should have lived for only hours. She should have died right then immediately, but she lived for 2 weeks after that. And but she died in that facility when the nurse did what she did and opened the window completely overnight while it was storming violently outside. Lightning also struck my mother that night, in the bed at least. So they know that she was also a subject to electrocution. So, but there was no hint of singed flesh or singed hair or anything like that. It was like it didn't do any damage, apparently. But it was one of these things that she was obviously murdered through that. And so that nurse, of course, after that disappeared, and no one had any paperwork or any ways to identify her. I honestly believe that she was someone who was sent by the Dietrich from Taiwan, really, to do that, simply because at that point, taking care of my mother was killing me. I think it was actually a favor that was done.
Put her out of her misery, you mean? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I'm just thinking that it was... I don't even think it was so much that as to put me out of my misery. At that point, it was simply killing me, literally killing me, just all the care provision, as you can imagine. It's just the responsibilities that were going into the care provision were overwhelming. So when it came to that, of course, or in a sense, maybe her out of her misery and the like, but it wasn't like she was really suffering per se. In general, But there you go. I mean, that's something to share. And again, the anachronistic approach in Brendan Zogit's case, you have a candy striper, a position that no longer existed. In my case, you had a nurse dressed up as a nurse out of the past, but nobody was questioning that. It's like, I guess they all just thought, oh, she's Taiwanese and that's how they do it, and just let it slide. And then, but then again, afterwards, there's no paperwork, and just suddenly everybody remembered her, but nobody remembered anything about her. So there you go with another similar situation in that regard. Again, I hope this puts things in perspective for some people. When it comes to the Dietrich Artelect, the relationship, as I said, with the Dietrich Artelect is very, it's very hit or miss, kind of hard to describe. I think that the Dietrich Artelect interacts with myself benevolently, periodically, and something like this would make sense along those lines. But otherwise hates me or despises me for my quote-unquote not helping her when she was trapped at the Presidio, which I did my best to do that within what I felt was reason or acceptable, but that would require more explanation. So all that being said, I would appreciate it if you two carried on a conversation for a few minutes while I refresh myself. Whenever I relate something like that, of course, it's always traumatic. Unless, of course...
Sorry to hear about your mother being attacked like that with the laser scalpel. That's fucked up.
Is that the first time you heard about that?
No, I heard it before, but I just want to say I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Well, whatever it wasn't any conventional laser scalpel.
It was something advanced.
Yeah, something truly advanced. The doctors knew it wasn't me. They knew it was artificial, and they said, this is technological in nature, because this isn't like a heart rupturing simply because it's, weakening the main aorta, the primary valve to the heart. They said this isn't like something rupturing simply with age and it gets weak and then it bursts open. Because then she'd be dead, because then all the blood would come out and fill the chest cavity. This is something surgical, but we've never seen anything like it because her chest cavity has not been opened. So it's like something that was beyond human technology. They said this is beyond any known technology. They knew it was technological, but they also knew it wasn't me because they know that I wouldn't have that technology. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of that description. It of course was horrific, but it was just at that point in my life, it was killing me anyway. Just so people understand, everyone around me, people like the real piece of shit at that time was I'm trying to remember the fucker's name, who drove me down to the Roswell presentation. Just a real white trash piece of shit who I paid thousands of dollars to do that. And it's just no describing just how wretched and vile all these people are. It wasn't like he was even a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom, but most people don't need to be. They're just pieces of shit as they are. They demand all kinds of money and just do nothing, absolutely nothing after that to help you in any way whatsoever, and can't do what they're hired to do. It's just vile. The experiences that I've had with Americans on every level has been beyond negative in general. I
can imagine so.
Yeah, it's honestly, there's very few of them that have any redeeming features whatsoever. That being said, so I'll take a few minutes break again, and if the two of you could carry on a conversation, I'd appreciate it. I'll be back in about
Do you think if I visited Taiwan, I'd be okay?
I'm sure you'd be fine. Yes, the Dietrich Artelect has no. I doubt Xi would have any interest in you, right. Which is to your advantage, I assure you.
Hope for the best.
Yes.
Taiwan's a nice place because they got a lot of street food that's fresh seafood and it's cheap to eat.
Yes.
So you can eat like a king over there for a lot less price.
Oh God, yes. Everyone I know who's ever visited it said it was the most pleasant visit of their lives. I mean, I've never heard anyone say anything negative about visiting Taiwan. They
The only negative thing I've heard is just they have fire ants there.
there, yeah. Well, if you want to hear something really negative about that, the Texas where they built that stupid super collider. People can look this up. There was a like what was supposed to be the American version of the Hadron Super Collider. This nuclear super collider was being built in Texas for billions and billions of dollars. I remember telling that Lionel Allen Curtis, that mercenary who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, about that and saying they're going to abandon that. And he was like, no, they can't. They've invested too much money in it. They would never abandon that project. Yeah, and sure as shit, they abandoned it, and they had to because of the Texas fire ants. The Texas fire ants completely infiltrated the facility and literally ate all the cables. Literally just ate the cables off the super collider. It was, yeah, I mean, you can tell people some of that story, and then they finally had to abandon it. I mean, this is straight out of a horror film. Okay, I'm gonna go mute for about 7 minutes. I'll be back soon.
No worries. What are you going to talk about, Brandon? You
Brendan.
know much about that alleged? I don't like to bring this stuff up, but it needs to have light shed on it regarding Heather O'Rourke being abused by Steven Spielberg and Henry Winkler. You see photos of Spielberg holding her on her lap and hugging her like she's his little fuck toy, and same with Henry, that cunt that played Fonzie in Happy Days. Have you done any research about that?
Super suspect. I mean, I try not to go into those kind of sewer level things,
right?
But it's like it's pretty apparent, just like how what I was looking at is this that Taiwan is actually on like one of the tropic lines, so it's a very tropical, very nice place.
Yes,
looks like it's
paradise.
Not giving me latitudes here, but maybe I can get the latitudes. But
and
it's
the
pretty warm.
Architectural design and the way they have built their cities look advanced and futuristic in their big cities.
Right, yeah, Taipei looks really nice.
Yes. And it's pretty affordable to live in Taiwan. Like, it's not ridiculously expensive. So you could go over there and have, I don't know, probably 50,000 K converted over there to their money and probably find a decent place to live.
Right, that would be a dream. But they were very restrictive during the last 3 years, so I kind of I got put off on the whole situation. Same with Australia, but the whole politics in Asia is really restrictive when it comes to that stuff. So.
And you got to worry about when China's going to decide to fully invade Taiwan, which is going to be fucked up.
Yeah, if they ever get there.
Yeah, like it can happen any moment, kind of thing. Which I hope it never happens.
Right, yeah. But I prefer, I've been traveling and I prefer the tropics myself, from even where I'm at right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's just America. Yeah.
Have you been to Australia?
I've never been, no. I would like to visit, but I just don't trust the government per se. I feel like it's not easy to travel there if you're foreign. What is your interpretation on that?
Oh, it's just Australia. I only come here to visit, but don't live here. Don't come here to live unless you have a shitload of money.
Yes.
The airport customs a pain in the ass. Douglas said, they stole all his fucking shit when he went over here for the interview at Nexus magazine.
Yes.
They took his computers and his laptop and other shit. It was an ambush, as he said.
Right.
Deliberately planned. Yeah, but don't ever come here to live unless you're filthy rich, and just visit the nice, safest places if you're coming for a visit.
Yeah, and it's massive. It's vast, huge.
Oh, yeah.
The continent. Yeah.
There's I forgot the name of the railway, but there's a specific railway service where it travels vast distance throughout the states for travelers, and you can see all the nice scenery and environments. And you can go check out Uluru and all that.
Right.
Nice places. Learn about the Aboriginal tribes and the entities they worship.
Yes. Yeah, see, that stuff would be interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think about South, like Adelaide and these kind of places? Is that like some backwater shit, or is it like?
I've
nice?
never been there. The only good thing I heard about Adelaide in the South Australia is marijuana is legal there. You can grow your own weed over there, so that's pretty good.
Right.
Yeah, I never plan on traveling to the other states. So.
Yeah. Oh, really?
If I can,
because it's
vast, I'm gonna. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's so much to look at and travel around. But if I can help it, I'm leaving this country and probably just go to Japan, marry a Japanese lady, or go to Japan.
Yes. Yeah. I don't blame you.
Yeah. Quality of life is so good there. Every time I watch videos, just say you could live off their vending machines. Their food vending machines are so good.
Yeah, they vend everything. It's like you can buy all kinds of crazy stuff. They do cool things where they even have like egg vending machines. So if you like have a chicken, you can sell your eggs to there, or put your eggs in a vending machine, and they'll split it with all the farmers. Like, it's just little things like that we would never do in the United States for some reason.
What I don't understand or get, how did Japan become so perverted? Like, was it like this when Emperor Hirohito was in charge? Like this massive perversion and everything, just most like, especially the anime. Do you know what the deal is with that?
Just the same. I mean,
sexuality.
The same stuff as the West. It's just like all these negative groups come in, like the satanic groups and these different, like they have those same groups too.
In Japan, like they've been infiltrated to a degree by these.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Like dark forces. I mean, there's always dark forces, you know, like the same trip in any country.
But it wasn't this bad when Hirohito was in charge.
I personally don't think so, because
I think in that aspect, in that regard, I'd be thinking Hirohito would be rolling in his grave if he saw this perverted aspect of Japan.
Oh yeah, for sure. And a lot of it is the globalization where it's like, you know, like you can't prevent a lot of things from coming in if you're like connected to the net now, you know. Right. So, you know, there's nothing you can do about that. And then like, you know, it just look what happened to South Korea. It's like basically Americanized, and they're just crazy. Like they give each other gifts of like plastic surgery to make, you know, like that's their high school graduation gift. Like the parents will give their kids like, okay, you got to look good for when you go out and get a job and shit and go to college. So you get plastic surgery.
Fucking musician.
Yeah. Yeah, all those people are like, the plastic surgeons make them look like that. They don't all look like that naturally.
Yo.
So it's very
it's unnecessary.
Perverted, yeah.
Unnatural. They don't need surgery. They look beautiful as they are.
Yeah.
Just usually they have crooked teeth. They just need to see a dentist to fix that, and that's fine.
Right. But it's just so you know, it's just like this perversion of,
I don't like it at all. It needs to go, this corruption, especially to these pure nations.
Yes. And it's coming back like that. It's unnatural. That's what I was going to say, is that they've gone away from nature. So any country that goes away from nature, or any place that goes away from nature,
they
gets this problem.
The laws of nature and obey more of the laws of man.
Yes, exactly. You've got it. Yes. So that's the situation. So the more modernized things get, the more crazy it gets. And Japan, they would be a powerhouse if they went back to their spiritual roots and, you know, all that stuff. They would be huge. Same with India, like the way India is. Like if India just did like the real Vedic stuff, like they would not be under the Kosh or any of these like monetary, you know,
if they weren't colonized by England, they'd be better off.
Yeah. Well, even post-colonization, if they just went back to the Vedic stuff that they had, like the true, like going back to nature and all that stuff, they wouldn't be untouchable, you know. Because if you go as per the laws of the universe, the laws of the multiverse, then like you're untouchable by anything, like inside or outside, like any force. Like there's a Vedic story of Prahlad. Like there's this being called Prahlad, and his father was like a demon king who ruled like over the earth and the underworld at this time in history when the story takes place. And he was a devotee of divine, so that was what he spent his time doing, is just like doing penance to the highest. So anything that was thrown at him, like he was thrown into a fire, he was poisoned, he was like, they tried to kill him, like they threw him off a ledge, like all this stuff that happened to him, he was actually, because he was so connected with the divine source, like no harm ever came to him. And so that's when one of the avatars comes in and saves him. It's called Narasimha Avatar. And it's but that story is just showing the principle that if you go with the divine flow, no harm will ever come to you, and you will thrive. And that's kind of like where we're at, is if you see anywhere you see people going back towards nature, their like quality of life improves, they go away from hell, pain, and torture. But then anywhere you see people going against that, it's like nothing but hell, pain, torture, craziness, insanity, like all the stuff that we were just talking about, is like that stuff wouldn't happen if people were going as per the force, like the force of higher force.
When you carefully and thoroughly observe nature and learn, you start understanding the way of the universe, the laws of the universe. You appreciate nature a lot more too, and have respect for all of nature.
Yes. And that's why nature was, imbued for, or that's where nature's, what is it, like fractality comes from. It was imbued with this kind of signature.
Yep. What else do you want to talk about? Anything?
I'm kind of like
did
in
you
between some things. Yeah.
Go ahead. Did you see about how Russia keeps boasting about their hypersonic missiles, like they're trying to flex their muscles? We can arm these with nuclear warheads, and this missile can travel over 7,000 miles an hour or some shit, or kilometers an hour.
Yes. Yeah, the hypersonic. We have those too, supposedly, but how effective they are at, conventional weaponry or even nuclear, it's like very debatable.
Yeah. Like I think you got to factor in like the weather, temperature, and all this shit that could stray the missile off course and change its trajectory and hit a target that wasn't intended. It's too much. It's too dangerous to use, especially if you're arming them with nuclear warheads. You might as well just be using Scud missiles.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's where I tend to agree with people like some of these famous people like, and what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff. Like his view on it is that, and I don't agree with anything he really says other than this.
Right.
Pretty much, he's a total shill. But he was saying that there's no point to even having space nukes, because it's like, why even have that? Like, by the time it gets to space, or by the time you launch it from space, it's like all the technology it needs to get there and everything has to be perfectly aligned. So that you're better off just using missiles, which we already have, ICBMs.
Yeah.
So and bombers and stuff. So it's like that's really the pinnacle, which we already have, are those like super long range B-52s, the modern ones. They can go anywhere on the planet within minutes, and some of them are stealth capable. They fly at like Mach 2 and 3. So it's like you don't really need these hypersonic.
Yeah, it's a big waste of money too.
Yeah, it's just like what Douglas says. It's just kind of like a competition. They keep going.
I just got yes, go on.
And you got
please.
primitive tactics that you can use, where you could just pull up a large, massive steel beam up in the stratosphere and drop it onto a town, and they'll destroy a city or town from the speed of travel, the kinetic energy it builds up from the speed and weight. And it doesn't leave any fucking radiation or chemicals. It's just pure primitive tactic.
Yeah, kinetic weapons, which are but even those have like like they sound good on paper, but perhaps they're not as implementable.
Oh no, I mean they're easily
As-
implementable. This is why everybody wants to write international laws against weaponizing space. In fact, that's
Right.
how easily implementable they are. So just so people understand what both these gentlemen are referring. So I got back just in time to hear them essentially, I believe, deconstructing the so-called hypersonic weapons, this scare tactic that everyone is, the Chinese and the Russians in particular, are promoting, and the Americans and Australians, which the Australians are actually doing some work on hypersonic technology. So they are basically arguing that, well, we got to keep up with the Chinese and the Russians. But this is one of those areas where I'll definitely say it's a bunch of bullshit that, you know, for all the reasons that our man, both men articulated, Brendan and Nemo. But when it comes to the tungsten rods is what they're both referring to, tungsten rods in space. Yes, if you get them up in orbit, you just drop them, and the nuclear weapons are essentially obsolete. So Amy Como has joined us, and dear lady, thank you so much. Tell us a bit about your backstory, about why you're up so profoundly late. This must be 3 a.m. in the morning in Vermont, or you know. So tell us a bit about the backstory of how you wound up awake at this hour and where you might be. I mean, are you in this kind of little fanatic mobile home, or what's going on? As much as you're willing to share.
You're adorable. Good morning, everybody. I just woke up.
Wonderful.
I'm house sitting for a friend whose puppy had puppies. She had 9 puppies this winter.
Wonderful.
And the dog got me up to go outside. So that's how I ended up here. And I was like, this is so boring. Why are they talking about weapons?
It's what men do. Men do this. And you
No,
found
it's
the...
just because it's being addressed in the mainstream a lot, and we're just shedding some light on how they're just using it as a flexing, you know, bullshit scare tactic.
It's masturbatory. It's toxic masculinity.
Like how redundant it is. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, honey. So you got me the video. Girl Model, made during the year my mother was slain. Girl Model was about the Russians taken to communist China. These are the Russian girls that end up walking on the runway in communist China, and they wind up being essentially marketed on the meat market as this is the one, right, honey?
That's it. I remembered the name, and then it's so disturbing. It's like not really, like I don't want people to watch this movie, but it's like something you can't unsee. Like it's once you realize that this is just larger than one country, like larger than one group of people, like, you know, you can't really ignore it. Like it's really disturbing. It's a really disturbing video. And like I said last time, I think that it's something that just is not flushed out enough in conversations anywhere. I think that people naturally don't want to talk about child sex trafficking, and I think that it's good in a lot of ways. It's a good thing that they don't have that inclination to, you know, jump right in. But at the same time, like I feel like you're just never going to change. Like there's this stalemate where there aren't that many options for a lot of women, and a lot of women end up in really bad situations, you know, without really being able to, you know, get beyond where they're at. Like, and I know a lot of people are like, it's the poverty. Like if there was opportunity for women, but it's not the poverty. It's like these girls don't have, like they shouldn't be in that position to begin with. Like their families should not be so willing to just ship them off like they're animals, like they're furniture. Like that, I mean, that was something I'd been listening to with the documentary on Kubrick. And I remember you talking about I was thinking about Kubrick because of the FDR. Like his first photo ever that was published was a newspaper stand in New York the day the FDR was killed. And so this documentary was just looking at how in his movies there seems to be this underlying theme within the photography about furniture, women treated as furniture. And he was just comparing it to a bunch of other scenes in other movies. And I felt like that also is just like one of those icky subjects that just is not discussed. And I think it's because who wants to do that, Douglas? Just like you said, like every time that you stand up and do something that's supposed to be right, it always like comes back and sucks you in.
Yes.
And then you're like drawn away on all these other, like you just get taken off into these other things that distract you from having, you know, a valuable time with others, you know, because you're constantly having to fight the poverty or having to fight the gang stalking or having to, you know, replace your freaking microphone 17 times.
Yes, thank you.
Right? So
yes.
like why would you choose that? Why would you choose to go against the grain in such a way that you don't benefit? Like you're not really benefiting, and you're also not seeing the change. It's like what they say about the hope. Like hope is the last thing that you need. What you need is action. You need to get out there and make things different. And yeah, so I don't know if that's exactly the thing I needed to talk about at 3 a.m, but I did sleep really well. Like I mean, I think that's the problem is like my friend works in a restaurant, so she's up late, and the dog's just used to being able to get up and go outside to the bathroom like when she's sort of winding down from her work. So, but she had 9 puppies and she got rid of 6, and she just has the 3 now, and I'm just watching the mom because she took the little ones with her away.
And so you're helping the mom through a traumatic time.
No, she's fine. She's so much better now. Like she was such a hot mess, like before having puppies. Like you couldn't stop playing with her. She's kind of she's a pit bull German Shepherd. So she's this big, goofy, lovable, like punch you in the face with her tongue. And when she's 5 now, but when she was little, she was impossible. Like she was just, you could not throw the ball enough for her. But now she's just so chill. She's just like, wow. I'm over it. And so that's why I agreed to do it. It's because I was like, oh, she's doing really well. She's going to be easy. This will be easy, is what I said. I won't be having to deal with the puppies. So, yeah,
that's great. Oh my God. And so I'm glad you're in a good space too. I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
I told you not to worry. Like I grew up here. Like I'm in a place where I know people. Like I mean, I'm not worried about myself. So like I'm really like I have a lot of options, and I have a lot of people who do want to see me do better. So that's pretty much where I'm at. What have you been doing? What are you talking about tonight?
Well, obviously, we were speaking about weapons for a while. The macho bit that the two gentlemen got on while I was refreshing myself again. And I thought that was fine because they're doing a good job deconstructing these weapons, because a lot of people are in fear of the hype, which is what the hypersonic is really all about, is just hype. But that being said, we'll gladly go back to the more humanly relevant topic that you broached by sending me that video. Now, this it probably is the video that you and I were both discussing. It may not be. It might be a different one, because I don't know if this is the one that specifically talks about Russian women in particular being taken to Beijing and used on the runway as so-called fashion models, because I think that one was a bit more recent than 2011. But it might this might also broach on that topic, and certainly it talks about the human trafficking. And one of the things you brought up was that these women's families, may be ruthless enough where they do just kind of see an opportunity in these girls to just sell them off. And that, of course, is wrong, no matter how impoverished anyone is. But when it comes to
the age, like, I think what was most offensive was the recruiter, because it comes in with the story of the recruiter who used to be a model, and then her having to parse through these crowds of girls who, once they're like 9 or 10, are too old, but they're not allowed to advertise for that young. So the girls, being really too young, they have to say that they're like 15 or 16, and there's no way these children are even close to a teenager, or even like, and she's like, you can tell that, like, she's just so cold and dead, like, in her mechanistic way of like, we're really looking for something special in these girls, and they're so young. They're 7 or 8, some of them. And then the way that, like, they're taken away and then they're told they can't gain any weight. They're 7 and 8 years old and they have to eat candy because it's the only thing that it just gives them the sugar so they can carry on, but it doesn't give them any sustenance. So they're, if they gain weight, they have to pay a fine or something.
Jesus Christ.
I think this is the one that I saw years ago.
And this is definitely not the one I saw. This is definitely, in its own way, much more serious. This is much more serious. So the one I saw was serious enough, but it's older Russian woman, not like they're mature. We're talking about 18 to, legal age to in their 20s and 30s, being invited to Beijing to run the to walk the model runway, and then ultimately being trafficked as sex slaves. But this is obviously different because they're not allowed to leave China. By the way, Communist China, just so people know, if you visit Communist China, you're an idiot, because they literally have laws in place where if they want to, per caprice and whim, they can prevent you from ever leaving again. And they consider that their legal right. So if you go there, there's a woman who Peter Moon can speak of. He personally knew her, and she was Romanian, and she went to Communist China, and they just told her, we're not going to let you leave. And it's that simple. And now she's stuck in Communist China. The nation becomes your prison. By the way,
my cousin's over there, and he went to teach English, and he's just been there for so long. He has a family there with an Asian woman. Uh-huh. He's never leaving. They've been trying for so long to bring the children over. Yeah. But I'm so against it. I'm like, those children don't know anything about the U.S. You're taking them away from the family that they know. Uh-huh. But again, they're Eurasian. They're white Chinese, and there's the whole different level of abuse that happens when you're not really Chinese. So.
Yeah. Yes, you're very astute. You're very astute. Oh my God, honey, you're much more aware of this than many people. I'm impressed. When it comes to this subject, you're well versed in it, and so when it comes to this, by the way, just to explain to people, she used the term movie. Of course, this is not a movie. This is a documentary, Girl Model, produced in 2011. So my God, what you describe is literally inhuman. No, this is unspeakable. And so this is going on, and this is more international. You're describing this is international, but apparently they said the circuit is between Siberia, Japan. What else is included here? Where these girls are going in between?
Yeah. I think it does go back into China, like you said. Like, yeah. I think there is an element of they're only in Japan for so long before they're shipped to China. Like, and when you started talking about how with this one child policy, all these Chinese men, like, they agree to like date the same woman because there simply aren't other women. Yeah. And that's, and that's sort of feeding into that story where like these young Russian girls, they're trafficked, they're trained, they're groomed, they're put on stage, and then they're sold like furniture.
Yes.
And it's disturbing, and like I said, I wouldn't recommend watching it. I would, because it's not like, you can't undo it. But it's, you know, you also, like, once you start looking into this, like, we're so brainwashed by the media in the U.S. It's just not, you just have no idea about what are the options.
Right. But by the way, Brendan Zoget, come on for just a moment and say good morning to everyone before you go to sleep. He really needs to go to sleep.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah. And so, but you, you're going to check out?
Yes, I must go to sleep now, and I have work tomorrow, so.
Okay.
Everything is well with me, and I appreciate it.
Oh, well, you were wonderful. We really appreciate your being here tonight, and we love you dearly. And of course, Amy,
say goodnight to Nemo, but he's off.
Yeah, he's filling his tummy, he says, which is, I don't understand why he just doesn't do what you do and eat while he's on. So Amy, I'm so glad you joined us. But say goodnight to our friend Brendan, of course. And,
sleep well, Brendan.
Yes, good night. Many blessings.
Yes, we'll speak again soon, and thank you so much for trying to help me recover that Goober's, Zoom files. I tried to talk to him the other day, and he just wrote back, "Oh, I have a headache. I might be skipping work tonight," and it was like, I was trying to start a phone sex session with him or something, and he just wasn't up to it or something. It was just bizarre, and so.
Right, you would think that'd be the best time to recover something, but I guess not.
Thank you. All right, love you dearly. Hugs.
All right, blessings.
Okay. Yes, and so Amy, I mean, honestly, it's really frustrating. I was, that guy who interviewed us. I hope I gave you the link. Did I give you the link to the interview with that Brett Luter?
I think I have it. That's the one I haven't. I'm so used to not having the internet. I'm so used to not, having to really plan my entertainment by downloading. But I have the internet now, and I've become really schizophrenic about it. Like, I ended up watching some April 2017 thing that you'd done about the Holocaust. I meant to be watching that, but I was watching something from ages ago that you had done instead. So I'm just getting used to being able to do whatever I want on the internet, because I'm going to have it later too.
Yeah, great.
So, I mean, that's just how that went. I haven't watched your Brett Loiter one yet.
Okay.
It seems kind of short. Like, I shouldn't have to.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. He's using Zoom, which is already bizarre. And even Brendan said, why is he using Zoom? There's just, that alone should be a warning sign. I'm just not going to do Zoom anymore and tell people they've got to adapt to Skype but when it came to that, he in order to use Zoom for free, because he can't pay for it, can't pay to open an account, he's limited to 40-minute segments. So he did 2 40-minute segments, and this looks bizarrely semi-professional, because this is what people expect from professionals, right? To do short 40-minute segments, it makes it look like you actually are part of some professional program and don't have time to meander on all day. So people accept that as quote-unquote professional, and it might even be healthier in the sense that people can't absorb much information. They can only absorb short bits of information, but then they
need to get up and walk every hour. It makes sense. It makes sense that you need a break about every hour to get up and move your body. I'm sorry that you're giving up on Zoom. I'm sorry that
why do you like Zoom?
I don't like any of it. I told you, I've just gotten used to having access to the internet without having to hurry up, because I'm going to drive away.
Good point. Yeah.
I really I keep talking about this screen-free summer that I'm planning, where I'm just not going to be
Oh my God, we'll miss you. Are you gonna withdraw completely from the internet? We won't have you if that's true.
I couldn't live without you.
Okay,
I couldn't do it.
Thank you.
I'd have to
honey.
call in at least twice.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. And so at any rate, so what happened is he published part 1, the first 40-minute segment. He has not published part 2. I have no idea what's going on with him. He, but this is common for these people. It's like, why do they do what they do? It's like, none of it makes sense. It's very bizarre, and you're left just shaking your head. So that being said, hopefully we'll ultimately get part 2, because I can't retrieve it myself without Brett Luter, and he pronounces it Luter like Luden's cough drops. So, all right.
But you don't feel like it was like a bad interview? Like you don't have any, like the last guy that you, not the Bulgarians, but the guy before, where he didn't press record or whatever, and he was ancient.
The MUFON
you just
ambush.
really couldn't handle that guy. Like you were just not into him, but you don't have that same distaste of this Brett guy.
No. Brett was, he's basically a victim. He was someone who worked with Laurie and Ann Fenton, which is already shows that he has a very poor judge of character. In my case, I worked with Laurie and Ann Fenton, knowing, of course, she was a criminal, that she was thrown onto myself by Aquino and the cults of Edom. And she was pretty much open about that anyway. And the money I lost with her, I just wrote off. I mean, if anything, it's my fault for engaging with her at all. I want people to understand that the reason I did so is because there really was no choice. When you're dealing in this, being a public informant, and you're dealing with just basically the sewer of the world's information distribution, in terms of just trying to get your word out there desperately, they're just going to throw to you assets that are going to attempt to discourage you. And it's not like you're going to get any offers from major networks or anything like that. The whole world's changing anyway. And these days, alternative media has become the major form of media, really. So in a sense, I was ahead of my time by working with such scum. But they're scum, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
go on.
The stuff that you do, you don't really need a big audience. You just don't need it. People aren't going to accept it.
Yeah,
like it's not, and they shouldn't have to. That's what's so horrible about it, is they really shouldn't have to. Like we should have more fabric within this tapestry where children don't get shipped off to foreign countries so that they can send their paycheck back to their starving family. Like that is, I would imagine that we would have passed that by now.
as a species.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. At the same time, what I do want to emphasize is that I'm hoping someday to have a much larger audience for the sake of helping humanity move past this stage of de-evolution where this is happening. It's one of these things where we have a situation that is obviously untenable, and something needs to be done. Nemo is back, by the way. Nemo, Amy Como is with us, and so do say hello.
Nice to meet you, Amy.
It's nice that you've joined us in our little bottom of YouTube club. It does. It feels like if I don't touch base with somebody that I'm missing something now. I think I've been coming on for a year?
Yeah.
It's been about a year, huh?
I think, yeah.
Maybe not. I don't remember. But yeah, Nemo, you're in Australia. Did you ever say what part of Australia you were from?
Queensland.
No. Queensland, Australia. So is that in New South Wales?
It's above New South Wales.
Above New South Wales. What do you notice in Australia as far as so this is what I've heard from Australia. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking, therefore it is a little clearer. So there's this woman, Fiona Barnett, who was talking about the Nicole Kidman family, how her father was a pedophile. Is that something that people are aware of in that area, or is that still like nobody's talking about it? Everybody's
I'm
like
pretty
upset
sure
with the government.
not a lot of people are aware of that.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it doesn't get addressed a lot. These big families, fucking getting involved in sex trafficking and all that shit, sex slave. But
her stuff is very much based around ritual abuse.
Nicole Kidman, you're saying?
Was the
and
woman.
Fiona Barnett.
Yes. Fiona Barnett is the one. She came over to Seattle for a conference at one point, and that's how I started listening to her, because it sounded like, not a lot of women could break like Douglas. Like you don't necessarily find people who are going to break that silence because of the repercussions, because of the stalking.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's why I was wondering, like, just as a person in Australia, had you even heard of her? And it sounds like no.
I just typed it in. The latest thing I see 7 years ago that was published. Political elite were part of pedophile ring. Alleged victim Fiona Barnett claims. Woman who alleges she was a child victim of the pedophile ring named by Liberal Senator Bill Heffernan said she had repeatedly reported the abuse to authorities, but no actions have been taken. Speaking outside the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, Fiona Barnett called on the authorities to investigate the alleged ring, which she believes is still operating. And there's a whole lot more in that article.
She had a blog. Yep, she had a blog for a while. That got taken down. And I'm really glad I got to see it, because she talked a lot about her programming, because she was a child that had both kinds of intelligence. She was intelligent emotionally as well as intelligent, just like well above genius. And she was saying that the thing that was able to get her out was her art. Like, she had all these drawings, and the art was what helped her recover some of her memories. And her art was talking about, like, getting raped by Nixon on Air Force One as a child. Yeah, so, like, the fact that she's just able to speak up and stay alive is a pure miracle in itself. And, she hasn't been very active. Like, I don't get newsletter updates from the blog, and when you go there, there's nothing on there anymore, but there had been in the past. You used to be able to access some of her.
Did she ever communicate with Isaac Cappy when he was going public about the sexual abuse in Hollywood? With Seth Green, Tom Hanks, he was exposing all those people in 2019. Do you know she was in connection with him?
I do think she had made a post about it. She had said something about it, but she doesn't get tied up in a lot of it, because, her story is her story, and it's very traumatic. Like, she was explaining how when you recover these memories, you then have to feel it. You have to abreact to the trauma, which can be very dangerous with the programming because of the suicidality of it. Like, they program you to kill yourself. So she, and that I feel like is super important for people to understand, that the trauma is going to open up these parts of the person that are especially dangerous, where, like, there'll be a part of them that wants to kill themselves.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult.
Persona will awaken. It's either implanted, like, as a manually implanted persona, or I hear that these victims get implanted by demons, these demonic entities, and when they start going AWOL, these demonic entities cause them to commit suicide or start killing people, so they get locked up and put in prison for the rest of their lives, something like that.
It's very dangerous. Yeah, you were saying about Isaac Cappy, like, exactly that is. He broke the programming, got out of line, and they took him out. And I think
apparently he had his death faked, and he's under witness protection.
Well, we do have to qualify that. That's
allegedly. That's
something that our friend Mr. Ian West, promotes. That's the theory he promotes. I don't believe it for a second.
It's a theory, not a fact.
Yeah, and but then again, from what I understand, the so-called footage of his death looks really fake. So there is that.
The image you see of his body on the highway.
Yeah.
So are you talking about?
Yes. Yeah. It looks like a wax dummy or some kind of mannequin that, is. So. Apparently he killed himself by hanging himself or throwing himself off a highway or something like that. Now, whatever, it doesn't sound real. And so, but that of course doesn't.
If you're going to kill yourself, why would you jump off a highway? Because apparently he jumped off the bridge, or he was thrown off a bridge, and then a car hit him when he landed on the lower road underneath the bridge.
Right. And let me see if I can even look that up.
Because there's different things about that. Some people say, he was being chased down and the car forced him to jump off, or people grabbed him and threw him off. Like, there's different stories about it.
Yeah, it all sounds very bizarre, but he, of course, himself was really sketchy. You're talking about somebody who goes around and just, confronts people and starts shouting at them. This is just, it's odd. It's very odd behavior, but if you bring up his background, it does make sense. It does make sense that it's he'd be doing these things. But let me see, Isaac Cappy. His last name. Okay, there we are. Cappy, a death scene. Let's see if I can find that on the internet. Just see if there's no, it doesn't really come up immediately, and I'm not going to really pursue it. Yeah.
There's videos of him personally communicating with other satanic ritual abuse victims, and these people are being discredited by that fuckhead Stephen Outram.
Oh,
I'll
interesting.
have to send you the links about these videos that connect Stephen Outram with them.
Yeah. Okay. And that makes perfect sense. That Stephen Outram would be part of a campaign like that. Well, if Stephen Outram is quote unquote discrediting Isaac Cappy, then that just proves Isaac Cappy is in the right. Really, that is a boon to his credibility. So thank you for expressing that. I had no idea. But Amy, by all means, Mr. Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia, actually is pretty much an expert on much of the celebrity scene and involving this kind of phenomenon. So feel free to ask him any questions. I'm sure between the two of you, you could educate all of us on a number of subjects that we need to be enlightened about concerning this particular phenomenon. So by all means, the two of you proceed to talk for a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, I think that, with the programming, there's an element of like religion is being used in order, like she was saying, like in a lot of ways that her Christianity would help her. Like she would go straight to the Bible passages and she would feel some relief. But the thing you were saying about the demons being programmed, like it was
inserted.
Implanted.
Yeah.
As a last resort thing to make sure they don't get away with exposing their victimizers. They just become destructive, either killing themselves or other people.
Right.
Well, and then the programming happens where and that was sort of something that Fritz Springmeier was also talking about, was they put in those demons and they appear behind the mirrors. So when you're speaking to somebody and you're really bonded to them and you're like feeling like, oh, okay, I understand what this person is saying and I like it and it's making a lot of sense. Behind that connection is a demon that can be dangerous to both people, that can be destructive to the slave, to the programmed slave, but it can also be, they can turn into, like the super soldiers, they can turn into a homicidal, destructive being.
similar to Tila Tequila when she started going public about Freemasons running the music industry and people being victimized. She'd go into another persona that was full on destructive, and she'd wake up the next day. I have a video of it on my BitChute channel about her, or YouTube, and she wakes up in the motel and it's fully trash, and she's got coagulated blood on her arms from being cut from broken glasses and that. And she even tried jumping out of a window in a home or hotel, and she survived that fall, but she succumbed to some brain injury.
Yes.
Like she thinks she was being attacked too with silent weapons, probably.
Yes. Now, how is she doing with her brain injury? Is she like crippled now, or what?
I think she's back into the mind programming because years ago she released videos of her getting fucked in the ass by other dudes and that. Like, I don't think she's out of it. She's still a victim.
Okay. So she's released some pornography with herself.
Yeah. She's released multiple pornography videos, and that might be when she's getting fucked in her ass. Might have been one of her other personas. Because I don't get why the original Tequila would want to be doing any of this. She'd want to get far away from America as possible.
Right. I mean, that's tragic.
She's just a sex slave. Yeah.
Yes. No. Terribly tragic. So that's at any rate. So with Amy, back to you. Certainly, this must bring up some other issues that you can think of as well. I mean, you seem to be quite.
Well, I just think as far as like helping people, like Ian's always thinking that he can somehow fix these women that he knows who have been, trained through trauma, and you really can't.
Yeah, he's not trained in the way to deprogram them like Fritz Springmeier is.
Well,
he's actual expert, isn't he, in helping deprogramming these victims?
I'd heard, but his work is old. Like his work is from like the 80s and the 90s. Yeah. So he's really kind of stepped back. I believe it's probably his age and just to protect his own health.
He was put in prison for over 10 years, wasn't he, for falsely being...
Well, it was a retaliation campaign against the work that he was doing.
Yeah.
And yes, he was imprisoned. There was fraudulent charges brought against him, and it took years to get him out.
Jesus.
But his stuff was really enlightening, and he also talked about art as far as when he was working with Cisco Wheeler. She would use collage to integrate some of the child alters that couldn't speak, had been programmed not to speak, and the collage art would allow them to
convey it through their painting.
Yeah, and so again, it was one of those things where like you really can't control the human consciousness. Like as much as they would like.
Are they doing this subconsciously when they're painting, getting all this out through their art?
I think maybe they're getting a voice for parts of themselves that they can't convey verbally. Like they can't necessarily speak about some of these terrible traumas, but through the art, there's a message that can come out. I don't know how successful it is. Like all I keep thinking about was his warnings that you can, unless you're in a group that's spiritually strong enough to prevent any harm to come to the victim or anybody in the group. I mean, it's very challenging, and it shouldn't be done lightly. Like, you shouldn't be trying to save Tila, whatever her name is.
Tila Tequila. Yes.
You got to be very knowledgeable and careful, cautious when dealing with mind control victims, because you could actually accidentally trigger one of their multiple personas and cause chaos.
And hurt yourself.
Yeah.
And not be protected yourself from further harm. So I'd just really not want people to really get into it. Like, don't spend time investigating this stuff, because it will change the way you look at your world. And unless you have a really super duper support system, you're going to end up worse off, because you're now aware of it and you can't necessarily put it to the side or ignore it anymore. Which, I mean, I guess we could say that we're doing a lot better as a society, that enough people have recovered this information that we can talk about it now. We can say, don't do this. Like, we're clear that this stuff is very difficult to change. And so that's just in the last 10 years or so, there's been enough information made available where we can really recognize when a child is traumatized. Like, we can really see when they're engaged with you and when they have that stare. Like, I don't remember what it was where Douglas was saying this woman had this
1,000-yard stare. Yeah, go on.
And that, and that's like a frozen facade. Like, if you're happy, you can see that happiness and emotion like arising up in a person. And that's different than a frozen look where you're very neutral and non-reactive. And that's also different from the trauma itself, where you're not happy, you're in a lot of pain, and you're not able to really interact at all. So that there's those different responses that we can recognize in people. And I feel like there's so much work being done around healing trauma, but the mistake was to put all our children onto these pharmaceuticals and to think that by chemically manipulating their emotions that we're somehow helping them, rather than teaching them skills to deal with this. The quality of your emotions is really like water. It's constantly changing. And once you get to a place where you can reflect on how you're feeling, then you can change those feelings, through means, and through prayer, through meditation. But it's just not like with children, though. It's not really easy to kind of track that, to kind of say, well, at what point was this person influenced in such a way where they don't engage with the programming anymore, where they're not responding to the triggers, like they're not falling into that sex slave altar. They're not doing the things that they were programmed to do, and therefore they're now at danger to themselves and to others. The thing that I would really like to have a bigger discussion on is, where do you go for these reporters, like people who have broken the programming, are in the public eye, what are the outcomes? Like, how does it change their life and change their ability to influence others? Like, there's not a lot of people looking at what are the outcomes for people reporting sexual assault or predation.
Look at Bryce Taylor and Kathy O'Brien. They weren't killed yet, were they? Are they still alive?
Now, Bryce Taylor, was she the woman who starred in that film As If? I remember that being a big part of it.
I just remember seeing videos of her talking about the mind control and sex slave with Kathy O'Brien.
Okay,
but
interesting.
Yeah, if they're still alive, they're informing the public.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not being killed off. They're with protective groups. I think they have groups of people that are protecting them.
I think that's wishful thinking. I don't believe such groups exist.
Okay.
Which
is some people that are caring enough to help them out.
Hopefully, we can hope that that's the case with some of these people. Remember, Ian West lives in a world, for instance, and I bring him up just as a example of this kind of wishful thinking, where there's good guys that are combating this, and he feels that they're like
the Galactic Alliance, he calls it.
Does he really? I mean, is he serious when he says that?
Well, that's one of them. I remember him saying, yeah, there's Galactic Alliance that are fighting against this child trafficking, pedophilia stuff. It's hopeful thinking.
Yeah, I mean, he's really just how do I say it? Just living, in my opinion, in a fantasy world where there's good guys that are combating this, and that does not exist.
What about the 1,000-year Iraq in exile? Are they going to combat any of this at all? Resurface and settle the score and annihilate the scum?
Well, understand that, for instance, let me put it this way. I'll get to that in a second. I want people to understand that, to me, the biggest example of the kind of murder that happens for somebody who pursues this subject that Amy Como is warning people against, what Amy Como is expressing is the fact that if for whatever reason that people choose to pursue this topic, and for some reason people usually seem... Now, by the way, Elizabeth Beam in the chat room says mainstream will accept TDD. Yes, thank you, honey. She says, I have friends that have major podcasts, would be sure they would love to interview DDD. So thank you, honey. Do your best to make that happen. And, by all means, if you can communicate with them, then great. Let's make it happen.
They'll accept you on, but they'll probably try and discredit you after what you said on the mainstream. That's what they do.
It could be. And we'll see what happens if anything is made to happen at all. That's if anything happens at all.
Yeah. Just be careful if you do go mainstream.
Yeah, of course. Oh, of course. That goes without saying. Everything with caution. Now, the ultimate example that Amy Como, that I feel would exemplify what Amy Como is warning against is Brittany Murphy. Now, Brittany Murphy was this young lady who starred in all kinds of films that were popular in her day, the 90s. And she was just this gorgeous young lady who then, with her husband, some boyfriend who she married...
he was a handler.
We could perceive it like that. He didn't strike me...
He was very controlling.
Well, he didn't strike me as a very quality person. He didn't impress me. Let's put it that way.
Right.
But Brittany Murphy began to try and talk about the horrors of Hollywood, child abuse, exploitation, the meat market of mind-controlled sex slaves. And the moment that she did that, her boyfriend and her both were killed. And they were killed in such...
She was killed first, and her husband was killed a bit while after. He was disposed of because he knew too much.
Yeah, they certainly tried to present it that they died simultaneously. They died fairly close together in terms of time. Now, the bizarre nature of their death was that they were both given the exact same forensic pathological diagnosis,
Pneumonia.
so to speak. Yeah, the exact same forensic pathological conclusion. The reports were that they both died of pneumonia, anemia, and multiple drug intoxication. So the autopsy reports were basically identical. And so for a husband and wife to die of pneumonia, anemia, and multiple drug intoxication simultaneously is obviously murder. This is something that is simply impossible. It's
almost like a warning.
Yes.
It's almost as if like they were like put out there
an
like
example.
Yeah, like don't do this. This is what you'll experience.
Well, and so she's the example of this in America. The example in England would be Peaches Geldof. So Peaches Geldof, she was this incredibly attractive young lady as well, who then decided she was going to blow the whistle on the Lost Saints, I think they were called, the pedophile rock group that was fucking young babies. That I don't know if any of you remember this, but they had
vaguely.
They had a rock group. Let me see, rock group. Okay, rock group.
I did remember hearing about a rock group that sounds similar to that. One of the dudes was even jokingly admitting to fucking kids and shit.
Yes, and groupies. Here we are, groupies. Groupies, giving babies. Okay, Lost Saints rock group or Lost Souls. I think they were called Saints. Lost Saints released debut single, We Don't Fight. I think they were the Lost Saints, but if anybody needs to correct me on that, go ahead and do so. I'm no musicologist. I'm hardly an expert in music. But okay, the one other way we can find it is
was
by
it Ian Watkins? No, I'm thinking of Lost Prophet band.
Yeah, the Lost Prophets. That was it.
Yeah, Lost Prophets sing attempted rape of a child under 13, sexually assaulted.
Yeah, under 13. Yeah, under 13 months.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what happened was it was Lost Prophets. The Lost Prophets rock group had a bunch of female groupies that were given their own babies over for the lead singer to fuck. And this was because they thought it was an honor. They thought it was an honor to have their infant child fucked by the lead singer of the Lost Prophets, who actually has photos of himself kissing babies and shit, which, in context is just hideous to look at. And on stage is like kissing baby dolls, like dolls that look like infants and shit. So you've got him as part of his act kissing baby dolls that look like infants. And so what happened with Peaches Geldof was she was a mother, and she said, as a mother, I can't tolerate the fact that the British government protects the identities of these female groupies. So get this shit. The British government said, we will never release the identities of these female groupies who were giving their babies over for the Lost Prophets band to fuck. And so what Peaches Geldof did was she named them. She named the mothers who did this, the mothers who gave their own infant children to the Lost Prophets band to have sex with. She named the, by the way, just so people understand the horror of this, a fully adult male having sex with a female infant baby dislocates the baby's legs,
organs,
everything else. So you're basically deforming them, potentially killing them. You're certainly potentially sentencing them to a life with a colostomy bag, etc. I mean, there's all kinds of horror that happens here. You basically break their hips too. I mean, there's all kinds of horrors that go on with
just
this.
Pure animalistic savagery.
Well, beyond that, there's no animal that would do this.
Diabolical, yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to this, Peaches Geldof reported the names of these mothers, and then everybody came down on her. And she was warned that that she was going to be arrested and prosecuted for doing this. And so she said, lesson learned, and she took the names down, and that was the last anyone ever heard of her alive. After that, 2 police visited her and killed her. Now, understand what I'm saying. 2 police visited Peaches Geldof, a mother herself, with infant children, which is why she was so outraged other mothers would do this, that she reported them to the public, outed their identities, which the British government demanded to protect. And because of this, 2 police visited her and killed her. Again, to put this into perspective for people, these 2 police visited her and said, we found her dead. We found her dead. She obviously killed herself before we got here. Think of the horror of what I just said.
Yeah.
The police obviously killed her and just came out and said, we found her dead. She obviously killed herself before we got here, in a fit of guilt for being so evil as to expose the identities of these poor women, just because they dared to give their babies over for the honor of having them fucked by the great Lost Prophets band.
And did the cops even say the reason why they went to go see her?
Yeah,
like they just said,
we
went.
They wouldn't.
Like that just.
Well, they said that the reason that they went to see her was obvious. They said, we came to arrest this bitch for threatening these poor women for giving their babies over to the Lost Prophets to fuck. They said that. We came to arrest this bitch, but she's not facing justice. She escaped justice by killing herself before we got here to bring her to justice.
and they're gonna demonized her, made her look like the bad person.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
And so that's the British situation. Just like in terms of the American situation with Brittany Murphy, they left her mother totally scarred for life. Her mother established what in Asia we call a ghost trap. Her mother basically leaves Brittany Murphy's home exactly the way it was when she died. Will not sell the home, will not allow anyone to move in. She keeps the childhood room, which she grew up in, exactly as it was when she left it. Will not let anyone replace the furniture or the teddy bears or move anything in there. And she's convinced someday her daughter will return. She's just in denial, total denial of the death of her daughter, because her daughter, she knows, did not die naturally. So she feels that somehow her daughter will someday return, and just maintains what we in Asia call a ghost trap. Which, my landlady did with the upstairs room for ages after her parents both died. And what the woman next door did, she was Chinese, and her Chinese son married a Vietnamese wife. And they fought like cats and dogs. The Vietnamese culture is profoundly different from Chinese culture. And finally, her Vietnamese brother came over and murdered him right next door, to me. And the mother turned that into a ghost trap till the day she died. Never sold the house, wouldn't let anyone move in, kept all the furniture exactly like her son was going to come back someday. Would sit there all day inside of it and cry. It was, which is like Brittany Murphy's mother does. So it's Brittany Murphy's mother maybe doesn't weep or sob, but she just lives in that ghost world.
Brittany Murphy was very caring for her mother and looked after her a lot when she was ill. She a very close attachment to her daughter.
And so here, if you look up the New York Daily News, Peaches Geldof faces police investigation after naming moms who offered babies to Lost Prophets pedophile rocker Ian Watkins. There you go. So Peaches Geldof was being investigated. They were coming to arrest her. Then they said, before we could bring the criminal to justice, she killed herself. Britain's just a shithole.
Dystopia.
Yeah, and so is America.
Yep.
And so these are two examples of why Amy Como is warning people, do not get involved with this. And we don't understand why so many people do. Why do people feel that what is it people think they can do here? What is it? Now, I'm the only person on earth who has ever done anything of substance. There may be some people who have rescued a child here or there. No one has ever done what I've done, which is shut down entire rings of the scale of international importance like the U.S. military was running, where they were forced to close the second most important base outside of the Pentagon because of what I exposed. And then I exposed what was going on in San Diego with the Marine Corps and what they were doing with all of these kids they were bringing from across the border and putting into these homosexual porn movies with their pedophile ring. And that had to be shut down. So this is why Stephen Outrim attacks me, is because, of course, he's a pedophile. And there's no other reason for him to be attacking me with this level of vindictiveness and sheer raw fear, phobia, and hatred, as well as the pedophile Richard K. Cole Jr. So you have these cultists of the Kings of Edom, pedophiles to the core, that otherwise would not be attacking me at all, with this sense of hatred and vindictiveness for what I did to spoil their fun. This is the logic behind their nonsensical and nonstop attack. This is the whole purpose in their lives. And take a look at the people involved with them. Lena Shea, then became Lena Crane. who was run out of her town in upstate New York for raping her own children, run out of town by her own husband. Salman Sheikh and Jambo, the Reese monkey, Jameson Reese, both of them under investigation for abuse of their own parents, basically torturing them to make certain they get all of their money from them, abusing their own parents through social isolation and terrorism so that they inherit their homes and all of their money. Salman Sheikh, who filmed himself repeatedly going to the local park in the morning, baking bread every day, knowing that bread is the worst thing for birds, that birds will choke to death on bread. They'll desiccate, dehydrate because it fills their bellies and they can't drink and absorb water, and it winds up killing them. But he would bake bread every morning knowing this to feed the birds because the birds were the cover for the big gallon bucket of ice cream he'd buy every day with his taster spoons to pass out to the kids at the local park. This was how he spent his day.
He's definitely a predator.
Absolutely. And Jambo the Reese monkey, Jameson Reese, screaming he wanted all people dead in the world repeatedly. But I'll protect the children before I kill them, because I want all people dead. Then I'll be the only one left alive, so I'll be God. And yet, like the Lost Prophet singer, he had his own female fan club. There you have it. There are all kinds of women out there who love this kind of predator, find them to be irresistible, no doubt due to the abuses they suffered while growing up, I would presume. Some sort of identification of this is the way men should behave. So when you have that kind of backing, and the state supports you because the state backs you up with basically arresting people who try to out you, like they did Peaches Geldof, a child of privilege herself, no less. Brittany Murphy, also a child of privilege. These aren't like ghetto girls here we're talking about. We're talking about white girls who grew up in moneyed families. It goes to show that there's power beyond money.
And even Jewish ones will get abused, surprisringly.
Yeah.
It's not just Goyim, Jewish
white
Jews.
They killed the heir to the I Magnum fortune, Maine Magnum Brussels. May Magnum Brussels was killed when she started investigating Michael Aquino, tormented to the point of suicide, which I prevented by calling her before that. But by all means, the two of you take it from here. This is an example of what Amy Como is warning against. So Amy, take it from here.
Well, I mean, I'm only echoing your concerns that people don't understand the consequences to reporting. Like, there's outcomes that are tragic. There's outcomes that are hidden, that are silenced. Like, you can't necessarily survive. Not all of us have a Vox Arca as like that we can, collateral. Yeah, we're not you. We're not Douglas, and there's millions of examples. Like, you've just come up with 3 really good ones, but there's just plenty of people who have spoken out and been taken away.
Insiders that have spoken out to the public. Yeah.
And so that outcome, we need to look at, like, how is it that Douglas has survived? Like, we need to see what support systems are available to people who are simply telling a story. Like, maybe it's not true. Maybe it's something that was presented to them as a way to get attention. I mean, just something very profane like that. Like, they're just doing this for attention, but then they end up dead.
You can do it in a sarcastic manner. If you're a comedian, you can actually talk about all these horrible things, but say it in an ironic, sincere way, but you're really speaking the truth through comedy. A lot of comedians do this. So people think, oh, he's not really serious, but is he serious? Like, post-ironic?
Actually, just to qualify that, could you name them? Because I presume if somebody, say for instance, when we heard Johnson, The Rock, who's that actor? What's his full name? The guy who...
Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson. When he was on Saturday Night Live, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, when the guy with all the Samoan tattoos, right? The big wrestler guy,
Yep.
When he was on
He was
Saturday...
in WWF.
Yeah, thank you. When he was on Saturday Night Live and he's joking, pretending to be a mad scientist and talking about inventing robots that rape kids, that's not something ironic that's exposing anything. It's just it's just in bad taste.
It's done in many ways. That's an evil, malicious way where they're making light of it in a joking way.
Normalizing it.
Get away with normalizing. But there's certain comedians have said these things go on, but they do it in a jokingly manner. Like Norm Macdonald, I remember he said he went on the interview. You know those 4 loudmouth bitches? I can't name them. He trolled them through the whole interview. And in the interview, he was saying how he was supportive of George Bush, which I don't think he really was, but he was just saying that to piss them off because they were liberals. And he was saying, because it's good to have George Bush, because we don't want any more murderers in the White House, do we? and they're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, Bill Clinton, he murdered a guy. And he just kept saying Bill Clinton was a murderer through the whole fucking interview, pissing them off. And you could see how nervous and dismissive they were getting. But after that, he just says, yeah, obviously Bill Clinton never murdered a guy. I was just joking. But he was probably referring to Bill Clinton actually being involved with murdering people, like in that type of manner, that sarcastic humor way where they talk about dark stuff about powerful people.
Okay.
Whether they're politicians, actors, or whatever.
And
I watch a lot of comedy, so I can't get all the names off the top of my head, but if you watch a lot of comedy, you'll notice it. If you're well aware of all these things, if you're consciously aware of all these insider crimes, then when you listen to these jokes, it becomes blatantly clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and yourself, Amy, go on.
Yeah, I'm still I understand that comedy might be an outlet, but as far as protecting people who are simply trying to do the right thing from having the police come to their door and announce them as a suicide.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah. This is different, yeah. I was just saying how people can get away with saying those things. But, yeah. I know what you mean.
Like that, there's a need to really address the victim blaming that goes on. It starts with the victim blaming of a child that doesn't conform to the silence. If there's a child who speaks up about something that's happened to them, they can then be conditioned into a different response. Whereas, these adults who should have some power, who should have some agency to protect children, to protect people who are speaking out about this, there needs to be somebody who is supporting that victim, who's supporting the reporter with some, and this is I keep coming back to Douglas with this, the financial impoverishment, the isolation, because they surround you with people who are trying to keep you from speaking or distract you with, invading your social life.
Thank you.
There definitely needs to be organizations established solely for the sole purpose of protecting these people that are speaking out.
Yeah.
Well, and there needs to be an element of secrecy so that they can operate.
Yep.
You can't expect that the support system can be functional if everybody knows that that person is providing housing for a reporter, or if that person, do you see what I'm saying? The support system themselves has to have a layer of secrecy so that they can function, so that it's possible to do the work
underground and for
anonymity.
I can't even say that fucking word.
Immunity?
Anonymous, yeah.
Anonymity, yes. Go
yes.
on. Yeah. And so, honey, you're very astute about this, referring to Amy, of course, and as is, of course, Nemo is also very astute about this. But Amy,
just one more. The only cunning thing I could think of, if I was an individual, if I was an insider going public, exposing all this, I'd have a plan where I'd fake my death and fuck off to another country after I exposed it all.
Yeah, I understand that it's just as dangerous in many other countries as it is in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
There's some differences. Of course, Europe is saturated with pedophilia and catering to pedophiles. But obviously, there's a difference in the level of insurgency. All of the major allies of World War II are extraordinarily subverted by the cults of the kings of Edom. And one just has to look at, say, for instance, the Britain and Norway had side by side in the North Sea and equal access to equal amounts of oil and gas resources that they then set up oil platforms to exploit. But Norway today is one of the richest nations on earth, whereas Britain is dirt poor, and Norway's citizens lead one of the highest quality lives on earth, while British people lead some of the lowest. So we have a situation of where did the money go? This is because they're so infiltrated by the cults that propelled them into World War II. That they are living on wartime. They are living consequently in a state of constant impoverishment and neediness. So there are some places that are obviously better than others. But what I encounter is, say, for instance, in general, I was speaking about Thailand. And basically explaining the horror of Thailand as a nexus for child sex trafficking in the world. And of course, I suspect anyone who goes to Thailand. I always ask myself, if someone says I've been to Thailand, like our friend in Scotland, we have a friend in Scotland who was there for years. I'm not saying he was guilty of anything, but, when anybody tells me,
it's suspicious.
Yes, thank you.
Because unless you going there for business, job related stuff, it's weird because I saw this fat American fuckhead.
Yeah.
He was after you were exposing Salman Sheikh, this fat American retard in Thailand, he was making a video saying, Douglas is a liar and karma's going to come back on him, shame on him. And I was just thinking the only reason why a fat American middle-aged white guy would be in Thailand is to fuck young boys over there. And he has the goal to discredit you, and he's obviously over there fucking kids.
Yes.
I forgot his name, but he's on Salman Sheikh. He's one of Salman Sheikh's friends, I think.
Oh,
he's just a fat redneck slob.
Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense, right? He would be one of Salman Sheikh's friends.
And he had the nerve to say, karma's going to come back on it. Oh, my God. Karma's going to come back on that fat fuck.
Salman Sheikh claims I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity.
They're projecting projecting their own destiny onto. They know they're going to suffer and burn in hell. So they want to project it onto the people they hate.
Well, let's put it this way. We hope that that's their fate, but honestly, it's one of those things where it's like my biological father, Adolf Hitler, felt that in many ways he had to create a hell on earth because he was not confident these people would face justice. And in some cosmic sense. And this is what brings us back to the question that was asked by our friend Nemo Albano earlier about the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. And understand that when it comes to, say, for instance, many neo-Nazis, one of the common themes in neo-Nazism is this very anti-pedophile streak. And they have whatever else is going on as undercurrents of targets of hatred for neo-Nazism, which is understood by the majority of people as quote unquote a hate movement. The reasons that I speak often against neo-Nazis is because I bring up the fact many of them have no concept of what the original Reich was about.
Yeah, exactly. And they deny the Holocaust too, most neo-Nazis.
Yes, which is sad and pathetic, because the original Nazis would insist that
Acknowledge
they were.
it.
Yeah, they would insist they would be quite proud. They would take pride in what they did, and they would insist that they were doing the world a favor.
Justifiable retaliation.
Yeah, is how they would perceive it. The original Nazis, the old guard,
National Socialists of Third Reich.
Yeah, and but with the neo-Nazis, there's this. First off, their understanding of Nazism comes from Hollywood, unfortunately, and they're basically turned on by the supervillain mystique, and so they're just kind of responsive to that. But when it comes to their anti-pedophile streak, understand that most of them are products of some kind of child abuse. These are people who were either severely neglected, extremely bullied, usually by other races, usually ethnic gangs, at some point probably abused them terribly, probably victimized by ethnic gangs that could have gone so far as to gang rape them. This is something that left them permanently scarred. So with an incredible amount of the neo-Nazi groups, younger members, being on an anti-pedophile streak, they're usually saying that there will be a day of the rope, or at least this was the wave back when I was investigating them at the behest of the Department of Defense, because the Department of Defense was trying to go through the motions that it was investigating hate groups in the military. And because the Department of Defense wanted to make it look like it was investigating hate groups in the military, as a Department of Defense research librarian, I was ordered to go through the motions of doing research on these groups. So I'm not ignorant of these groups in the slightest. Granted, the information or my perspective on them would be more of an 80s perspective. Continued, of course, monitoring them just personally into the 90s. It hasn't. Well, I mean, it's mutated severely since then, even beyond that, because
they've
of the
got
internet.
various different groups of them. Like, they're not all the same. Some are kind of decent, but a lot of them are just scumbags that want to beat up anyone that's not a part of their race, or if they're gay, skinheads. A lot of them are skinheads too.
Well, that would
But
be
some
almost.
groups,
Yeah, that would be almost, how would I say it? That would be almost acceptable. I mean, you're always going to have a regional sense of protectiveness or territoriality. I mean, there's nothing really new about that. Rather, what the problem is the internet, and the majority of them at this point have been subsumed into the Russian insurgency, where the Russians have basically conquered their brains through QAnon.
Yeah, because they run Daily Stormer as well, the Russians.
Thank you. And the QAnon, of course, was started by Michael Aquino. But the point that I'm trying to make is that certainly the ones I was familiar with for many years, you're talking about people who were very anti-pedophile and felt that there would be a day of the rope, day of vengeance, a day of justice for child molesters. At this point in history, they're just part of the problem, because they're like many of these other people who are obsessed with the phenomenon of human child trafficking, saying they want to do something about it, but all they're doing is keyboarding about it. And basically, this is a form of softcore pornography, where you're just trafficking in, there's this horrible problem, all these children are being exploited, but nobody's doing anything. So this is why some people like Ian West escape into the fantasy that somebody is doing something. And they have this fantasy that's pushed by QAnon and the like, that there's secret armies out there that are blowing these people up. And the explosions you hear at night, are they're blowing them up in the tunnels where they're shipping the children. Okay, no, that's not happening. That's not what's going on. Nevertheless, again, just to put this into perspective for people as a balanced qualifier, there are tunnels. Children are being taken through some of these tunnels. The underground tunnels that children reported at the time that I was reporting on the Presidio military base. that I was speaking of to that woman who conducted an ambush. I don't even remember her name now. These are something that she censored from my interview when she uploaded it. And she cut off an hour from my interview with her. So this is the kind of...
Wasn't Carrie Cassidy, was it?
No, it wasn't Carrie Cassidy of all people. I mean, Peter Moon hates Carrie Cassidy. I don't have that kind of...
Okay.
Yeah, but in terms of Carrie Cassidy, I mean, her I feel she has an issue, and her issue is she believes everybody. That's the problem with Carrie Cassidy, is that she basically is someone who tries to synthesize what everybody says. In other words, doofus, what's his name? Richard Hoagland will say something, and anything Richard Hoagland says is bullshit. She'll try and integrate that with, everything else. Now, while I was exposing what was going on at the Presidio military base, then what happened was there were a group of children who were basically being trafficked with via the Franklin Credit Union in Omaha, Nebraska, run by Lawrence King. There was a documentary produced on this, which is just devastating in exposing it in gruesome detail. And it's like 9 parts. We're talking at least 9 hours, probably double that length, more like 18 hours, something like that. In terms of this documentary, you can only find bits and pieces of it on the internet. But then while all of that was going on in Lincoln, Nebraska, then, of course, you had basically... these schools in Southern California that had tunnels that were reported by all the children that were being abused. And so what happened was the parents got together and they hired someone who was basically an archaeologist. And this archaeologist worked with basically underground imaging, ground penetrating radar. Edwin Gary Stickle. And what Edwin Gary Stickle proved was that all of these tunnels that the children were saying existed underneath their schools were real, even though all of the authorities denied it. Under private contract from the parents, he used his ground penetrating radar and proved that it was all true. Everything the children said was true. So understand that this was in a Southern California school that for some reason it could have something to do with my hypnosis from my psychiatrist. I can never fucking consciously remember it. I always have to look it up. Of course, I did before that interview. And, of course, it was all censored by the woman who interviewed me. She cut it out of the interview. So when it comes to the school in Southern California, I will try to look that up. But it's something that I don't know if I'll find it, because these things get harder and harder to find on the internet.
If you find a link to the interview, send it to me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where God knows I wouldn't have it.
If you remember the name, just tell me and I'll look it up myself.
Yeah, I don't. If I remember her name, I'll tell you. But anyhow, what's so bizarre about this is that when you think about what happened in Nebraska, and it's called the Franklin scandal, the name of the school in Southern California was McMartin. So it's the McMartin preschool case. So basically, the archaeological investigations of the McMartin preschool site by E. Gary Stickle, PhD, the doctorate in archaeology, using ground penetrating radar to probe for inconsistencies in the soil, proved what the children reported was true. But when it came to the McMartin preschool case, all of those children were dismissed by the law. and the law made it illegal in California. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, Nemo, but certainly Amy's heard me describe this before. But basically, after the Aquino investigation, what he did was he made certain the law in the state of California was changed. When he was brought to trial, he appeared in full uniform. He intimidated everyone. The military said that nothing could be exposed about him, not just because of national security issues, but because of international security issues. But what the military was claiming was that basically the victims needed to be shut down by the state of California so that nothing like this ever happens again to disturb the peace of mind of the U.S. military. And so what the state of California did was they made it illegal for any underage child, meaning anyone under the age of 18, to report abuse. So
was this in 1990 when that went into effect?
Pretty much, I believe so. Yeah, around that time. Yeah, definitely. And might have been a little earlier. The trials were certainly around that time.
Like the Franklin child prostitution ring
was around that time.
Related to that.
Yeah.
1988.
Yeah.
In 1990, when separate state and federal grand juries concluded that the allegations were unfounded and the ring was carefully crafted hoax.
Yeah.
That's what they try to say.
Yeah, yeah. So it was around that time that they made it illegal, by the way, and Sammy Romero testified to this effect on my program by saying he was brought in as on a jury, and during the trial, a child's testimony was brought in that was pivotal to the case. And but they were told that we cannot accept any testimony from any child underage, anyone under the age of 18. So basically in the state of California, which, by the way, just so people understand the enormity of this, the state of California is one of the largest economies in the world. It's the only reason the United States is competitive at all. Texas is like a poor running second. And Texas is bigger than most nations on earth. Texas is bigger than Germany.
Of all the oil they have.
Only
Texas is
pretty much only reason why that, and because of the oil, they can make it easy for a lot of people to move down there, and so the end result is that their economy gets a pump up, and because of the fact that they're ultra conservative and will not allow certain kinds of property stipulations to make it easy for people to live, like rent control or something, then the land is cheap because no one has to bother to make things livable. Or so basically people can move down there cheaply. Then the problem is you've got no social support whatsoever. There's no welfare in Texas of any note, and so it's like it's a free for all. It's everyone. Yep. You pay cheap rent, but there's no social support structure. But they, other than that, it's no real contributor to the economy. They'd argue with that, and they'd bring up all kinds of different reasons why, and that's fine. But the reality is, it's all California. And to put this to prove what I'm saying, California's economy is larger than that of Great Britain's, and has just surpassed that of United Germany. So in other words, the largest economies on earth are the United States, only because of California and Texas. And then there's, after that, the Communist Chinese Empire. And after that, there's the Empire of Japan. And then after that, number 4, at this point in history, having just tied with United Germany, or even overtaken it, is California. And then behind United Germany would be Great Britain. So California is now the 4th largest economy on earth. We have a population that's larger than most nations on earth. So we're talking millions and millions of people. And because of that, we have one of the largest prison systems on earth. And because of that, the highest paid uniform constabulary on planet Earth is the California Prison Guards Union. So that's how important the prisons are to our economy. And our economy being so technologically advanced, bringing in all this money, we're it. And without us, America would sink behind China and Japan and Germany and Britain. So basically, California is the engine, and California made it illegal. Think about this: a state nation is the term for California. In other words, it's a state that could be its own nation, as the Republic of Texas once was. California was once an independent republic. For those of you who don't know, the Golden Bear Flag Republic is what it was called. It didn't last long. But we have the full capability of Cal exit, meaning we could exit the United States and our economy would probably improve. But in terms of California, a state nation, as you call something like California or Texas, a state nation like California of this importance, and we rendered it illegal for anyone under the age of 18 to turn in any testimony whatsoever. That means that it is legal. Ergo, it is legal in the state of California for you to rape and torture and do anything you want to a child and let them live to report it. And you will go scot-free.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I was just considering, like, you were talking about Texas and California and, you know, the homelessness.
Yeah.
The issue of homelessness in California and Texas is so profound. Like, there's nothing being done.
Yes.
There's like this idea that they have this huge economy.
Yeah.
Or that, and then I was also thinking, like, I have a friend who was in the 82nd Airborne, and he moved to Texas 3 years ago. Because being here, he would have to travel 3 hours to get to the VA hospital. And living down in Texas, he had gone down there with the idea that, yes, you can get $20,000. You can get a shed on a 5-acre plot. And you could, you know, be right next to the military base. You could have all the benefits. Like, your father moved you to San Francisco because of the benefits at the Presidio.
That's right. That's right. And just to contextualize what Amy is saying, what happens is in Texas, because every politician who wants to be president wants to get that Texas swing vote, they do their best to open another fucking military base. It is one of the few places where people describe they can go for a jog in the morning and go for like a 30-minute jog and go past 3 separate military bases because they're basically everywhere in fucking Texas. Texas is like a military base central where they're like mold or mushrooms. They crop up and like corner stores. They're like corner store franchises in Texas, like Starbucks in other cities. That's what military bases are like in Texas. So, yeah, honey, take it from there. Yes.
Well, okay. So he was describing how, like, he has a daughter and, like, they have a stable. Like, they could go ride horses on the military base. They could, like, he's really into, because in Vermont, everything rusts. You can get older vehicles down there, and there was a garage with 20 bays where he could just pay like a small fee and like use the bay in the garage to work on vehicles. So he was looking at it as a positive. But in a year's time, like, this is just 3 years ago, in a year's time, he said, you know, I'm renting a room down there because I want to buy something, but whatever happened, and we all know what happened 2 years ago, but
but do remind our listeners who may not know, please.
So, yeah, well, we all, you know, had to deal with wearing masks and being afraid everywhere we went.
Yeah.
But he had said that the places that were like $20,000 for a 5-acre lot with a shed, they were gone. Like, outside of Austin, all of those places had been snatched up. Like, the homeless in Austin, which is the city that he was near, the homelessness in Austin had been so profoundly increased that he wasn't even sure that he was going to be able to buy anything anymore. Like, he thought that they could have their place up here that he's been working on for years and then go down there in the winters where he would just have more access to the benefits of the military. But the homelessness in Austin is absolutely disgusting. Like, I've heard plenty of people say that they've moved out of Austin, gone.
And by the way, you do know that Austin is the San Francisco of Texas. You know that, right? It's the most liberal city in Texas. It's the place in Texas where every other Texan will tell you that's faggot city. That's faggot mecca for Texas. The queers and steers copulate up there because it's a university town. Because people are educated, and therefore because they're educated, they don't go around with guns on their fucking pelvis that they blow their balls off with every time they try to quick draw. So everybody else looks at them as a bunch of faggots. So so the homeless strategically are drawn to the most liberal city in Texas because it's the only place that'll take care of them. And then everybody else takes advantage of that and shoves their homeless on buses. Let's bus them all to Austin, just like everybody buses all the homeless to San Francisco in California and other states. And that's why Austin became homeless central. But go on, by all means. Please.
Well, that was just my thought when you were talking about the economies of these states. And I'm like, well, what the hell does a GDP mean when you can't buy housing and there's no infrastructure other than the military?
Thank you.
The housing situation. And I do feel like it's an orchestrated thing. Like, the poverty the money is a piece of paper. It's a blip on a screen. So if somebody is like myself, like unable to work for almost a decade, the money is the problem. The money is the fact that I can't really see working for $15 an hour and putting $500 in a gas tank to get to my $15 an hour job.
Thank you.
The money is the problem. The money is a huge issue, and they control with it.
And of the other problem by the Federal Reserve.
Well, I don't really want to get distracted.
And the funding, and a lot of, and isn't over 50% of the nation budget goes to the fucking military?
Right.
Which is why I want to leave the U.S. And I completely appreciate anybody who doesn't want to be here and fund our military.
The funding needs to be significantly cut. Well, the military needs to be dismantled and just give all the armaments to the Coast Guards. But
I've gone into this kind of reform ideas in the past. We can get back to that. But the important thing right now is to stay on track with Amy. And in terms of what Nemo said, I will acknowledge something. First off, the Federal Reserve thing is definitely a distraction. And so the Federal Reserve thing, that's almost like a canard. I can't understand people's fascination with it, to tell you the truth. I'm
not fully fascinated. It's just what I heard. It's understood. One of the contributors in keeping the nation in debt.
No, I understand. And I think it's almost best to just ignore. Whenever you hear the Federal Reserve come up, I think it's just best to turn around and walk away.
I remember John F. Kennedy having a speech how he wanted to get rid of them and get the currency backed by gold standard.
But by the way,
reckon that.
I would have to investigate that myself, because so many of these things that are attributed to these various presidents that get assassinated are oftentimes just fantasy. They're often not real quotes. There are so many quotes attributed to Adolf Hitler. One of them, for instance, first we gotta disarm the public. That's used by these gun advocates, Second Amendment freaks. He never said that. It's a false quote. It's like just shit that people attribute to famous people. What you said after that, the Federal Reserve thing, which was more pertinent about the funding to the military. In a sense that's applicable, but very different. I do want to try and encourage Amy Como not to move, because we need people to stay here and help change the United States. We need people to stay in the United States and change. I do want people to know something. The State Department of the United States follows the federal governmental policy of the United States that they never monitor ex-migration rates, meaning people who leave the United States. They monitor only immigrants to the United States, trying to brag that everyone wants to come to the United States. This is what they tell everyone. Everyone wants to come to the United States. The fact is, far more people are leaving the United States than people who are coming here. And it's been that way for generations. Far more people want to leave the U.S. than people want to come here. But the U.S. government will never release the data. In fact, they don't monitor it. They literally have a policy where, like, somebody who has cancer but refuses to acknowledge it, they literally will not measure how many people are leaving. So plenty of people are leaving. I mean, people are leaving the United States by the hundreds of thousands. But we need people to start staying here. For one thing, for most people who leave, especially someone in Amy Como's position, I would suspect, there really is no other alternative that would be helpful. I mean, you speak to young people. There's that one poor lady, Sarah, who was with Ian West, who basically went to Austria to live with a lover and, you know, came back totally fucking broke. And this is the story of most of these people. They go overseas, and some people succeed, obviously, and most don't. And so you wind up trapped overseas. And you even have the wealthy who were predatory, like Andrew Tate going to Romania, where he felt he was on top of the fucking world and the king of Romania and shit is how he felt himself. And they fucked him over because you're in a foreign nation and it doesn't matter how much money you got. That just gives the foreign nation more to steal. And in his case, he deserved it. Understand this. No one deserved it more than Andrew Tate. But he asked for it. He was a piece of shit. But, the money didn't buy him power. You're at the total mercy of another state. You're at the total mercy of the state here to a degree. But you're at the total mercy of the state in another sense when you move overseas. So you might as well stay here and just help to make things better, because it's all going to go to hell in a handbasket soon anyway, and the world's going to be in a state of complete and total anarchy, and we're going to have to rebuild from that. It's like I said before on my old episodes, which both of you can testify to. I said every day you look out the window and you don't see mass rape and cannibalism is a good day. The situation is so precarious, so on edge. But getting back to the main point that Amy Como was pointing out, the Texas economy is a complete and total sham. It's a fabrication, a mirage based on military bases. It's like the Philippines. It's an economy totally dependent. Without those military bases, the entire former Confederacy, all of the southern states, without the military bases, their economy would dry up and wither away. They would just blow away in the wind. They'd have to remilitarize and start their own military to get an economy going. So the point is that Texas is a parasite state nation. But when it came to the conspiracy of homelessness, certainly we've cracked a bit of the riddle here. We know that there's a conspiracy to flood the homeless in these places that are liberal and provide any sense of humanitarian aid. And then that renders the entire phenomena, renders the cities which do this untenable, these sanctuary cities, these shelter cities. And when it comes to what Amy is emphasizing is the fact that GDP, these technological achievements, which I myself will tout. I will brag about the economy, but I'm in no better shape than Amy. So Amy and I are both just people on the precipice. We're on this edge of where a few things go wrong and we're homeless. Certainly I'll say that for myself. Amy, I would suspect, is somewhat, it's up to her to speak for herself on this. But I've
been homeless since April, and okay. I know, but here's the thing is, I have a whole crew of other people who are also homeless, And we've all had really good jobs and been really stable most of our lives. So I'm not speaking from a place of like privileged, like, you know, like I'm speaking from a place of, I want to know who is doing the work. I want to know who is involved in changing the financial system so that we're not supporting vice markets. We're not supporting slavery of any kind. I want to be involved with those people. I want to be involved with the people who are exchanging value. Like I've been bartering for places to stay. And I feel like, you know, I have the intelligence to do this, and I'm not burdened by any kind of like substance abuse issues, which, you know, when things start to go wrong, people go for the medication. And for whatever reason, and my friends, they all say, like, you don't even use drugs. How can you be homeless? Like that's a pre-qualifier, and it's just not. No. That's not it at all. There's orchestrations that occur within. At one point you were talking about how when you're vocal about certain issues, they come after you, but there's a second element where they come after your connections. They come after the people in your life. And that's really what the torture is that you have to then watch suffering amongst the people in your circles. And that's the thing that makes me very adamant about, do not start this without getting some background and some support. Do not go out there and talk about, you know, being harassed by military agents. Like, just don't do it, because you're going to have to suffer those consequences that have been at play for thousands of years. The control mechanisms within your social networks are going to start to play out, and you're going to have to really dig deep into your experience and your spiritual quest in this life to find out what is most important to you. What is it that you're doing here with your time in the present that makes sense to you? And it's a very individual thing. But the homeless situation, like, we have a very huge problem here in Vermont. Like, just the other day, they were talking about there's 800 people who have just been evicted from a motel program. These 800 people no longer have that safety net of a motel where they can be housed. On top of that, the project that they've been sucking millions of dollars into these nonprofits that are supposed to help. They've developed 30 structures that are single units to house the 800 who have just been evicted, but they can't bring the 30 structures online to serve people because there was a social worker who was murdered on site. So now there's an investigation at this 30-unit single occupancy housing complex that's supposed to help these 800 people who've just been put out on the street. I mean, it's just like, it seems like it's the same story that gets repeated over and over again. Like, we've done this thing, but we can't make this thing work. And meanwhile, that thing is only a small percentage of what the reality of our situation really is. You know, like, how is 30 units going to help 800 people? And it just seems like they keep recycling that in the news here. And Vermont is such a socialist environment. Like, having spent a little bit of time over in New Hampshire, I can see the difference between the two states. And the housing here, and it's the same in New Hampshire. New Hampshire has no businesses, is what I noticed. Like, Vermont, for whatever reason, we've had like new businesses opening and closing in the last couple of years, but New Hampshire's only had closings. Like, they don't have any new businesses at all. And I mean, they all say they're opening, but I have a feeling that they've been saying they're opening for a long time. I know that things are different everywhere, but in our place, the major issue is we're rural communities, and the seasons make it really isolating. Like the cold, like you have to prepare for the cold in our area. And so a lot of this domestic violence it's just captured here because it's a rural area. The neighbors are sometimes a long way off. Like we don't have a lot of social structures. Well, like when I say that, what I mean is the convenience of being able to walk into an office somewhere and talk to somebody about work.
Yes.
It just isn't in these rural communities.
Right.
Like if some dude is like, I need the vehicle so I can go to work, and then the chick is like, what the hell am I going to do in this farmhouse all day? You know, like, I mean, we are very self-sufficient, but I feel like there is that domestic violence problem that goes on because of the poverty, because people just can't afford to live here. And we are a parking lot for New York. Like, nothing is more frustrating than seeing well-educated PhDs and masters professionals working as waitresses for our tourist industry. Like that's what I've been witnessing, is that everybody I know who spent so much time and effort to get this education is now forced into these food service roles. And it's really uncomfortable and it's really humbling and it's just disgusting. Like if you're from this place and you notice like everybody who's coming here has this affluence that is just completely unattainable by you or any of your friends who are
Yes.
native Vermonters.
Yeah.
Like that, it creates this schism. Like I just get so disturbed, like seeing out of towners, like just driving into the parking lot and seeing Massachusetts and New York and Connecticut, and sometimes like there's places out west that'll show up, but like in the summer we just have this influx of people from other places, and the people I know that I grew up with here are working waitress jobs, working in the back of the house, doing prep work in the kitchen. Like, we're trying to stay here, but every year it just gets harder and harder to find a good reason to be here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's just my
I can
experience
understand.
with the
I can understand
homelessness.
why you fantasize about leaving the United States completely. Yeah, it's believe me, you're not alone, and but understand also, especially as a woman, how dangerous it is in other countries. But definitely, I sympathize with you, and like I said, what we need you to do is stay here. We're going to need a lot of people here to rebuild America. And obviously, with what you're describing, I'm sure you agree with me, America cannot go on like this. America, as it is dying. Because this is no way to live. This is literally no way to live. So when we
just the value of what you're doing for the needs that you have. Like there needs to be a more equitable exchange of this value, and you need prosperity. You need people to be able to come up with solutions. Mm-hmm. And not be trying to self-medicate this pain from some kind of egoic idea that like you're supposed to have a house and 2 cars and 2.5 kids and go on vacations 2 weeks a year. Like I mean, all of this stuff that was sort of glorified by the past generations. Like these structures don't exist anymore. They're not there. And if you're supporting your lifestyle with a vice market, trafficking young girls, like there's a huge issue with young girls disappearing or dying from drug overdoses. And this is in rural America. This is not some Russian girl model documentary. This is here in our own country.
Yeah.
And so I hear what you're saying about we need people here to fix this problem. Yeah. And I need people to acknowledge that this is the problem. This is the problem. The money is the problem. The market's based on pharmaceuticals, weapons, illicit drugs.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that you're supportive of prostitution as making it legal so that at least there's some kind of recognition that sex work
professional recognition, unionization, healthcare. Go on. Yes. Protection, police protection, security. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I still have like a lot of discomfort around the idea of getting paid for sex. Like I just can't.
A lot of women.
I can't remedy that in my own head.
Some women feel empowered that, you know, men will pay hundreds of dollars just for a few minutes to blow their load, and a woman can make a large living off that. Some women really like that. Some think it's degrading. It's a mixed bag of feelings in that regard.
Yes, and certainly, I'm you know, your own feelings need to be respected.
Yes.
I'm certainly not going to try to convince you on air. Otherwise, though it would be fun to try that. Fun to try that.
I can understand all the reasons why some like it, some don't, because it's degrading in a way, but.
Well, I, of course, it's a matter of perception. It's a matter of perception.
Yeah.
I don't feel it's degrading, but it can be perceived as such.
I can understand why people perceive. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, well, one thing we need to do is try to educate people out of that. Amy, you went mute. Amy, you went mute. Yeah, no need to be mute.
Sorry, no, somebody just walked in, so I just wanted to have a conversation with. Just to acknowledge him.
And thank you for the picture of that lovely dog. Oh, if Brooke were here, she'd go wild.
I sent it so you can send it to Brooke. She's not even participating anymore, is she?
I don't know.
She's busy.
Well, not tonight. It's she's been under a very heavy occult siege. We've described some of the dynamics of this through Brendan Zoget in a attempt to get her to loosen up and speak about it more than she has. She actually has spoken of it to a great degree. I'll try and get her to speak of it some more. It's not necessarily, it's just put it this way. There's been a kind of series of communications between her and I sporadically. And I just, you know, we'll see if it recommences. It's one of those things that's hard to describe. Just going through a lot. Now it was recorded. It was on the episode the last episode she was on, the latest episode, I'll say, in the potential that she may be back in the future. But the latest episode that she was on, it was recorded that there was a cat fight in her backyard. Just to put this into some perspective for people, her backyard is not accessible in any convenient sense. So now cats are ninjas of the animal world. They can get in pretty much anywhere. But the idea of two cats simultaneously coming into the same yard suddenly and fighting each other, that's something that's like winning the lottery. So she was on record with us, on air, on transmission. Suddenly, there's cats making a ruckus in her backyard. So she basically did the right thing. She shut all the doors and windows. I told her to lock them if possible, because I suspected this was a trap. And her dogs wanted to go out with all their hearts. She wouldn't let them. A very smart move on her part. The next morning, there was a dead cat in the yard. So that people understand the reality, the gravity of the situation here. Cats do not kill each other in fights. Cats getting in cat fights, it would be extraordinarily rare where one of them dies. They're just not that crazy or stupid to go at each other to the death. That's not... You don't see cat fights organized by gamblers. You see dog fights organized by gamblers, but not cat fights, because they can't get them.
As vicious as it looks, it doesn't end in a fatality, mostly.
Yeah.
They walk away.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of cat fight videos.
Well, there we go. So cats don't normally kill each other. So the next day there's a dead cat in her yard. This is obviously terrorism. And harken back to Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero, as an affiliate of mine, found on his door one morning a bucket with a dead cat that had been dead for quite some time, crawling with maggots. Now, somebody had to drive that wretched, what must have been an odoriferous, meaning malodorous, a smelly cat cadaver, and risk various maggots and other vermin crawling in their car from out of that bucket the dead cat was in, to bring that to Sammy Romero. So that's a level of maniacal dedication that the cultists have. So this is common with the cultists. They will do the dead cat trick, or dead cat terror tactic, to try and intimidate people. I told her to put it in a cooler, save it as evidence. She said she would have someone take a photograph of it. She couldn't bear to have it around in anything. I could understand that. So we'll see what eventually happens. But in the meantime, everyone do maintain her in thought and prayer. This was obviously an act of terrorism. Worse yet, they were trying to lure her out via her dogs, because if her dogs had run outside, she would have run outside, and potentially would have tried to have done harm to her or kill her. So this is what happens to people who are affiliated with myself. So she's undergone this long siege of occult and other forms of terrorism. She had a lady try to kill her fairly recently. People remember that. The lady we call Gremlin Girl, who's no lady at all, who was obviously protected by the authorities, who refused to file a report on the incident. Again, all of this is on record because she basically was on record with us when the chase from this lady started, and then basically got back to us in the same episode. So all of this has been recorded, the state of terrorism she's lived under since affiliating herself with myself. So in that sense, she needs a break. So go on, Amy.
That reminds me of some fucked up scene I saw in a movie when I was a child, where this biker gang group, they grabbed a kitten and they went up to this Asian person's house, and what they do, they grab the kitty and they take it up to the doorstep of the house. They knock on the door and they run away to hide in the bushes where the owner won't see. And the owner comes out, this Asian dude comes out, and he's happy to see a little friendly kitty. And so he rushes back to his kitchen to go get some food for the cat. But as he goes, one of the dudes from the biker gang runs up to the kitty and snaps its neck, then runs back to the bushes, and the Asian man comes out traumatized and shocked to see that the kitten just died right there as he was, he's in a state of pure happiness, and then it just got destroyed and crushed. His soul got crushed from that. Like that that's...
What was this movie?
I can't remember the name.
Romper Stomper? Was this Romper Stomper?
I don't know.
Romper Stomper was an Australian film, and that was George Clooney. George Clooney played a skinhead in Romper Stomper, where he played a skinhead who was trying to get the Asians out of Australia. I don't know if it was in that film, but it
no, it would have been a different one.
Okay. Yeah, but this, by the way, was a golden opportunity for some Asian stereotype joke. I honestly thought that Nemo was saying that, the Asian guy was so overjoyed to see the kitten on his doorstep, he ran to his kitchen so he could start preparing it for food.
Oh, my God. No, he just wanted to get at some food, but it was just traumatization.
For the sake of, they were trying to terrorize the Asian into leaving, right?
I think that. Yeah, they were just laughing like it was a fun prank for them to do.
Oh,
biker gang.
Right.
Just sadistic and fucked up.
Yes, thank you. No, by the way, this is a horrible thing, and of course, worse yet, I mean, obviously, I grew up with pornography. I grew up in the industry. I was illustrating for pornographic comics before I was of legal age to buy the pornography. Anyone familiar with the Dietrich narrative knows that. And when it came to one illustrator of pornographic comics who was doing this in the 50s, I'd have to look his name up at this point. I don't remember it consciously, but he showed how they would abduct young women like that by basically, first off, they would take a fish that they would just make certain it was not frozen, of course, a fish that was fresh or unfrozen, at least thawed, throw it in the street and attract some cat. That way they'd get a cat. Then they'd basically grab the cat and then torture it in front of some young lady's door to lure her out because she'd hear the cries of the cat, what they used to call caterwauling. And then the lady would come out, and then they could abduct her. That was what I was thinking you were going to say, was something like that. That's essentially what could very well have happened with Brooke Gibson. So there we have that. And, that being said, back to, Amy. So what Amy is talking about is that we have this incredible homeless situation throughout America, and there's no support infrastructure for these homeless people in general. And we have a situation where the economy is such where we're producing many more of them, and those who are not falling through the cracks are forced to take on jobs that are beneath their skill level, beneath their educational level. So it's a situation that is obviously untenable. What Nemo brought up about the military is, of course, valid, but certainly what I've expressed before about a kind of defund the military as it stands is really a call for reformation. And what this calls for is, like I said, start a draft, which would go an enormous way towards solving the unemployment problem. And by the way, speaking of unemployment, unemployment for Black African Americans is 70% higher than it is for white Americans. So it's like nobody's hiring blacks. And it's a situation that, again, is untenable. So what I do want people to realize is that we are in a situation where we're going to see a descent into civil war, rebellion, revolution, anarchy.
It's looking like that.
Yeah, so this will be an opportunity for basically rehabilitating America. America needs that reformation. But the point is we have to, make certain the right side wins. And in this situation, what exactly is the right side? Well, it has to be the side that has more tolerance, has to be the side that has more of a willingness to redistribute wealth. Though I speak against communism, because communism simply makes everyone equally poor, and the only thing that's distributed in some uneven fashion. The rich in communist countries are not materially wealthy, though they can be, but they're mostly powerful. So what they have is power over other people's lives. That's the currency. The currency is power in communism. So communism is government by conspiracy. You're basically conspiring who gets what, and the person in power decides that. So when it comes to, obviously, the government that I've always recommended has been fascism, because fascism basically takes charge of the corporations. And that means the corporations are not running the economy, so you don't have what happened here in America. This is a corporate-run economy, and the ultimate result is what we're suffering. So in order to take the corporations out of power, well, fascism does that. Then the state runs the corporations, not the other way around. But the situation that we're in right now, obviously, we want a liberal, progressive form of fascism, the kind that my biological father actually had. So this is why...
The problem is, though, the left people need to be educated that fascism isn't bad. That's the problem, because they keep going around saying you're all fascists and Nazis when they need to learn, no, everything you were told about fascism and National Socialism was incorrect, and you need to follow those steps.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but to qualify...
You get what I mean?
Yeah, of course, I appreciate what you're saying, but to qualify what you're saying, notice what Nemo Albano just said. You got to educate the left. Now, understand that both the left and the right call each other fascist. This is the insanity.
They're both brainwashed.
They both call each other fascists. They both use it as name calling. It has no meaning to them other than a pejorative, other than a dirty word. And so that people understand why they both hate fascism, why the communists and the capitalists both attacked the Reich, and Imperial Japan and Fascist Italy is because...
It's 24/7 propaganda against the Third Reich that just constantly through mainstream alternative media, video games even.
Yes.
They're just pumping out these propaganda to keep each new generation hating them, conditioning them to keep hating the enemies their government wants them to hate.
Yes. And I certainly don't want to turn this into some political diatribe right now. We don't need that. But I do want people to understand that it's important to understand that fascism is centrist. It is radicalized centrism. So it's but that being said, my position on this, we definitely have to be ready to prepare to engage in the struggle, because the struggle is coming. I mean, I don't want it to come because I'm in a fairly comfortable position, and God knows, probably as soon as I get everything kind of stabilized here to the point where it's almost tenable or bearable, everything's going to fall apart anyway. But societally. But all of that being said, Amy, so do stay here. We need people to reform here, and as well, something you brought up about the slavery. The interesting thing is that what we have is a form of postmodern slavery that is common. Slavery is common across the world. We have millions of people that are enslaved across the world. And this postmodern form of slavery is a horror story, and it is something that is untenable. Obviously, something needs to be done. But we can't do that until we reform conventional society. And conventional society has rendered us all, at this point, we're no better off than the slaves. So, I mean, or very little better off than the slaves. There are probably some slaves that are better off than you and I in some respects, just by the basis of the fragility of our positions in life, in our attempts to sustain ourselves. Like Amy says, she wouldn't have been able to do this at all without basically a support infrastructure of various people. So when it comes to your interest, however, in many of these mind control programs and the people who are being enslaved through such programs, it reminds me of, in the situation of Australia. Now, Nemo Albano knows a bit about the welfare system in Australia. I don't know how familiar he is with the psychiatric system in Australia. But I brought up earlier, there was a young girl named Rhiannon Farrell in Australia who was terrorized by Stephen Outram. And of course, I know, Amy, that you're familiar with who that character is, at least peripherally. You've heard his name. And so Stephen Outram terrorized this young lady to the point where she was ultimately institutionalized. The way she explained it to me, Rhiannon Farrell, she explained to me that it was by a series of miracles and an enormous effort that she got out of the insane asylum. That apparently in Australia, the way she explained it to me was that when they get you in the institution, at that point, you're an asset for them and a source of income because they're justifying their existence. And so it's kind of like the position I was in when I first got on SSDI. The judge, who was kind enough to award me the SSDI, which I must always emphasize was a white American male, older, very stereotypically gray-haired, very respectable looking, the very embodiment of authority. And I owe him my life in a very real sense. So I honor the promises I made to him, such as never driving again, because of his fear of my road rage, my potential for road rage, and that cars kill far more people than firearms ever could. So he basically put me under a adult supervision for a year where I had to have a representative payee. I explained earlier this was this Jewish lady, half Jewish, half Italian, and Esther Fishman, her name, became my representative payee for a year. Halfway through that, she went stark raving mad, and had to be institutionalized. Though she never had a history of any mental illness. Like she was zapped with a ray or a beam or something. And literally her family found her one morning gibbering in a corner. Just beyond tragic. I believe she's semi-stabilized since that point, but has been diagnosed with a kind of schizophrenia. But the reason I bring that up is that during that year that she was my representative payee, I had no idea if I could land anyone to be my representative payee. They had to have someone who paid taxes all their lives, who worked an honest job. I first tried to bring my gang brother down to the offices, and when they asked him, of course, oh, show us your tax returns. Well, of course, his being a gangster, he never paid taxes a day in his life, and so he couldn't be my representative payee. My psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, said, oh, trying to be helpful, in all innocence, earnestly and sincerely said, oh, why don't you take it to one of these like homeless shelters and they can be your representative payee for a year. But my gang brother Beaver was dating a girl. His girlfriend was a drug counselor. So she was dealing with all these homeless shelters. And she said, don't ever do that. Once you turn over your check to them, they will never give it back. Because at that point, they have an income that's steady. You would have to prove yourself as being a completely competent adult so that they would stop taking your check, and that would stop the check. So, in other words, they make you a slave the rest of your life. They take that check and they give you whatever they want, saying you've got to live off the $20 we give you. In other words, you become their slave. So that was a horror story that I learned about through my gang brother's girlfriend. So when it came to this kind of slavery, and that being exemplary of such, that was the way the insane asylums work in Australia, where once they had this young lady in the asylum, she's bringing the money, it justifies their existence, and they were never going to let her go, like they never let anyone go if they can help it. So I think she was released after maybe a few years, maybe as long as 5 years, I don't remember. But she got out eventually after multiple efforts and people advocating for her, and was placed on welfare. So she actually benefited in the long run in that she never needed to be employed again. She gets like the highest level of welfare you can get in Australia, a fairly substantial amount. It was something similar, more than what I get. In Australian dollars, so I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I would say it was more than what I get in American dollars. She unfortunately spends the overwhelming majority of it on cigarettes, but all that being said, is not in all that bad a position comparatively speaking. Nevertheless, I explained earlier, and you can re-listen to that part later, Amy, where I was talking about Stephen Outram and his terrorizing this girl, basically purchasing her from her boyfriend, who literally sold her to Stephen Outram for money. You can have my girlfriend, and basically it just told her, bye, this guy's your boyfriend now. I mean, that would drive any woman into institutionalization. But that being said, the reason I bring that up is, I'll segue it back to Amy, but Nemo, does any of this sound familiar to you? What do you know about the asylum system, so to speak, in Australia?
I don't know that individual you're speaking of, but yeah, I do know the insane asylums are fucked over here just as bad as America or England.
Yeah.
Like, you're doomed if you get put into one of them, pretty much.
Wow. Holy shit. Like,
you're better off just...
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're better off being homeless as long as you know how to live off the fat of the land.
Right.
Go live with the tribal people if they accept you. Yeah.
Holy shit. Wow. I mean, that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. So are they abusing people? Abusing people in these asylums?
Of course. Yes, there's abuse going on in all these asylums all over the world and in Australia. I see it everywhere.
Oh my God. Terrible.
Well, it's just the co-opting of the social program that's meant to protect vulnerable people. which is now enslaving them, as you say, like the homeless shelters. They turn their vulnerable people into an asset, and then they, the money that comes to the organization is never filtered down to the vulnerable person. It's just shuffled around to these housing projects and to these therapeutic systems that are the opposite of therapy. And that becomes this new form of enslavement.
So what got you interested in this? I meant to ask, was there some kind of trauma or brush with something that happened to you that prompted your interest in this? How did you get to know enough about it that you are familiar with this?
Well, this has been ongoing with me. Like, I know that sometimes, like, sometimes you think that, like, with Brooke, like, her affiliation with you brought on all these occult attacks. Mm-hmm. But for me, all of this was happening with me. I'm sorry, here's more traffic.
No worries.
This was happening with me long before I knew anything of you. Okay. Like, I was having problems with banking in college. Like, I would get my paycheck on a Friday, and the paycheck would be in the bank, but they wouldn't deposit the money until after the weekend, when I've already spent, maybe $20 here, $10 here, and then they'd charge me fees. Mm-hmm. So I became really
Your voice cutting out.
Whoa, her internet. So, honey, your internet was cut off.
Taking a large chunk. In fees.
honey, repeat all of that, because your internet was completely cut off. Your internet was completely cut off. We didn't hear anything you said after you talked about the deposit. Basically, the check would be deposited. You would they wouldn't let you cash it till after the weekend, when you spent enough money to be on the precipice of pennilessness. So up to that point, then you got cut off completely. So repeat what you said after that.
So I understood because of these incidents that were like perpetual. Like, I would have to go back to the bank and argue with them that, no, here's my receipt. I deposited this check on Friday. Why are these charges from Sunday, Monday being overdrafted when there was money deposited for it? And I would have to do this every week. And so it became really apparent to me that this money system is a way to keep people from being able to access help, from being able to get into a lifestyle where you can really enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
And that, that kind of leads back to the value system. Like, if my time is so invalued that I'm not making enough to support housing, then the value then becomes, I need the shelter. And then if you're homeless, you go to these organizations which treat you like furniture.
Yes.
Like, you're just there to get that check from another source because you're labeled as vulnerable. And I believe that the mental health systems are also just another form of slavery.
Yes.
Like, I don't have any mental health diagnoses. They've tried a number of times to say that you're this or that, but in each case, it's always just dismissed that, no, that's not really what was happening. So, like, I don't even know if, like, we have time to really get into all of my history about where it was that, like, I first realized that, I'm not going to be able to make enough money to do anything that was expected of me by my parents. Like, their opportunities were so much more available than opportunities are at this point in time. So the idea that I should be able to work 40 hours a week and then afford food, shelter, and maybe some entertainment, like, that's the thing that always gets me. Is when I lived in New Orleans, I would be out listening to music almost every night, which in New Orleans is just what people do. It's not like it's not unusual, but living here, that's not something people would do. So, me having that idea that like you just need to be able to commune with others in a way that you're celebrating.
Yes.
Like that to me is a value that has been lost. Like at this point, like you're just an asset for these nonprofits in order to get them the money so that they can then shuttle you around. But the longer that they hold you in these housing units, the less likely it is that you're going to get out of them. Like it's meant to be temporary, and yet people are in them year after year after year.
Yes.
You have to wait. There's a wait list for that Section 8 housing voucher of 8 years. And it's not getting shorter. It used to be 3, it used to be 5, and now it's 8 years. And then even then you go into these housing units that are substandard, and you're not even getting access to these funds. Like you as the vulnerable person, I'm so sorry. It's morning time. People are going to work. I'm going to head inside.
No worries.
Just the idea that because you've got this label, either mental health or homelessness, you've got this label, and therefore you're no longer human. You no longer get to enjoy music. You no longer get to socialize. Like these are things that need to be put into the forefront. Like you can't tell somebody you just need to go get a job when you've been working and you still can't manage to find a place that's less than $1,200 a month, even though you're making $800 a month working full time. Like, that's sort of the thing that, to me, that's the enslavement. That's the money system that is no longer giving you the value of a healthy life, of being able to afford choices in your day, because you're stuck looking for a side hustle. You're stuck looking to do something that is not going to be counted against you getting a disability check. Yes. You're not, you're not involved with people in a way that's meaningful to both of you. Like you're involved with people in this superficial way of like, what can I get from you? Like I have all these needs that are unmet, either emotional or psychological, like, needing to process trauma. If you don't have a group of people who have processed their own trauma and are no longer self-medicating, you're not going to get that. You don't see it in your life. It's like what you're saying with the African Americans, who the unemployment for their particular group is so skewed. They don't have examples of people who come from those two-parent homes. Like they have fathers who've been imprisoned, and it's been that way for generations. So there's no, there's no person out there who isn't affected by this. Like even as you were saying, like Brittany Murphy came from a moneyed family, and she couldn't escape the consequences of speaking out.
Yes.
So it's not as if like the money itself or the privilege of being born the right color is actually going to protect you. That's just not the case. Like it's a situation where when you have the stupidity in order to speak out about it, like if you're just so naive that you really just stumble into it and you don't understand that it's going to draw negative consequences, that
lethal consequences. Yes, go on. Yes,
you're no better off. You're not gonna become some kind of martyr, some Mother Teresa that everybody holds up in a legacy format where you're honored after your death, or that's not going to happen. And so I think like we're really not at a place where we want people to engage in the battle in such a way that they're not thinking strategically about their own safety.
Yeah. Yes.
So, I mean, I don't even know where I was going with this. Like,
well, I mean, it needed to be said. Wherever you were going with it, it needed to be said. Tell me, Nemo, what do you get out of what Amy has said? Kind of give us.
The homelessness problem does need to be addressed and solved properly with compassion and empathy, and intelligently.
Okay, but more generally, what she's speaking of is the economics of powerlessness, the economics of hopelessness, the economics of homelessness, hopelessness beyond homelessness. You can have,
we need to find a way to abolish the homeless problem and the debt problem, helping all the poor people.
Well, I mean,
I think it has.
Yeah, go on.
It has some solution. I'm not saying that there's not, there's not a right way to do this. What I'm saying is the way that it's being done isn't right.
Exactly.
And because I knew that going to a homeless shelter was going to turn me into an asset, and I was going to be stuck in a system where I wouldn't have choices.
So how did you know this, though? I mean, how did you find out? Say, for instance, most people couldn't even imagine that would be the fate of someone who goes into a homeless shelter. They might think this is just a temporary inconvenience. I've got to go through this. I'll go get through this and then wind up being victimized by the system in the sense that they render it impossible for you to escape poverty. If a woman who a great example was one woman who was in the welfare system who saved up money and then was punished because they said you cannot save beyond a certain amount in your bank account when you're on welfare. And the fact that you saved money to move out of welfare means we have to revoke your welfare because you are saving money, which you're not even encouraged to do.
Over here, it's like if you're on the Centrelink payment and you try to earn more money legally, they deduct the pay or remove the pay that Centrelink support gives you. Like, you're not allowed to try and make extra money to save up.
Yeah. I mean, I managed to get on the working disabled program where I'm legally required to work in order to get my SSDI, so that in that sense I get the best of both worlds. I'm able to earn some money through what I do with this program. But when it comes to most people, they don't have that option because they're not Department of Defense librarians with a bureaucratic background. But so, honey, Amy, somehow you knew this.
I knew because I had been involved with people who had struggled with homelessness, and they had warned me that the shelter systems are not helpful, that they're very dangerous and that they're unsafe. So, and I was in a shelter because I was told that in order to get help, I would need to do that. But I could see straight away that it was just impossible. Like, it just wasn't. It wasn't what they said they were doing. And so I left. And because I didn't feel safe, like there was a lot of substance abuse going on in the shelter system.
Yeah.
And it was just my exposure with other homeless people, which had forewarned me that these are issues, that your security is going to be compromised. You're going to be in these hotels where they're going to know that you're alone, that you're a woman alone.
Yes, and then because they don't allow visitors. Because they don't allow visitors or co-inhabitants. Yeah.
You have a curfew. Yeah. And I'd always struggled with the idea that a landlord can tell you who you're going to date. Like, you're not allowed to have guests overnight in a lot of apartments. You're not allowed to have people stay with you. You have to get approval from your landlord. And as a single woman, I'm always thinking, well, like, what is it that I can do? Like, I can't have a relationship. I'm not, like, to me, it just seemed like really controlling. It's just a very controlled environment. And
And so get this. I mean, basically, when the state is offering help, what they are demanding is that they have control over how you live. They are demanding total control over how you live. They want to control everything in your life. At that point, it's at this point when you become a ward of the state. then you have truly surrendered your freedom. This is slavery. You will now not be allowed to have a relationship at your discretion. People will not cohabitate with you. You will not be, you're on a curfew, so you're not even allowed out after a certain hour as if you're an overgrown child, which technically you are if you're a ward of the state. You're not a competent adult by that definition. But it's obviously taken to a pathological extreme. You are now a cog in a machine where their living is based on you're not living normally. So
it wouldn't surprise me if these affordable housing projects had a hidden surveillance system in them to hear and record everything that's being said and done in these houses for the poor people.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's not hidden. The cameras are right there in your living space.
All right. I meant like just maybe hidden wiring, in the walls or in the lighting. Just,
Well, I think, I hear what you're saying. Like that you wouldn't necessarily realize that there's access to your activities through some kind of surveillance. But in the situations where I've been, it's right. The camera is right there. Wow. Like it's not hidden. It's right in the unit with you. And so, it wasn't like they can label you as paranoid if you start saying like, they're watching me, like little green men are watching me.
That's just so wrong. That should not be at all. That definitely needs to be changed immediately.
And it's going to be you and I and individuals that change it. We're not going to be able to go to the people who are benefiting from that process to look for a solution. Like it wasn't the helpers. It wasn't the housing coordinator or the case manager or the shelter monitor who warned me that you're not going to be safe there. They're going to traffic you. That it wasn't them. It was people who cared about me, who'd been in the same situation, who'd warned me that your safety is not ensured just because you're in a secured building with cameras. Like that's not necessarily safe. So I think that there is a solution. I think that when you start to value your interactions with others, and when you start to realize that not everybody's on the same page, not everybody has an innate understanding of what psychological torture is. So to be able to engage with people, to have a conversation around value and importance of freedom of choice. I mean, because it'll just get manipulated. It'll just be protecting the pedophiles who want to make sure they have access to children because they can then impoverish the parents and then call the parents abusive in order to steal the children.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that, there's levels of understanding that you can't necessarily, you can't train people in a way that looks anything like education now. Like it's more of an innate, intuitive, you want to protect yourself. Like you have to understand that there is a solution, but it's not the solution that you might be presented with. Like for me, the idea of paying rent in order to just have a place to sleep that may or may not be safe, that just doesn't sound good to me. Mm-hmm. Like I'm pretty self-sufficient. I've been raised in an area where it's rural, so I know about gardening. I know about growing food. I know about how, if you're
self-reliant.
Yeah, and it's very much part of the New England culture where there's support systems for people who grow their own food.
It's better off living in an Amish community by now. Like if you're poor, just, you know what I mean?
Well, I feel like that. I feel like having to be connected to the internet all the time to have work is kind of a manipulation. Like, I don't necessarily want to be in front of a screen.
Yeah. And it's mentally straining.
And it's not natural. I mean, people think that they can't live without their phone, but I lived without a phone most of my childhood, and it wasn't until after college where everybody was on their phone all of a sudden.
Right.
And now
it's like that crack.
Yeah.
That daily crack.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction that gets kind of put at the back burner because of all the other addictions that are more severe. But the addiction to the video games and to the internet, these are still addictions, and they're not being addressed. And I believe that's so interesting, because this woman that I'm taking care of her dog for a couple days, her brother is an adult, and he spends all of his time on the internet, and his family is trying to find him some kind of therapy. And there's just such a need for therapy that when they're saying, like, no, he's addicted to the screen, he's addicted to the internet, and they're like, well, we don't really have counselors for that. Like,
well, how's that possible? How is that possible that they don't? I mean, this is such an obvious problem in this day and age. It's
well, and that's their struggle, is they're trying to find some kind of rehab center that won't promote like this game playing, like this, this life that exists only in the electronics. Like, it doesn't exist in your real life, and it's causing
virtual.
a lot more.
The term is virtual. This virtual world that is unreal. Go on. Yes.
Well, and then for it to be such a modern situation that there just isn't. The counselors don't know how to address it, because they're not selling any kind of illicit drugs, so they don't really need substance abuse counseling. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't medicate, you can't give Suboxone to somebody with a gaming problem. Like, it's not, it's not going to work in the system that's set up. So finding ways to divert that attention, to get
replace it with a more healthy, productive addiction.
Well, and to look at the bonding. Like, did you even consider that, like, you're not bonding with another person? You're not building experiences together so that you're having something to go back to in a way that's productive. Like, you can't always go back and review the games that you played with people 10 years ago, like, and then find that you've grown from that. I mean, that to me just sounds absurd. Like, you're just not, like, you're just melting your time into this machine, into this device. And there's so many other ways that you could be devoting time and in an engaged relationship where you're both interdependent and not codependent, or in an abuse environment where all the power and control is with the person who's bringing in the money.
Right.
So I'd like to see more people who are actually involved with other human beings and not necessarily just engaging with the screen all day long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Healthy communities of people helping each other, like an Amish community.
Well, what this expresses is what I was saying the other day. Now, I don't know if either one of you heard the opening hours of the last episode before tonight. The latest episode before tonight, what happened was that somebody wrote to Peter Moon what was essentially a white grievance litany. Just a white grievance litany where they were, of all things, talking about welfare and presenting themselves as someone who was working, but seemed to have an inordinate interest in welfare for someone who was working. And this was the way they rationalized their presentation, was that they were in Florida And we're dealing with, I don't know, maybe contracts with housing units for low-income housing or the like, and therefore had access to complaints from many people who were trying to get into such situations or whatnot. But apparently were exposed to people who were complaining to them all the time as some kind of contract worker that they couldn't get on welfare because it was ethnically enclaved, meaning that the ethnic enclaves of various colored peoples, minorities in the United States, were not allowing white people the benefits that the white people were pushed to the end of the line, and that they would award their own kind in a mafia-style favoritism. So, by the way, just so people understand that this person was going in all directions, he basically was expressing all that. There was a tangential beginning about transgenderism or something about media promoting it. And then he ended with, does Douglas Dietrich approve of people cutting their tits and dicks off, essentially, something of that effect. I don't know if you heard that in the opening. Peter was reading it aloud.
No, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Please go on.
Yeah, so this was a passive kind of attack. It's an attack question, really, because it's one of those things similar to what was asked by a lady the other day who I came down very hard on, and certainly she handled it very well. God bless her.
I remember that one.
Yes, you were there.
About you approve of the children being killed in the camps by the National Nazis, she was saying.
Right.
And you went down hard on her, just schooling her, but yeah, she took it. She took it like a champ.
Yes, and she contributed money. She contributed some $30 to $40 after that, so God bless her. This individual, being male, I don't know if he took it with that level of grace, but he was a letter Peter was reading out loud, so it wasn't like he was in the chat room. But the point that I responded with was, first I addressed the transgender issue, because that's what he closed with. Like, does Douglas Dietrich approve of people cutting their tits and dicks off for the sake of something? As if this were a gratuitous act. As if somebody would say, by God, I'm going to cut my tits or dick off. Something
he
which
sounds
is
very ignorant by asking that question.
It is a question that is simply a lurid form of attack in terms of only a skilled speaker like myself could even constructively answer that, because it's basically an attack as opposed to a question. But when I answered it, I did so, and by my own reckoning. And then I proceeded to talk about white grievance to a degree, and then said that ultimately this is why I say that hybrid people like myself, cosmogenate people, meaning mixed race peoples, which is the highest rate of births in America, are mixed race births. We need safety zones. Basically, cosmopolitan centers are the economy of America anyway. We would be running America's economy from its city-states, but we need cities declared to be safety zones, sanctuary cities for people like myself to have safety. And this would be our world, and many other places of the United States that are not so urbanized can easily become ethnically enclaved. We would have several areas, mainly in the southeast, that would be black, overwhelmingly black, but basically black nations. And some white nations could easily be enclaved in other parts of the United States. And I said, just as we have a black entertainment network and accept that fact, we should very well have a white entertainment network. And if these people are ethnically enclaved, they cannot complain that anyone is playing favorites. Blacks at that point could not complain that white policemen are beating them up and killing them, and whites go on.
This is why blacks should have been given their own land years ago. They should have been given fair education, then given their own land and have a flourishing economy with their own people. Black cops, black military, black government, corporations all owned by blacks, blacks for blacks. Well, everyone would be happy. You won't have to. Yeah. They'll annihilate this to a large degree, the racism that people are complaining about, which is going on. But If we're all being mixed in together, inevitably there's going to be conflict.
Yes. Well, many blacks argue that was happening organically, that was naturally happening after the American Civil War, was that many black enclaves were developing into just that, independent black communities, and that they got wiped out by either white racists or wiped out by a bunch of white integrationists that seduced them into integration, where they basically then became part of a system in which they had no advantages. There were no advantages for them. So in terms of why this is applicable to what Our Lady Amy Como has brought up, so we do need semi-autonomous states within a greater union, semi-autonomous states that would be white enclaves, black enclaves, and of course
Asian, Latino.
In terms of Asian or Latino, the reality is that many brown Americans could have some enclaves. It gets a bit more difficult simply because with Latin Americans, say for instance, not Veronica Barrera, who's a great friend of mine, shout out to her if she's listening, but also Viviana Sanchez. Now, Viviana Sanchez, who's been on this show any number of times and, of course, was on with our latest episode, probably our latest few episodes. Viviana Sanchez is of Spanish descent, European descent. And she never considered herself Latin American at all. So we have a large amount of quote-unquote Latin European Americans. And Latin European Americans are mostly enclaved in certain areas of the Southwest, like where she's at. And it was only after Trump came to power, suddenly people began telling her, go back to Mexico, which to her was completely offensive because she had never been to Mexico, was never born in Mexico, had no relations in Mexico, and all of her background is European. So, but as Sammy Romero stated, and he is ultimately from Mexico, that's her nigger wake-up call, that there's no distinguishing disambiguation for Americans between ethnicities. To them, everyone else is a nigger for white Americans, all too many white Americans.
Right.
So when it comes to this sort of situation, it gets a bit more nuanced because if you're beginning to enclave Latin Americans as opposed to integrating them into greater city sanctuaries for hybridized people.
I didn't mean like trying to segregate them out. I was just.
Oh no, I understand that. I understand that.
Giving everybody their own land and their own power.
Oh, I understand that. So I would argue that that's actually doable. I'm not arguing against it. But there should be options, of course, for everyone to ultimately...
Oh, yeah, make it fully optional, not force them to.
Right.
Like, even have land for multicultural people, because there's a lot of mixed people, so give them a full-on multicultural...
Well, that's what I meant by the cities.
Well.
The cities represent that. The cities represent that.
Everybody's got to win. Like, give everybody what they want and let them all be happy.
Yes. This is what I was pointing out as... This is where your sense of community comes in. No one can complain that a different ethnicity of police officer is abusing them or that different ethnicities are refusing them welfare. Right. So this would enable a kind of Spanish European American enclave, a Latin American enclave that's more Mexican oriented. Of course, the people in New York would be more Puerto Rican. The people in Florida would be more Cuban. These are very different kinds of Latin Americans. That was the point I was trying to make. So understand that you're talking about very separate enclaves. But nevertheless, they're doable. You can do this. The enclaves wouldn't even necessarily need to be that large. The largest enclaves would be the Native American enclaves because most of that land is uninhabitable. So it simply would be the largest, but it would be vast stretches of what we would consider essentially undeveloped or undevelopable, land that is not really developable in any practical sense. So when it comes to the situation, I have the solution, and the solution is then you have people physically accomplishing what they're now doing on the internet. You see, what people are doing on the internet is they're ethnically enclaving anyway. What they're doing on the internet is they're entering echo bubbles. So everyone on the internet is entering an echo bubble in which they only talk to people like themselves. This echo bubble becomes their world. This is unhealthy and pathological because they are physically alienated from everyone who is physically around them, while delving into a virtual world where there are people like them. So what I'm offering as the solution is a form of enclaving at the subnational level, basically semi-autonomous states, federated into a greater union, and that these semi-autonomous states would then be a physical enclaving where everyone would be communicating physically much more because everyone around them would be identifiable to them as one of their own. In other words, people would then be in physical echo bubbles that would be much larger and communitarian. So in a place as complicated as New York City, you essentially see that anyway. New York City is just barrios. It's just ethnic enclave barrios where you go into one section and it's Italians, and you go into another section and it's
Jewish.
Yeah, and another and it's Chinatown. I mean, Peter Moon, of all people, lives on Long Island, which is basically New Israel. I mean, Long Island is just like, that's just America's Israel. That's Israel in America. That's like a Jewish enclave, one of the most privileged enclaves in the world. So Peter Moon lives in one of the most privileged enclaves on the planet of wealthy Jews. So he seems to have no cognizant recognition of this beyond acknowledging, there's a lot of Jews here. But he's obviously not interacting with them.
The comedian Anthony Cumia, he willingly chose to move into a Jewish community because he knew that they all had jobs and wealthy, and there was virtually no crime in that community.
Well, there you go. I mean, there's no need for any crime because it's redundant. Right? In terms of what I'm offering, this is why you need to stay here, Amy. We all need to work towards this when it all collapses. But Amy, certainly you can add to this. There's other observations.
Need people to rebuild once everything's burnt up.
Yes.
A rebirth.
Yeah. And
well, just in my own situation of, having friends who were homeless who could direct me away from situations where maybe I would have felt like this is the only option. But to know that I don't want to live in a city. Like, I don't want to be inundated with wireless networks that are constantly surveilling everything I do. Like, I'm really happy to be in nature, and when I'm away from it really depletes my energy. Like, my health is really connected to my ability to choose how I spend my time. Mm-hmm. I mean, there were years where I spent working in public universities where I was working full time. I was, doing what everybody was programmed to do, which is to go be a little cog in the machine. And it was so it was so bizarre to me that people were happy in that role. Like, I couldn't understand how everybody else in the office was just totally fine with their entire day inside in front of a screen. Like, it was so phenomenal to me that, you finally get to a place where, like, I've got all this education, I've got this job, but my time is spent in menial tasks, filing, shredding. Like, that, to me, like the whole shredding that we did once a year of student files, like, it was just like so depleting of the joy of life.
Oh my God.
You know, like I couldn't understand it. And it's like the pay wasn't such that like I really had options. Like, you know, I was living in a really affordable area. Like I was living in New Mexico where stuff is cheap. Like housing is cheap. But I still wasn't making the money where I could, like as I did in New Orleans, just go out and see live music every night. Like there was like these real there was real barriers in trading my time. And so like I knew that I couldn't live like that. I couldn't spend my youth, like my young year 20 to 30 behind a desk just to get a paycheck to put towards things that were necessary but not things that I enjoyed. So like I appreciate that the enclaving might be a solution so that people can look at their community and feel like there's evidence that things are working out, that there's options for them, that, you know, they don't have to commit these crimes and go to prison like the rest of their family did. But I do think it's the money, it's the poverty. Like it's not racism, it's the poverty.
Yeah.
So enclaving is only going to work. It's only going to work if we address the poverty.
Because one of the main reasons for the crime is the want of money, the need for money. If that is abolished, then crime significantly will drop. If everybody becomes equally wealthy.
Well, that's of course, that's what needs to be worked on as well. And it doesn't need to even be equally wealthy. It just needs to be
what I mean.
enough of
lack of a better term.
Enough of an equitable redistribution where people are able to lead quality lives.
Yeah, everyone can have a decent living.
Yeah, but so Amy, I appreciate what you're saying, and obviously this is why no one would be forced into a living situation in the individual sense. Obviously, there would be a general population redistribution based on enclaving would be inevitable. There would be people who would be moving just because it would be, at that point, something that was simply being a national phenomenon. It would be something that everyone was doing, so people would be redistributing with the enclaving in general. This wouldn't happen with people who were choosing to live in the city, who were like myself and more cosmopolitan. But you see, mixed race individuals are generally, in fact, almost exclusively cosmopolitan. You don't get many mixed race marriages in heavily rural areas where where you get farmers or poor people in ghetto kind of shanty towns like the Appalachians or the Ozarks or former coal mining communities or places where you have black shanty towns or places like that. No, you don't get mixed race births as anything common. So this is obviously an urban phenomenon. Mixed race people are generally urban people. But in your case, you're not, and you feel much more comfortable in a rural environment. So it simply begs the question of which rural environment you would feel comfortable moving into. So obviously, New England would remain pretty much white because New England is essentially pretty fucking white. There is very...
It might as well be a white ethno state.
It's basically a white ethno state anyway. It's one of those places. It's like I was telling people about the Pacific Northwest. The Pacific Northwest was one of the few places where you had the Ku Klux Klan manifest as a politically correct organization that was telling people that, we welcome blacks and Jews, and we've got nothing against them, and we have no intention of hurting them. And they meant it because there were no blacks or Jews around to hurt. They could afford to be.
That's so funny you mentioned that. I lived in Hayden, Idaho when I first moved out to the Pacific Northwest. I had no idea about the history of the KKK when I moved to Hayden, Idaho, but it was especially white, for sure.
Yes. Tell us about what you found out or the experience. I want to hear it. Come on.
I just so I moved out there because a friend of mine from here had moved out there when she married, and she just ended up staying there even though she got a divorce. And she had offered me housing, so I'd moved out there, and I'm walking around Hayden, Idaho. And you see my photo. I have dark hair and dark eyes, and everybody tells me I'm native, including Peter Moon, even though there's no evidence of this. So I'm getting followed around all these stores, and my friend was like, at that point she dyed her hair blonde, even though she doesn't really have blonde hair, but she would notice that I would get followed around all the stores as if I was going to steal something. I told her, I was like, I don't know why they do this, but I've just started approaching them. I've just sort of made a joke out of it. And instead of like just allowing them to harass me in that way, right, I'll just address it with them.
Thank you. By the way, that's a form of silent intimidation. Go on. Yes.
Well, I just had no idea. Right. I really had no idea that the KKK had an installation in Hayden, Idaho. I learned very quickly. It became kind of a joke that, I love bringing colored people over to Idaho from Washington State just to get the looks, just to provoke them back. And that's my own fault. I shouldn't be like that. I shouldn't be like putting other people in a position where they're uncomfortable just because I find it amusing. But it was really that dynamic, like between Idaho and Washington State. And when I realized that I felt a lot more comfortable with the diversity in Washington State, that's where I moved. I moved over to Spokane, which is really only like 40 minutes down the road from Idaho. But Idaho was beautiful. Like the landscape is really fantastic out there. And the communities of Native people, those are what I really miss. I really miss the Native powwows. I really miss the casinos, although I know that the Natives don't necessarily approve of the casinos. I miss being able to go and hang out in the casino all day and eat the buffet. The things about the Pacific Northwest that I miss have to do with that diversity, which I guess kind of points to like my hesitation about the enclaving, because I do feel like maybe it's cosmopolitan, but I think that the mixing and then being around people who are not like you is how you grow. It's how you do your own work.
You don't necessarily have to live with them to learn about them and appreciate them.
Thank you. You could visit them. I mean, that's
you can visit. Yeah. But you can learn all this and just still live and breed with your own people. You can appreciate all cultures and learn other cultures and visit them. Just remember who your people are and where your home is.
Right. In other words, what I'm proposing is that the enclaving would have borders, but the borders could be crossed. For
work-related stuff, of course. You want to get a job in one of those other ethno states, that can be allowed. All those things.
It would. I would presume, of course, that anyone involved with, say, for instance, academic multicultural studies in the cities would easily be invited into these various nations, because these nations would want their cultures to be understood. So it's not going to be something that is going to, it's not going to be a hard border shutdown, at least in most cases. But I can imagine it happening in some.
Not the Gaza Strip.
Well, God, no, I don't. Oh, Jesus. Okay, at that point, we're talking, my joke about actually solidifying some of these ethnic enclaves is that it's not a joke. I'm seriously proposing that Long Island be basically rendered completely Jewish, that it essentially be turned into a Jewish enclave. My joke was that Jewish enclave could then basically turn New Jersey into its Gaza Strip. Where they could, basically spend all day sending helicopters to fire rockets into New Jersey all day. But aside from, by that time they'd be attacking Port David out there in New Jersey and Atlantic City. David Fitzsimons, but he's a fan in the chat room. But at any rate, I do want to point out something to people about this. So Amy now has a better understanding. We're not trying to promote a total hard border shutdown.
Not a pure exclusive borders and ethno state.
Though at least
not Israel Palestine, none of that.
Right. Yeah, but do bear in mind, Israel Palestine is its own form of bizarre permeability. Understand that the population of Arabs in Israel is growing and will ultimately overwhelm the Israelis. And this is not to rationalize or justify.
I support the Palestinians.
Yeah, but the Israelis are trying to counter this by making Israel a pure ethno-state, which it already is effectively, but they're trying to make it legally. And therefore, what they're trying to say is that you cannot vote in Israel unless you're ethnically Jewish. So they are eliminating the Palestinian or native Arab vote. So this is going on under Netanyahu, and Israel's headed towards civil war, very likely. I've pointed that out just as much as any other nation is in this modern age. Britain, America, only some exceptions. Certainly Japan is not. But that's always been the rule with Japan, is that it's far more stable. They had their civil war period during the Middle Ages. But when it comes to the situation with America, I will have to confess, there will be a few hard border ethnic states. That's simply unavoidable.
A few.
Yeah, it would just be a few. By the way, I'm not trying to, this sounds almost comical. Like, there's just going to be a few, and, it's almost like, we're not dismissing this. Believe me, I'm not saying this dismissively. I will have to go into detail about this at some point. But I can easily perceive one or two ethno-states being very exclusive. But go on.
Just to emphasize for the listeners as well, just because we're promoting the idea of ethno-states, of living with your own kind, that it does not advocate or incite any hatred or discrimination for anyone outside of your own race. Just because you want to be with your own people doesn't mean you hate other races or want anything bad, ill will towards other races. That's a common misconception from brainwashing from a certain group of people that are put out over the decades to make people think, if you want to be your own kind, that must mean you're a supremacist and evil and want all other races dead. That's what they've been programmed to think when people want their own ethno-states.
Yes, well, that's part of the insanity of these. But then again, look at the examples they've got, like Israel.
The Israeli Khazars, they're the most racist, supremacist people on this planet. One of the most.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, the most. I would argue the most.
Okay. I was just
it's
nice.
And so when it comes to Australia, the proposition has been made for a Aboriginal nation in the center of Australia. It would be landlocked, but then the Aborigines have always been landlocked, essentially.
Yeah.
They're
in tune with nature.
Yes. So a landlocked Aboriginal state, basically centered on Mount Ayers, is it? The sacred mountain in Australia. You're familiar with it. There's only one big.
Talking about Uluru, giant.
Yes, thank you. The big rock with the flat top.
I know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
It needs to be protected and given strictly for the Aboriginals to live and own.
Yes.
And living.
That would be the heart. The cultural hearth and geographic heart of their. Basically, some might say that's a giant reservation. But it would be at least a respect for their culture and give them territory that would be vast. I mean, all the white Australians live on the fucking coast anyway, for those of you who don't know. No white Australians, proportionately.
No one wants to live in the desert. The white people don't like the heat.
Yes. Believe me, people.
But it has allowed... Didn't he say something about there's 500 different tribes of Aboriginals?
I don't know if the territory.
Either there was, around that.
Yeah,
but you'd have to look that up yourself.
Yeah,
I think that's totally fantastic that they can maintain a language, they can maintain an art.
Well, he didn't say that. What he's saying was that they were there. They were there, but they've been incredibly impacted.
Wiped out.
Yeah.
I mean, and in that way, it's almost the same as the natives here.
Kind of. Believe it, it's not that bad. but it borders. So
It's
the
close.
On the
yeah.
West Coast, there's more native languages. Like I know that Spokane had a Salish school
Yes.
where you could send your children to learn the native language.
Yes.
And to me, that was what ruined New England, was the fact that all of the traditions of these tribes on the East Coast have been colonized. Like their consciousness is now commercial.
Yes.
Like it's only what they add to the white system, to the colonial system, that's been maintained. Mm-hmm. Whereas in my experience, having traveled out west and integrated a little bit with those native cultures, there is something that's been maintained that was lost on the East Coast. So, I mean, I really feel like the enclaving, it's necessary. Like you need people to be able to teach.
Yes.
To teach the medicines and the plants.
Yes.
From their ancestry. Like it comes only through your family, only through mentorship, only through exploring what was before and why that was.
As a matter of fact, this is what. Go on, honey. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, there's a car.
No worries.
So I really.
By the way, the cars in your area sound like fucking jets taking off from an airport. Yeah.
It's rural. It's a rural area, but she's right on the main road. So just like the other campsite, like it's to get the internet, I had to be next to the road. So.
Interesting. Yes, understood. Yeah. So go on.
So and everybody starts to go to work in the morning, so that's why. Can you hear the roosters? Like the roosters.
Yeah, we've been hearing the roosters. That's fine. We're fine with all that.
It's not bad. Yeah. We can tolerate it.
We enjoy that.
You like the roosters. Yeah, there's a lot of them across the street. Yeah. But the cars
I'm
really
glad I don't fucking live there because I wouldn't want to be there. But we can appreciate it on radio. Yeah. So
but you couldn't always run off for 10 minutes to go get your diesel either. Like it would take a lot longer for you to run to the store to get your beer to drink with your cola.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that! Yeah. No, I'm totally a city boy. No,
Doug needs convenience and practicality.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Fuck that camping shit. That's
I agree. I can't be like that myself.
Thank you.
I need convenience.
I sleep so much better. I sleep so much better away from the Wi-Fi.
That's
looking
good,
at trees.
I'm happy for you.
The quality of my life and my conscious awareness. Is increased so much by just disconnecting from all of that, all the advertising, like walking outside and seeing like, oh, you should buy this, pumping gas and being told, oh, today this happened from the gas pump. Like
I hate ads. That's why I just don't watch TV.
Even. I know I don't even have a TV. Like they're trying to tell me like, we'll put you in a hotel room if you're homeless. I'm like, what the hell good is a hotel room? Because now I have a TV. Great, that's gonna help. I just don't.
You do realize most people would buy a TV before they bought furniture if they're moving into a new place. So most people would appreciate that. But go on. Yes.
No, and that was kind of a joke between me and this friend of mine who was the auditor for the state police before he became homeless, and he was
holy
saying,
shit! How did that happen?
Yeah.
How did he become homeless?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like there's a group of people who are professional people who cannot make things work here. Like because they're like not willing to be compromised. They lose out on the privilege of being housed. Like
wow. Holy
he was saying though, the joke that we had was, so you become homeless and like your family has no idea what will help. They want to help you, but like he had an aunt who would just send him a TV in the mail, and like it wasn't just one, it was like every year he would get a new TV from his aunt, and he's like, I'm fucking homeless in my car. What am I gonna do with 3 fucking TVs? So yeah, that was our joke. Like every time we would talk about the situation, how like if one person would just do their job, we could get out of this. But they're just going to send you a TV. They've never themselves had to deal with having to go to the bathroom and not having a toilet. Like finding a place to squat that you're not going to get arrested for exposing yourself.
Oh my God.
And it's like your family doesn't have any idea of what is going to help you. They're going to, if you're homeless, well, here's a TV. Like, you're going to plug that in where? And that's part of it, I think, is like they can discriminate and prevent you from being able to even access help from people who want to help you. And so to me, it's like the value of your time. Like, if I could go and spend the day hiking with somebody, I'm going to learn a lot about them, and I'm going to learn a lot about myself and my own judgments on them. And that's a better use of my time. Even if we don't agree on things, at least I've taken time to analyze my own dissidence from what they're presenting to me. So, like, the interactions that are superficial, like, like if I had a check that was coming in and I could go and buy stuff, I'm not going to be able to bond with somebody and feel like I can assist them in a way that's meaningful, because it's just an interaction. It's just I need this, here's some money, thank you, come again. And I don't understand why people can't get out of that superficial interaction and just explore what you can learn from each other. I mean, it's a very individual situation, but it's also, to me, it's the answer. It's the thing that I need more than anything, is that intimacy.
Well, this is what all human beings need. All human beings need this. All human beings are social animals. We're social primates, and we need other people to interact with, or we're simply not justified in our existence. By the way, Tolkien Study, which I believe is Brandon Young, says, "Good morning, Douglas and everyone. Miss you all. Good morning." Ian West says, "I just woke up." That's very cute. I like that. It's adorable. Our man Nemo Albano is back. Not to detract from what we're speaking about at all, but earlier when we were talking about mind control programs, that Amy's awareness of this sort of thing going on, this phenomenon, how she became aware of it. An individual in the chat room named Early B Tony repeated twice, Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip. By the way, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to assume that somehow the button was pressed twice or something like that, or he's programmed himself, because that's almost automaton-like. Someone repeats himself twice like that. But the reason I bring
think he might just be letting us know that he's aware of that, and it's very reactionary. Like,
thank you.
Like most people, it's very reactionary to just be like, yeah, like this thing.
Yes.
But that, in a way, it kind of just does detract from the mindset where this did happen, but it's exponentially grown. So you need to stay in that mindset.
Wow, they're cutting her off repeatedly when she.
It's just her connection. Like,
yeah.
It's not the best.
Yeah. It was actually pretty good for a long while. So I think it's odd.
Is she using Wi-Fi? Did she say she's using Wi-Fi?
We'll find out if she comes back on at all, if they haven't cut her off completely. The reason I brought it up, and we'll get her to speak about it when she comes back. Amy. Let's see if we can coax her back. I know this is hopefully that her connection just reconnects, or maybe even her battery died, which is always a potential. If she's using a cell phone or something, potentially her battery died.
Definitely using Wi-Fi too, then.
Yeah, she appears to still be part of the call, but we're going to find out if she can participate soon enough. But the reason I brought this individual up, he didn't say anything after that, which is not something to be read into. Yeah, they knocked her off the call. She's off the call. So her battery died, or they truly knocked her off the call. By that, I don't believe anything happened to her physically. where she's physically threatened. But the chances of her being knocked off the call intentionally. Oh, there she is. Back. Honey, you're back. So what happened was the moment you started talking about that, you were answering this individual. And welcome aboard, Ian. Ian woke up. That's cute.
There's Ian.
Found out he was part of the call after all. So that's adorable. Oh, look, there he is. He's all blue. He's nice blue shirt, nice big smile. It's like, reminds me of Mikey on the cereal commercial. He's waking up. He's cheerful. He's giving us the hand wave.
Hello, Ian.
As if we didn't. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if he's giving us the hand wave, it's as if we didn't know he's here already. So Amy. So what happened was the reason I pointed out this guy was because he said Operation Paperclip, and this is, as you were basically saying in a very sophisticated way that I want you to go over again. But the reason I was pointing it out was because basically I feel what he's doing is stupid. And I feel it's stupid because he's Nazifying an American problem. So by Operation Paperclip, what he's saying is, it's the Nazis! They brought over the Nazis! It's the Nazis! And okay,
a lot of people think like that when they go through the Operation Paperclip topic.
Well, I was one of the people to hemorrhage information about Operation Paperclip, and I've regretted it ever since. Because people took that and they ran with it and then said, it's the Nazis are the source of all our evil. No, the Nazis are not the source of all your evil. It's you. You're the source of all your own evil. The Nazis are here as observers. They were observers watching you fuck yourselves over. At any rate, it's a good example of this, just to show how stupid it is. Operation Gladio. When people began to find out about Operation Gladio, and then anybody brought up insurgencies or anything, then people would say, Operation Gladio. Okay, first off, when somebody throws out two words as like, what does that do? What does that mean? It's meaningless. It's like just this stupid attempt to participate in some way that does nothing constructive. And all you're bringing up is something that's completely unconnected anyway. In the case of this individual Nazifying the problem, I've already explained that. With Operation Gladio, for those of you who aren't familiar, it was one of many NATO operations that for some reason Americans find morally repellent and they condemn it. Gladio, it was other operations would be like Glaive, would be another operation parallel to Gladio. All of these were close infighting weapons of different cultures. So in each nation in Europe, the Americans set up a different operation based on a close-range fighting weapon of that culture, named after such, so that they could prepare these nations for invasion by the Soviet Union. So these were militias that were not only preparing to fight behind the lines if Europe were invaded by the Soviet Union, but they were also instructed and given leeway to assassinate communists in their own nation. Now understand the Soviet Union had set up thousands of communist cell groups, not just individuals, but entire cell groups all over Europe. And they were more than prepared to take over Europe using these cell groups. So NATO defended Europe, living up to its defensive mission statement by doing what it had to do and organizing militias to defend Europe and take these communist cell groups out. This is completely legitimate. This is not only legitimate, this is to be praised. This is one of those positive things that organizations can sometimes do. There is nothing to condemn here. The hundreds of people they kill deserve to die because these are hundreds of people that wanted to kill hundreds of thousands more.
Exactly.
So these people had to die, deserved to die, and needed to be killed. So when people bring up something like Operation Gladio and try to present that as some kind of negative of governments overstepping the boundaries, you're an ass. You are ignorant, and beyond that, you're probably a traitor. So these are people who are just incredibly stupid. when it
They've
comes,
been brainwashed by Alex Jones and other fucktards like him saying Nazis run the government. Full-on confusion.
Thank you. But what Amy was saying was much more nuanced. So before we turn to Ian, Amy, go on with what you were saying. You were talking about the fact that you, just before you got cut off by whatever it was, and you're welcome to share whatever it was with us, your battery dying or whatever. Tell us more about what you were saying about this individual was basically trying to say something about a problem and basically was dismissing the problem by doing so. So yes, go on, honey. Yeah.
Well, and I was trying to be supportive of this person in that, I understand that, there's a need to commune with others who are on the same page, but I hear your point that it's not an action. It's like you're just bringing up a topic and it can make you appear that you don't know what you're talking about because it's been co-opted and organized in such a way that, yes, okay, Operation Paperclip did happen, and there's a need for people to feel like they're a part of the white hats, as Ian would say. They're a part of the group that's now woke to the problem, but it's not helpful. It's not helpful.
Thank you.
to have other people aware of a problem, and then it's like sending the TV, right? It's like they want to help, but it's completely arbitrary, and it's really just chaotic. Like
and in the end, it's offensive. In the end, it's offensive. The TV is offensive. Sending the TV.
And it's not like his poor aunt is like doing whatever she thinks is right. Like she's not trying to cause him more difficulty of like, now I have to sell 3 fucking TVs. She doesn't, that's not her intention. Just like this guy bringing up Project Paperclip, I don't believe he intended to offend us. I feel like he just or she, whoever it is, they just wanted to let us know that there is a level of understanding that's been reached by a big group of people. Like there's a cachet of information that, because of your effort, Douglas, and because of the effort of people like Fiona Barnett and Fritz Springmeier and Kathy O'Brien, like there is a group of people who are aware, and it's wonderful that they're not afraid to speak out. But you got to take action. You got to look at your own ability to change things and make that decision that, maybe what you could do is offer this nephew of yours a room in your house, or even maybe, take the money that you spent shipping and mailing a device and, you have to take action. It's not a matter of you can just throw money at someone or provide them with a tool and then expect them to make a change in a system that has been programmed to abuse them and to abuse the people who want to support them, even because they don't have the ability to see that what they're doing is really not providing resources. It's really, like I said, it's creating a chaotic situation where this doesn't apply to what is going on in my life. Therefore, it's a Band-Aid. It's not giving you a position in an organization where you can affect change. It's like, okay, now you can watch a TV and be exposed to all the horrors of the world, but you're not essentially getting these vulnerable people into some kind of group that's providing access to things that you need. I'm feeling like I I can't express it in a way that's fair to everybody. I feel like there's a real there's a conflict even in approaching the subject, that you can be labeled as somebody who's a conspiracy theorist, or that you're paranoid, or that why would you want to be helping women who've been trafficked, when they should be able to elevate themselves, to do what everybody else is able to do without, everybody else is able to go have work that's meaningful and provides them with access to a lifestyle and access to relationships and access to family. The foster care system has been manipulated in such a way that even people who are excellent parents can lose their children because of their stance that they've taken publicly. So I feel like there's just so many layers to how poverty will play out and prevent you from being able to cause a meaningful effect. I want to believe that this person who made this comment about Project Paperclip was simply, just reacting to something that was triggered in them, where they needed to let us know.
But that's programming. That's programming.
Exactly. It's totally programming, and we don't know how this person's going to be affected by the fact that we're like, that's bullshit.
Right, well, they'll be traumatized. They'll be traumatized. There's no doubt about it. Just so they understand, Project Paperclip happened, yes, and it's kind of like big fucking deal. Please stop bringing it up. It does not apply to anything you think it applies to. First off, right, just so people understand, Operation Paperclip was German scientists and technicians, overwhelmingly engineers. It has nothing to do with fucking mind control. These are, what people do is they equate Joseph Mengele with this shit, and he has nothing to do with it. Joseph Mengele had nothing to do with Project Paperclip. He was not involved. He was in South America. He was specifically in Paraguay. You're talking about an individual who was a high-powered individual that was not going to become... he was so high-powered, he didn't need to become a consultant to the United States. He was an empire builder on his own. He basically went to Paraguay and basically ran the government for a period of years, was a big part of it. So it's he had his own nation state. He didn't need nothing to do with the U.S. People have this fantasy that he somehow created mind control programming in the United States. It's a fantasy. It has nothing to do with reality. So these guys were engineers, and they were dealing with space travel and shit like that. They were basically here to basically make sure that America and Russia didn't go anywhere. The most famous
sabotage their space program systems without them even realizing it, because they had no idea of the technology these engineers and scientists had, or were teaching them and how to utilize.
Thank you.
So the Americans thought that, they're helping us progress, but really they were just slowing them down.
Yes, it's true. It's absolutely true. So the most famous...
It was genius. It was perfect.
Yeah, the most famous among them was Dr. Werner von Braun. And Dr. Werner von Braun... unknown to Americans, who was promoted by Disney as this hero, unknown to Americans, he had a brother named Magnus. Magnus worked for the Soviets. Now, you see in the film The Right Stuff, where Werner von Braun is talking to the Americans, saying, we will beat the Soviets easily, handily, readily, because we have Germans. And the Americans said, but the Soviets also have Germans. And he said, our Germans are better than their Germans. And yet he had a brother, his own blood brother. I mean, real genetic, honest to God fucking brother. Magnus was working with the Soviets. And yet the Americans never knew this. Totally ignorant of the fact. And his brother was doing for the Soviets what the Americans would do, what he was doing for the Americans, which was basically fucking up their space program and slowing it down. And so both he and his brother were cooperating, And both sides totally ignorant of the fact that the other had a brother. The Russians probably found out about Werner von Braun through Disney and watching some American media, but the Russians never showed Magnus off, so the Americans never knew there was a Magnus von Braun in the Soviet Union who was fucking up their space program. This way, the Germans, the Drittmacht, the third power, was always in power and maintained the edge over both the Soviets and the Americans. So, that being clarified, that's Project Paperclip. And if anyone thinks it's something beyond that, to something to do with mind control, please get your head out of your ass.
Yeah. Stop listening to Alex Jones and David Icke and all those fucktards.
Yeah, thank you.
They're disinformation agents.
Thank you. I mean, I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. Who are you going to believe? The son of Adolf Hitler about this? Or some idiot?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. So Ian West has joined us, and Ian, good morning, sir. Stay safe in terms of your conversational materials. No protected peoples or populations. No transphobia, no Judeophobia. How is your morning?
Hey, Doug, I'm on the phone. Give me 10 minutes, all right?
Thank God. Okay, I mean, yes, of course. Thank you. I mean, why did I say that? Oh my God, that was Freudian. Oh my God, I just expect him to come on. Hey Douglas, don't worry, I'm not going to talk about them Jew fags or it's just something horrible. Just oh my God. Oh, Amy.
I'm sure he knows better by now.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, I don't know if Ian ever knows better. I mean, the guy believes in white hats saving children by the millions.
I meant to an extent in that regard of not trying to say anything derogatory.
I didn't say that shit about saving them in the millions. Shut the fuck
up. He did! Anyhow, Amy, so, but we love him. Okay, as our lady Brooke said, he has an innocence about him. I think. I mean, but yeah, Amy, that's right. So, how did you catch on to the fact that Ian was trying to save these girls? Don't you think that's just another way? Hey, you know what? Hey, wait. You know what? Preston Nichols. What do you know about Preston Nichols?
I know he's Peter Moon's best friend.
Something like that. Yeah. Well, he's dead. You know he's dead, right?
His best friend.
You know he's dead.
He was an engineer at Montauk, right?
Yeah.
Nichols. He was an engineer at Montauk, but like the reason that he could divulge so much was simply because he was involved in it.
Yes.
Like
yes. You do know he was a child predator, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like the reason that he could talk about this, it was because it was part of his own experience.
Right.
Like that, like that. It didn't absolve what he did.
Right.
But it's still like I really don't know all that much about Preston
just to
Nichols.
put this into perspective so people understand it. Preston Nichols was one of these people who I'm not quite sure that he this doesn't absolve him. It's not to defend him, quote unquote, but just to contextualize him and understand that articulation is not advocacy. I'm not advocating or defending or whatnot, but Preston Nichols was almost he was almost predatory in the sense that someone like who's that guy they used to call the Hedgehog? He was the porno actor. I'll have to look him up because I've blotted him out of my mind. Poor son of a bitch. Porn actor Hedgehog, and he's basically kind of a local in California. Ron Jeremy. Anyhow, Ron Jeremy is in jail now. And
he's a sex predator.
Well, Ron Jeremy, again, just to clarify here, because I'm going to make the parallel between him and Preston Nichols. Ron Jeremy is suffering full-blown senile dementia and Alzheimer's. Ron Jeremy, I would argue, if I were his defense attorney, I would earnestly and sincerely argue he was not responsible for his actions. Ron Jeremy simply spent all his life on a porn set, and he no longer was able to distinguish reality from fantasy. I know this for a fact because the fucker would just fall asleep, and I know this because that crazy gang stalker the Edomite cultist who is most responsible for trying to initiate or carry on the occult siege against Brendan Zogit. He's obsessed with Brendan Zogit. Miguel Andahar was kind of a care provider in a sense, or basically exploiting Ron Jeremy. And he took pictures of Ron Jeremy in bed with himself. So here's Miguel Andahar, and I would like say, oh, there's Ron Jeremy. He's out like a light, and he's fully dressed. But he's in bed to some naked guy because I see the naked guy's ugly, hairy legs. And by the way, as somebody who went to modeling school, one thing they taught us was there's nothing uglier on earth than a man's hairy legs. I said, whose legs are that? Oh, that's mine. So Miguel Andahar was copping to the fact that he was naked in bed with a fully dressed Ron Jeremy. And I said, well, did you roofie him? What the fuck? And he said, oh, he falls asleep like that all the time, which I believe is the truth. And so the guy was just getting senile. He was getting out of his mind with Alzheimer's. And to him, he's always on the set, and every woman is on the set. So he'd just go up to them and start trying to hump them, grope them, fuck them, because that's what he did on the set. He had no control over his actions. He's totally out of his mind. So he belongs in an asylum. He needs to be institutionalized, but not in jail. So with Preston Nichols, it's a bit different. He is cognizant of his actions, or was. He's dead now. But he was simply addicted to sex with young boys. So he was always going back, as Peter Moon would admit, he was always going back to deprogramming the Montauk boys, which is his way of saying he's rounding up young boys and fucking them, basically. He even purchased a school bus! A school bus! So he could go around the country on a tour, try to get programmed Montauk boys and deprogram them. So this is like... this was his life, because when it comes to that kind of person, that's all that's left to them. This is all they know. It's kind of like Ron Jeremy, but different. A bit more guilty. In fact, you'd have to hold him as a responsible adult, responsible for sex.
He knew what he was doing, you're saying.
He knew what he's doing, but at the same time, this guy is stuck. He's stuck because he's a product of this abuse, right? So he's like stuck. It's like...
got no choice in a way.
Yeah, so for this person, what else is there? This is all he knows. It's kind of like when I said the guy rescues that young girl who's a sex slave, underage, and she begins clawing at a zipper and with her teeth because this is all she knows, right? This is what she figures This is what she figures he abducted her for. So this is like with somebody like that, there's no growth. There's no growth or maturity because they're trapped. And no development. There's no development. So my point about bringing him up at all was, Amy, when you talked about Ian West kind of helping these girls out, I kind of see it as a combination of Ron Jeremy and Preston Nichols, where he's got these girls coming to him for dope, and he's like trying to, fuck them, but he's not aggressive enough. So it's just like, here, let's lie down.
Lie down and cuddle.
And then, no, it doesn't even get to the cuddling. It's more like they fall asleep.
Well, it's the emphasis on the vice. Like, the vice is like the reason that you're engaging with these people. Like the sex trafficking, the substance abuse. It's a vice market. So what my whole world is about at this point is getting away from interacting with people who want to fuck me or get me high. Like,
well, if they're trying to get you high, it's because they want to fuck you. So why even disambiguate?
Well, I mean, in some ways, it's more of, well, you don't have any money and you can't get a job. Here's a bag of dope. Go make some money. Like that, to me, there's no solution there. It's a TV in a homeless person's car.
Yes.
Like it's not a solution. It's a trap.
Yes.
And so the vice markets have to be devalued. Like, we cannot continue
Well, let's make a
promote-
disambiguation here. Say, for instance, in cities that are overwhelmed by violent crime or crimes that they just find that they don't have the capacity to deal with, one of their reactions is often to crack down on quote unquote sin crimes. Like Vice is generally like, you heard the term, remember the old series Miami Vice? And they just used that because it sounded euphonic. It had a nice ring to it. But Vice is like, it's like Vice Squad is like chicken shit. That's like chicken shit police work. I mean, real police work is homicide. Real police work is like narcotics. And if you aren't narcotics or homicide, and say, for instance, you're just some chicken shit cop who's fat and lazy, you get to Vice Squad, which is like sin crimes, where it's like, okay, we can't do anything about the murders. We can't do anything about the rapes and all the drugs. So let's crack down on prostitution. Start arresting prostitutes. Or people,
public urinators.
People who solicit prostitutes. I mean, the public urinators, of course, is taking it to a joke level. I mean, our man is being sarcastic, but it comes to the point where they're just cracking down on the easiest target, the most harmless crime on earth. I mean, nobody effectively is hurt in prostitution in the general sense. Obviously, the people who are in the most danger of all are the prostitutes, because they're in danger of being murdered by some psychotic. They're in danger of catching diseases, etc. They're the ones at risk. So they need, if anything, to be protected. But when it comes to this kind of thing, we want to disambiguate, because you use the term vice, and I think what you really mean to say is exploitation would be a better term, because vice then entails, like what I've said, sin crimes that are just effectively harmless, because all the prostitution could go on in the world could go on in a city, and it's, if anything, only going to help the economy. In fact, in a place like Thailand, it's the foundation of the national economy. But when you, I'm not saying it's right, because they're literally exploiting children. But when it comes to America, someplace like Las Vegas, loaded with prostitution, it's like, who cares? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. It's not like they're, to our knowledge at least, trafficking children in Vegas, essentially because they don't need to. It's redundant. It's like they've got enough business with the adults who needs that. It may be happening, but it's not what they market. They certainly don't use it as a selling point. So, so that being said, does that make sense? Do you agree with that? Or do you want to qualify it? What do you feel about
that? I'm hearing what you're saying about the exploitation, and I feel like we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
I don't, I myself have not ever earned money through prostitution. Mm-hmm. So I don't feel like I can speak to it in a way that's meaningful. But in my worldview, those are things that are done to medicate an emotional issue. Mm-hmm. Like these situations where you're using a substance or you're using your body in order to overcome some emotional condition, I would think that what they need is a loving, caring connection rather than to get involved with a trade in some way where you're like now bartering your sex in order to have a hotel room that's paid for by your pimp. Like that's what I'm concerned about, that they're in the exploitation. There's another way where the person who's protecting you or the gang that's protecting you in order to become a prostitute, that is just a deeper type of exploitation. And
absolutely. Yeah.
You're not making your own decisions.
Yeah.
You're medicating.
Oh, no. I mean, you're enslaved. I mean, you're enslaved. And of course, obviously that's why I was advocating legalization, et cetera, unionization, et cetera. But we don't have that.
It's an idea. It's definitely an idea.
But what you're saying, of course, what you're saying is beyond that, you're looking at a far deeper problem. What you're saying is that what these women need is to be exposed to basically a humanity that would basically what you're saying is what these women need is an evolution of the human species to the level where they will not be rendered into a vulnerable position where the selling of their bodies is considered even a necessary option, so that no woman should have to consider doing that, is what you're saying. Rather, every woman should have an opportunity for true loving relationship and the ability to live a life without being in so much pain and torment that they need to escape into drugs, which is the reason they're selling their body. For most of them in America, mostly the reason. And of course, I pointed out the difference between America and other cultures, Africa being one, where I pointed out that the overwhelming amount of prostitutes in Africa are basically mothers who are sending their children through college. So these are women who are prostituting themselves who do not have drug problems and are not using any of the money towards drugs. They're simply sponsoring their kids through college. And their children appreciate this and will often be proud to say, my mother prostituted her way through paying me through college, and that for that reason I love her and will always take care of her. So it's very different than what you have in America, which is overwhelmingly women enter prostitution because of drugs. But yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. We spoke a little bit
about North Idaho,
yeah,
and the KKK being out there, but there's another town in North Idaho, Wallace, Idaho, where prostitution was legal until the 1980s, and it's just a small mining town. There's like nothing there, but the town itself, it's well known that all of the children's sports teams always had the best uniforms. That because of the prostitution, the women were able to maintain a quality of life within their families that was unseen everywhere else. And so the argument by the people living in North Idaho was that the prostitution is actually elevating the family structure, because now the women have control of the assets.
Yes.
And I've seen this in other places where I know there were some micro loan programs that were being introduced into some of those cultures in Africa and the Middle East, where women were traditionally, impregnated very young, had very large families, and the men would hold the money. The men would never support the mother in such a way that she had value. So they'd gone in with these micro loan programs, and they discovered that if they give the money to the mother instead of the father, that the mother would spend most of the money on other people in the family.
Always.
Give micro loan to the fathers. The fathers would spend half of it on themselves, and then the other half might go to the children.
I mean, I was about to say, half? Give me a break. The dads would spend it all on booze and prostitutes. And
so, there is that argument that if you legalize prostitution, the quality of life within the family structure, because the mother can't separate herself from the children. Like the mother is the guiding.
Generally, overwhelmingly, they're quite motherly. Yes, go on.
Yes. So there is that idea that to provide assets to the mother over the father, that there's some kind of natural inclination for the mother to be giving.
I mean, let's face it, men are generally overwhelmingly not worth a shit. I mean, honestly, so go on.
Most of them.
Yeah, the overwhelming majority of men are fucking worthless. Worse than worthless. They're actually wife beaters and abusers. I mean, I pointed
fuck their own daughters.
Yeah, they're just wretched. They're just wretched in every way. But go on, honey. I mean, so there, you're helping my cause in a sense. Does this give you?
I do want to consider every angle to this. Like, I don't want to say that this is the right way, this is how we're doing it, because that's how we got into this problem. Like, right. Somebody just making a decision and not being invested in the outcome. And so I think it's important to say that some of these Native communities, the men have a respect for their mother, and in other cultures it exists, maybe not the white culture as much, but a respect for the mother where you wouldn't ever leave your home. Like, you would always want to live near your parents because they're the ones who brought you into this world, and they're your connection to your ancestry. So, there is that need for men to have a respect for the womb that they came out of. And I've said before, like, one of the things that draws me to you is the respect that you have for your mother.
Thank you.
And that it's foreign to me. It's foreign in the white culture where I'm from, where I was raised, that mothers would have options. Like, there's a lot of animosity among people in my age group, in this area in particular, because a lot of women got pregnant, and as Ian sometimes pokes at Brooke, with 18 years of alimony and child support. This is a caustic substance in the realm of relationships. Like, these women who had children with a man and then use the court systems to get their needs met, it just destroys men. It eliminates any sense of respect or dignity, and and I feel really bad for some of these men who I've tried to date, and they're just like jaded divorcees, and they won't give it up. They hate the fact that they fell for a woman who used their children against them. And so, like, there's
or at least that's how they posit the story.
Right. And to, and me, I'm like, I just get really annoyed. The jaded divorcee problem is really, like, that also needs to be addressed. Men also need to be supported and remain respectful to their mothers for whatever they did, whether they had to prostitute themselves to send them to medical school, or, whether they had to remove themselves from an abusive father. Like, there needs to be that element of respect between men and women, which is just, it's gone. It's the boys against girls, and nobody wants that. No, like, there's no cohesion there. Nobody wants to play playground games of, I'm a girl, therefore I can only play with other girls. Like,
it's a form of division.
Yeah, and it's not everywhere, is my point. Like, there's cultures where there maintains a relationship with the mother and a respect for the mother, whereas, like, this culture we have where men do all the work and the women do as much work and are not valued for it.
No, or rather, the women do more work and are not valued for it.
Hey, Amy, you know what I was gonna say? Like, the saddest, women against men tactic are these women that, like, have kids to keep their, like, husband.
And that's an interesting dynamic, which I believe is, you were talking about more exploitation.
Yeah, like blackmail or something to keep their man or whatever.
It's their purse.
Doesn't that require participation on the part of the male to make that happen? I mean, how does that happen without the man knowing that?
well, they're not really. Not everybody's thinking, all right, I want to have a baby tonight. Not everybody's doing that. It's more, just like a side effect of it.
It's like pinning a hole in your condom without you realizing it. Yeah. To impregnate.
Whoa! Wait a second. This is.
No,
that what he's
no
trying
hate
to say?
speech in that, Doug.
No, is that what I'm trying to say? He's trying to convey it that way.
Oh my God. By the way, Peter Moon is with us, so Peter, I do want to kind of continue along this arc of conversation, but you're welcome to tell us how.
I've been listening.
Yeah,
and I have a couple interesting points to add to it.
Please.
But first, I would clarify that Preston Nichols was not a child predator.
Okay.
He never, to my knowledge, ever
went hunting. He never went hunting. Essentially.
Well, he always made sure that the people he dealt with were adults and were of legal age, because he knew to do otherwise could have gotten him in jail.
Okay.
So this was a form of character assassination that was used against him. Oh, he's child predator, when it wasn't true.
Okay.
Or at least there was no demonstrable evidence of it. He did work with people. And Montauk boys, the word boys actually originally applied to people who were younger than that they did at the project, over 18, which is considered in this day and age respectable homosexuality. But yeah, and also to clarify, Amy, he was not my best friend. So, because this could categorize the people think that I'm in league with a child predator, which I was not. And also, he was my friend. He was my colleague. He was one of my authors. He was also the springboard to my writing career because of his intriguing insights into time, the nature of time. And of course, he was an expert in electromagnetics and an expert in the psychology of programming. And the things Douglas said about him are completely accurate with regards to him not being able, arrested development, not being able to move forward. He was molested as a child. And that, he never got out of that. And that's very true. But the thing that was interesting is you were joking about Ian wanting to save children. That reminded me of the book Catcher in the Rye. The theme all about Catcher in the Rye is about this guy's dream, Holden Caulfield, is to catch kids from falling off a cliff and saving them.
Right. That's
and
right.
Catcher in the Rye is a book that was seen in all these assassination sites, from John Lennon. The guy had a copy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's notorious for, I think it was at the presence of Sal Mineo, too, who when he was killed. But there was like the book Catcher in the Rye appears in all. It's famous for that. If you look Catcher in the Rye and assassinations, you can read all about it. And I'm not saying that Ian was, but I mean, it's the impetus to save children is of course, it's like trying to save animals. It's understandable, that somebody would want to exhibit sympathy. The best thing, though, as I think Amy was alluding to, in other words, is save yourself. You got to save yourself, and then other things will fall. But the interesting thing that was brought up about Joseph Mengele, this is one thing that I could never reconcile the incongruity of, or that's a polite word for saying the insanity of, was that Kathy O'Brien is not the only one. Yeah. And of course she was suffering from whatever trauma she suffered from.
Right.
But there was this, and it wasn't just her, I think it was Fritz Springmeier and maybe even Cisco Wheeler. I don't know, because I haven't read all those books from cover to cover.
Right.
But Mengele, several people asserted, I know it was Kathy O'Brien, asserted that Dr. Mengele really had a screen name named Dr. Green, and Dr. Green did all this. And that's where the connectivity is, the alleged connectivity between Mengele doing all this programming was done as Dr. Green in the United States or wherever he was, and Dr. Green did this, but he was really Joseph Mengele. And it as I say, it's incongruous. It doesn't make any. The only congruity is in a fiction movie called Boys from Brazil, where he's played by, who is it, Gregory Peck.
Yes.
And he's in America, but that's a fiction movie with real based on real life characters, but not real life situations necessarily.
Right.
It isn't. It isn't.
And by the way, just to contextualize what Peter Moon is saying, and to put this in, shall we say, further articulate for the public to understand my stance, as well as the stance of many of these people that Peter is talking about. One of them, who I truly respect as a genuine victim, Kathy O'Brien, and of course Peter and I do agree that based on the experience with John Shalimar, who met her personally, and her handler, for lack of a better word, she's still handled. This is the point to be said about Kathy O'Brien, is she's definitely still handled. And Jonathan Shalimar is convinced that her handler's not even human, through his personal experience. So
he's passed away. I forget his name, but he was passed away. Her
handler. Okay.
Her husband handler.
Okay. And is she kind of like untethered now, or?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't. Yeah. I haven't spoken.
Maybe another handler was assigned before the death of.
Perhaps.
I don't know what happened to her.
Yeah, we can only speculate.
I got to look into.
But I will say this. Yeah. This is interesting, Douglas, in terms of synchronicity. Yeah. The guy who sent me or it came through his email to sent me the YouTube that connected me to you.
Okay. Yeah.
He was a big supporter of Kathy, and he used to send the money, and he wasn't rich either. Wow. That he would send him his humble whatever. He sent him considerable. He was a supporter of theirs. He really believed in what they were doing. So that there was that connection that he kind of came through him.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's interesting. No, that adds to my sympathy for Kathy O'Brien. That she had a fan who then became kind of like the connection to Peter Moon. I think that's important, and I appreciate that. And
something, Douglas, here. I'm looking up Dr. Green, and this takes us to Fritz Springmeier Archive, Illuminati, Mind Control, Slave, New World Order, Freemasons, MK Ultra.
Oh God, just all the hashtags, just the cascade of hashtags. But what I want to tell people is Dr. Green is a cascade memory, basically a cover for the American government to make the victims blame the Nazis. And it's just simply, let's put it this way. It's not that in any way, shape, or form Dr. Mengele is some kind of innocent man. As people, this is what always gets me, is when I try to articulate these subjects, like Peter Moon knows this all too well, is that whenever I bring up the American atrocities, then people will try and counterattack by this kind of moral equivalency, where they try to say, "Ooh, what about the Japs? And look at what they did, and they ate people. And what about Unit 731?" As if I were somehow ignorant of this phenomenon, which I've already integrated into all of my historical context. It's simply these people refuse to read it or invest any energy into it because they're too invested in their fantasy of winning World War II. But when it comes to Dr. Joseph Mengele, Dr. Joseph Mengele was a vivisectionist in terms of his approach towards everything. This is not a psychiatrist. He was not a psychiatrist. He wasn't working with psychiatrics. He wasn't working with mind control. He was working with genetics via a very brutal form of essentially ripping people physically apart and putting them back together again. This is Frankensteinian as opposed to psychiatric. So Dr. Joseph Mengele came from a very wealthy family where if you go to Germany, there is a city of Mengele from the old Middle Ages where his family was the baronial estate holders, and the city's named after them. You go into that city, you see trucks bearing the name Mengele driving down the street. So he comes from this very powerful family background, and ultimately got more powerful by relocating to South America. He had no need to play around with people in the United States when he had full access to all the genetic material he needed in South America. So he was working with genetics working with basically the whole idea behind the Boys from Brazil, which is not all that how do I say it? Not all that far-fetched. Was simply that he's trying to recreate Adolf Hitler via a clone that he understands will not be Hitler simply by being a clone. He understands that the child needs a environment replicating as much as possible Hitler's environment. That's basically a big part of the plot of The Boys from Brazil, is that he's trying to replicate the character portrayed by Gregory Peck as the Mengele character, is trying to replicate Hitler's experiences as a childhood to produce a second Hitler, knowing that a clone is an identical twin, and that the identical twin of Hitler will thereby behave like Hitler if given the same experiences. It's a logical extrapolation. Then he integrates Simon Wiesenthal. These are both real characters. These are both genuine historical characters who were both alive when the book was written by Ira Levin, and both alive when the movie was made. So guaranteed both those people read the book and saw the film. But when it comes to Joseph Mengele, the genuine character...
it didn't seem to upset them.
Yeah, no, it didn't. No, either one of them. Either one of them. By the way, at the end of the film, the Israelis come in to Simon Wiesenthal knowing he possesses the list of the other Hitler clones. And they come in to get the list from him so they can kill them. And he burns the list. And he says, "You will not touch those children." Do you remember that part of the film? That's how the film concludes, is that Simon Wiesenthal...
I don't remember it because it's been so long, but it would it's duly noted. Yeah.
So he's portrayed in the film, and Simon Wiesenthal approved that. He approved that in the film the person portraying him would not allow these clones of Hitler to be murdered.
Well, it kind of sort of invalidates the theory that they really were, potential Hitlers.
Kind of, I guess. I don't think that was necessarily the point of the film, because the end of the film was that the child who basically orders the dogs on Mengele, Simon Wiesenthal and Mengele confront each other in front of one of the Hitler clones. And then the child just kind of capriciously chooses which one to sick the dogs on, and he sicks them on Mengele. But then afterwards, it's implied he's going to be the next Hitler. That's implied in the film. So
yeah, they never had a sequel either.
No, it's implied in the film and it's implied in the book. Both in the film and the book, it's implied he will become the next Hitler. But Simon Wiesenthal burns the list anyway. That's the implying that Simon Wiesenthal has his own code of ethics, which is not Israeli. Not the Israeli code of ethics. That there is that. Anyhow, that being stated, the point that I was trying to make so that people understand this is that I think I've made my point. Is basically Mengele was not involved with anything psychiatric. The idea of him being involved with something that has to do with reprogramming is absurd, because that was not his area of specialty or interest. So it's preposterous, and it shows a complete ignorance of what Mengele was about, the individual Mengele, and it just is this kind of American cover that's created for their own crimes. So hopefully that makes sense. And
well, let me say some things here, because I looked up the Dr. Green.
Yeah.
It goes to Fritz Springmeier, which I read the prequel to there, but it says that what's interesting here, it says that at the end of World War II. Now, this is not true. To the best of my knowledge, it's certainly not true. At the end of World War II, the United States Army took custody of Mengele.
Obviously, that's a lie. Go on.
Yeah. But it says he grew up in Günzburg with a family noted for their secrecy. It says that he came from now I don't know, it says he had a gentle, quiet, intelligent side while having a very sadistic, brutal side. Mengele was born into a wealthy satanic bloodline and became one of the most powerful Satanists in the world. And then it says he was an expert on demonology and the Kabbalah. And then it calls him a Grand Master of the Illuminati. But how he went up the hierarchy is unknown to this author. Now that's like projection.
Yes.
But
thank you.
When I say he was an expert on demonology and Kabbalah, this is more like it sounds more like Aquino.
Thank you. Thank you.
Projecting Aquino on Mangala, they're doing.
Yeah, because they always talk about how Kabbalah was such a mind control instrument. They love to talk about Kabbalah, so it demonizes Kabbalah, which is just at its best is trying to explain how life works.
Yes.
So they make Kabbalah very evil. And of course,
so what that is frustrated Judeophobia or actual Judeophobia when they do that.
It really muddies the water, but it's not to say the one who knew most about muddying the Kabbalah was Aquino.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, it says he was able to use countless thousands of people as guinea pigs. One of the how much torture people could take, and then it says, okay, the secret. At the end of World War II, they took custody of him, and the secret Satanists of the Satanic Brotherhood got Mengele quietly smuggled into the U.S. Mengele was given a higher profile in South America. He was not given a high profile there at all, except he only, I think he began to surface in the 60s, and more so in the 70s. His death surfaced in the 70s. But anyway, this sounds like an ingenious psyop by Aquino.
Yes.
Was given a higher profile in South America to lead people to think that he spent his time in South America, actually spent a great deal of time traveling worldwide, especially to places like Tavistock and China Lakes Naval Intelligence Base, where monarch slaves were created from innocent children. Now, that might be true about China Lake, not necessarily. And then you had Dr. Green was probably Aquino.
Thank you. Thank you.
Although Mengele did indeed live in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, a great deal of misinformation and disinformation has been dumped on the world by the CIA and the other groups working for the Illuminati. So that sounds like that disinformation is Aquino, and he's calling himself the Illuminati.
Yes.
And the CIA. This makes a lot of sense. Now, Aquino's mentioned, at least in Kathy's book.
Yes.
So, this is very clarifying. As to because it always confused me, and they say Dr. White, Dr. Green was Mengele, Dr. White was Ewan Cameron, it says. And just as you were mentioning Frankenstein, I was reading this. It says his favorite book growing up was Frankenstein.
Of course.
It inspired him to go into psychiatry. That was just as you were saying that.
But of course, the Frankenstein book would have inspired Joseph Mengele to go into surgery, not
Dr. White. This is Dr. Ewan Cameron.
Okay, thank you. There we are. Thank you.
Not
okay. Though I'm sure Frankenstein was Mengele's favorite book as well as a youth, but go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, so I was thinking, like, God, we got to disambiguate Dr. Green from Dr. Mengele, and now it sounds like this is pure Aquino, and it reeks of him.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And while we're on this subject, and this is a graceful way to segue, because I didn't want to segue while we were talking on the sex and prostitution and human issues, because it would seem far too self-centered. But when we have my fetish story in the chat room, who, by the way, is a professional dominatrix, just so people understand, and I respect her for that. She wrote into the chat room on seeing my illustration, which is embedded in our thumbnail for tonight, because, today was, yesterday at this point was another day. There was just no time to scan any of the photographs from any activities with my son or the estates or anybody and load it. So I just uploaded one of my illustrations from before involving the Dietrich Artelact. But my fetish story said what initially, understandably, Nemo Albano said. She basically said, "Ghost in the Shell, love it!" with a lot of exclamation marks. And I'll take that as a compliment, and I appreciate that. But I do want to clarify, as I did with Nemo Albano, actually, the person who helped me with that earlier was Brendan Zogit, who understands the situation quite well and says, and in case Peter Moon doesn't know or other listeners don't know, Ghost in the Shell is a Japanese manga, meaning illustrated novel turned into an anime or animated feature. And Ghost in the Shell is about a Japanese female police officer whose body is totally destroyed in a horrible conflict, a gun battle that leaves her with only enough surviving organs and her brain, where the Japanese government decides that they will use her in a state-sponsored experiment where they basically give her a new body that is an android. And so she is merged into a android body, and then finds that she's essentially a slave to the government, that the government says that she has to earn her freedom by working as a police officer in extraordinarily risky and violent situations where they wouldn't risk human female police officers in. And and through time, she does earn her freedom. She ultimately earns her freedom and then finds herself facing the challenge of being now an immortal android, and just how she relates to other people is the challenge. So it's a evolving story that went through several iterations because it was so successful in Japan. Then, of course, the ultimate insult happened, where when they translated it to a film in America, then they brought in, somebody help me here, I always forget the actress's name, to portray her, who is a Jewish actress who is infamous for stealing ethnic roles. And
Meryl Streep?
No. Ghost in the Shell, actress Ghost in the Shell. So I'll look that up, and we'll get that in a second as soon as my ultra slow internet responds.
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson, yes, Scarlett Johansson. So yes, she is Jewish and as white as you can look. And she was employed to play Ghost in the Shell to make it accessible to white viewers. And they never explain it, except at the end, it's clarified only in the sense that she meets her Japanese mother, and her Japanese mother says, "Yeah, you're really Asian." And it's like, okay, what the fuck? It kind of ends there. And it's like, that should have been the basis of the whole fucking story. The whole movie could have started with that. It should have started there, where, okay, I'm Asian, and they gave me a white body, and why? And there's so much conflict psychologically that could have been taken advantage of to make the film interesting, instead of a stupid action film that appealed to nobody because the Japanese couldn't relate to it. And then the whites who see it think it's a Japanese anime, but they see a white chick, and it's like, nobody bought it. It was just really stupid. And it flopped for that reason, in a sense. I wouldn't say it was a total flop, but it just did not sell well.
It doesn't have good reviews.
Yeah, thank you. It was not accepted well either. Yeah, it was critically...
But this is very important, Douglas. Listen to what it says. Plot.
Yeah.
In the near future, humans are augmented with cybernetic improvements such as vision, strength, and intelligence. Augmentation developer, Hanka Robotics, establishes a secret project to develop an artificial body or shell that can integrate a human brain.
Yes.
This is your story, rather than an AI.
Well, thank you. Go on.
Yeah, well, I mean, then it goes into more of making a biofacsimilograph that is an AI. And that's what originally somehow I construed or conflated when I was early listening, that the Artilect was a biofacsimilograph.
Understood.
That's what I thought.
Understood.
But that was just from conflating, from not understanding the whole story. And that took months to disambiguate for me, just from not hearing everything you've said. So it's a great story. It would have arguably made the story more interesting, your story more interesting, arguably. And it even says they trace a hacker to a Yakuza nightclub. So they got the Yakuza in there too.
Yeah. Well, of course, it's Japanese, so that would make sense. The original story was Japanese. And so just so people understand, when what Brendan said to Nemo Albano was, he pointed out to him, the Ghost in the Shell is the Japanese basing their story off of Douglas Dietrich's. And so what we went into earlier, after Peter Moon went to sleep, just to summarize briefly for our listeners, was that basically through Teleport USA, which was a front company for Japanese industrial espionage, Teleport USA still maintains like a facade in Los Angeles, nowhere near as active as it was in the 80s and 90s, because Japan essentially effectively divested in the United States to effectively almost completely for a while there, and are only beginning to slowly reinvest in the United States these days. But before Japan divested during the Clinton administration, because of the insult of Clinton imposing very harsh trade agreements upon...
And that is covered in the Roswell book, the Roswell Deception book. What did you say, Teleport?
Teleport USA, yes, and Clinton's
we talked about that,
and Clinton's economic strike against Japan and how they responded by divesting and instead investing in communist China, giving us the China boom and all the problems we're facing today. Therefore, I had that impact on history. That all traces back to my dealing with the Roswell atrocity, trying to share that with the Japanese, the Hakui Roswell Memorial Museum, which then became a conventional space museum after the FBI claimed that this was stolen federal property and this was industrial espionage, and they would start prosecuting Japanese for industrial espionage was one of the threats they threw against them. It's not that the Japanese were threatened by this in the sense that they were scared. It was simply that they felt for diplomatic reasons it was best to defer, but they were insulted enough to divest and started divesting from the United States and reinvesting in communist China. That was their way of striking back, and it's impacted the world. So there were severe repercussions for what the Americans did that we're all paying the price for, including Japan. Now, all of this is due to my exposing the Roswell atrocity. So understand that at that time, that factor led to my discussing everything that was going on at the Presidio. And that started the Dietrichonic, as I call it, the Dietrichonic revolution in Japan when it came to their pop culture. Because if anyone looks at the Japanese manga and anime before Douglas Dietrich, Teleport USA in 1989 through 1991, Japanese anime output was completely different. There was nowhere near the moral ambiguity or the kind of depth or insight, the kind of self-reflection in Japanese manga or anime anywhere near what we had after that. Everything was kind of like importing what they could to America. Of course, it was all watered down for Americans. Giant robots, basically cute animals, this kind of like just very kind of different. It wasn't matured. And then after my work with Teleport USA and all this stuff with all their media connections, so many of these corporate spies had, this was fed back to a lot of writers and basically began to appear in their stories. That's when you got Vampire Hunter D. I mean, the very name, Vampire Hunter D, which of course meant damn fire, but it was actually supposed to be the character's name, and he was just going by the name of D because he would never admit his real name. And it was insinuated there was the Dracula connotation because he was the son of Dracula. But this is all very much based on the Dietrich story. There was also the story about my mother integrated into that. There was the Helsing series, which then again is extraordinarily Dietrichonic. There's all these other series that evolved that came up after 89 through 90 that then became the staple of so much of Japanese culture. Ariana is expressing shock and and some revulsion. When it comes to the that point being made, I just want my fetish story to understand that, as Brendan Zogid explained earlier, this is actually an illustration I produced of the hologram of the Dietrich Artilect, which, as I was pointing out to Peter Moon, was when the generals would enter, who had to at least present a facade of respectability. They really were not the tormentors of the Dietrich Artilect, and it was demanded by the technicians that she age herself for presentation. So she looked much more mature in front of the generals when being interrogated, but essentially was being shocked electronically, tormented, and hence would manifest sweat in the hologram because she was truly feeling pain. And I use the word she here because at that point everyone referred to her as a she. So it's kind of like, I feel it's like my son. I referred to him as she before the sex surgery and he thereafter. I can use the gender-neutral pronoun with the Dietrich Artilect now, but at that point in her development, she was considered a her and basically perceived and forced into that role. So the word she is actually legitimate. And so when it comes to that situation, this is what that scene portrays. But I could understand exactly why my fetish story looks at that and says, my ghost in the shell. And this is why some people have entered comments in the past where Douglas Dietrich is the real ghost in the shell. So there is that aspect of the Artilects as well that was integrated into that Japanese plot line. But that, of course, is a product of Japanese culture. So it's not all Dietrichonic. Some of it's very Japanese, and it's reflected back through Dietrich into their culture again. With that, we turn it back to Peter. I don't know if that helps or if you have anything else to say.
It's very interesting, and it just goes back to all of this Dietrichonic-centered orientation that we're fostering in these transmissions, and the abject refusal to look in this direction because they're being so misdirected by Google and whatnot. And it's like all roads point back to what happened.
Thank you.
At the Presidio with you, because it was a nexus point. It's like you talk about a grid line. I was taught by my friend Chelsea, she says, all major conflicts occur on peninsulas. Like you're talking about, this is why we have a lot of issues coming out of Florida right now, geopolitically in Florida.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And she said, Vietnam is down there on a peninsula.
Korea.
And she pointed out different peninsulas, and San Francisco is a peninsula.
Yes.
But that war was not, but it was a very volatile energy there in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Geopolitically, that, and of course the nearby Berkeley, this was the core of what you could call the revolution of the 60s. It started, it's given credit, at least academically, in Berkeley, where so much of the civil rights movement was emanating out of, and not necessarily being pushed, by agenda seekers. I mean, they would get onto it, but it was an energy of there were a lot of civil rights issues in the 60s. And then it's like, it was all sort of stemming out of Berkeley. And
yeah, it's a culture war peninsula.
Exactly. And what you were talking earlier about Jews in Long Island, of course, I'm very well aware. I mean, you get indoctrinated into it here.
Right.
You don't become a member, but it's like it's all over the place culturally. I mean, you go into the grocery stores for Passover, and they have the whole Passover sections. You become acclimated to their existence, which you never necessarily would. We had 3 Jews in my class in school.
Right.
And of course, I knew about those because the Catholics called them orthos. Ortho meaning orthodox. It was a pejorative term in ortho.
Right.
But anyway, what I was going to say, and of course, what more than anything you see in Long Island right now are Indians, East Indians. They are,
right.
They will, they probably have enough money to take over the Jews. I mean, it's
That's
like
true.
If they get around to it.
Yeah.
But
there was a joke about the Indians regarded as the new Jews. I remember hearing.
Actually, you can make a case for the Jews coming from India, with yeshiva and Shiva and all that, and a strong case can be made for that. But what I was going to say is the real nexus point is not going to be a geopolitical war in terms of, because you get these ideas of lobbing missiles from, like New Jersey to Long Island. No, that's not going to happen. Not like in Israel and in the Mideast. But what the nexus point of that is this all this stuff you brought up in the book about the Helazon. Yes. Helping you to bring up this Helazon stuff is like it's going to polarize people in the Jewish community, which are already polarized, because my printer. This is a good analogy. My printer, I should say, the guy who prints my newsletters, the place, they were Jewish, and always very friendly with them. They were really nice guys. And one of them had been to Israel, and he told me, he says that basically the common people get along with the Palestinians. There's no problem with the people getting along with each other. It's all this politicking. And he says in the Knesset, they're all Jews, but they all disagree with each other vehemently. Because there's Ethiopian Jews, it's all sorts of different
tribes of
Jews. And I'll never forget once somebody pejoratively was saying, it was this when I was in New York City or on some deal. He says, he got the contract. He's MOT. I go, what's MOT? And this guy was Jewish. He was not religious. He goes, MOT. He goes, member of the tribe. That's a pejorative term. Oh, he's MOT. Sometimes they'll even use it themselves. And then we had made a lot of money when we had the design business from a Jewish company that had contracts for Nintendo in Japan. He was a Jewish guy who had all these connections, and we were servicing that company, and of course our friends in the company were Jewish, and we'd have them over. They were we got along with them fine. One time I mentioned the word to one of them. I said goy or goyim. She goes, how do you know that word? She was from
How naive. Go on.
Yeah, I know. She was an Orthodox Jewish family. I didn't know she was Orthodox until she mentioned it one time, because I wouldn't have known it, because she just acted like any other, nice young girl. And she said, how do you know that word? Well, goy is, of course, a pejorative word for
non-Jews.
Not Jewish, by Jewish. And, the goyim. And I always thought that, very, very myopic, very not, very ethnocentric viewpoint of Judaism. But this a lot of conflict within the Jewish community, in the geopolitical system. And when you were mentioning Palestinians voting, well, I'm curious. I didn't know Palestinians voted. Who's in the Knesset? The Knesset is the parliamentary body of Israel, and I can't imagine Palestinians vote to who goes in there.
Yeah, basically, Palestinians have not been allowed to vote, or there's some strange thing going on where, believe me, I'm no expert on this.
They're not allowed to run for leader of Israel.
Thank you.
They can't run for a political position to run the country.
Thank you.
The Jews won't allow that. I saw videos of them admitting, because they believe, if we let the Palestinians come in charge, they'll kill us all. It's this bullshit paranoia that Israeli citizens have.
Well, they might indeed do that because of what they've had to suffer.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it'd be karma. It'd be justice served.
When you go into Palestine, when you go into Israel or Palestine, because I met this Jewish girl or this Palestinian girl from Toronto in the airport with her mother. Very sweet people. They were explaining to me they can't fly straight to Israel. They have to go into Jordan, fly into Jordan, and take a bus into Jerusalem or wherever they lived. I think it was Jerusalem. They have to take a bus and get checkpointed to the nth degree, practically strip searched in a bus by all these Israeli soldiers. It was very oppressive. And they were just nice people who had two homes, one in Palestine and one in Toronto. And it was very dehumanizing what they had to go through. They're just nice people. That's all they were.
Right. And by the way, just to add some further context to this, again, Nemo Albano kind of caught himself or corrected himself, consciously or not. He said Israelis later. So it's important to use the term Israelis referring to what goes on in Israel instead of Jews, even though, of course, they themselves, we use that term all the time, Jews, but we want to disambiguate Israelis or what happens in Israel from what happens with Jews in America. Just something that needs to be disambiguated for obvious reasons. But
the proper term really would be, if you want to get real correct, is Hebrew. Because
for which one? For which one? The diaspora or the?
That's what they should be. Is like Moses was a Hebrew. that's really what it comes down to.
But that would be like giving them but my argument has been
that's what they should identify themselves as if they're going to be, I guess what you'd say, theologically correct.
Right.
Their higher aspirations.
Right. My argument, of course, is that they're not ethnically of the Davidian line or the Mosaic line, so
that's indeed another factor. Yeah.
Aren't they Khazars in Israel?
I'm sorry?
Aren't they Khazars, Turkic descent?
Yeah,
people?
Well, certainly that was the majority in the beginning. Like I said, a third of the population now is Slavic. I mean, they're just, but
Eastern European.
Yeah, they were originally Eastern European, but Turkic in ethnicity. They were the Khazar descendants.
Khazar.
Yeah,
Khazar.
Yeah, or Khazar or Hazar.
Oh, you can't pronounce the K. Okay.
Yeah, it's either way. Either way, I mean, you say tomato, I say tomato.
Right.
But when it comes to the probably Khazar is actually much more correct. But when it comes to the what was the other point I was going to make? You pretty much said it. Is that the Palestinians are allowed to vote, but only Jews are allowed to run. And what was the other point I was going to make? It was I think I've lost it for the moment, but so it doesn't really matter. We'll catch up on it later. Obviously, this
about
is
the Hebrews.
Well, we covered that. It's kind of like what that would do is legitimate them. That would legitimate them. And
they're not of the Davidic bloodline, so you don't want them referring to themselves as Hebrews.
Right. It that would be something I would actually use. And remind me later if I forget. You can send me a private message about sending you links about the Makuya people of Japan who are Jewish. That is of that line. Line.
I need to read books about that. If you can send me links to the books.
Sure, I'll try and find what I can. But the what was the other things that came to mind that we could cover in the half hour we have remaining? More like 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. 24 minutes.
All right, I'm back, Doug. I'm back.
Wonderful. So, yes, dear Ian, how did your morning go?
I've had better, but we don't need to talk about it. Anyway, what are y'all up to?
Oh, Peter, how were your dreams last night? Any that you remember?
I've only vaguely, but I have to ask Ian. The other day when you said you had paperwork to do, nobody does paperwork anymore. What the hell is paperwork? I was just curious. It's like,
dude, that is so funny you bring it up because that's what fucks my morning up this morning. Now I had to do paperwork for hours.
What
kind of paperwork? Who does paperwork anymore?
Payroll. I had to do payroll.
Oh, you. Okay, I
Could you tell us what you're working for a company and you're kind of acting as their accountant?
No, I work for a labor union and we do like gigs, like out and about gigs, around town and shit, like different locations.
You're building stages. You're constructing stages for various events.
Yeah. It was like I said for that one we were doing the Fringe Fest, but Anyway, so all that paperwork I did. The assholes never fucking got it, and they haven't paid us yet in like fucking 3 weeks. So I had to like wake up to my fucking landlord, like, "Where's the rent?" So that's why I've had like such a bitch morning.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I understand now. Paperwork, okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
The hours. I had to do the hours.
Right, and apparently your team trusts you to do this for all of them.
Yeah, it's just whatever gig it is, if it's just, whatever one-off, just like a load in and a load out and that's it.
So are you like the most literate and educated among them or something? Why did they turn it over to you? Are they like unable to read or write?
No, it's just like whenever we get contracted for this shit, like there has to be like a site boss or a whatever, Okay. So that way people do get paid. If somebody gets hurt, shit gets filled out right. Uh-huh. Or like I'm certified for like CPR and shit, and I've got my OSHA card. So,
oh my god,
yeah, I'm pretty.
So you're essentially the supervisor.
Yeah, basically. Oh, and forklift certified too.
Well, that's impressive. That's important. But by the way, that's not many people are. That's pretty impressive. I'm impressed. I didn't know you had all these qualifications.
I worked at Disney for fucking ever. I mean, shit. I mean, come on, you got to.
But why do you hate Disney so much? I mean, you've seen some lower levels, but you didn't really see any kids down there. But you really believe kids are disappearing in Disney by the hundreds, right?
Well, that's what they say.
Okay.
You know, I'm not making this shit up. You know, I mean, other people are, and I might be playing along with it, but but no, like I said, I'm not making up these facts and figures and shit.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising though, because Disney movies are filled with pedophilic subliminal messages and images. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a pedophile child sex trafficking going on with
they
this.
they definitely do. It's just blatantly fucking obvious, especially with all the fucking subtitles. But hey, I made a updated version and clearer of that Royals map at Disney World, and I haven't even published it yet, but I'm gonna send it to you guys.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Always your input. Douglas Marks in the chat room says, Ian, love your take on conspiracies. So there you go.
Thank you, Douglas Marks. Thank you.
Yes, you have fans. So when it comes to RJD, she says, "Wow, that's wild." And it's obviously, I would like to think that's not happening. But you know, Disney does have, as we discussed earlier, plenty of bizarre innuendos and subliminals in their cartoons. So something's going on. At any rate, dear Amy. Oh, forgot. Do say good morning to Peter, and perhaps you have something to say about everything we've been discussing.
Yeah, I do want to apologize. I didn't mean Preston Nichols was your best friend in the sense that in any negative sense, but only that you had experience with him. And you know, I only knew of Preston Nichols as the engineer at Montauk. So, you know, I don't want to offend you.
Oh, no. Well, it's common because when you have a public name, people will easily conflate it or construe it. And it was at Bill Burns, when he met me, he thought I was Preston Nichols.
Jesus Christ! Now that's offensive.
It was just completely completely S-nity.
That's Bill Burns. That's Bill Burns, all right. I mean, but honey, don't even. Oh, Peter took no offense. I assure you. It's
just to clarify. I understand, but thank you for saying that. It's fine.
Yeah, and go on.
Also, just the thing that Ian had said about the power of having a paycheck withheld from you disrupts so much of your life.
Yeah, like, Amy was just talking about that before you expressed that. Go on, Amy. Yeah, talk about synchronicity.
Right. Like this is the power of keeping people so poor that they then have all these other problems that arise because of a conflict with your work. So, I mean, I really feel like this is important to understand, that they can manipulate your situation through the money system. That you have to have a network. You have to have people who understand the problem and are not themselves impoverished to a degree where they can't help you or provide, you know, like you shouldn't have to rely on a paycheck to pay your rent. Like you shouldn't have to rely on the bank depositing your money in a way that's ethical, such that you're not then in arrears with your landlord or other utilities or transportation. I mean, these are very real instances that, like, people need to understand that when you're being impoverished and isolated, there is that need to have a support system. There's a need to have a group of people who understand what's going on and are willing and capable of providing you with your basic needs.
You're certainly right. You're totally right. It's all about poverty. It's all about economic survival. You're right.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I didn't want to close out the morning and not bring up that Ian is a great example of how when you start getting into these things, other areas of your life are affected, and it then becomes this chasing your paycheck down in order to keep yourself solvent. So I did want to make sure that, you know, this is something people understand, that when you get involved with this, other areas of your life are going to be affected. And if you're not prepared, you could potentially just become an asset to the system.
If you're lucky.
Totally right. Totally right.
Yeah, it's better to be considered an asset than to be considered expendable. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I remembered now what I was going to say about Israel. It was the Esther Fishman, the woman who was my representative payee for a year when I got on SSDI. She is half Jewish. She's still alive as far as I know. But she was telling me she had a friend who was ethnically Jewish, more so than she, and very dark, which you imagine many Semitic people would be. But she went to Israel and they treated her like a terrorist. They made her wait in a room for 24 hours, separate from other people, in with Ethiopian Jews and other coloreds, quote unquote, like Palestinians and stuff like that, and put her through an intelligence interrogation. And apparently she was finally allowed into Israel. And this was a woman who just thought Israel would be a great vacation for a person of Jewish descent. I found out otherwise. So Esther came to the conclusion that the Israelis are truly far more oppressive and much more of a police state than people recognize. So that was just to...
They even point their guns of soldiers at little Palestinian kids who are on their way to schools to check if they got bombs on them and shit like that. That's how crazy they are.
It got to that point of quote unquote security consciousness, so yeah, it's bad, and it is what it is, and that's why I try to disambiguate between diasporic Jews and Israelis. But of course, we also have to remember that many Israelis are also liberal progressive, and this is one of the reasons why Israel is headed towards civil war.
I want to make a comment about skin color. Because when Muhammad Ali went to Mecca as a Muslim, he was I read what he said. He was absolutely shocked to see they were mostly all white people.
Wow. That is shocking.
we think of Muslims as, as these dark-skinned Arabs. This is what he said. It's just like, white people with blue eyes. You see this in Morocco. It's just like a Muslim Muhammad. I've even read that Muhammad had reddish hair.
I mean, the only reason I'm shocked is because I was thinking of Malcolm X, and Malcolm X became a Muslim because
it was Malcolm X I read, but it could have been either one of them because they were.
Oh, it couldn't have been Malcolm X, because Malcolm X was basically saying the reason he became a Muslim was because he actually went to Mecca like Muhammad Ali did, and what he said, I saw people of all colors basically at the site, and he felt that this was like a religion that was not color conscious. So somehow he got that impression. Maybe he went on a good day when they had special...
Well, let me put it this way. There were a lot of white people there.
That makes perfect sense to me. I mean, now that I think about it, it makes sense.
We're all white people.
Yeah.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. And by the way, my follow-up comment to Malcolm's observation would be, well, Malcolm, the only place where you would happen to see Muslims getting along with each other would be in Mecca. But if you happen to go to any other place outside of Mecca, you'd notice that all the Muslims hate each other and are willing to kill each other just as much as they hate everybody else.
like the Elijah division of Islam in America, the Black Islam, where they believe Elijah the prophet, and they're very hateful towards whites and Asians and other races.
Well, the black supremacists. Yeah,
Yeah.
They're black supremacists. By the way, if anyone ever reads the author of Tarzan, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and his Martian novels about his hero, John Carter, Warlord of Mars, he actually describes black Martians that are black supremacists in his novels. So, and he presents other races on Mars. In other words, he presents Mars as like Earth, having evolved with multiple different races, and the most predominant actually being the red race on Mars for obvious reasons, or obvious if you understand the coloration of Mars being red. But that being said, yeah, I am really glad that the four of us are talking, and Ian, I want you to know that I've developed a new respect for your qualifications. I'm impressed. I had no idea that you had these various skills. And
it's too late, Doug. Sorry, buddy.
That's funny. That you're.
It's all because I asked about his paperwork too.
Yeah, that's right. And that people honestly turn to you as the leader to count on you for their pay. And so, oh my God, you're in a position of responsibility. It's just a hard position to be in. I mean, do they come?
But it's just part-time. It's not full-time. It's just part-time, you know.
Yeah, but do these people come bothering you when they don't get paid?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that
I got
sucks.
text messages to prove it too.
Oh, that sucks.
But yeah, none of us got our fucking checks, and dude, it just sucks.
Well, aren't you going to respond to Amy? Amy was commiserating with you and saying that you epitomize her thesis.
Oh yeah. You know, everybody's gonna go through this. You know.
No, there's thousands of people that don't go through this.
Oh, you're talking about like the privilege and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm still fucking half awake. So, but anyway, I put some new links in the fucking Skype chat. So you guys have at it, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Of course, it's always cute. He always bombards us with links. Yes, and so at any rate, we have about 10 minutes left before I shut down the stream. And I want to say thank you to RJD in the chat room. I believe RJD is female. They can correct me if I'm wrong. So welcome aboard. In terms of Douglas Marks, I believe he's in Australia as well. I might be mistaken there. Maybe he's in someplace else. Maybe he's in Florida. But at any rate, many of the people have been with us throughout the night. We had very high numbers throughout the night. I want everyone to know that. So our roundtable discussion throughout this night was very productive, and people truly enjoyed it. And they were exceedingly high, of course, when Peter was with us.
Well, that was very good stuff you talked about too. And before you end off, could you just fill me in on did you go any further into Dugan after I left?
In a sense we did, but I'm trying to recall. Certainly what I will do is go into Dugan again on Wednesday night, which will be here before everybody knows it. And I don't believe we went into Dugan too much tonight because we were mostly going into... now, by the way, Brendan was with us. So Nemo came in with Brendan before Amy dropped in because she woke up. And Nemo, help me out here. Do you remember what we went through tonight?
No, we weren't talking about Dugan.
Okay, but do you remember?
But what you delivered was just incredible insights to politics, geopolitics in the world, and particularly with Russia, and particularly the underlying Satanism.
Thank you.
And what we brought up with Fritz Springmeier, and Dr. Green was fantastic. I mean, just like it's just Aquino all over the place.
Thank you. And then there's this Dr. White. Could you help us clarify between
that's the pseudonym for Dr. Cameron, Ewan Cameron, okay. Who's famous as literally being in charge of MK Ultra. Conventional history. He was, did the Allen Memorial Institute in Canada.
Okay.
That's
Montreal.
Pardon?
It was in McGill in Montreal.
Yes.
So so it was just north of where I grew up.
Wow.
And and I still wonder about the type of programs that are, kind of funded through academia,
Right.
and whether they're not just continuing at a larger scale.
Well, of
these
course
things.
they continue. Of course they continue. It was done in Canada, by the way, so it would not be done in the United States. That was the whole idea. It was so it could, they could get away with it because it wasn't done on Canadian. It wasn't done on American soil.
Right. So, Amy, is there any missing time in your life? Do you have any ideas as to, or any feelings that you might have been exposed to any of this?
I do feel like there's a part of the things that were going on in my childhood that relates directly to the trauma programming. And I wonder, I had sent you a clip or it was just a screenshot from the report, the DARPA report on the murder of a Pierre Laporte in the 70s in Montreal, wondering what the connection to DARPA was. And I still feel like there's got to be some reason why DARPA was involved in this kidnap murder and the War Measures Act that was implemented when they were kidnapped through the Canadian government. And I thought maybe because you're a little bit older, or maybe because Peter's a little bit older, that you might have remembered that if there was some media at that time that was talking about, like, why was it that they were murdering this Pierre Laporte? And I just really didn't understand it. And it was all going on October 16th, October 17th. So, I just felt like there's got to be a reason. And I thought maybe there's some information that was available at the time that has been lost.
Mm-hmm. I'm not familiar. I'm not.
No, see, and I wasn't familiar with it either. And it was just through my genealogy work with the Laportes that that particular name came up in a search. And so I was looking at it and thinking, well, the dates are really, they line up with some Aquino dates. And so I really wanted to know if somebody who was around at that time might have known more about it. But I don't know if there's missing time in my life. If there is, I sure hope it, I sure hope it wasn't done in such a way where I was hurting others. Like, I don't feel like my current situation is at all separate from what happened in my childhood with the trauma. Because I do have a lot of childhood violence that occurred, but I'm not really somebody who gets really taken off into another track. Like I really have like a love for having my own freedoms, like for not having to show up at a certain place at a certain time every day. Like I love the fact that I can choose based on how I feel during the day, whether or not
by the way, I want you to note that I just sent Peter Moon the screenshot of what you're discussing. I don't know if he can make heads or tails of it, but I sent him that screenshot you sent me, and it went through Messenger apparently, which implies that my ban is lifted because I couldn't send images through the Messenger under the ban. So apparently the ban is lifted at this point. And
good news.
And yes, so he's taking a look at it now. And in terms of your situation that you're describing to Peter very tangentially, basically Amy is essentially homeless at the moment. Is that true?
Yeah, and it's not really the first time I've been homeless. Like I've been homeless a number of times. It was just like recently I thought that I would be able to
move because the property was selling, and it turned out it wasn't actually selling. So again, it's just
right now she's camping out at an airport, a jet port.
Yeah, no, it's all work trucks. It's all people running to work in their big trucks.
Yes, go on.
I'm not really camping here. I mean, it's this person that is asked me to watch her dog for her. We've lived together in Albuquerque. We went to high school together. Our mothers were born in the same small town in Vermont. So we're very close, and she would never deny me help if I needed help. And so, like, I feel really lucky that I do have a history where I was raised in a community where people know me and they know I'm doing the best I can. Like, if I could have gotten work that was going to support me into housing, I would have done it. So, and the other thing is like, there's so many of us in
homeless.
This area who are homeless, and we're educated. We've had professional jobs in the past. So it's really like, I'm not different than anybody else in my peer group in this community. Like, all of my friends who grew up here are either living with their parents or in some other situation where they work and are offered housing by their work. Like,
wow.
There's a lot of construction companies that will house.
But by the way, this explains this beautiful golden envelope, gold-plated envelope in the sense it's golden paper, gold leaf, and sent to me by Amy, had a card in it. And the first thing I thought was, wow, she sent me a money order. And so when I opened it, there was in the card, oh, Douglas, I just saw a young man crash his vehicle directly into a telephone pole. Stay safe in San Francisco. And okay, so that explains why there was no money order in there. So thank you, honey.
I really didn't think it was going to get to you. I really was like, I could send this to him, but I remember you saying, like, anybody who's sending me stuff, I'm not getting it. It's not
because
coming.
I mean, you have to assume that because the mail is just so, it's just I don't even think half of it is official interdiction. I just think the mail is just there's an astronomical amount of mail that comes into California for all the economic reasons that I expressed. So it's like if it just makes it through the system, it's a minor miracle. But before we go shortly, the story, you said this young man survived.
It was just so bizarre. Like,